In the context of global gamification, each individual is afforded the opportunity to select a profession. Through continuous ingest and diligent efforts, one can achieve a self-upgrade and enhancement. In the chaos sway dathadon of the apocalypse, lose an unexpected lie activate the profession of necromancer. As a million stronger myofoder world le monster surged forth, intent in invading Earth, lose amorally wavedism. Instantly, billions so fun dead war I or surrupted, from the depths of the earth, their prison seizing. Listen well, you their worldly creatures intent in obliterating the world. The Beltolan for the apocalypse hasring please swift, lie select our initial profession. Up in profession selection, you will receive the exclusive initial equipment. Please be advised, you must complete our selection within 30 seconds. Otherwise, the system will assign you randomly, with words. What is the screen has appeared before? Is the say new type of technology? Choosing a profession? What sort of operation is these? Apocalypse? Don't jest. Teacher, what special class is this? It feels so impressive. Luzanne was overwhelmed by the cacophony of discussions buzzing around him, causing ish to throb painfully. What is happening? It distinct I remember being slain by the terrifying demon wolf king called Thispespel. Yet just moments ago, have I recalled being struck by demon wolf king, even witnessing Thegruisam Saitofi Sonentrals read about. My heavens, what on earth is this? Suddenly, a gasp should read the surrounding clamor. A Burlai student manifested a nisigleeman gak out of thin air. Lu Ming, are ya bringing Ganaxa ta class? What are you planning Tododo? No, I just selected Dax warrior spur thescreen sprompt, and Thizaki appeared in me hand. Lu Ming hurriedly explained. Is that for real? Let me give a tree. The cicertain li beyond current technology. Could the apocalypse true libuponus? Better to believe I thanto dismiss I teverion. Hurry and choose. Listening to the discussions surround him, Luzanne finally snapped back to reality, a flicker of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. Rebirth. Had dinned been born. And at the very moment the apocalypse commenced. Indeed, it was the apocalypse. Professions election. Initial equipment. Everything felt so incredibly real. Yet, being reborn at such a critical juncture was quite the unfortunity it was precise during the professions election phase, leaving him no to me to prepare. Without hesitation, Luzan swiftly glanced at the professions election panel before him, which, just as in his previous life, offered three professions to choose from: strength warrior, spirit swordsman, and architect. In his past life, due to indecisiveness, had missaid the selection time and had been randomly assigned spirit swordsman. Although spirit swordsman weighs a formidable profession with high octane agility and powerful skills, Hakud Navir unleash its true potential due to locking initial weaponry. Coupled with this timid nature, avoided combat with monsters, relegating him to allo-lie existence said during the apocalypse. Barely surviving for over a year before ultimate, liperishing due town fortunate circumstances caught in the crossfire of a battle between a human pal. Given the Chincido start new, would he again Kuzuto live in fear? No. Absolutely not. He would become a strong individual, one capable of mastering son destiny, perhaps even ascending toes status of emperor of humanity. In his previous life, Ataman powerhouse established she date sanctuaries to protect humanity. They were known as the temperors of humanity. Without hesitation, Luzanka Seth spirit swordsman profession. Armed with Ayapan and bolstered by his pre-orcambate experience, Hebeliev D could gain a significant advantage in their However, just as about to finalize his choice, Thepanel suddenly altered, displaying a special prompt. Beep, player detected Ohavdi Dand resurrected, triggering hidden profession necromancer. Willie Ochakus this. Hidden profession. Luzan's to depend excitement, astonished that his rebirth had triggered a hidden profession. Undoubtedly, hidden professions were a farmer a powerful hand regular owns. Six off they temper shad possessed hidden professions. Yet, the conditions to trigger a hidden profession were exceedingly stringent, a rare occurrence indeed. Select. Although had never heard of necromancer hidden profession in his past life, Luzanka seat without the citation. Beep, congratulations, you were in a necromancer. Initial equipment tring off thunded should. As Thessistimpan elvanished, a black ring gappered in Luzan's finger. With a thought, another attribute panel materialized before him. The apocalypse sad transformed this world into Nikantoagami, complete with attributes, levels, and skills. Lu Zhan. Level 1. Profession necromancer. Mana 50. Strength 4. Constitution 4. Intelligence 8. Agility 5. Spirit 7. Skills. Rebirth off Thunder V1 consumes 10 mana points as her attacker sees an undead creature to fight for you. Resurrection count 3 increases with player level. Cooldown time 5 seconds. Equipment. Ring off Undead contains an undead spaceatos to undead creatures, possessing the ability to restore them. Looking at the Citra tributes, Luzang cold and felt but frown. His strength hand constitution were tulo, and lacking gan offensive skills meant he had virtually no combat power in their listages. Now, all Hakuda before was the strength of dead creature shuish they would not leave time down. At that moment, a loud Krishrever berate das that classroom door was violent lie thrust open bin immense force. Immediately, Anagli, diminutive aim and Sturbereledin, brandishing Gasmal dagger. What in the world is that? A goblin. Ithisanum above it shed. What is happening? Illusion. This must be an illusion. The classroom erupted into chaos, as the creature before them a clear licer passed their comprehension. Everyone, remain calm. The Homerum teacher, Xiaming, managed to maintain a semblance of composure. However, before he could finish his sentence, the goblin leaped Japan landed squarely on his head, gripping his glyphal limbs. Then Chemesrius o'floud thuds. The goblin's dagger rained down wildly. Screams echoed throughout the room. What on earth is that? The apocalypse has truly arrived. This isn't an illusion. I randomly selected a chef. Lu Ming, you have an axe. Get in theory and kill it. Someone help us. Call the police, hurry. My phony has no signal. I can't call for anything. Luzance nor Ted coldly. Call the police? It would be futile. With the apocalypse upon them, all signals would vanish, and firearms would lose their efficacy. Humanity couldn't liar to the most primitive means to come with other world monsters. His classmate byte abysmal mental fortitude known could barrelage upon. In his previous life, aside from his own good fortune, all these individuals perished in goblin sinishaway via fatic. A thismament, heckeldone Lyrelian hymns. With that hot, Luzin swift ligra beta kerni rb. The next second, has summoned a list strength to hurl, with goblin. With their sounding crash, Thatcher struck the goblin squarely on the head, sending it flying. Just as in the memory is off his previous life, after dispatching the homeroom teacher, the goblins, through the class buddy, Zhang Yu. These wast how advantage Geoffrey Berthal thought a goblin was on off to extother world la monsters, its sagally wast not to be underestimated. Capturing its movements with his current strength was nearly impossible. As Luzan rapid litivized strategy, have followed close Libby in the flying goblin, aimin for it shed with a fierce strike. Just when Heffel Lewisant the Vergifix Hauschen, Heffinally heard the system's prompt sound. Beep, congratulations, you have Eslanth Goblin, earning 10 experience points and 10 gold coins. If you wish to survive, pick up our weapon sand fight. In the apocalypse, Theon Leo knew how can save yourself. Luzan stated coldly, a glimmer of fury green light flash in his eyes. Rebirth off Undead. Activate. Chapter 2. Only you can save yourselves within the confines of the classroom. None could have anticipated that the first to step forward would be Lu Zhan, who typically blended into the background like a mere specter. However, upon witnessing Lu Zhan effortlessly slay a monstrous creature, the previously terrified students began to swell with newfound confidence, gripping their weapons tightly. Among the 35 students present, 20 possessed initial class weapons. Lu Zhan was right. They should all exhibit a bit more bravado. Weapons had been provided, yet some still cowered behind their female classmates. These monsters did not seem particularly formidable. Let us charge forth, do not fear. Treat this as a game. Have you noticed? We possess skills. By utilizing them, we may vanquish these creatures and perhaps even level up. Amidst the clamor, a loud crash resonated as the back door of the classroom was flung open, and 3 goblins leapt inside. Simultaneously, 3 more burst through the front door. A total of 6 goblins brandishing small blades charged toward the students. Ah! Roared Lu Ming, the axe-wielding warrior, as he launched the first attack. Activating his skill, Heavy Strike, against one of the goblins. Yet, the axe struck the ground with a resounding thud, as the goblin nimbly evaded and leapt onto Lu Ming's head. Reality, after all, is not a game. There is no such thing as skill targeting. Within mere seconds, the once vigorous Lu Ming lay bloodied and lifeless upon the floor. Run. The students, having just found their courage, once again succumbed to panic and scattered in all directions outside the classroom. Indeed, fate had not altered since the last life, where they had met their demise as a group. Liu Zhan scoffed, choosing to disregard the panicked throng. The goblin had already lunged at him, yet Liu Zhan remained unfazed. Stepping back slightly in the next moment, a goblin sprang from behind him, colliding with the one charging towards him. It was the newly reborn undead goblin, indistinguishable in appearance from its predecessor, yet radiating a distinctly different aura. Most notably, its eyes glowed with an eerie green hue. Clang! The two blades clashed, and the attacking goblin was utterly defeated, sent flying across the room. Witnessing this spectacle, Liu Zhan felt a surge of exhilaration. Truly a hidden class. With a mere thought, the attributes of the undead goblin materialized in his mind. Undead goblin. Traits: undead, strength, 13. Constitution, 10. Agility, 18. Unlike Liu Zhan, this creature possessed no intelligence or spirit, yet its three attributes exceeded his by over double. Especially agility, which likely surpassed even the swiftest humans of the pre-apocalyptic world. Compared to ordinary goblins, it had clearly been significantly enhanced. Number 1. Eliminated. With a thought, the undead goblin charged towards the fallen goblin, swiftly dispatching it. Number 1 was the name Liu Zhan had assigned to the undead goblin. Simple and easily understood. He quickly advanced and activated the rebirth skill once more. Moments later, Liu Zhan commanded 2 undead goblins to follow him. Casting a glance around, he noted that in such a brief span, 7 or 8 classmates had already perished. Liu Zhan felt no turmoil within. Had he possessed such abilities in his previous life, he might have instinctively protected these classmates. However, having endured an apocalypse, he had witnessed far too much death and despair. His singular focus now was to grow stronger, relentlessly stronger. Number 1. Number 2. Eliminate the remaining 4 goblins. In the next instant, the 2 undead goblins, glowing with spectral green light, charged towards their kin. The 4 goblins, engrossed in the thrill of slaughtering humans, were completely unguarded. Furthermore, with their newfound strength as undead, Liu Zhan's mind was filled with the continuous sound of system notifications. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain a goblin, earning 10 experience points and 10 gold coins. After 4 notifications, all the goblins in the classroom lay dead, and 3 undead goblins trailed behind Liu Zhan. Approximately 10 students remained. Casting fearful glances at him, Liu Zhan, how is this possible? Why can you control them? Class skills. Do you not possess them as well? Liu Zhan replied coldly, ignoring their queries as he prepared to move outside. It was the early days of the apocalypse, and swift action was required to slay goblins and level up. This was merely an appetizer. Without strength, survival was a torment. Just then, anxious voices emerged from behind him. Liu Zhan, where are you going? We should stay here for safety. Yes, Liu Zhan, you cannot leave. You are so powerful. You must stay to protect us. Liu Zhan, please, don't go. I don't want to die, Liu Zhan. Protect me, and I will have my father give you 1,000,000. Liu Zhan's pace did not falter. He found their pleas laughable. These individuals had yet to grasp the severity of their circumstances. Money? In an apocalypse, it was nothing but worthless paper, fit only for wiping oneself. Liu Zhan, take me with you. Class beauty Zhang Yu, seeing Liu Zhan's resolute stride, gritted her teeth and hurried to follow eye in her eyes. Having just been saved by him, he would surely protect her. However, after just 2 steps, the 3 green goblins turned and aimed their blades at her. Do not follow me, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Liu Zhan warned coldly. In the apocalypse, a beautiful yet powerless woman was nothing but a burden. He had no intention of taking her along. Here's my final piece of advice. In this world, no one can save you. Only you can save yourselves. Study your classes well. There are no useless professions. Even those in the service industry can prove immensely valuable. Having finished his words, Liu Zhan led the 3 undead goblins out of the classroom. He spoke not in jest. Even a culinary profession could craft dishes that enhance attributes, while an architect could construct a base impervious to otherworldly creatures. The doctor, in the later stages, could even resurrect the dead. Many service professions were highly sought after by various factions. Upon observing Lu Zhan's departure, class leader Zhou Kai cursed, "Let him go out and seek death. Do not mind him. Quickly, shut all the doors. We must remain silent. Surely someone will come to rescue us." Lu Zhan shook his head at the sound. Regarding them as hopeless, in the hallway, chaos reigned. Students fled in every direction, pursued by goblins. Yet, many students had banded together to combat the goblins. Though most were fighting while fleeing, Lu Zhan paid no attention to anyone, directly commanding in his mind. Number 2, Number 3, go and slay the goblins. Number 1, protect me. He was still painfully weak and needed to be cautious. The movements of Number 2 and Number 3 were swift, and with every encounter being 2 against 1, they could dispatch a goblin in mere seconds, achieving an astonishing efficiency. Lu Zhan felt a surge of excitement. At this rate, he would undoubtedly surpass all others. Just then, a voice broke through the din. "There's another one here. Quickly, let us take it down together." Lu Zhan turned towards the voice and recognized 3 seniors from his 3rd year. He furrowed his brow. These individuals had a notorious reputation for bullying on campus. The trio approached with weapons drawn, evidently mistaking Number 1 for a monster. "Senior, this is my class skill. I can control it." Lu Zhan interjected hastily, stepping forward to block them, simultaneously recalling Number 2 and Number 3 back to him. "Get out of the way." The leader of the trio, Wang Hong, appeared to hear nothing, shoving Lu Zhan aside. These 3 were avid gamers and quickly adapted to the apocalypse, viewing the goblins not as vicious creatures but as mere sources of gold and experience points. Chapter 3. Kill, behind Wang Hong. Zhang Chong raised his staff, and moments later, the ground beneath Number 1's feet suddenly bulged, ensnaring its legs and preventing escape. Zhang Chong's class was Earth Mage, and he had just cast the spell Bind Earth. "Heh, it's my turn now," Wang Hong said with glee, raising his large blade to unleash a powerful strike upon Number 1. With this synergy, they had already slain 5 goblins, an effective strategy. However, in the next moment, a green figure dashed in from the side, landing a fierce blow on his arm. It was none other than Number 2. Wang Hong screamed in agony as his weapon clattered to the floor. Although his arm remained intact, it bore a massive wound, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Simultaneously, the binding spell on Number 1 finally released. "I told you. They are under my control." Lu Zhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly addressed the trio. The shove had propelled him against the wall, causing him to bleed. His body felt astonishingly frail before him. The 3 undead goblins brandished their small blades at the trio. You wait." Wang Hong, clutching his arm and sweating profusely, spat a fierce retort before attempting to flee with his 2 companions. Yet, in the next instant, a small blade struck down upon his head. "Want to have another go? There won't be a next time." Lu Zhan sneered. In the apocalypse, enemies were not merely monstrous beings. They also included other humans. Having endured an apocalyptic event, Lu Zhan knew that he could not afford to grant any opportunity for revenge to those with whom he had enmity. A piercing scream erupted from Wang Hong as a blade nearly cleaved his head in twain, causing him to collapse to the ground, convulsing briefly before succumbing to silence. The 2 henchmen nearby were utterly paralyzed with terror. Forgetting even the instinct to flee, by the time they regained their wits, 3 small cleavers were already descending upon their heads. The slaughter continued. After dispatching the trio of ineffectual foes, Lu Zhan inhaled deeply and commanded the 3 undead before him. As the apocalypse persisted, individuals like Wang Hong, who sought to steal kills, would only multiply, potentially leading to a scenario of scarcity amidst abundance. He needed to act swiftly. 3 minutes later, upon the demise of the 10th goblin, the long-awaited sound of leveling up resonated in Lu Zhan's mind. "Ding, congratulations, your level has risen to 2. Exhilaration illuminated Lu Zhan's features. In his previous life, he had only achieved level 2 2 days after the onset of the apocalypse. Yet now, merely half an hour had elapsed. He examined his attributes. There had been no changes post-upgrade, save for the addition of 3 free attribute points. Most critically, the number of undead he could resurrect had increased to 5, significantly enhancing his overall power. The hidden class was indeed formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhan allocated all 3 points to his constitution. Generally speaking, a mage's paramount attribute is intelligence, which directly influences the potency of their spells. However, Lu Zhan was different. Although he was a necromancer, his primary combat strength lay with the undead, and the potency of these beings was determined by the robustness of their physical forms, unrelated to intelligence. Thus, fortifying his constitution seemed the wiser choice. After all, the greatest drawback of a necromancer is the frailty of the mage themselves. With the augmentation of 3 points to his constitution, Lu Zhan felt a marked improvement in his physical state. The lingering discomfort from earlier dissipating entirely in a moment of elation. He addressed the 2 goblin corpses on the ground with a gleeful laugh. Hee, arise, my undead minions. A short while later, with 5 goblin undead at his side, Lu Zhan felt an unprecedented surge of strength in that instant. He realized that perhaps the apocalypse was not as terrifying as it seemed. The floor Lu Zhan occupied housed 6 classrooms, and by now, all the students capable of fleeing had escaped, while those who could not had perished. The corridor gradually descended into silence. Yet, just then, an ominous aura approached with alarming speed. A glinting arrow shot forth from the stairwell, striking the freshly resurrected 5th goblin squarely between the eyes. Ding! Your undead has returned to eternity. Lu Zhan was taken aback. His goblin had been instantaneously slain. Who was the assailant? Turning, he beheld a woman clad in a white dress wielding a blue bow. Poised to unleash a second arrow. Wait, don't attack. They are my undead, under my control. Lu Zhan urgently called out as he hastily sought refuge behind the 1st goblin. His heart raced. How could he not recognize her? That stunning visage, the iconic elven ears, and her remarkable archery skills. She was none other than Xian Jialua, one of the future 8 monarchs and the school's belle, who also served as the head of the archery club. Possessing skills that were nothing short of divine. As Lu Zhan knew, her class was also a hidden one, the elven archer. For Xian Jialua, this would be like adding wings to a tiger. Xian Jialua furrowed her brow. Realizing that the goblin she had just dispatched had not yielded any experience or gold, why apologies. After her brief apology, she descended to the next floor without hesitation. To her, it was evident that a peer capable of controlling goblins posed a significant threat. Thus, there was no need for her to linger and vie for kills. This insufferable woman, if only I were stronger. Once she vanished from view, Lu Zhan breathed a sigh of relief, mentally cursing his fortune. Truly, she was one of the future 8 monarchs. The moment her bow was aimed at him felt like facing death itself. Had a conflict arisen, she could have easily eliminated him before his undead even reached her. Such formidable foes were plentiful, 8 monarchs, followed by 12 kings, 36 divine generals, and a multitude of other powerful beings. Lu Zhan's previously inflated ego was swiftly deflated. He had merely gained a slight advantage through reincarnation, and he bore no right to be arrogant. If he wished to avoid the mistakes of his previous life, he would need to exert himself with double the effort. With that thought, Lu Zhan turned his attention back to the other goblin corpse, attempting to initiate the resurrection process once more. However, to his dismay, the system notified him that his mana was insufficient. Blast it. He had almost forgotten about the mana attribute. A quick check revealed that he currently possessed merely 9 points of mana. He anticipated that a few minutes would suffice to increase this to 10.4 undead would suffice for now. Without waiting for his mana to regenerate, Lu Zhan proceeded towards a nearby classroom. Drawn by the sounds of tearing and gnawing emanating from within, the sight that greeted him was enough to chill even his hardened spirit. 5 goblins were hunched over, voraciously devouring the corpses of students. Humans had become mere sustenance for these otherworldly monsters. Upon noticing Lu Zhan's entrance, the 5 goblins ceased their feasting and bared their teeth menacingly as they advanced. Lu Zhan retreated a few steps, commanding his 4 undead goblins to move forward. 4 against 5, numerically at a disadvantage, yet the outcome was a resounding victory for the undead. The disparity in attributes, combined with the undead's lack of pain and fatigue, rendered them nearly invincible. Even when a limb was severed, they fought on with fervor. They were the epitome of perfect combatants. In a mere minute, the 5 goblins lay slain. At last, Lu Zhan's mental energy restored to 10 points. But after a moment's reflection, he chose not to resurrect immediately. 4 undead goblins were sufficient for the current scenario, and it would be prudent to conserve some mana for unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 4. Goblin Captain. After clearing the classroom, Lu Zhan was about to exit when he felt a hand suddenly grasp his ankle, accompanied by a feeble voice. Lu Zhan, help me, it was Zhang Yan. Lu Zhan glanced down at him with a sigh. This man had been one of his few friends at the school, yet now, nearly half of his skull lay crushed, clinging to life solely through sheer willpower. In such a state, survival would only prolong his suffering. In the next moment, the first undead swiftly ended Zhang Yan's torment with a decisive stroke. This was the only assistance Lu Zhan could offer. Exiting the classroom, the corridor had grown tranquil, the only sounds remaining those of gnawing from within the classrooms. With 4 undead under his control, Lu Zhan prepared to enter the next classroom to continue his harvest. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the stairwell, and in the blink of an eye, a striking figure dashed towards him. It was none other than Xianjialua, who had descended earlier. The school goddess appeared disheveled and somewhat flustered as she approached Lu Zhan, exclaiming, "There's a boss. Shall we collaborate to defeat it?" No sooner had she spoken than an approximately 80 centimeters tall goblin appeared at the stairwell, brandishing a large blade in one hand and a shield in the other, with 4 ordinary goblins following in its wake. Not a boss, merely an elite monster. Lu Zhan regarded the creature, realizing this was the first time he had seen the school goddess up close. She was indeed as stunning as the rumors suggested, a true ice queen. According to system notifications, the previous generation of humanity had compiled extensive data on various monsters, akin to a survival manual, which Lu Zhan had memorized diligently. Otherworldly creatures were categorized into 6 levels: ordinary, elite, hero, commander, lord, and monarch. This classification did not solely depend on the overall power of the creature, but rather on the hierarchy within the species. For instance, even an ordinary dragon could easily obliterate a goblin monarch. The creature before him was clearly an elite goblin. The goblin captain? Elite monster? Xianjialua halted beside Lu Zhan, curiously observing the 4 goblins surrounding him in school. She was the aloof goddess of the archery club. But few were aware that she was also a formidable figure in online gaming, presiding over a large guild as a sharpshooter. The moment the apocalypse struck, she had been equally bewildered and lost. Simultaneously, the system had informed her of the activation of her hidden class, Elven Archer. Having played numerous online games, Xianjialua understood the significance of a hidden class and chose without hesitation. Subsequently, the world transformed into a game-like reality, complete with levels, attributes, and skills. After the initial chaos, Xianjialua quickly adapted. The hidden class Elven Archer was an incredible boon for her archery expertise. Following the defeat of her first goblin, the notifications of experience and gold confirmed everything she had come to realize. Killing monsters to level up was a familiar principle. Indeed, an elite monster. Collaboration is permissible. Just follow my lead, Lu Zhan instructed as he arranged his 4 undead goblins into a charging formation. His mind swiftly recalled the data on the goblin captain. In the previous life, as human society gradually stabilized, extensive research was conducted on the apocalypse, including the reasons for its onset. Among this information, details regarding various monsters were abundant, especially concerning goblins, the most populous of all monsters. Xianjialua furrowed her brow slightly but nodded in agreement. All right. At that moment, the goblin sergeant suddenly raised his great sword and struck it against the shield in his hand, emitting a series of howls. As the sound echoed, a total of 13 goblins, who were previously indulging in their meals within the classroom, surged forth to attack the 2 individuals. It was evident that the goblin sergeant recognized the formidable nature of the 2 humans before him, prompting him to send his minions to wear them down first. "Let's clear out these lesser foes," Lu Zhan promptly declared. The first warrior leapt into action, soaring through the air to deliver a decisive blow to a goblin. The second, third, and fourth warriors quickly followed suit, displaying no hesitation in their assault. The corridor was narrow, and with 4 undead goblins stationed at the front, the oncoming goblins found it nearly impossible to advance. Observing this, Xianjialua wasted no time and began to draw her bow in the next instant. An arrow imbued with icy energy materialized on her bowstring, and she aimed it directly at an approaching goblin, scoring a clean headshot. This arrow was potent enough to slay even the enhanced undead goblins, let alone these ordinary ones. The archer's hallmark is high damage output, and as an elven archer, her first skill enchanted her arrows with ice attributes. Further amplifying their lethality, a well-placed shot to a vital point would guarantee a kill, and even a hit to any other area would inflict a temporary slowing effect on the target. This was the foundation of Shun Jialuo's confidence in taking on monsters solo. As the first goblin fell to her arrow, she swiftly conjured her second shot. Continuing to stand her ground, Shun Jialuo unleashed a barrage of icy arrows. As a master of archery, hitting moving targets was a fundamental skill, and with no interruptions and a close range, her aim was impeccable. Goodness, my 4 undead are hardly keeping pace with her, Lu Zhan thought. Astonished, of course, the ease with which she dispatched the foes was largely attributed to the 4 undead goblins blocking the way in terms of the hidden class's strength. Lu Zhan believed the necromancer was not inferior to the elven archer. In just 3 minutes, under Shun Jialuo's formidable output, all 13 goblins had been vanquished. Lu Zhan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, realizing that most of the experience points would be siphoned off by her overwhelming performance. Yet, Shun Jialuo did not pause. She knocked another arrow and aimed at the goblin sergeant. Unfazed, the goblin sergeant swung his large blade and effortlessly shattered the ice arrow mid-flight, in the same breath. He let out another round of howls. In an instant, the 4 nearby goblins seemed to be invigorated, their bodies glowing with a crimson light. This was the goblin sergeant's frenzy skill, capable of enhancing the attributes of nearby goblins for a duration of 1 minute. Lu Zhan, with a serious expression, cautioned, while the goblin sergeant's attributes are not exceptionally high, merely 3 times that of an ordinary goblin, his frenzy skill poses a significant threat, which is why I agreed to collaborate in defeating him. Otherwise, I would have chosen to take him down alone. Is that so? Shun Jialuo pondered, being an astute individual who refrained from inquiring how Lu Zhan possessed such knowledge. With another series of howls, the goblin sergeant charged forward, accompanied by his 4 empowered subordinates, moving at a speed that was twice that of the average goblin. My undead 1T hold out for long. Focus on eliminating one of the ordinary goblins nearby while I handle the rest. Lu Zhan urged swiftly. Meanwhile, the 1st to 4th undead had already lunged towards the incoming goblins. The enhanced goblins even boasted attributes slightly superior to those of the undead goblins, and upon their clash, the 4 undead began to struggle. Shun Jialuo remained silent, maintaining her stance with the bow drawn but not yet releasing an arrow. The goblin sergeant had yet to move, and should she shoot now? She risked being intercepted by him. Timing was crucial. Just then, a sickening sound echoed as the 3rd undead goblin was severely wounded. Its body nearly cleaved in 2. Seizing the opportunity, the goblin sergeant swiftly brought his blade down. Decapitating the 3rd undead, drop, your undead has returned to eternity. A notification chimed in Lu Zhan's mind. There was no time for grief as he sensed a surge of energy erupting beside him. It was Shun Jialuo, who had taken advantage of the goblin sergeant's moment of distraction to release an arrow. This arrow did not target the sergeant but rather a nearby ordinary goblin. Having chosen to follow Lu Zhan's lead, she acted without hesitation. With no sergeant to obstruct her, the arrow struck true, piercing the head of a battling goblin. However, the enhanced goblin surprisingly did not succumb to the shot. Yet, in the next moment, the 1st undead goblin leapt forth, delivering a precise finishing blow with its blade to the goblin's neck. Well done. Lu Zhan praised his subordinate as the system's kill notification rang out. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he sensed that this 1st undead seemed significantly more astute than the other 3. Without delay, he took several steps forward, ensuring he was at a sufficient distance. And his eyes gleamed with a ghostly green light. Necromantic rebirth, he activated. The recently deceased goblin had yet to collapse when a mysterious power surged into its body, as its eyes sparked with green light. It turned and swung its blade at its former leader, the goblin sergeant. Even the cleverest of sergeants could not anticipate that the very minion he had just commanded would turn against him in the next heartbeat. The new 4th goblin plunged its blade into the sergeant's abdomen, green ichor spilling forth. Indeed, this approach works, Lu Zhan thought, excitement bubbling within him. This was precisely his plan, a unique ambush tactic of the necromancer class. Without needing Lu Zhan's prompting, Shun Jialuo had once again knocked an arrow, aiming for the sergeant, who was now vulnerable after being struck. The sergeant could not defend against the attack in his moment of weakness, and another of his minions was struck in the head. The 1st undead, acting as a living radar for heads, seized the opportunity to strike again, claiming another kill. Arise, my undead, Lu Zhan commanded without hesitation. Expending the last of his mana to perform necromantic rebirth, The slain goblin instantly revived as the fifth. However, Lu Zhan did not direct it to attack the sergeant just yet. Instead, he ordered it to assist the second and third undead in dispatching the remaining two goblins. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. What had initially been a 4 versus 5 scenario transformed into 5 undead goblins pitted against the goblin sergeant. This was the terrifying nature of the necromancer class. With each battle, the number of undead grew, instilling despair in all foes. Meanwhile, Shun Jialua, astonished yet undeterred, continued to unleash arrows upon the goblin sergeant. The sergeant's frenzy skill only bolstered his subordinates, and without them, his combat effectiveness plummeted. With several arrows slowing him down, he quickly found himself retreating before the relentless onslaught of the 5 undead. Half a minute later, the first undead seized the moment, leaping high to thrust its blade into the sergeant's face. Piercing through his eye and into his skull, ding! You have slain an elite goblin, the goblin sergeant, and gained 100 experience points and 40 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to 3. 2 notifications sounded in rapid succession. And Lu Zhan could not contain his joy in his previous life during the apocalypse. He had lived in constant hiding, yet now he had achieved level 3 in such a short time. Without hesitation, he allocated the 3 attribute points to his constitution. Eagerly, he glanced at the skill Necromantic Rebirth. As expected, the maximum number of undead he could command had increased to 7. Beside him, Shun Jialua also bore a smile. Having leveled up as well, however, her attention soon shifted to the sergeant's corpse, which seemed to be emitting something. She turned to Lu Zhan and said, "It looks like there are some drops." Lu Zhan had indeed noticed the items and nodded in agreement. "Let us go check it out." In this world where the apocalypse had gamified many aspects, it was entirely normal for monsters to drop equipment upon defeat. Lu Zhan positioned the 5 undead between them, issuing a command that if Shun Jialua made any motion to draw her bow, they were to attack without hesitation. Though they had just fought side by side, the human heart is inscrutable. Should Shun Jialua attempt to betray him for the sake of the equipment, her formidable killing power could easily spell his doom. Fortunately, as they approached the body, Shun Jialua exhibited no signs of aggression. Above the sergeant's corpse floated 2 orbs. "1 for each of us. I'll take this one," Lu Zhan declared, snatching one orb without hesitation. His heart racing with excitement. In this moment, he felt no need to be courteous simply because she was a beautiful woman. He would claim the more valuable prize. Shun Jialua frowned slightly but said nothing, taking the other orb and examining it closely, revealing a pair of exquisitely crafted green shoes within. "You just need to crush this orb," Lu Zhan demonstrated as he broke the orb in his hand. With a resounding pop, energy burst forth and entered his body, accompanied by the system's voice echoing in his mind. "Please select a reward type, attribute points, experience points, skills, or equipment." Indeed, it was a reward magic box. This was a valuable item. In his previous life, he had survived for over a year and had only acquired one of these. The reward magic box, as its name implies, contained uncertain rewards, requiring luck to determine the outcome. For instance, selecting attribute points meant that the specific attribute and its value would be entirely random. Experience points are equally random. It has been said that a lucky individual in ground combat once stumbled upon an immense amount of experience points, allowing them to ascend a remarkable 50 levels. Of course, the probability of such an event is exceedingly minuscule, almost non-existent, with a likelihood of less than 1 in 10,000. Statistics have shown that when selecting attributes, there is a 90 chance of receiving fewer than 5 points, a 9 chance of receiving between 5 and 10 points, and only a 1 chance of exceeding 10 points. The situation is similar for experience points. Therefore, unless one is truly favored by fortune, very few would choose these options. Most tend to opt for skills and ostentation. Chapter 6. Necromantic Sacrifice. Lu Zhan's luck was not particularly poor. Otherwise, he would not have managed to survive for over a year in his previous life. However, to claim he was a child of destiny would be a gross exaggeration. Thus, he had no intention of relying on luck and instead dutifully chose a skill reward. While the apocalypse granted everyone an initial profession and starting skills, subsequent skills could not be acquired through leveling up. They had to be learned from skill books. The methods for obtaining skill books are numerous, yet those for hidden professions are exceedingly scarce. This scarcity is one of the major drawbacks of hidden professions, the difficulty in finding skills. The reward box for skills can be considered a coveted treasure among hidden professions. as any randomly selected skill will invariably relate to one's profession. Ding! Skill selection initiated, commencing the randomization process. Upon conclusion, the system's voice resonated in Lu Zhan's mind. After a full 5 seconds, ding, congratulations, you have acquired the skill Necromantic Sacrifice. Ding, congratulations, you meet the requirements for learning Necromantic Sacrifice. Would you like to learn it immediately? Upon hearing these 2 notifications, Lu Zhan felt a surge of joy. Skills are not simply acquired. They come with requirements regarding level, attributes, and other factors. If he had drawn a skill that required level 50 to learn, it would have been a cause for despair. Fortunately, fate seemed to favor him. He promptly chose to learn the skill. With a thought, Lu Zhan glanced at the skill description. Necromantic Sacrifice. Consumes 5 mana points to sacrifice 1 undead creature to enhance another undead creature. Note: the sacrifice may fail. Cooldown time: 5 seconds. Lu Zhan furrowed his brow. This skill merely enhances undead creatures, requiring the consumption of another undead as material. However, the possibility of failure is somewhat frustrating, as it equates to a needless waste of an undead creature. The specifics of the enhancement strength are also left undefined. Maintaining a facade of calm, Lu Zhan refrained from testing the skill in the presence of Shan Jialua. Concealing the hidden profession was essential. After all, the use of skills would reveal it immediately, while other aspects should remain discreet. In the apocalypse, monsters are enemies, yet often, humanity itself poses the greatest threat. As Shan Jialua shattered the orb, a pair of exquisite green shoes appeared in her hands. Upon seeing the shoes, Lu Zhan instinctively recalled their attributes. Goblin jumping shoes, agility 3, jump height increased by 10. The equipment is graded into 7 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, red, black, and gold. White grade gear possesses a single attribute, while green gear boasts 2. The goblin jumping shoes, albeit a somewhat inferior piece of green equipment, provided a remarkable boost of 3 points in agility, equivalent to a level in the early stages, truly a divine artifact. However, their conspicuous color was somewhat off-putting. Shan Jialua, undeterred, donned the flamboyant shoes without hesitation. Such wearable equipment automatically adjusts to fit. After taking a few steps, Shan Jialua expressed her satisfaction and then fixed her gaze on Lu Zhan. Her intent unmistakable. "What treasures do you possess?" Lu Zhan, unfazed, clasped his hands and replied, "Then, until we meet again." Indeed, teaming up with Shan Jialua provided a significant level of safety, yet sharing experience points with an additional person diminished efficiency greatly. Moreover, as a necromancer, one could function as an entire party. There was a certain thrill in being a lone wolf. Shan Jialua raised an eyebrow. Truth be told, she had initially considered suggesting they form a party, given that with the undead protecting her, she could simply shoot arrows from the back, making combat exceedingly effortless. To her surprise, he seemed intent on parting ways. Although she did not care for superficial fame or appearance, she was acutely aware of her allure. Since childhood, men had eagerly sought to be near her, devising countless strategies to do so. However, she would not push herself onto him. Instead, she said cheerfully, "Very well, until we meet again." With that, Shan Jialua leaped from the 3rd floor, landing gracefully on the ground. Lu Zhan showed no sign of surprise. The agility of an elven archer was already considerable, and with her newly acquired shoes, jumping from the 3rd floor was trivial. Before departing, Shan Jialua glanced back, only to find that he did not even cast a glance in her direction, igniting a flicker of defiance within her. Lu Zhan, oblivious to her thoughts, remained indifferent. Love is a privilege reserved for the strong, and he believed he was not yet worthy. Once she had completely vanished, Lu Zhan felt an overwhelming urge to test Necromantic Sacrifice. To his dismay, he was promptly notified of insufficient mana, inciting a wave of frustration. What an inconvenience! Was he required to invest in mental attributes? Mental attributes influence mana capacity and recovery speed, making them the second most crucial attribute for magic professions. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhan suddenly recalled something and hurriedly made his way toward the staircase. The goblins on this level had been cleared out. On the 2nd floor, Shan Jialua had also nearly finished her sweep. However, the 1st floor still harbored a dozen goblins feasting, while the students had long since fled, leaving behind only corpses. Just moments ago, this expansive teaching building had been filled with laughter and the sound of eager study. Yet now, it was devoid of life, save for Lu Zhan. Surveying the ground littered with corpses and dismembered limbs, Lu Zhan clenched his fists. He had no desire to join the ranks of the fallen, nor to repeat the mistakes of his previous life. Strength. He needed strength. Only by continually growing stronger could he survive in this apocalyptic world. Thus, a resolute glimmer shone in Lu Zhan's eyes. Why undead? Go forth and slay these goblins. 5 minutes later, with a single stroke, he severed the head of the last goblin. Lu Zhan turned to number 1, intrigued by its capabilities. While its attributes were comparable to the other undead, number 1's combat awareness seemed markedly superior on several occasions. Its attacks astounded even Lu Zhan himself. To be fair, even in his previous life, he likely could not have anticipated those attack timings with such precision. The vending machine should be around here, if memory serves correctly. Following his recollection, Lu Zhan quickly located a vending machine tucked away in a corner on the first floor. This machine once dispensed drinks and snacks, but the apocalypse had wrought significant changes upon it. Lu Zhan placed his hand atop the machine, and soon, a melodious female voice greeted him. Welcome to the exchange system. Simultaneously, a virtual shop interface materialized before his eyes. Indeed, it resembled a shop found within games. The gold coins obtained from slaying monsters could be utilized here. The shop is divided into 3 main categories: skills, equipment, and items. Lu Zhan first clicked on the skills interface, only to be met with disappointment. As expected, it was filled with common low-level profession skills. There were a few magical ones he could learn, yet they were utterly useless. Acquiring them would simply waste skill points. As for the equipment, they were all lackluster white-grade items, not even comparable to the goblin jumping shoes, and the prices were exorbitant. With a sigh, Lu Zhan opened the items interface. Chapter 7. Elite Undead. The items interface was a veritable treasure trove. Aside from various special items akin to those found in games, one could also purchase everyday necessities such as food, clothing, and even sanitary products, along with other everyday items. This apocalypse was starkly different from those depicted in online literature. There was no need to worry about food or medicine. As long as one possessed gold, the shop would provide the finest supplies. Lu Zhan, however, would not squander precious gold on such items. Instead, he directly entered mana into the search bar. Soon, only a handful of items remained on the interface: basic mana potion, intermediate mana potion, fountain of mana, mana recovery scroll. Naturally, he could not afford the higher-tier items, nor could he utilize them at present. With 300 gold coins at his disposal, Lu Zhan wasted no time and clicked on the basic mana potion. Priced at 50 coins per vial, each potion restored 50 mana points. He exchanged for 5 vials, leaving him with 50 gold coins remaining. Exiting the shop system, Lu Zhan eagerly turned his attention to number 1. This particular undead, compared to the others, was evidently more deserving of cultivation and thus would be his focus for enhancement. Lu Zhan silently invoked the skill Necromantic Sacrifice, with number 2 as the sacrifice. Almost instantly, number 2's entire form ignited as if engulfed in flames, transforming into a gray mist that merged with number 1's body. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully sacrificed. Upon hearing the notification, Lu Zhan swiftly examined number 1's attributes. To his astonishment, he could not help but utter a curse. Sacrificing an undead had only yielded a meager increase of 3 points in agility, with strength and constitution barely improving by 1 point each. The other attributes remained unchanged. He could hardly believe it. Lu Zhan glanced at the multitude of goblin corpses sprawled around him and the mana potions in hand. His frustration mounting. Number 3, prepare for sacrifice. Moments later, ding, unfortunately, the sacrifice has failed. Alas. Number 4, advance, beep. Congratulations on your successful sacrifice. Number 5, continue, offer your life. Next, Lu Zhan relentlessly unleashed the resurrection of the undead and their sacrificial rites. When he ran out of mana, he consumed a basic mana potion, a delightful concoction that was refreshingly cool, sweet, and pleasantly palatable. This potion was indeed an essential remedy for all mage classes, albeit with a significant drawback. Consuming a single vial necessitated a 5-minute cooldown, leaving no opportunity for a second dose amid intense battles. However, Lu Zhan remained unperturbed. 5 minutes was merely a matter of patience. Finally, after downing 3 mana potions and sacrificing nearly 20 undead, the system chimed twice in succession. Beep, congratulations on your successful sacrifice. Beep, congratulations on your undead's successful evolution. It evolved. Lu Zhan beamed with delight, glancing at number 1. who suddenly emanated a dazzling green light. The goblin's form underwent only a slight transformation, growing from around 50 centimeters to approximately 60 cm, yet the aura it radiated was entirely transformed. Eagerly, Lu Zhan examined the attributes of this little creature. Undead Goblin. Trait: Elite Undead. Strength: 32. Constitution: 28. Agility: 40. Skill: Death Fear LV1. A passive skill that emits a deathly aura, instilling fear in enemies and reducing their attributes by 10. Incredible. The effort expended on those sacrifices was not in vain. Lu Zhan couldn't help but exclaim in excitement, lifting number 1 and preparing to plant a kiss, but ultimately decided against it. It was simply too ugly to kiss. He gently placed number 1 back on the ground. Elite. In this apocalyptic realm, an elite being was akin to a minor boss. Moreover, number 1's skill was nothing short of extraordinary. Aside from its rather unappealing appearance, it was truly flawless, and Lu Zhan found himself increasingly enamored. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he hurriedly ascended to the 3rd floor. The corpse of the goblin captain lay motionless there. With a flick of his thought, number 1 discarded its small dagger and seized a large sword from the captain's grasp, wielding it with surprising ease. Indeed, it was feasible. Lu Zhan nodded in satisfaction. While this sword bore no remarkable attributes, its heft was undeniably more satisfying than the smaller blade. Subsequently, he gazed at the goblin captain's remains, his eyes shimmering with a green light, and as expected, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Beep. Resurrection of the undead failed. Lu Zhan felt no disappointment. He had anticipated this outcome, merely indulging in a fleeting hope. Regrettably, he wasted 10 points of mana. Then he resurrected 6 more undead goblins. Along with number 1, he now commanded a total of 7 undead goblins, the power of the necromancer beginning to reveal itself. With a thought, the undead ring in his hand glimmered with green light, and the 6 undead goblins vanished, entering the realm of the undead. Only number 1, the elite undead, remained by his side. Parading around with 7 goblins would be too conspicuous. Given the current circumstances, one would suffice to handle most situations, making it prudent to conceal the others as trump cards. Onward, the hunt continues. Exiting the teaching building, Lu Zhan was uninterested in pursuing isolated goblins. It would be far too inefficient. Recalling that 2 locations within the university were teeming with goblins, he remembered they were the students' hiding spots, in the days following the outbreak, apart from a few audacious and exceptionally strong individuals who dared to hunt magical creatures. Most others prioritized fleeing. After all, they were once ordinary students, trembling at the thought of killing even a chicken. The terrifying visage of monsters was enough to deter the majority, let alone engage in combat. One location was the dormitory building, a veritable home for the students, stocked with ample supplies for prolonged concealment. The other was the cafeteria building. In the wake of the apocalypse, most individuals prioritized resources. The cafeteria not only had an array of food, but also housed a large supermarket on the 1st floor, making it an ideal refuge. In his past life, Lu Zhan had hidden within the cafeteria alongside others. According to his memory, the cafeteria was likely surrounded by hundreds of goblins by now. Venturing there recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. It was far safer to hunt near the dormitory. Resolute, Lu Zhan and number 1 made their way toward the dormitory area. The dormitory complex of Nanlin University consisted of 3 buildings, standing in parallel, designated for teachers, male students, and female students respectively. At that moment, chilling screams echoed intermittently from within the dormitories. Students hiding inside were being hunted down one by the goblins, slaughtered and devoured. Some, unable to withstand the terror, leapt from the windows to end their own lives. Yet, a few brave souls, like Lu Yong, fought valiantly against the goblins. Lu Yong was a physical education teacher at the university, resting in the dormitory when the apocalypse erupted. His choice of profession had stemmed from a mindset of cautious optimism, leading him to become a ghost swordsman. Soon, a massive 2-handed sword materialized in his hands. Chapter 8. Berserker. Before long, he realized that the ghost swordsman class seemed significantly stronger than others. After effortlessly slaying his first goblin, he came to the realization that the world had transformed into something akin to a game. However, the ghost swordsman bore a considerable flaw. His low agility. He could only contend with 1 goblin at a time. Should he face 2 or more, he would have to flee. Thus, he had always been cautious, seeking out isolated goblins to eliminate. By now, he had slain nearly 20 goblins, reaching level 2 to currently, he was on the second floor of the female dormitory. Having just dispatched a goblin and addressed the girls cowering within. Stay hidden and silent. I will do my utmost to eliminate the monsters on this floor. Inside the dormitory, 2 girls trembled beneath the bed. Nodding in fear, Lu Yong closed the door and entered another room, finding it empty. Just as he was about to exit, a droplet of water fell onto his head. He looked up and was shocked to see a goblin hanging from the chandelier, drooling towards him. The next moment, the goblin screeched and pounced down. Damn! Lu Yong leapt in surprise, raising his massive sword, but it was too late. The goblin clung to his face. With a loud clang, Lu Yong lost his grip on the sword, dropping it to the floor, and he grasped the goblin in a frantic attempt to pry it off his head. Yet, the goblin clung tenaciously, showing no signs of loosening its grip in the chaos. Lu Yong stumbled towards the window, and without seeing anything, he exerted force, launching himself through the window. The cunning goblin released its hold and landed gracefully on the ground. Unfortunately for Lu Yong, he was not so fortunate. With a resounding crash, he fell heavily to the ground, pain coursing through his body. Fortunately, his choice of profession seemed to have granted him some form of enhancement. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured or worse from the fall. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Lu Yong quickly stood up, realizing with dismay that his massive sword was left behind on the upper floor. To make matters worse, the noise from his fall had attracted the attention of several goblins above, who began leaping down from the windows. In no time, Lu Yong found himself surrounded by 7 goblins, including the previous one. His luck had seemingly run out. With a bitter smile, he thought that even with a weapon, he stood no chance against 7 foes. As the goblins shrieked and charged, he roared in defiance, rushing forward. Even in death, he would not go down without a fight. Just then, a green figure darted past him with incredible speed, leaving an afterimage in its wake with a swift sound. Lu Yong barely registered that the nearest goblin's head had been cleanly severed, falling to the ground, splattering green liquid across his face. Thankfully, it bore no poison. Otherwise, his once handsome visage would have been marred. In the next moment, Lu Yong witnessed a figure weaving through the remaining 6 goblins, accompanied by the sickening sound of flesh being cleaved. Within 30 seconds, all 7 goblins lay decapitated, not a single one left alive. To his astonishment, the slayer was yet another goblin. This one wielded a large sword and was slightly larger than its counterparts, turning around to reveal its eyes glowing with an eerie green light. It was number 1. Now, number 1 was not only significantly stronger than these goblins, but also possessed a powerful aura that weakened enemies. In this exchange of strengths, the battle against the goblins became as effortless as slicing through vegetables. At that moment, Lu Yong felt a chill run down his spine, devoid of any sense of relief for being saved. Teacher Lu, are you all right? Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. Lu Yong jumped, turning to find it was his student. Lu Zhan, be careful, don't come over. Lu Yong instinctively stood in front of Lu Zhan. Run. This one is formidable. I'll hold it off. A warm sensation involuntarily surged within Lu Zhan's heart. Human nature is indeed complex. In his previous life, Lu Zhan had witnessed the grotesque facets of humanity far too often. Yet, there exists a beautiful side, albeit a tragically scant proportion. Although Lu Yong served as Lu Zhan's physical education teacher, their interactions had been minimal, limited to a few exchanged words during class. At this moment, however, Lu Yong boldly stepped forward, prepared to sacrifice his life to protect his student, truly embodying the essence of a teacher. Lu Zhan remained silent, his thoughts shifting as number 1 promptly sheathed the machete and approached. It was only when the terrifying goblins silently crept up behind Lu Zhan that Lu Yong regained his senses. Incredulously stammering, "You. Teacher Lu, my profession is rather unique. I can control these creatures," Lu Zhan replied with a smile. "Holy cow, a beast master?" Lu Yong couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Zhan, of course, chose not to confirm or deny. "Lu Zhan, your companion is remarkably strong. Just moments ago, it dispatched 7 goblins with such ease." Relieved to have survived, Lu Yong found his words flowing more freely. Though he was a teacher, he was still only 32. And quite youthful. "It was merely luck," Lu Zhan replied, lacking the time for idle chatter. "Teacher Lu, Let us collaborate. Collaborate? How so? Lu Yong asked, taken aback in his view. Lu Zhan's subordinate was so powerful that his assistance seemed unnecessary. Just like before, you draw the goblins down, and I will eliminate them, Lu Zhan suggested. This notion had only just occurred to him. Rather than searching each dorm room for goblins, it would be more efficient to lure them out. As the most basic of magical creatures, goblins possess a modicum of intelligence, yet it remains rather limited, merely a tad above instinct. If Lu Yong were to bait the enemies, the goblins would inevitably rush down for food. But no more than 10 at a time, for even they understood the basic principle of resource distribution. As long as the number did not exceed 10, it would pose no danger to number 1. Additionally, Lu Zhan wished to assist Lu Yong. Having endured the trials of a post-apocalyptic world, Lu Zhan no longer considered himself a paragon of virtue, yet he still harbored the hope that this world might have a few more good souls. While Lu Yong was not an avid gamer, he had certainly played enough during his university days to grasp the mechanics of luring and slaying monsters, and without hesitation, he replied, "Haha, that's a splendid idea." His plan was straightforward. Lure all the magical creatures down, ensuring the safety of the students hiding upstairs. Lu Zhan chuckled and casually inquired, "By the way, Teacher Lu, what is your profession?" "Ghost swordsman." Upon hearing those 3 words, Lu Zhan was taken aback. The ghost swordsman is not a hidden profession, and while it is slightly stronger than ordinary classes, it is not particularly remarkable. However, upon reaching level 10, a ghost swordsman can advance to become a berserker, which stands as the pinnacle of conventional classes, wielding immense power, rivaling even many hidden professions. In his recollections, one of the 12 heavenly kings was a berserker. To think, Lu Yong's profession was that of a ghost swordsman, a name Lu Zhan had never encountered in his previous life. Perhaps Lu Yong's original fate was to perish in the recent goblin assault, and Lu Zhan's arrival had fundamentally altered his destiny. Chapter 9. The favor of the undead lord. Should I call out now? The goblins should come down if they hear me, right? Lu Yong, unaware of the future strength of his ghost swordsman, inquired. "Wait, where's your weapon?" "I left it upstairs." "Then pick up a goblin's machete for the time being. You can unleash your full potential later and gain some experience," Lu Zhan suggested with a grin. "All right, thank you." Lu Zhan. Lu Yong was not one to be overly formal. Although he had been a teacher, in this post-apocalyptic world where societal order had utterly collapsed, strength dictated authority, and Lu Yong had come to terms with this reality. Subsequently, Lu Zhan led number 1 to a nearby grove to hide. "You ugly little trash, if you have the guts, come down here," Lu Yong bellowed from below the dormitory, releasing the pent-up frustrations he had harbored. Feeling exhilarated, after venting, he looked up to see goblins peering out from the windows, startling him momentarily. He wondered if they would all leap down. Fortunately, his concerns were unfounded. After 8 goblins jumped down, the others retreated back into the dormitory in search of alternative food sources. "Come on, if you dare." With newfound confidence, Lu Yong brandished his knife and beckoned the 8 goblins with a gesture. Though the goblins could not comprehend human speech, they understood this universal gesture and charged forward. Before they could close the distance, number 1 surged forward, delivering a lethal strike that left one goblin gravely injured, which he then kicked towards Lu Yong. This was, of course, Lu Zhan's directive. The final blow against a magical creature plays a significant role in experience distribution, and Lu Zhan hoped Lu Yong would reap a larger share of the rewards. Haha, watch my strike. Ghost slash, Lu Yong chuckled, a man in his 30s displaying a hint of youthful exuberance. A dark aura coalesced around his machete, which he swung fiercely at the goblin. The already weakened creature was swiftly dispatched, and Lu Yong heard a notification sound in his mind. While this experience was not as substantial as what he would have gained from a solo kill, it was efficient, and most importantly, it was safe. From the 8 goblins, Lu Zhan allowed Lu Yong to claim 4 kills, with the remainder going to the goblins. Throughout this process, Lu Zhan could remain in the shadows. "Shall I continue?" Lu Yong mused excitedly to himself. In such a short time, it felt as though he had slain 2 goblins. What a thrill! Lu Zhan signaled to the goblins, then returned to his hiding spot. "Useless little trash, if you have the guts, come again." The goblins, clearly lacking the intelligence to comprehend why their 8 compatriots had fallen, instinctively obeyed their primal urges to consume flesh. Thus, 6 more goblins leaped from the upper floor. A minute later, as number 1 dispatched the 3rd goblin, Lu Zhan's mind was suddenly filled with notifications beyond mere experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have achieved the milestone of slaying 100 magical creatures, earning the title Slayer of 100 Beasts. Ding! Congratulations! You are the 96th player globally to complete this achievement. As one of the top 100 players, you will receive a special reward, Class Talent. Would you like to draw for your talent? Lu Zhan's heart raced and uncontainable joy illuminated his eyes. He was aware of the title Slayer of 100 Beasts, and knew it continued with 1,000 Beast Slayer and 10,000 Beast Slayer, a fundamental title available to all. As for the title's attributes, it granted one to strength, a minor benefit. However, he had no prior knowledge of the rewards for being among the top 100. In his previous life, he had been a mere struggling individual at the bottom. Completely unaware of many high-level insights, at this moment, Lu Zhan felt nothing but gratitude. It was fortunate that he had chosen to collaborate with Lu Yong, swiftly slaying those 100 creatures. Had he searched room by room, he surely would not have achieved this so quickly. If he had delayed further, he would have inevitably fallen out of the top 100 and lost the reward. Yet, a sense of caution began to creep in. 96. This meant there were still 95 formidable players ahead of him. Although he had the advantage of reincarnation, he could not afford to be complacent. With excitement coursing through him, Lu Zhan promptly responded in his mind. Draw for Class Talent. Class Talent was something he had never heard of in his previous life. This exceedingly rare entity was evidently a hidden card, something that anyone with a semblance of intelligence would never openly share. Drawing for Class Talent. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn the SSS Class Talent, Favor of the Undead Lord. At that moment, Lu Zhan's smile nearly contorted into a grimace. Although he had never heard of this talent, its SSS rating spoke volumes about its value. At last, it was his turn to take center stage. In the next instant, Lu Zhan felt a surge of powerful energy flooding his body. He could sense a significant enhancement in his strength, constitution, and agility. Eagerly, he opened his attributes. Beneath the profession necromancer, the talent Favor of the Undead Lord was prominently displayed. Below this talent were two straightforward yet extraordinarily potent descriptions. Under the Favor of the Undead Lord, all reborn undead gain a 10 enhancement to their attributes. Under the Favor of the Undead Lord, you gain a 10 enhancement to all reborn undead's attributes. Lu Zhan took a deep breath, his mind consumed by a singular thought. I am destined to be invincible. The first point alone was remarkable. Enhancing all undead by 10 could mean a few points for a typical goblin. However, as the number of undead grew and their strength increased, the impact of this augmentation would become astounding. The second point was even more crucial. For instance, a standard undead goblin would contribute approximately 1.8 to agility. With 6, that would total 10.8. Adding number 1's 4 points, he would gain nearly 15 agility out of thin air. Should anyone presume that a necromancer's body is weak, they would soon learn the true meaning of a melee mage. This attribute would undoubtedly surpass that of most warrior classes, with the only drawback being the inability to utilize skills. Ahead, Lu Yong had commenced his third act of drawing aggro in a swift motion. 7 goblins leapt down one after another. Just as Lu Yong felt a sense of scarcity, the ground trembled slightly. A larger goblin, the goblin captain, landed heavily, revealing its formidable presence. This creature, albeit an elite monster, possessed a slightly higher intelligence than the lesser goblins. Observing that its minions had been unable to eliminate this diminutive human for so long, it resolved to take matters into its own hands. Lu Yong's expression shifted. He recognized the significance of this hulking figure, yet he did not falter. He had made up his mind. If Lu Zhan could defeat it, so much the better. If not, he would remain as a rear guard. Number 1. Can you handle 2 minions? Lu Zhan's eyes gleamed with determination as he silently pondered. Remarkably, Number 1 seemed to understand, nodding in response. Ha, do you think I fear you just because you're bigger? Lu Yong gripped his small machete, using words to bolster his courage. In the next moment, that familiar green figure appeared before him, and to his surprise, it was accompanied by 2 minions. Lu Yong was taken aback, quickly realizing that his former student was likely far more formidable than he had anticipated. The goblin captain did not attack immediately, but instead bellowed at Number 1, seemingly berating the 3 traitorous goblins. Number 1 remained silent, responding only through action. It leapt forward, swinging its large machete down toward the captain. With an enraged roar, The captain raised its own weapon to counter. The clash of their blades resonated with a sharp clang, and the captain's machete shattered, forcing it to stumble back several steps. Gazing at the half-broken weapon in its hand, its green face paled further. It was bewildered, unable to comprehend why a mere foot soldier could best it. Lu Zhan was unsurprised by this outcome. They were both elite-level creatures, and with number 1 enjoying a 10 attribute bonus alongside a 10 reduction for the enemy, it was a clear advantage. Realizing it was losing the duel, the goblin captain abandoned any semblance of honor and unleashed a frenzy skill. The 7 goblins around it were instantly invigorated, charging toward number 1. However, number 1 was not alone in this fight. Besides the 2 undead minions, Lu Yong, unwilling to play the coward, joined the fray. Initially, number 1 had intended to confront the goblin captain directly, but it suddenly received a command from its master to eliminate the ordinary goblins first. Within seconds, number 1 struck down the frenzied goblins with ease. Lu Yong was momentarily stunned. Just as he had braced himself for a fierce battle, it all felt like a waste of his fervor. As the goblin captain watched its minions fall, it howled in despair. Soon, goblins from the dormitory above began to jump down one after another. This was precisely why Lu Zhan had instructed number 1 not to kill the captain. Allowing it to summon more goblins was a far more efficient strategy than Lu Yong provoking it from below. Goblins continued to descend. The captain grew increasingly agitated, howling even louder, yet without the frenzy active. This time it could only roar in frustration. The frenzied goblins could not withstand a single strike from number 1, and the unempowered ones were even more feeble. A few were cut down mid-air before they could land, while the remaining ones were swiftly dispatched by numbers 2 and 3. Lu Yong could do little more than pick up the scraps. In a mere 3 minutes, the sound of experience points flooding into Lu Zhan's mind was relentless, raising his concern that the system might crash. After 3 minutes, the goblin captain's voice grew hoarse, trembling as it clutched its broken weapon. Despite its continued cries, no more goblins leapt from the dormitory above. This was not due to all the goblins in the 3 buildings being exterminated. Rather, as an elite, some goblins were preoccupied with their meals and showed no deference to the captain. Thus, with number 1 leading the charge, followed by numbers 2 and 3 and Lu Yong, they approached the captain step by step. The goblin captain retreated until it found itself cornered against the wall, ultimately kneeling down and begging for mercy. These creatures were not mere game data. They were living beings, and naturally, they felt fear. With a thought from Lu Zhan, number 1 wasted no time, striking the captain 3 times. After the 3rd strike, it halted, having been ordered to spare a drop of blood. Number 1 then looked towards Lu Yong, who quickly understood that he was to deliver the finishing blow. Having just felled so many goblins, Lu Yong knew that claiming the captain's life would yield a substantial experience reward. He was deeply moved that Lu Zhan would grant him the experience from this boss kill. With tears in his eyes, he raised his machete and unleashed the skill Ghost Slash. With a decisive sound, he leveled up to level 3. Simultaneously, Lu Zhan, who had been orchestrating events from the shadows, stepped forward beside the captain. Moments ago, he too had heard the sound of leveling up. He had reached level 4. He still had 3 attribute points to allocate, all in physique. Plus, he could resurrect 2 more undead. Thank you, Lu Zhan, Lu Yong said earnestly. Without Lu Zhan, he estimated it would have taken him at least another day to reach level 3, with an even greater chance of being killed by goblins. It's nothing, Lu Laosher. The ghost swordsman is formidable. I hope you can shine in the future world, Lu Zhan replied with a smile. Lu Yong was left bewildered by this exchange. Lu Zhan then turned his attention to the items dropped by the goblin captain, which was the primary reason he had asked Lu Yong to deliver the final blow. Monsters drop loot according to certain rules. For instance, weaker characters have a greater chance of receiving better items when defeating stronger monsters. In his past life, many powerful teams would bring along a weaker character to deal the final blow to a boss, effectively exploiting a reasonable game mechanic. Lu Zhan had the fortune to be in such a position once or twice. At that moment, 2 orbs floated above the goblin captain's corpse. Upon inspection, Lu Zhan felt a twinge of disappointment. No magical reward box had appeared. 1 orb contained a stone, while the other held a character symbol, specifically the character for skill. Lu Zhan picked up the stone, recognizing it as a strengthening stone, usable for enhancing equipment. He then shattered the character orb, receiving the notification. Congratulations, you have gained 1 skill point. Indeed, this was a skill point. In this so-called apocalyptic game, leveling up only increased attribute points, while skills, skill points, and equipment must be acquired through other means. Thus, level alone does not equate to absolute strength. Numerous examples exist of low-level characters defeating high-level foes. By the way, do you still need me to lure more enemies? Lu Yong inquired. While he was curious about the two orbs Lu Zhan had taken, he refrained from asking, recognizing them as Lu Zhan's possessions. No, Lu Laosher, I'm heading to another location. Would you like to join me? Lu Zhan shook his head, extending an invitation that was rare. The strength of the ghost swordsman is formidable. If given the chance, he would undoubtedly make an exceptionally powerful ally. The goblins in the dormitory building have already been slain in significant numbers, and there is no need to squander time on the few that remain. Upon hearing this, Lu Yong furrowed his brow and remarked, but there are still quite a few goblins inside the dormitory building. Lu Zhan, you are so powerful. Why not lend a hand to these students and eliminate the goblins completely? Teacher Lu, do you not understand? In this apocalyptic world, the only ones who can save them are themselves. Slaying these monsters and continually growing stronger is the only path to survival in this desolate era. If you vanquish all the monsters, how will they ever become strong? Do you intend to protect these individuals for eternity? Lu Zhan replied, his expression devoid of emotion. After listening to this discourse, Lu Yong's frown gradually unfurled, and he said, Lu Zhan, thank you. I now know how to assist them. Your implication is clear. I should not merely eradicate those goblins, as that would not truly save the students. Instead, I ought to teach them, show them how to fight, instruct them to slay those goblins themselves. Although he was acutely aware of the countless benefits of following Lu Zhan, he resolved to remain behind, to rescue those students hiding in the dormitory. Is not teaching and nurturing students the very essence of a teacher's duty? Lu Zhan was left both amused and exasperated. This situation transcended mere altruism. It was nothing short of a saintly disposition. Teacher Lu, I recall there is a vending machine in the dormitory building. You might want to check it out. Perhaps you'll discover something valuable, Lu Zhan suggested. Lu Yong nodded earnestly, saying, Lu Zhan, I hope we can meet again in the future. He was a man of understanding, recognizing that compelling Lu Zhan to stay and assist was unrealistic. With that, he hurried back to the dormitory. Time was of the essence, and he needed to retrieve his great sword. The small dagger was rather unwieldy. Once Lu Yong departed, Lu Zhan turned his gaze to the corpse of the goblin centurion on the ground, his eyes gleaming with a green light. The second-level necromantic rebirth should be capable of evolving into an elite rank. A moment later, as he anticipated, the goblin centurion suddenly opened its eyes, radiating the signature green glow of the undead. The rebirth was successful. Lu Zhan glanced at its attributes, inwardly lamenting. Undead goblin centurion. Characteristics, undead. Strength, 26. Constitution, 22. Agility, 30. The fervent skill he had eagerly awaited was absent. Moreover, it was merely an ordinary level undead, with attributes significantly lower than the first. It appeared that regardless of the monster's original rank, transformation into the undead began at the ordinary level. Nevertheless, even as an ordinary level entity, the centurion's attributes surpassed those of a common goblin, influenced further by its innate talents, providing Lu Zhan with an additional 2 or 3 points in attributes. With one undead slot remaining, Lu Zhan chose not to waste it on an ordinary goblin but instead returned to the teaching building, where another goblin centurion lay. 10 minutes later, on the third floor of the teaching building. The fallen centurion rose once more, and Lu Zhan felt his 3 primary attributes strengthen yet again. With 9 undead at his command, he pondered how powerful he would become if he could sacrifice the other 8 into elite undead. Just the thought was thrilling. Therefore, the matter of slaying monsters could be postponed. The gap in experience from level 4 to 5 was immense, and leveling up offered minimal enhancements. The pressing priority remained to amplify his own strength. If memory served, the first dungeon within this school was about to be activated. Though merely a one-time dungeon, the rewards for clearing it were extraordinarily advantageous in the current context. Lu Zhan had to seize this opportunity. As the apocalypse descended, it felt as though humanity faced annihilation. Yet, heaven had granted humanity a fleeting opportunity to breathe. Aside from this gamified existence, the greatest boon was undoubtedly the dungeons. Dungeons varied in size, time of existence, and appearance, with no discernible patterns. However, without a doubt, their emergence heralded immense resources and rewards. Vast amounts of experience, exceptional equipment, and a myriad of items were all products of these dungeons, in his previous life. Each of the 8 emperors of humanity wielded control over at least one permanent large-scale dungeon. Thus began the monotonous journey of undead sacrifice. Having recently vanquished a multitude of goblins, Liu Zhan found himself in possession of a substantial 80 gold coins. Approaching the vending machine, he exchanged for 20 bottles of mana potions, uncertain whether they might induce intoxication. Subsequently, he activated the skill of Undead Sacrifice, offering the second undead to the newly reborn 8th. The undead centurion. If possible, he naturally wished to elevate these 2 centurions to elite status, as the attribute enhancement would likely be significant. Unfortunately, the sacrifice failed. Third one, continued. Regrettably, the sacrifice failed. After 2 consecutive failures, Liu Zhan sighed. This was likely not due to his bad luck, but rather that ordinary goblins were too feeble a sacrifice for the centurion. He then attempted to enhance the first undead, only to be met with the notification that his level of sacrifice was insufficient. In that case, he would have to strengthen the ordinary goblins first. As Liu Zhan continued to rebirth and sacrifice his undead, his mana dwindled rapidly, akin to drinking water. After sacrificing over 20, the second elite undead finally emerged. Congratulations on your successful sacrifice. Congratulations on your undead's successful evolution. Undead Goblin. Characteristics: Elite level undead. Strength: 28. Constitution: 25. Agility: 34. Upon seeing these attributes, Liu Zhan furrowed his brow. Despite both being elite, the disparity in attributes was considerable. Most notably, it lacked any skills. With a sense of perplexity, Liu Zhan persisted with the sacrifices. Soon enough, the third elite-level undead was born, possessing attributes comparable to the second, yet similarly devoid of skills. Crucially, he sensed no lively essence within these 2 elite undead. Liu Zhan turned his gaze to the first and found it staring back at him with its eerie green eyes. This further affirmed that the first was indeed a special, mutated individual. After more than an hour, having consumed all 20 bottles of mana potions and exhausted the goblin corpses throughout the teaching building, Liu Zhan ultimately succeeded in enhancing 6 ordinary goblin undead to elite level. Thus, he now commanded 7 elite undead, complemented by 2 centurion-level ordinary undead. Liu Zhan's 3 primary attributes surpassed 30, with constitution and agility reaching an astonishing 40. Yet he was merely a level 4 mage. Such power was indeed extraordinary. After gathering all the undead into his necromantic space, Liu Zhan scoured the various classrooms until he finally discovered a sword-like weapon in the hands of a fellow student. This starting equipment was bound and could not be wielded by others to gain any attributes or enhancements. Nevertheless, the sword retained its basic functionality as a weapon and proved quite sharp. Liu Zhan picked it up and wielded it with ease, finding it quite suitable. In his previous life, he had been a spirit swordsman, making him well acquainted with swords. Although lacking sword-specific skills, his current attributes rendered his strikes formidable. Disguised as a sword-wielding class, he doubted anyone would discern the truth. Having prepared thoroughly, Liu Zhan set off towards the location where the dungeon would soon open. The cafeteria building. He could not ascertain the precise timing of the dungeon's emergence, so it was prudent to arrive early and prepare. Indeed, the entrance to this initial dungeon lay within the building itself. As he recalled, Liu Zhan and numerous students had once sheltered in the cafeteria hall. Surrounded by a multitude of goblins outside, the onset of the dungeon, no one understood what it was. Yet, in that moment of desperation, they were all driven by a flicker of hope to venture inside. Upon entry, they discovered the dungeon was even more perilous, and once inside, there was no exit unless they cleared it. Thus, over 100 individuals entered the dungeon one after another, ultimately spending more than 3 hours to clear it through sheer attrition. The final beneficiaries were an inconspicuous student who, thanks to the monumental rewards from the dungeon's first clearing, soared to prominence and ultimately became one of the 72 divine generals. Chapter 12. The Cafeteria Building. The cafeteria building comprises 3 floors. The first floor is a large supermarket, while the second is the dining hall. As for the third floor, it consists of private rooms. Although Liu Zhan had prepared himself, the sight before him still struck him with profound astonishment. Once, he had hidden in the second-floor hall, unable to see the situation outside clearly, only aware of the countless goblins. In this moment, however, he could see clearly. There were at least 300 of them, densely packed. More terrifying still, among these goblins, nearly 10 towering goblin centurions roamed, alongside a fearsome creature standing at the center. clad in green armor and wielding a battle axe that was a goblin warrior. A hero-level monster. Such a formidable force could easily storm the cafeteria if they desired. Liu Zhan surmised that these monsters refrained from attacking not merely for the sake of slaughtering humans, but rather aimed to corral them like livestock. Yet, the goblin species possesses a low upper limit. Even at the hero level, their intelligence remains rather limited. They merely know to encircle humans, preventing any from escaping, while awaiting their commander's arrival, in his previous life. Liu Zhan had inadvertently stumbled into the territory of the wolf demons, where there was a dedicated area for herding numerous humans in that hellish place. Even death was a luxury. The nightmarish scenes there had left a profound impression on Liu Zhan's psyche. Taking a deep breath, he dispelled the terrifying scenes that lingered in his mind. So many goblins. Even he, should he attempt to force his way through, would undoubtedly meet his demise. Fortunately, he had no intention of doing so. Liu Zhan circled around the cafeteria, eventually arriving at the rear of the building. Here, the number of goblins was significantly diminished, yet the noise of a forced entry would still be too great. His target was a grand tree nearby. This tree, lush and verdant, was said to be over 100 years old, towering at a height of 15 meters, surpassing even an entire building. Beside the tree, 2 goblins were feasting on human limbs scavenged from who knows where. Liu Zhan approached stealthily, and when he was close enough, he surged forward with remarkable speed, appearing before the 2 goblins in an instant. With 2 swift strikes of his sword, the goblins were decapitated, emitting only the faintest sounds that failed to alert the goblin horde nearby. Subsequently, Liu Zhan leapt with agility, landing on the tree trunk over 2 meters high. With nearly 40 agility, he moved as gracefully as a swallow. In ancient terms, this could be described as lightness of body. After 2 more leaps, he ascended to a height of 10 meters, just high enough to glimpse the rooftop of the cafeteria building. The distance was nearly 10 meters, a jump that was impossible for an average human without a running start. Yet, he pondered, was he still an ordinary human? With a self-deprecating smile, he positioned himself on the nearest trunk to the rooftop. To be honest, he had no confidence in making the jump. Regardless, even if he failed, a fall wouldn't be fatal. There was little to fear. Taking a deep breath, Liu Zhan leapt with all his might. In the next moment, his body shot forth like a cannonball, and moments later, his feet landed precisely on the edge of the rooftop. He had undoubtedly set a world record. Liu Zhan chuckled to himself. The rooftop led to a door below, which Liu Zhan pushed, only to find it immovable. It seemed to be blocked. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and slashed a few times, reducing the door to splinters. Indeed, behind the door lay a pile of tables and chairs. Just as Liu Zhan was about to force his way in, several individuals rushed up the staircase, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. You? Who are you? How did you get here? The noise from breaking the door had attracted them. They had originally thought it was goblins, but were astonished to find a human instead. They had already checked the rooftop and concluded that it was impossible for anyone to be up there. Liu Zhan pointed towards the tree and replied truthfully, I jumped over from that tree. Bro, you're impressive. Come inside, exclaimed the leader of the group, a young man named Zhou Kai, who was holding a spear and giving a thumbs up. Seemingly unfazed, he directed the others to move the tables and chairs aside. In this world, everyone had a profession, and unbelievable feats had become commonplace. Jumping 10 meters was no longer a cause for astonishment, especially since Liu Zhan's appearance suggested he was a student from the university. Hello, I am Zhou Kai, a junior. Once Liu Zhan entered, Zhou Kai noticed the sword in his hand, stained with green blood, and his enthusiasm grew. The apocalypse had erupted half a day ago, and people were beginning to grasp the basic rules. Fight monsters to level up, however, understanding was one thing. True courage was another. Liu Zhan clearly belonged to the courageous few, making him a noteworthy figure in this new world. Zhou Kai himself had only survived due to sheer luck after slaying 3 goblins, which had earned him a few followers. I am Liu Zhan, a sophomore, he replied, extending his hand. In the early days of the apocalypse, most humans still retained their innate kindness, their moral compass not yet entirely shattered. However, as time passed, humanity's ethics would face severe challenges, plunging society into a dark era until the emergence of the 8 emperors, who would establish a new social order. Liu, have you slain many goblins? Zhou Kai asked while directing his followers to barricade the door. Perhaps a dozen by chance, Wow, impressive. A dozen? Have you leveled up? Yes, by 2 levels, but it's not very useful, just 3 points in attributes. That's still quite powerful. Are you a sword warrior? No, I am a spirit swordsman. A spirit swordsman? That's impressive. No wonder you can jump so fast. Was just luck. Hey, luck is a form of strength too, Lou. If there's a chance to go out, take your brothers along to slay monsters. Yes, Lou, take me with you. My profession is a healer. I can heal, Lou. Take me too, and me, Lou. In an instant, 5 or 6 students clamored to speak. All right, Lou Jean replied with a smile. Inside, he felt a strange sensation. He had once played the role of Zhou Kai countless times. Now, unexpectedly, the roles had reversed, and he found himself the object of admiration. As they spoke, they arrived at the cafeteria hall on the 2nd floor. It was packed with people, most sitting on the ground, with only a few fortunate enough to have chairs. Despair and fear etched on their faces, they showed little reaction upon seeing Zhou Kai and his companions descend. Those who were arrogant, powerful, and capable indulged themselves in the luxurious 3rd-floor suites, leaving the rest to crowd below. This small cafeteria building was beginning to reveal the social hierarchy. Yet, this hierarchy was not defined by wealth, but by strength. Many among the crowd were 2nd-generation rich, but now their money had turned into mere numbers or paper. Although these people were unaware of the outside world, the passage of time without rescue had led them to a grim conclusion. Everything mirrored the past life. Come, Lou, let's move this way. I'll get them to make some room, Zhou Kai said, unconsciously addressing him as Lou instead of Lou brother. Though he lacked the qualifications to enter the 3rd-floor suites. In this hall, he was considered quite powerful. No need. I'd like to grab something to eat first, Lou Jean replied, heading towards the supermarket on the ground floor. Chapter 13. 2 week Zhou Kai's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly stepped forward to block him. Lou, you can't go to the supermarket on the 1st floor. However, Lou Jean seemed not to hear, his pace unyielding. He knew all too well why the 1st floor was off limits. At the staircase, several corpses lay sprawled, the fate of those who had attempted to force their way in. Liu Jean stepped over the bodies, undeterred. Zhou Kai gritted his teeth and followed closely behind with a few others. Oh, look, someone dares to come down and seek death. A voice jeered. If you don't want to die, get back. Brother Han said he'll send a batch of food up later. Just wait quietly. Standing at the foot of the stairs were 2 burly men in security uniforms, each wielding a weapon stained with fresh blood. Their words had barely left their lips when they felt a blur before their eyes, in the next instant. As they opened their mouths to speak again, they found themselves unable to utter a sound, blood gushing from their throats. Liu Jean stepped back a few paces to avoid the splatter. The 2 men dominating the supermarket on the 1st floor were former security guards from the school. And Liu Jean was all too familiar with them. In his past life, they had caused untold suffering in this cafeteria. None of them were good people. Liu Jean was ruthless in his actions. After dispatching the 2, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding, player killed, gained 20 gold. Ding, player killed, gained 30 gold. While killing did not grant experience, he could seize the gold from the fallen and loot their belongings. However, these 2 were too impoverished. Their demise was essentially inconsequential. Behind him, Zhou Kai and his companions were utterly stunned, watching Liu Jean with fear in their eyes, hesitant to approach. Though they had witnessed their share of violence in this apocalypse, nothing compared to the swiftness and decisiveness of Liu Jean's actions. The speed at which he moved left them in disbelief. Was he truly just a sophomore student? Shall I treat you all to a 0-cost shopping spree? Liu Jean turned back, grinning. Lou, please, you go ahead, Zhou Kai stammered, having unconsciously shifted to addressing him with respect. That smile appeared to them as a devil's grin. Liu Jean maintained a stoic expression as he descended the stairs, stepping over the corpses. Not far away, several individuals were rushing towards him. Among them was the former head of security, Han Yong, armed not with a sword or stick like his companions, but with a gun. Unlike the rest, his weapon was a system-rewarded initial gear, capable of functioning and boasting impressive damage, with the terrifying advantage of infinite bullets. In the early days of the apocalypse, the gunner's profession was akin to a game-breaking ability. Damn it! Seeking death! Han Yong roared upon seeing the 2 dead subordinates lying on the ground, his fury boiling over. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a figure dashed towards him with incredible speed. Han Yong's heart raced. He raised his hand to shoot, only to feel something falling towards the ground. A closer look revealed it was his own hand that held the gun. Han Yong's mind went blank, and it took him a full 5 seconds to react, unleashing a horrific scream. Within 7 steps, the sword is swift, Lu Zhan proclaimed with a flair for dramatics, then swung his sword again, slicing through Han Yong's throat. Ding! Player killed. Gained 200 gold. This fellow appears to be quite affluent, having dispatched numerous goblins. Who are you? Spare me, please, big brother. The surrounding lackeys were utterly panicked, not anticipating that their esteemed security captain would meet such a demise, leaving them devoid of any courage to fight back. Spare us. To spare you is to condemn others to death. Lu Zhan snorted coldly, striking without mercy. He remembered these individuals clearly. Not only had they killed many students, but they had also dragged beautiful students down from the hall to humiliate them without restraint, their sins beyond measure. Although they had not yet committed these crimes in this life, it did not hinder Lu Zhan from passing judgment upon them. A minute later, Lu Zhan wiped his sword on the ground, cleaning off the blood, and said to Zhou Kai and the others following behind him, "All right, you may do as you wish, Tio this." Zhou Kai unexpectedly fell to his knees with a thud, his face brimming with eagerness. "Brother Lu, from now on, you shall be my elder brother. I shall serve you like a beast of burden." At this point, he could no longer deny that what stood before him was not merely a small fry, but rather a formidable giant. His subordinates behind him quickly emulated his actions. Yet, Lu Zhan seemed to pay them no mind. Striding directly toward the beverage section of the supermarket, leaving behind 5 words. "You are too weak." Lu Zhan was not a pampered noble, needing no lackeys. Even if he sought teammates, he would look for those of the caliber of Shan Jialuo or Lu Yong, naturally not including Zhou Kai and his ilk. Too weak. Zhou Kai's eyes were vacant, so weak that he lacked even the qualifications to be a subordinate. The humiliations he had endured flashed through his mind in vivid detail. Did he want to remain like this forever? No. He refused to accept it. He yearned to grow stronger, to seize control of his own fate. In that moment, an unprecedented determination surged within him. Ding! Congratulations, you have awakened your occupational talent. Growing braver with each battle, Lu Zhan remained oblivious to the fact that a single phrase of his had prompted Zhou Kai to awaken his occupational talent. That moment, he was sipping on a Red Tiger energy drink, relishing a can of meat, thoroughly satisfied. Although points in this post-apocalyptic world could be exchanged for food, for someone of his lowly status, acquiring points was no easy feat. Naturally, he would use them to enhance his strength, rather than squander them on mere sustenance in this life. At least he would not have to starve. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Lu Zhan clapped his hands and headed toward the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai and the others were still busy gathering supplies. Upon seeing Lu Zhan, they hurriedly approached him and inquired, "Brother Lu, do you need us to guard the staircase?" "Guard for what? If they take what they want, it will likely be exhausted in just a day or two. Haha, do you plan to stay here for a day or two? And then what? Wait to die. If you truly wish to live, venture out to slay monsters and level up. That is the true path to survival." Having said this, Lu Zhan ascended the staircase without looking back on the 2nd floor's hall. Just as Lu Zhan arrived upstairs, a series of blood-curdling screams echoed from above. Moments later, a tattered girl burst forth from a private booth, directly plunging a dagger into her own heart. Inside the booth, several individuals emerged, unperturbed as they regarded the girl. "What terrible luck! There are so many women. I don't have to play with you." "Hey, even if she dies, that doesn't mean we can't have our fun." "Ugh, how disgusting. Hurry up and throw her downstairs. Let us continue our merriment inside." With that, one man lifted the lifeless girl and tossed her down from the upper floor. The onlookers in the hall turned ashen, saying nothing, merely parting to make way. Thud! The girl's corpse landed on the ground, no one daring to approach. Though only half a day had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, for these people, it felt as if years had gone by. In this brief span, they had witnessed too much death, too much evil, too much of humanity's darkness. Just in this cafeteria building, there had been dozens who had perished at each other's hands. Their bodies were tossed downstairs to feed the goblins. The remaining individuals had grown somewhat numb. Chapter 14. Your grudge? Avenge it yourself. Lu Zhan cast a glance at the girl's corpse, feeling a twinge of emotion. That face was familiar to him. It belonged to Zhang Yu, the once class flower. He had rejected her companionship back then, never imagining she would perish here. He glanced toward the booth above, intrigued, for it was precisely where the instance was about to unfold. Was it possible that, through some cosmic design, Zhang Yu wished for him to avenge her? However, if vengeance were to be sought, it was best left to her. He then silently intoned, "Number 7, I apologize for the sacrifice. May it be so." Within the realm of the undead, Number 7, having just been enhanced to an elite undead, began to dissolve into mist, entering the body of the Sergeant Undead. Ding, congratulations, your sacrifice has been successful. It was a waste of an elite-level undead, yet the attributes of the Sergeant Undead only increased by 2 or 3 points. Such a trade was indeed exceedingly unprofitable. Nevertheless, Lu Zhan undertook this action solely to free up a spot for another undead. He gazed at Zhang Yu's corpse on the ground, his eyes glowing with a ghostly green light. Truth be told, this was his first time reviving a human, and he was uncertain if it would succeed. Suddenly, 2 students, poised to move the corpse downstairs, let out a horrified scream. They watched in disbelief as the corpse slowly rose to its feet, the dagger still embedded in its chest. Who wouldn't he panic at such a sight? Dead. Resurrected. What a joke. This has turned into a game world. What is so strange about a zombie? Could it be that she possesses some hidden class? Look at her eyes. They turned green. Will she become a zombie? Zhang Yu, do you still remember me? The bizarre scene finally stirred the previously stagnant atmosphere. A crowd gathered around the revived Zhang Yu, yet none dared to approach Ian. The next moment, Zhang Yu took her first step forward, causing the crowd to instinctively recoil. Yet she seemed oblivious to their presence, making her way toward the staircase. In that instant, a singular thought surfaced in everyone's minds. Is Zhang Yu's resurrection for the purpose of vengeance? Lu Zhan paid no heed to the unfolding drama, following closely behind Zhang Yu as she ascended the stairs. As a newly revived undead, Zhang Yu's combat ability was even inferior to that of the goblins, and venturing out alone for revenge would only lead to her being killed a second time. Under the gaze of the crowd, Zhang Yu finally reached the door of the booth and knocked. Who the hell is it? A voice inside the booth erupted with curses. The door swung open, and in the next instant, Zhang Yu thrust her dagger with ferocity. The person who opened the door, caught entirely off guard, was struck in the chest. Fortunately, it was not a fatal blow, as it did not strike the heart. You filthy whore, damn it. Remarkably, the man remained defiant, suppressing a scream as he kicked at Zhang Yu with all his might. Yet, before his foot could reach her, a flash of sword light appeared, and his foot was severed, dropping to the ground. Finally, the screams of anguish erupted. Zhang Yu raised her dagger once more, stabbing down again and again, until the man lay lifeless, yet she did not cease. Inside the booth were 9 individuals, 5 men and 4 women. The 4 women were all stunningly beautiful, once the darlings of the crowd. But now, to survive, they had been reduced to mere playthings. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at this surreal scene. What the hell is happening? Wasn't she just dead? A ghost. A ghost. Damn it. Even if it is a ghost, I can still hack it down. Zhang Hong, the leader of this group, was not only powerful but also possessed extraordinary courage. He seized a nearby large knife and charged forward. With a swift slice, he struck Zhang Yu's shoulder. Yet, astonishingly, Zhang Yu did not utter a sound. Instead, she reached out and grasped the blade buried in her shoulder, while her other hand lunged toward Zhang Hong. Her face adorned with a faintly sinister smile, complemented by her eerie green eyes, which sent chills down spines. The booth erupted with the screams of several women. Holy crap! Even Zhang Hong felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet he was a seasoned slayer of goblins, and his reflexes remained sharp. He immediately released the large knife, retreating while bellowing. Quickly, everyone, let us kill this creature. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Yu effortlessly withdrew the knife from her shoulder. Her body drenched in blood, resembling a figure of pure crimson as she approached the group step by step. The screams of the women grew increasingly frantic. Damn it, stop screaming. Zhang Hong slapped one girl across the face, then seized an axe lying on the ground, swinging it viciously toward Zhang Yu's neck. He was convinced that if he severed her head, she would no longer pose a threat. But in the next moment, a clang echoed as a sword intercepted the axe, halting it in its tracks. Zhang Hong's eyes flared with rage. How could he forget the one who had almost severed his arm? However, his anger was swiftly eclipsed by fear, for he realized he had not even seen how his opponent had made her move. There was only one possibility. Her strength surpassed his comprehension. Indeed, it is Liu Zhan spoke coolly, and with a swift motion, Zhang Hong's hand was severed from his arm. In a scenario where the average agility stands at a mere 10, his astonishing agility of 40 is akin to the existence of a glitch, rendering combat techniques utterly unnecessary, as the enemy lacks even a moment to react. Everyone, charge at once. Quickly, let us slay him. Zhang Hong shouted frantically, his arms spraying blood profusely. Fear gripped him. He did not wish to perish. This apocalypse was his opportunity to reign supreme. How could he face death now? You four, step outside. Liu Zhan disregarded him entirely, gesturing towards the four girls. Upon hearing this, the girls dared not linger and rushed out without hesitation. A male student attempted to flee as well, but just as he reached the doorway, a flash of sword light severed both his legs from his body. Meanwhile, another boy, mustering his courage to cast a spell, discovered his own hands had already fallen to the ground. Liu Zhan wielded his sword with casual grace, each swing claiming a limb, hand or foot. In less than half a minute, the 5 individuals in the private room had lost all their hands and feet, their torsos lying helplessly on the floor. They were not dead, still clinging to life, yet the loss of blood rendered them too weak to even scream. Was this cruelty? Liu Zhan felt no disturbance within. He had witnessed far worse horrors. I leave the rest to you, he said to Zhang Yu beside him as he exited the room, closing the door behind him. Chapter 15. The dungeon opens. Liu Zhan stood in the corridor, observing the crowd in the hall. The 4 girls had naturally recounted the recent events, further compounded by Zhou Kai's subordinates spreading news of the chaos in the supermarket below. At this moment, the gazes directed at Liu Zhan were filled with terror. Compared to Wang Hong and the security personnel, Liu Zhan appeared as a heartless demon, for Wang Hong and his ilk merely sought obedience and reverence. As long as one complied, there would be no arbitrary killing. In stark contrast, Liu Zhan embodied senseless slaughter, and although he seemed to be targeting the wicked, he was indifferent to their opinions, whether seen as a demon or a saint. Having lived a full life, he had long ceased to care about others' perceptions. Power was his sole belief and aspiration. After a full 3 minutes, the door behind him swung open once more. Liu Zhan glanced downward and declared, "No one is to approach this private room. Otherwise, you shall die." If memory served him correctly, this dungeon was designed for 5 participants, meaning he could allow 4 others to join him. He had no desire for any unforeseen events within the dungeon. With that, he turned and re-entered the private room, finding an infernal sight within. The 5 corpses bore little semblance of wholeness, and Liu Zhan even spotted numerous signs of gnawing and tearing. One could not help but question whether Zhang Yu retained any consciousness. Perhaps harboring personal grievances. This vendetta has been avenged. Rest in peace, Liu Zhan said, glancing at Zhang Yu, who stood motionless. He had no intention of controlling humans as undead. After all, he too was human, and one must maintain certain moral boundaries. Thus, he offered Zhang Yu's remains as a sacrifice to the first undead. Unfortunately, the sacrifice failed. Subsequently, Liu Zhan showed no disdain for the blood-soaked room, settling onto a nearby sofa. Now, he simply awaited the emergence of the dungeon entrance. Time passed slowly. The hall below was filled with raucous noise. Upon realizing the supermarket was left unguarded, chaos erupted. Even individuals from other private rooms rushed out to seize various supplies. Only the room occupied by Liu Zhan remained undisturbed, with no one daring to approach, let alone intrude. After a full half-hour, Liu Zhan finally opened his eyes, and in one corner of the room, a vertical black vortex slowly materialized from thin air. Eerily enigmatic, Liu Zhan rose excitedly. As he had hoped, the dungeon had finally manifested. Gripping his sword tightly, he approached the vortex and stepped inside. In an instant, his figure vanished from the room, and a wealth of information about the dungeon flooded his mind. Dungeon, Goblin Camp, one-time use, type, Extermination Dungeon, level, ordinary, participant limit, 1 to 4 individuals. The next moment, a bright light flashed before Liu Zhan's eyes, and his surroundings transformed rapidly until he found himself standing on a patch of grass. Not far from him lay a small goblin encampment. Dungeons varied in type, with extermination dungeons being the most prevalent. As the name suggests, the objective was to eliminate all monsters within the dungeon to complete it. Levels were classified into 6 categories: ordinary, adventurous, heroic, kingly, hellish, and abyssal. Once entered, there was no opportunity to exit the dungeon. One could either die or complete the mission, and no information would be provided prior to entry. Thus, dungeons represented both opportunity and peril. In his past life, many formidable beings had perished by stepping into new dungeons. Moreover, one-time dungeons had no strategies available, as they vanished upon completion. Hence, Lu Zhan truly had no concept of the strength of the goblin camp. The student who had previously cleared it by chance would not have openly spoken of such matters. Contemplating this, Lu Zhan summoned the first undead. At the entrance of the camp stood 2 goblins armed with rifles. Clearly unaware of Lu Zhan's presence, eliminate them swiftly, Lu Zhan thought, and the first undead lunged toward the camp. Just as the armed goblins noticed the approaching figure, the first undead was already upon them. Leaping into the air to deliver a fatal blow to one of the rifle-wielding goblins. Eek! The goblin shrieked, raising its weapon to retaliate, yet it was too late. The first undead's blade had already struck its neck. Remarkably, the first undead's attack did not slay the goblin outright. Only after delivering a second blow did Lu Zhan hear the familiar sound of experience gained. This indicated that the strength of the gatekeeper goblins lay between that of ordinary goblins and elites. As the first undead charged toward the other rifle-wielding goblin, that creature began to emit frantic cries. Soon, the entire camp was filled with their eerie echoes, and a swarm of goblins came rushing forth, at least 50 or 60 in number. Furthermore, these goblins were unlike those outside, wielding a variety of weapons, some even brandishing staves. Goblins were an immensely vast race. Those outside armed with crude blades represented the lowest tier of goblins. However, the strength of these goblins should be comparable to the 2 gatekeepers. Otherwise, even if the entire cafeteria had perished, they would not have been able to clear the dungeon last time. Given this, Lu Zhan decided to confront them head-on. He no longer held back, whispering, "Arise, my undead." A flash of green light illuminated his eyes, and the remaining 7 undead materialized before him. Charging forward, Lu Zhan gripped his sword tightly, advancing step by step. Having died once, he was quite cautious. Recklessness could lead to disastrous outcomes. Ahead, the clash between the 8 undead and the goblin horde erupted instantaneously. The attributes of the undead surpassed those of the ordinary goblins, and upon engagement, they quickly felled several goblins. Under Lu Zhan's command, the first undead weaved through the goblin ranks, seeking out those wielding staves. The mage class was characterized by high damage, and goblins were no exception. Naturally, Lu Zhan's primary targets were these spellcasters. However, the sheer number of goblins was overwhelming. And soon, an elite undead had its head severed. Returning to the void, Lu Zhan's eyes gleamed with green light. On the ground, 2 fallen goblins stood once more, as long as there were sufficient corpses and mana. An undead mage would never fear being outnumbered. Although these newly resurrected creatures did not match the elite's attributes, they were certainly stronger than the ordinary goblins, just as these 2 were revived. Another elite undead met its demise. Such losses were painful, as Lu Zhan had invested considerable effort and time in strengthening them. With no time to mourn, he steeled himself and charged forward. It appeared he had no choice but to engage personally. His current mana was insufficient for a prolonged battle. If he exhausted it on these weaker foes, how would he contend with the impending boss fight? Chapter 16. Goblin Sorcerer in his past life. Lu Zhan had accumulated extensive experience through life and death battles, confident that his combat skills and techniques rivaled those of top-tier warriors. However, in this apocalypse, combat techniques were merely the foundation. It was the formidable attributes, equipment, skills, and items that dictated everything, and no matter how skilled one was in combat, they could not surpass an opponent whose movements were too swift to perceive, especially when a single skill could annihilate them in an instant. Yet now, at the dawn of the apocalypse, equipment and skills had yet to emerge. Thus, combat techniques were the key determinant. As Lu Zhan plunged into the goblin horde, he resembled a deity of death, deftly evading attacks while targeting the vital points of each goblin with every strike. Nonetheless, the sheer number of goblins meant that several attacks still landed upon him. Had he possessed the typical physique of a swordsman, he would have long since succumbed. However, under the protection of the undead lord, His three primary attributes were formidable, solidifying his status as a well-rounded warrior. As Lu Zhan continued to resurrect undead and maintain their attributes, he slaughtered goblins with fervor. This high-intensity battle invigorated him rather than exhausting him. It ignited a fervor within his blood. The timid and evasive version of himself has long since perished. In this life, he is determined to fight his way to the pinnacle. In a mere 5 minutes, dozens of goblins have been ruthlessly slaughtered, leaving only one remaining undead lieutenant alongside the first one, while the rest have been completely replaced. These were all elite beings he had painstakingly strengthened over the course of half a day. If the rewards for clearing this stage were not substantial, he could very well weep on the spot. Just then, from the central tent of the encampment emerged 5 goblins. It was a boss battle. With a deep breath, he steeled himself and gazed at the adversaries before him. These 5 goblins were evidently not ordinary. The 4 surrounding ones stood around a meter tall, clad in green soft armor and wielding large swords, appearing significantly stronger than the goblin lieutenant. As for the goblin in the center, with its diminutive and hunched frame, it leaned on a staff. Most intriguingly, it was the leader of these 5 goblins, the king of this encampment. Information about this creature quickly surfaced in Lu Zhan's mind. Goblin sorcerer. The other 4 towering goblins were goblin guards. All 5 were elite-level goblins, indicating a fierce battle ahead. In no time, all 8 undead, save for the first, charged towards the 5 goblins. The combat prowess of the goblin sorcerer was not formidable, but it was exceedingly troublesome. Serving as a super support healer in scenarios where the power disparity is minimal, a direct clash offers little hope for victory. Under the sorcerer's enhancement, the 4 goblin guards could be likened to undead warriors. Even more insidious than the undead themselves, the goblin sorcerer was also quite cunning, always ensuring it remained sheltered by its 4 guards. Thus, the optimal strategy against such a healer supporting multiple fighters was to wear them down, not by depleting their health, but by exhausting the goblin sorcerer's mana. Just as humans possess mana, so too do monsters, and exhausting such resources was an endeavor the undead mage excelled at. Lu Zhan quickly devised a tactical approach. The next moment, the 8 undead surged toward the goblin guards, while the first remained steadfast by his side. This little creature was now his prized possession and could not be sacrificed so readily. The diminutive goblin brandished its staff and let out a series of shrill cries, instantly invigorating the 4 goblins around it, visibly enhancing their strength. This skill was reminiscent of the lieutenant's frenzy, but far more potent, a true super frenzy. As soon as the 2 sides clashed, 2 undead were swiftly cut to pieces. Without hesitation, Lu Zhan reincarnated 2 of them and pressed on to engage in battle. Time passed gradually, and just as Lu Zhan's mana was nearing depletion, he consumed a low-grade mana potion. Yet ahead, the goblin sorcerer continued to unleash spells, restoring the health and state of the 4 guards. After battling for some time, the 4 goblin guards remained as vigorous as ever, not a scratch on them, unless one could deliver a powerful blow to instantly slay one of the guards. No matter how grievous the injuries, the goblin sorcerer could rapidly restore them to full health. This left Lu Zhan feeling uneasy. After all, this sorcerer was merely an elite monster, unlikely to possess such vast reserves of mana, unless it bore some mana-regenerating equipment, and of considerable quality at that. This would render their combination akin to a perpetual motion machine, and he feared that his mana would be exhausted first. If that happened, he would find himself facing 5 foes alone. No longer able to afford waiting, Lu Zhan instantly altered his strategy. Should he prioritize slaying the goblin sorcerer? Terrifyingly, that was impractical. Although the creature was a sorcerer, it was remarkably agile, clearly possessing considerable dexterity. Given the 4 guards' desperate protection, attempting a forcible kill was fraught with uncertainty and peril. Therefore, he resolved to employ his previous strategy. Point 1. Let us go. With a surge of determination, Lu Zhan charged forward with his sword, and beside him, one was equally swift. In the thick of battle, the 5 undead, originally attacking independently, suddenly lunged towards a single goblin guard, one tackling it from the front while the remaining 4 restrained its limbs, effectively immobilizing it. Immediately thereafter, the remaining 3 undead, along with Lu Zhan and one, launched a concerted assault on the goblin. Without hesitation, they vowed to eliminate this goblin guard with all their might. The goblin sorcerer shrieked in alarm, clearly sensing the enemy's intent, and frantically cast healing spells. The goblin guard being attacked momentarily wavered but did not fall with a cry. It managed to break free from its bindings. Illusion and one quickly retreated, as if in flight. However, the other undead were not as quick to respond. They were swiftly seized by the 3 goblin guards and reduced to mere fragments, returning to the eternal void. The goblin sorcerer pointed at Lu Zhan, trembling uncontrollably, seemingly mocking his audacity. In this exchange, Lu Zhan's undead lost 5, including the remaining lieutenant, whose head was severed, leading to the complete annihilation of his painstakingly assembled forces, save for one in stark contrast. The goblin sorcerer stood unscathed, with its 4 guards intact. Yet, in the next moment, as the sorcerer continued to gloat, the previously attacked goblin guard suddenly turned, delivering a swift strike aimed at its master. Its eyes glowed with an eerie green light. Having been reincarnated as an undead in that fleeting instant, Lu Zhan had successfully slain the creature and immediately reincarnated it as an undead, though the sorcerer. It was as if nothing had transpired. Caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events, the goblin sorcerer was struck by the blow, nearly severing its neck. With a pained scream, it hastily retreated to avoid the next strike from the guards, while frantically casting healing spells upon itself. Chapter 17. The Ring of the Holy Grail. Pressing on, Lu Zhan's mana dwindled to 30, so he resolved not to reincarnate any new undead, instead charging forward once more alongside one. However, his focus remained on the goblin sorcerer, who appeared to be on the verge of losing half its neck, but was visibly healing at an alarming rate due to its frantic spells. Together with one, the newly reincarnated undead guard, and the original 3 undead, they all lunged towards another goblin guard. With the sorcerer occupied, it could not attend to its minions. In mere seconds, that goblin guard was overwhelmed and slain. Lu Zhan's eyes gleamed with green light as he reincarnated it into a new undead, then directed the assault towards the 3rd goblin guard. From that point onward, the battle simplified. By the time the goblin sorcerer had fully healed itself, all 4 of its guards had been reincarnated as undead, their green eyes fixed intently upon it. The goblin, now petrified with fear, retreated. Without its subordinates, it was but a lamb awaiting slaughter. Illusion wasted no time, summoning all the undead to charge. The 9 undead surged forward. No matter how potent the sorcerer's healing spells, they could not withstand the onslaught. 3 minutes later, the incessant notifications echoed in Lu Zhan's mind. The goblin sorcerer had finally collapsed. Lifeless. Ding. You have slain the goblin sorcerer, earning experience. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has increased to 5. Ding. Congratulations. You have cleared the goblin camp dungeon, earning 800 experience points and 1,000 gold. Ding. Congratulations. You are the 8th player globally to clear the dungeon, doubling your rewards and earning the special title, Dungeon Slayer. Exhilaration washed over Lu Zhan as an uncontrollable smile spread across his face, accompanied by a flicker of unease. To his astonishment, 7 players still stood ahead of him. A glance at his attributes revealed that not only had he reached level 5, but with the doubled rewards, he was now at 80 towards level six.as for the title Dungeon Slayer. Its attributes were straightforward yet formidable, a 10 enhancement to overall attributes within dungeons, making it a coveted boon for dungeon runs. After closing the attributes window, Lu Zhan turned his attention to the location of the goblin sorcerer, where several orbs floated. These were the true rewards of the dungeon. Approaching, he immediately spotted the most prominent orb, radiating a purple glow. Purple equipment. He could hardly contain his excitement. In his previous life, he had struggled for so long without ever acquiring a single piece of purple equipment. Lu Zhan eagerly picked up the purple orb, solemnly crushing it, his heart racing with anticipation. It transformed into a ring, shaped like a small purple chalice. The Ring of the Holy Grail. Quality: purple. Equipment requirements: level 5. Mana 100. Mana recovery per second 10. Cooldown time -3 seconds. Mage class skill effect 10. All 4 attributes were exceptional. This ring could be considered a prime piece even among purple equipment. And for a mage, it was nothing short of divine. Illusion recalled that the player who soared to prominence in his previous life after clearing this dungeon had been a mage. No wonder. With this item in hand, even a pig could take flight. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Lu Zhan donned the Ring of the Holy Grail in an instant. his mana surged, fully restored in just 5 seconds. Moreover, he noticed in his attributes that the cooldown time for undead reincarnation had decreased to 2 seconds. However, he was curious about how the 10 skill effect manifested. While it was easy to comprehend ordinary enhancements like 10 damage or 10 range, this so-called effect increase was a novel experience for him, one that he looked forward to testing thoroughly. Calming his excitement, Lu Zhan once again surveyed the spoils of war. He found a skill point, 2 enhancement stones, and even a skill book. Healing sorcery. Learning requirements. Level 3, class attribute. Healing. Lu Zhan sighed. As an undead mage, he clearly lacked any healing attributes. The potency of this skill is evident from the recent manifestation unleashed by the goblin sorcerer. It is remarkably formidable, however. Even if one cannot master it, it could fetch a handsome price. Just then, the system's voice resonated timely. Ding! The dungeon will close in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Lu Zhan hastily glanced at the goblin sorcerer, transforming it into an undead. Following that, he resurrected several ordinary goblins, filling the quota of 11 undead. In the next moment, the surroundings swiftly morphed, and he found himself back in the private room. Lu Zhan quickly inspected the newly resurrected undead. He felt a twinge of disappointment at the goblin sorcerer, as it had inexplicably lost its sorceress abilities upon becoming undead, transforming into a mere warrior-type undead, indistinguishable from the others. Undead beings lack souls, and thus, devoid of spirit and intellect, they are incapable of casting any skills. Yet, upon observing another newly resurrected undead, he was somewhat taken aback, soon followed by delight. This particular undead goblin exhibited attributes that were noticeably superior to the previous ones. Perhaps this was the effect of the skill enhancing its attributes by 10, a boon for the undead mage. The attributes of undead beings are inherently superior to those of magical creatures, and with the addition of the 10 from the talent, along with another 10 from the Holy Grail ring, these attributes directly benefited him in his eyes. The ring's worth rivaled that of golden divine equipment. At this moment, his mind was consumed by a singular thought. I shall become invincible. After calming his excitement, Lu Zhan allocated the newly acquired skill points to Undead Sacrifice, which should allow him to further strengthen his primary undead. Regarding the 2 enhancement stones, a thought crossed his mind, and soon the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Enhancing the Holy Grail ring requires 10 enhancement stones and 10,000 gold coins. Ding! Insufficient enhancement stones and gold coins. Enhancement failed. Although he had anticipated this, Lu Zhan couldn't help but exclaim in frustration, "Damn it! This is robbery." With no other choice, he proceeded to enhance the undead ring. Ding! Enhancing the undead ring, consuming 200 gold coins. Do you wish to enhance? Enhance. Ding! Congratulations on your successful enhancement. Ding! Enhancing the undead ring, consuming 300 gold coins. Do you wish to enhance? Enhance. Ding! Congratulations on your successful enhancement. It was quite encouraging, having succeeded twice in a row. However, the expenditure of gold coins was alarmingly swift. A quarter of the 2,000 gold coins from the dungeon reward vanished in an instant. As Lu Zhan grumbled, he gazed at the enhanced undead ring. Undead ring 3, mana 30, skill cooldown -1 second. It contained an undead space, capable of storing undead creatures and possessing the ability to restore them. Upon witnessing these attributes, Lu Zhan's earlier gloom dissipated, and he beamed with joy. Fortune had truly smiled upon him. Among the myriad attributes, skill cooldown is indeed one of the rarest. To acquire 2 such attributes in a short span is nothing short of luck. One might even call him the Emperor of Luck. As he caressed the 2 rings in his hands, Lu Zhan felt elated and stepped out. The hall was significantly less crowded, evidently a result of the fierce battles for resources in the supermarket. Upon seeing Lu Zhan emerge, a few individuals hurriedly concealed their belongings, fearful of losing them. Naturally, Lu Zhan couldn't be bothered with them. He descended from the 3rd floor and approached the window. Along the way, people instinctively cleared a path, wary of provoking this demon. Standing by the window, he gazed outside. The goblins still surrounded the area, guarding the human food within. If memory served, the goblin warrior was currently the most formidable creature within this campus. The first day of the apocalypse could be regarded as a novice tutorial bestowed upon humanity by the heavens. The only invading species was the goblin, with the strongest being the warrior-level creature. And when the clock struck midnight, the true game of survival for humanity would commence. Once the clock struck 12, if all went according to plan, those trapped within the dining hall would find no escape. Even with Lu Zhan's current strength, facing the goblin warrior alongside so many goblins would spell trouble. Of course, if he wished to flee, he could do so at any moment. Yet, he had no intention of escaping. With so many goblins outside, they represented experience points, gold coins, and undead. How could he possibly let them slip away? He was waiting for the appearance of a dog. Chapter 18. It was a dog as the apocalypse descended. Humanity could choose professions to upgrade and strengthen. Animals, too, underwent significant transformations. Devoid of professions, they could not level up. Yet, they mutated and evolved into powerful beings known as exotic beasts. The abilities of these exotic beasts varied greatly, and their method of becoming stronger was simple and brutal. By devouring magical creatures, the more they consumed, the mightier they became. In the future, as the world was not entirely overrun by interdimensional monsters, it could be said that exotic beasts played a pivotal role. Although exotic beasts were not particularly friendly towards humanity, as co-inhabitants of this planet, they held a greater animosity towards the invading interdimensional creatures. Within this campus, there existed a powerful exotic beast, a dog, a stray dog. In his previous life, it was unimaginable that the savior of the students in the dining hall was none other than that dog. Of course, the dog did not come specifically to rescue them. It was merely enticed by the hordes of goblins. Thus, it charged into the midst of the goblins, wreaking havoc. The students inside the dining hall seized the opportunity to escape, successfully fleeing the dining hall under the guidance of a fortunate individual who had cleared the dungeon. However, the dog, unfortunately, was overwhelmed by its hunger and rushed into the goblin throng, falling victim to the goblin warrior. Had it survived and grown stronger, it would undoubtedly have become an extraordinarily fearsome exotic beast. Back in the private room, Lu Zhan closed the door and summoned his primary undead, instructing it to guard him. No one who dared to intrude would be spared. He then settled onto the sofa, closing his eyes. According to the narrative of his previous life, the dog would only appear after the dungeon was cleared. And now he had completed the dungeon a full 2 hours earlier than before. He needed to rest adequately to prepare for the imminent battle. Since the apocalypse began, his nerves had been perpetually taut. Although physical fatigue had lessened with his enhanced constitution, his mental exhaustion remained considerable, primarily due to his low mental attribute. With this in mind, Lu Zhan allocated all 3 points from his recent upgrade to mental attributes. The mental attribute was indeed crucial, as he knew that there were hidden professions and skills specifically designed to target mental attacks. If his mental state were low, he might not even know how he perished. As for intelligence, well, being a feeble-minded undead mage wasn't necessarily a disadvantage. Dio, you think someone will come to save us? Yes, surely. The military has weapons, bombs, missiles, and even nuclear bombs. They will undoubtedly eliminate all these minor creatures. Rest assured. How laughable. If they were going to save us, they would have done so by now. Haha, let us just wait for death in peace. If only we had known, we wouldn't have hidden here. Now we can't even get out. Those monsters outside are just toying with us, wanting us to turn on each other. Despair spread like wildfire through the hall. Jokai stood by the window. Ignoring the discussions within, the goblins, named as such, were multiplying. He turned to glance at Lu Zhan's room, a flicker of combat desire flashing in his eyes. Lu Zhan was right. In this apocalypse, survival could not rely on others, but only on oneself. Heaven had already provided them with the means to fend for themselves. Their professions to this moment, he too was waiting for Lu Zhan to take the next step. He understood that Lu Zhan could not remain idle forever. And when the time came for action, he would have to follow suit. Not to mention the prospect of sharing in the spoils, he at least wanted to claim a few scraps. Suddenly, Jokai noticed a flicker of lightning in the distance. What was that? Just as he widened his eyes to discern the source, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. It was a dog. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Zhan had already approached his side. Lu, brother Lu. Jokai felt somewhat awkward, despite the fact that the person beside him was younger. In the past, while watching television, he often thought that imposing presence and overwhelming charisma were mere exaggerations. Yet at this moment, he truly experienced the feeling of involuntary reverence for someone standing nearby. An opportunity has arrived. Whether you seize it depends on yourself, Lu Zhan stated. The increase in his constitution had far-reaching effects, including his eyesight. Despite the enveloping darkness, he could still discern the silhouette of the dog in the distance. A large black dog, nearly 1 meter tall, with a body length of about 1.5 meters. Most notably, its eyes gleamed a striking golden hue, occasionally flashing with arcs of lightning. This creature had evidently exceeded the typical size of an ordinary dog. One could only wonder how many goblins it had consumed to evolve to such a degree. The large black dog gazed hungrily at the multitude of goblins, its body suddenly crackling with lightning, ready to shatter the darkness with thunderous might. The goblin warrior, sensing the surge of energy, let out a roar and charged forward. The moment had arrived. A smile spread across Lu Zhan's face as he smashed through the window and leaped down, simultaneously activating the undead ring, summoning all 11 undead. The very creature he feared, the goblin warrior, had been lured away by the large black dog. Now, it was time to unleash havoc. The primary undead landed first, swinging its great blade and swiftly dispatching 3 ordinary goblins. The other undead were not to be outdone, especially those 4 goblin guards who had been reincarnated as undead. Their attributes far surpassed those of ordinary goblins, and they fought with remarkable ferocity. However, it was not long before 3 of them were brutally beaten to death, returning to eternity. But what of it? With a cooldown time of merely 1 second, coupled with nearly boundless mana, for everyone that fell, another would rise. Lu Zhan's eyes flashed with an unholy green light as fallen corpses sprang back to life. One after another in the realm of necromancers, the notion of too many enemies simply did not exist, for he could transform all foes into his own undead minions. By the window, Zhou Kai's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Lu Zhan would leap directly into the throng of goblins, an act he deemed akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. Damn it, life and death are fated. And fortune lies in the heavens. Zhou Kai cursed loudly, momentarily losing his composure, and jumped down as well. However, panic soon washed over him. The fall was a full 5 meters. Even if he survived, he would be gravely injured. In a moment of critical urgency, Zhou Kai aimed his spear at a goblin in midair, executing a skillful thrust. His body propelled forward uncontrollably, piercing through the goblin's skull. The force of this skill negated the downward momentum of his fall, allowing him to land safely on solid ground. That was close. Fortune favored him. His class was that of a spearman, but luck was certainly not in his favor. Yet, in the next instant, a horde of goblins charged towards him. Zhou Kai dared not linger, hastily fleeing towards Lu Zhan. The shade of the great tree was a welcome refuge. Lu Zhan was that very tree. Chapter 19. Absorbing talent, growing stronger with battle. Were they both going down to their demise? Let them be. Fewer mouths to feed. Humph, with so many monsters, even the strongest would perish. Damn, they even broke the window. Who knows if those creatures will leap up here? Should we attempt to charge out? If you wish to go, then go. I will wait for rescue here. In the hall, a group of individuals stood by the window, murmuring among themselves. However, they soon fell silent. The gruesome scene they had envisioned, of the 2 being torn apart, did not materialize. Instead, goblins began to drop in droves, only to rise again inexplicably, turning to attack their former kin. The sight was so bizarre, compounded by the darkness of night, that it sent chills down many spines. At this moment, Lu Zhan was drenched in the green blood of goblins, having long lost count of how many he had slain or resurrected. The system, displaying a certain humanity, refrained from announcing the acquisition of experience and gold through kills, lest the incessant beeping drive Lu Zhan to madness. Nevertheless, the sound of leveling up rang out in timely fashion. Ding! Congratulations, your level has risen to 6th. Level 6. This meant that Lu Zhan could now command 13 undead. Rise, my minions! Lu Zhan's eyes glimmered with eerie green light as 2 goblin corpses stood once more. Ha ha ha, this is exhilarating. I feel as though I am becoming transcendent. At that moment, Zhou Kai suddenly let out a thunderous shout, followed by a spear strike like a dragon. His body began to emit a faint glow. Zhou Kai was ecstatic. His class talent allowed him to grow stronger with each battle, continuously enhancing his strength, stamina, and agility. In simple terms, the longer he fought, the more powerful he became, with no upper limit. Theoretically, if he continued battling indefinitely, he could become invincible. This talent was nothing short of a game-breaking advantage, and Zhou Kai envisioned himself at the pinnacle of power. Yet, He overlooked the cautionary note that accompanied the talent description. The talent bore negative effects. The longer the battle persisted, the more severe the negative effects became. Those with low mental fortitude should exercise caution. At this moment, Zhou Kai's strength attribute had surpassed 20 and was still climbing, a sensation of unprecedented power coursing through him, igniting his bloodlust. Kill, kill, kill. Zhou Kai thrust his spear through a goblin's skull, brandishing the weapon as he charged forth. His spirit soared higher, seemingly consumed by the singular thought of battle. As if possessed, Lu Zhan furrowed his brow. He could clearly see Zhou Kai gradually growing more powerful. Yet something was amiss. Zhou Kai bore numerous wounds, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Even if he could grow stronger through battle, it was impossible to eradicate all goblins. The only outcome of continuing down this path was death. Eventually, he might even perish without realizing it. Zhou Kai, snap out of it! Lu Zhan rushed forward, striking the top of Zhou Kai's head with the hilt of his sword. This man was at least decent. If he could be saved, Lu Zhan was determined to do so. But in the next moment, Zhou Kai abruptly turned, his eyes now a fiery red, his only utterance a single word. Kill! He lunged at Lu Zhan with his spear. Lu Zhan evaded the strike, simultaneously applying force with the hilt of his sword against Zhou Kai's forehead. Blood trickled from Zhou Kai's head, yet he remained unperturbed, his eyes still blazing with fury. Alas, there was no saving him, Lu Zhan sighed. This man had completely lost his wits. Even knocking him unconscious was impossible. If this continued, there were only two possible endings. Either he would kill everything in sight or meet his own demise. Perhaps a mental-type profession could find a way to save him, but for now, there was no one to turn to. Point 1. Eliminate him. As Lu Zhan evaded Zhou Kai's attacks, he spoke. He could not allow Zhou Kai to continue his rampage. Firstly, the goblins were a source of experience and gold, and if Zhou Kai killed too many, his own share would diminish. Secondly, this man was doomed. Slaying more would be a waste. Lu Zhan was no bleeding heart. His inclination to save others was contingent upon safeguarding his own interests. Point 1. Had just dispatched a goblin captain when he heard the command. He leapt before Zhou Kai, his great sword aimed directly at his head. Perhaps if they fought for another hour, Zhou Kai could catch up to one's attributes, but at this moment, there was still a considerable gap. The sword descended, and Zhou Kai, relying on his battle instincts, managed to tilt his head just in time, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. However, his shoulder was gouged deeply, blood gushing forth. Kill, kill, kill. Even so, Zhou Kai's eyes remained bloodshot, heedless of the wound as he launched a skillful thrust at one. Lu Zhan no longer paid him heed, his eyes revealing a spectral green light. In mere moments, 3 of his undead had been torn apart, including the guard he had brought from the dungeon. All returning to eternity. It was an unavoidable circumstance. Lu Zhan could only strive to protect one, his prized possession. As he resurrected 3 more undead, Lu Zhan gazed into the distance. There, amidst the din of goblin warriors' roars and flashes of lightning, lay the battlefield of the large black dog and the goblin warriors. In his previous life, that large black dog had undoubtedly fallen prey to the goblin warriors. In this life, without his intervention, fate would likely repeat itself. Just then, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations, your undead has absorbed the talent, growing stronger with battle. Lu Zhan was taken aback, quickly glancing toward one. To his astonishment, one stood atop Zhou Kai's corpse, seemingly absorbing some essence, presumably that so-called talent. This was entirely beyond Lu Zhan's expectations, and he hurriedly examined one's attributes. Talent, growing stronger with battle. As combat ensues, the 3 core attributes of strength, stamina, and agility will continuously increase. Note: this talent bears negative effects. The longer the battle continues, the more severe the negative effects become. Those with low mental fortitude should exercise caution. Damn! Lu Zhan could only express his astonishment with that single exclamation. The so-called negative effect likely referred to the loss of one's sanity, transforming one into a mindless combatant. No wonder Zhou Kai had slipped into such a state. His mental fortitude was likely at most 10, unable to withstand such a tyrannical negative effect. Upon realizing this talent, Lu Zhan suddenly recalled a certain legend from his past life. It was said that a human encampment had faced an onslaught of monstrous attacks. In a moment of crisis, a formidable warrior from within the camp stepped forward, battling for 3 days and nights, ultimately slaying all the monsters but also exterminating every human in the encampment. Chapter 20. Axe Blade Storm. This talent was truly a double-edged sword, and both edges were razor-sharp. However, Liu Zhan gazed at one, his eyes gleaming with newfound determination. To humans, it was a double-edged sword. But what did it matter to my undead? What is spirit? The undead possess no spirit. Everything about the undead is under the control of the necromancer. There is no risk of losing control. One, obtaining this talent meant there were no negative effects whatsoever. 1. Let us slay our foes. With fervor, Liu Zhan could not contain a triumphant roar as he surged toward the battlefield of the goblin warriors and the large black dog. If he delayed, that large black dog might very well be slain. Even if Liu Zhan could summon a dozen undead, they would not stand a chance against the goblin warrior. While fleeing might not be an issue, it was not Liu Zhan's style. With so many goblins, he intended to consume them all, including that goblin warrior. Though there was but a single level separating a hero from an elite, the disparity in strength was immense. The large black dog was no match for the goblin warrior, and neither was Liu Zhan. Only by cooperating might they have a chance to vanquish the goblin warrior. Point 1 led the charge, carving a bloody path through the goblin horde, while Liu Zhan continually resurrected and commanded his other undead to provide support. In a mere 30 seconds, they reached the battlefield where the large black dog was engaged. At this moment, the great black dog appeared utterly wretched, with a long gash marring its face, slicing through its right eye, and its body was drenched in blood, a far cry from its former majestic demeanor. Nevertheless, even in such a state, it bared its teeth, crackling with electric energy. As for the goblin warrior, it bore several singed wounds, clearly having sustained considerable damage as well, though it was in far better shape than the black dog. Cooperation. You desire the corpse, while I seek other spoils, Liu Zhan declared, gesturing towards the goblin warrior as he spoke directly to the black dog. The so-called extraordinary beast had transcended the realm of ordinary animals. Although it could not articulate human speech, comprehending Liu Zhan's intent was well within its grasp. However, the black dog glared at Liu Zhan with its lone eye, baring its teeth. Both humans and monsters were adversaries. Undeterred, Liu Zhan commanded Unit 1 to charge at the goblin warrior. Ya! The goblin warrior bellowed, seemingly questioning Unit 1's allegiance to humanity as it swung its battle axe with lightning speed. Unit 1, caught off guard, could only raise its great sword in defense. With a resounding crash, Unit 1 was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Under normal circumstances, such an impact would cripple any living being. Yet Unit 1 sprang back to its feet almost immediately, as an undead. It was impervious to injury, save for the finality of eternal death. Meanwhile, the black dog, feigning reluctance yet acting with surprising sincerity, leaped at the goblin warrior, its body ablaze with electricity. The goblin warrior let out a pained cry, hastily grabbing the dog's head and flinging it away. Yet, before it could regain its composure, Liu Zhan and Unit 1's assaults converged simultaneously from either side. One wielding a sword, the other a blade. The goblin warrior roared, raising its battle axe and spinning its body in a whirlwind of fury. Liu Zhan quickly retreated, urging Unit 1 to dodge. If caught in that maelstrom, they would be reduced to mere flesh and bone. Liu Zhan recognized this move. It was the goblin warrior's signature attack, the Axe Blade Storm, renowned for its devastating power. The spinning goblin warrior did not relent, charging towards the great black dog like a tornado. The black dog, clearly aware of the danger, hurriedly leapt aside. Unit 1, be prepared. Gazing at the seemingly intimidating Axe Blade Storm, Liu Zhan felt no fear. Instead, he was invigorated and commanded Unit 1 to engage. The goblin warrior's grand maneuver was high in damage and broad in range, capable of ensnaring foes with its control effect, making escape nearly impossible, a true AoE skill. Its only drawback was the difficulty in landing a hit, coupled with a severe after effect. It would succumb to a state of dizziness for a time after execution. It seemed the goblin warrior's mind had been dulled by the relentless lightning strikes. Indeed, while the successive shocks had not dealt fatal harm, they had numbed its nerves, leaving its mind in a haze, singularly focused on reducing its enemies to pulp. The storm raged for a full 10 seconds. Yet it failed to strike any foes, rendering it a futile display. When the goblin finally ceased its spinning, Liu Zhan and Unit 1 surged forth like twin bolts of lightning, while the black dog maintained a wary demeanor. Oblivious to the fact that the goblin warrior had effectively disoriented itself. The earlier display had genuinely frightened it, thus it refrained from acting recklessly. This exemplified the advantage of intelligence. Had Lu Zhan been unaware of the goblin's aftereffect, he would not have dared to advance, missing the opportune moment for attack. Seizing the opportunity presented by the goblin's disorientation, Lu Zhan thrust his sword directly at the creature's head. Unit 1 followed suit, swinging its great sword towards the goblin's neck, intent on a decapitation. However, with a sharp clang, Lu Zhan's salvaged sword shattered into fragments. Unit 1's blade, though it penetrated, only sunk a few millimeters deep, far from achieving a beheading. "Ya!" the goblin warrior roared, suddenly regaining its senses and swinging its axe at Unit 1. Fortunately, Unit 1 had already retreated at Lu Zhan's command, yet its great sword remained lodged in the goblin's neck. Remarkably, the creature demonstrated a semblance of medical knowledge, opting not to extract the blade directly in the next moment. A surge of lightning struck with alarming speed. The black dog's attack was cunningly precise. As the lightning struck the junction between the sword and the goblin's neck, ya! The goblin warrior trembled violently. Previously, it had relied on its tough hide to withstand blows. But now the lightning surged through the wound into its very being. The destructive force of the electricity was palpable. Seizing this moment, Lu Zhan grasped the sword's hilt and pulled with all his might. With a squelching sound, a torrent of green liquid erupted forth. Observing this, the black dog charged forward, crackling with electricity. "Damn it! You're an extraordinary beast that can't level up. What are you doing stealing experience?" Lu Zhan shouted in frustration, rallying the other dozen or so undead alongside Unit 1 and himself to charge at the goblin warrior. If the final blow's substantial experience was claimed by this black dog, he would surely lament that in an instant, man and beast, accompanied by a throng of undead, pounced upon the goblin warrior. Blood gushed from the goblin's neck, yet it remained fiercely defiant. A single swing of its axe obliterated 3 undead. Yet it too was met with a barrage of attacks, particularly from Unit 1, which, bolstered by its growing prowess, landed a decisive blow on the goblin warrior's neck before forcefully withdrawing. The black dog, undeterred, unleashed its own electrical fury, indiscriminately striking friend and foe alike. To it, all were adversaries. Chapter 21. The King of Thieves. Damn it, once I deal with this creature, I'll settle the score with you. Lu Zhan felt a jolt of electricity course through him and quickly withdrew from the battlefield. The black dog's electrical abilities were extraordinarily overpowered. Not only was its damage output exceedingly high, but it also carried a paralyzing effect, stalling even the undead momentarily. Woof! The black dog barked fiercely, leaping up to sink its teeth into the goblin warrior's neck wound, tearing away a chunk of flesh and swallowing it whole. With that morsel, the wounds on the black dog began to heal slowly. For humans, monsters represented experience, gold, and an array of powerful equipment and items. For extraordinary beasts, they were sources of strengthening energy, elixirs of power. Having consumed that flesh, the black dog grew even more exhilarated, eager to continue its feeding. Yet in the next moment, a blade struck down upon it, sending it flying. The black dog rose, growling at Unit 1. Once comrades, now turned foes in an instant. Stay put. If you don't behave, I'll slice you too. Lu Zhan commanded the black dog without hesitation. Go prevent the black dog from usurping the final blow. He ordered Unit 1 to drive it from the battlefield. After all, the goblin warrior was left with only a sliver of health. Lu Zhan could easily finish it off himself. The black dog, unwilling to relent, crackled with electricity and charged at Unit 1. Undaunted, Unit 1, now with agility nearing 60, leapt onto the black dog's back. The great black dog, driven to madness, galloped wildly, attempting to shake Unit 1 off. Lu Zhan paid no mind. Under normal circumstances, Unit 1 might not have been a match for the black dog. However, bolstered by its innate abilities, Unit 1's 3 primary attributes had nearly breached 60. Compounded by the fact that the black dog had yet to recover from its earlier injuries inflicted by the goblin warrior. Defeating the black dog was hardly a challenge for Unit 1. Should the black dog continue to act foolishly, Lu Zhan would not hesitate to allow Unit 1 to eliminate it. As for Lu Zhan himself, he charged towards the oncoming ordinary goblins, continually resurrecting undead to send against the goblin warrior. Though the creature appeared close to death, its final retaliation remained formidable. For safety's sake, it would be prudent to let the undead wear it down. When the moment called for courage, he was unafraid of danger. When caution was warranted, he would not act impulsively. All was for the sake of survival. Thus, after more than 10 minutes of attrition, with several waves of undead sent forth, the goblin warrior's body finally collapsed. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the goblin warrior, earning 600 experience points and 800 gold. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 7. Level 7.15 undead stood before Lu Zhan. Rise, my undead. He gazed upon the fallen goblin's corpse. His eyes gleaming with green light. 14 undead goblins stood valiantly before him, exuding an impressive aura. Go forth and slay them all. At that moment, the vast square was left with just over 100 goblins remaining. Many students, who had initially watched from the cafeteria, had now charged down, summoning their courage to attack the goblins, hoping to partake in the spoils left by Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan cared little. Those individuals would likely only claim a handful of goblins. A mere drizzle of experience that meant little to him. Suddenly, Lu Zhan heard a pitiful whimper nearby. Following the sound, he beheld a most bizarre sight. The great black dog lay limp on the ground, while Unit 1 perched triumphantly upon its back as if flaunting its dominance. What the hell? Could it be that the black dog has been subdued by Unit 1? Unit 1, return, Lu Zhan commanded. Intrigued, Unit 1 leapt from the dog's back and landed before Lu Zhan, while the black dog made no attempt to flee or retaliate, instead approaching Unit 1 with a submissive demeanor, lowering its noble head in a clear display of wanting to follow. Lu Zhan had once heard tales that extraordinary beasts held a profound reverence for the strong in the previous life. Each of the 8 princes possessed a formidable beast as their steed, all of which had been subdued by them. Yet, to his astonishment, even before he had managed to pursue his own beast, the undead under his command already had their own beasts following them. Is there no justice in this world? Lu Zhan commanded number 1 to mount the large black dog. Indeed, the large black dog not only offered no resistance but appeared rather exhilarated, seemingly having transformed from a thunderous beast into an eager companion. Just as Lu Zhan was filled with a sense of jealousy, his eyes suddenly gleamed with a fierce light, and he dashed towards the corpse of the goblin warrior. Above the body, a sphere that had just erupted was already gone. Someone had seized the opportunity while Lu Zhan was momentarily distracted. How dare they steal from me? They are simply courting death. A surge of rage welled up within Lu Zhan, with no one in sight. There could only be one possibility. The assailant had gone invisible. He quickly deduced the identity of the thief, a rogue, and not one of those lurking in the cafeteria, but at least of level 3 or 4. Lu Zhan's eyes narrowed, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. In the previous life, anyone could rob him. In this life, no one shall succeed, not even the future monarch. Do they think that invisibility grants them immunity? Such naivety! Lu Zhan promptly allocated all the attribute points he had gained from leveling up twice to his spirit. Although this attribute did not enhance damage or defense, nor did it restore mana, it was crucial for countering spiritual stealth professions, and its significance was far from negligible. Perception was one of its hidden effects. The higher the spirit, the greater the perception. He increased his spirit by 6 points. Lu Zhan still could not see the invisible foe, but he faintly sensed an unusual aura. I've got you, Lu Zhan declared to the next moment. Number 1 leapt off the dog's back. Although the effect of the earlier talent had faded, Number 1's agility remained lightning fast compared to most players, striking at the air with a blade. To his surprise, there was no response. Are you not coming out? Lu Zhan scoffed, as Number 1 continued to slash at the same area from different angles. Finally, on the 7th strike, a spray of blood erupted from the air, followed by a figure materializing. Wait. I concede. I'll return your belongings. This individual was clad in a tight black outfit, appearing to have once been a classmate at this university. However, the most striking feature was undoubtedly the long, pointed ears. This was an elf's ear, akin to that of Shun Jaluat, a rogue elf, a hidden profession. Perhaps, Lu Zhan instantly recalled a name. The Thief King? One of the 12 celestial kings from his past life, a being of extreme mystery and power. Could this person before him be one of the future 12 kings? But what of the Thief King? What of hidden professions? Anyone who dares to touch my belongings, regardless of their identity, must perish. Kill him, Lu Zhan stated coldly. Number 1 immediately swung the blade. You cannot kill me. I am an elf rogue. If you kill me, you will regret it. No, the curse. The voice abruptly ceased. The revealed rogue stood no chance against Number 1. Chapter 22. The elf's curse. Ding. Player killed. Awarded 500 gold coins. Ding. Acquired negative effect. Elf's curse. Lu Zhan furrowed his brow. Having never heard of this so-called elf's curse, however, it certainly did not sound like a good thing. Opening his attribute panel, he indeed found a line of blood-red text at the bottom. Elf's curse. You have become a common enemy of all elves. Any elf profession within a kilometer radius will receive the curse's notification. Killing the cursed will grant the killer all experience points, skill points, gold, equipment, and items of the cursed. Damn it, Lu Zhan cursed inwardly. This curse effectively transformed him into a major boss in the eyes of all elf professions. Not to mention the experience points. His current level 7 experience would surely tempt any elf profession. Even more crucially, elf professions belong to the category of hidden professions, which are immensely powerful. For instance, the future elf queen, Shanjalua. Damn, I'm not afraid of you. Who dares to come and kill me? I shall slay them. A surge of resentment rose within Lu Zhan, and he felt no regret for having killed the elf rogue. If he were to live another life, only to endure such oppression, what would be the point? Approaching the rogue's corpse, Lu Zhan picked up the spherical object in his hand. Inside was a piece of green leather armor. Upon shattering it, its attributes were revealed. Goblin warrior leather armor. Quality, green. Equipment requirement, level 3. Agility 10. Though merely a piece of green equipment, the 10 points of agility made it quite a gem. It seems that rogue had a good eye for items. Lu Zhan was not one to be picky. He swiftly stripped off his outer garment and donned the green leather armor. Feeling a refreshing chill and an immediate sense of lightness, he quickly put his outer garment back on. As the all-green attire was exceedingly conspicuous, he then walked towards the goblin warrior's corpse, where 2 more spheres awaited his inspection. One was a strengthening stone, and the other was an axe. The axe resembled the one held by the goblin warrior. In this apocalyptic world, there was a rule. Items directly taken from monsters did not count as equipment. For instance, the axe held by the goblin was just an axe, devoid of any attributes. Only equipment that erupted from spheres was considered to have real attributes. Explosive battle axe, quality, blue. Equipment requirement, strength 30. Physical attack power, 50. There is a certain chance to deal 1.5 times critical damage. There is a certain chance to inflict a tearing effect. Lu Zhan smiled. To his surprise, it was a blue piece of equipment with 2 special attributes, truly exceptional. However, his proficiency with the axe was not very high. He preferred using a sword. While he was in a quandary, Lu Zhan suddenly noticed Number 1 beside him, and his eyes lit up. The equipment requirement was strength 30, without any level or race restrictions. Thus, he handed the axe to Number 1. Number 1 naturally could wield it, yet there were no changes in its attributes, and it was uncertain if the 3 attributes would affect it. Whimper, whimper. At that moment, a pitiful whimper echoed from the large black dog. This creature looked up at Number 1 with a mournful gaze, then glanced at the goblin's corpse, as if to say, "Big brother, spare me some meat." Lu Zhan had intentionally ignored the large black dog, wanting to see if it would dare to eat the goblin's corpse on its OWNIT. Seemed that it truly recognized Number 1 as its big brother, which was amusing. Beasts also possess varying degrees of innate talent, and this large black dog evidently belonged to the exceptional category. With proper training, it would undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. With this in mind, Lu Zhan chuckled and said, "From now on, you shall be called Bei Lao Hai. Here is a leg for you to feast upon." He could not allow the large black dog to consume too much. Should it evolve too quickly and exceed his control, it would pose a problem. Yet, to his surprise, the large black dog made no move but instead growled at him, clearly only recognizing Number 1 as its big brother, not Lu Zhan. The master Lu Zhan could only shake his head in resignation and instruct No 1 to sever a leg with the axe and toss it to the large black dog. Immediately, the large black dog trotted off happily to devour it, and as the meat was consumed, its wounds visibly began to heal. The only injury that remained unhealed was the scar from the severed eye. Go swiftly slay all the goblins. Lu Zhan disregarded it and commanded Number 1. He was also curious to see if the explosive battle axe would have any effect on No. 1.10 minutes earlier, at the school gate, in the darkness, an arrow shimmering with ice crystals sliced through the night sky, instantly striking the chest of a goblin centurion. The goblin centurion's body was immediately enveloped in ice crystals, freezing it in place. Following this, a middle-aged man leapt from the shadows, delivering a powerful punch to the goblin centurion. In the distance, a faint dragon's roar could be heard. Boom! The punch landed solidly on the goblin centurion, and in an instant, the frozen goblin centurion shattered into countless fragments. Uncle Zhang, I've leveled up to 5. From the darkness, Shun Jialua emerged and spoke to the middle-aged man. Miss, your arrow is truly remarkable. The middle-aged man, referred to as Uncle Zhang, replied with a smile. If Lu Zhan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this middle-aged man as Zhang Long, one of the future 12 kings. This man's hidden profession was Dragon Blood Warrior, terrifying in battle, akin to a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Legend has it that this Dragon King was the strongest warrior under the Elf Queen, having always protected her. Miss, shall we continue our hunt? Zhang Long inquired, looking at Shun Jialua with a mixture of affection and respect. If the Shun family were to follow the tropes of those conventional novels, they would be depicted as a super-elite family hidden in the shadows. Zhang Long was one of the assassins trained from a young age by the Shin family, and there were 500 individuals like him in the entire Shin family. Their loyalty to the family was ingrained in their very bones. And even in this apocalypse, betrayal was unthinkable. As Zhang Long's duty as an assassin was to protect Shun Jialua. It became his sole mission since her birth. After a moment's contemplation, Shun Jialua replied, Uncle Zhang, let us take a stroll around the school. There are a few individuals I find intriguing, and if possible, I would like to absorb them into the family. In her mind, the figure of Lu Zhan inexplicably surfaced. She could not ascertain his current level, but it was unlikely to surpass hers. With the onset of the apocalypse, the entire world was destined to be reshuffled. Coming from a prominent family, she was acutely aware of the value of talent. Lu Zhan's performance truly warranted the title of an extraordinary individual. Suddenly, a system voice echoed in Shun Jialua's mind. Ding! Detection of a nearby elf caster. Eliminate the target to receive all experience points. Skill points, gold, equipment, and a smile immediately graced Shun Jialua's face. Let us go, Uncle Zhang. Help me take someone down. Chapter 23. The Future Emperor of Humanity? So what? In the cafeteria square, Lu Zhan wore a look of exasperation. He had initially hoped to witness whether the first number could unleash the true potential of the battle axe, but the opponent's attack power was so overwhelming that he was dispatched with a single blow, leaving no room for observation. Nearby, the large black dog, having finished devouring the leg of a goblin warrior, had recovered considerably and was eagerly barking, ready to follow his elder brother into battle in less than 5 minutes. The remaining goblins were utterly annihilated. Lu Zhan, you still remember me, right? A student cautiously approached, gazing at Lu Zhan with trepidation. Lu Hong, is there something you need? Lu Zhan inquired, recognizing the visitor as a former classmate. Due to his rebirth, several classmates who were originally destined to perish had managed to survive. Can we follow you? Lu Hong asked, his eyes filled with hope. At this moment, anyone with keen perception could discern Lu Zhan's formidable strength. In this apocalypse, he was undoubtedly a rare pillar of support. Sorry, Lu Zhan replied without hesitation, shaking his head. All right, Lu Hong said, utterly disheartened, yet he refrained from voicing further objections. Just treat it like a game. Slaying monsters and leveling up, it's quite simple, Lu Zhan remarked with a smile. If you die, then you die in this world. If you don't strive, it's better to perish. By the way, remember to pick up a mobile phone. With the arrival of the apocalypse, mobile phones had lost all signal and many had simply discarded them. Yet as midnight approached, phones had become indispensable. As for Lu Zhan, he had already picked up the latest Huawei Mate 14 Pro Max during his time in the teaching building. Its large screen was a joy to behold. Yes, I will, Lu Hong nodded, albeit puzzled about the purpose of the phone, gripping his weapon tightly. Disregarding these individuals, Lu Zhan turned his attention to the multitude of corpses strewn about. It was time to get to work. He aimed to see if he could enhance the first number to the hero level. He wondered if these hundreds of corpses would suffice. Next, Lu Zhan's eyes glowed green almost without pause. He continuously resurrected goblins, first turning them into elite undead, and then sacrificing these elite undead to the first number. The first number stood motionless amidst the pile of corpses. Bei Lao He, meanwhile, bored, toyed with the goblin corpses, obediently refraining from eating without his elder brother's consent. Soon, the students had dispersed. Some returned to the cafeteria building to hide, while others ventured elsewhere to hunt goblins. The vast square now only held Lu Zhan. As night deepened, he felt a growing urgency as midnight drew near. He had sacrificed a total of 30 elite undead, experiencing around 10 failures, with a reasonable success rate, yet the first number showed no signs of evolution. Once the clock struck 12, powerful magical beasts would invade this world, and even he would have to hide and assess the situation. First number, for heaven's sake, exert yourself. Lu Zhan sacrificed another elite undead. It succeeded, but only increased the first number's power, physique, and agility slightly. Sighing, he continued, his eyes radiating green light. Suddenly, a wave of danger surged in his chest, and Lu Zhan instinctively tilted his head to the right. In an instant, an arrow grazed his cheek, vanishing into the vast night. A name surfaced in his mind. The elf queen Shan Jialua, as the most popular among the future 8 human emperors. Her legends were numerous. It was said her arrows could transform in myriad ways. There were the frostbite arrows, explosive flame arrows, deadly divine arrows, and the silent shadow arrows. The arrow that had nearly struck him exemplified the silent shadow arrow. Fortunately, the 6 points of spirit he had acquired provided a faint warning. Just moments earlier, he had sacrificed all the undead to the first number, with only 1 undead providing him with 10 of his physique. Had that arrow struck, the consequences would have been dire. You want my experience? Then let us see if you have the capability. A surge of rage ignited within Lu Zhan. The elf queen? So what? The next second, waves of undead rose from the ground, and Lu Zhan's attributes began to soar. Yet that was not the end of it. He continued to sacrifice, with the 10 skill effect of the Holy Grail ring enhancing the efficacy of his sacrificial skills. For instance, what originally required 20 sacrifices to strengthen an elite could now be achieved with just 18. Unfortunately, this resurrection could only be performed one by one, or efficiency would significantly improve. 3 minutes later. Aside from the first number, Lu Zhan had summoned a total of 14 elite undead. Yet Shan Jialua had still not revealed herself, seemingly waiting for the perfect moment to unleash a decisive strike. In the distance, concealed behind lush branches of a large tree, Shan Jialua and Zhang Long awaited an opportunity. Unable to find a chance, Shan Jialua remarked, shaking her head. For an elf, nighttime visibility was akin to daylight. She could clearly see Lu Zhan's every move from afar. This guy is quite intriguing. He doesn't resemble a mere student, but rather a seasoned warrior. A true master, Zhang Long noted with surprise. Uncle Zhang, do you think we can take him down? Shan Jialua inquired, raising an eyebrow at Zhang Long's assessment. He's just a student. How could he possibly become a battle-hardened expert in just a day? Even I wouldn't be able to accomplish that, she thought. Furthermore, while she was unaware of his profession, it was evident he belonged to a summoning class, which logically should render him weak in that moment. Lu Zhan appeared cloaked in an air of mystery in her eyes. To be honest, Shan Jialua had not anticipated that the one cursed by the elf would be Lu Zhan in her initial plans. He was the very first target she sought to recruit. However, upon seeing him, she was taken aback, and in the choice between recruiting and eliminating him, she unhesitatingly opted for the latter. The rewards from the system were simply too enticing. Though she was unaware of Lu Zhan's level, the sheer number of goblin corpses around him indicated he was undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even more so than she was if she could slay him. The experience alone would likely elevate her by at least 2 levels, not to mention the potential treasures he might possess. I'm uncertain, but I wish to give it a try. A hint of excitement flickered across Zhang Long's face. The thrill of encountering a worthy opponent shining through. Then let us proceed, Uncle Zhang, Shan Jialua instructed. Preparing her BOW.as an archer, she would never expose herself to engage in close combat. A ranged ambush was her optimal approach. Understood. Mississippi, if I find myself in peril, I'll retreat immediately, Zhang Long replied, leaping down from the branch, tightening his fists clad in green gear. An item he had exchanged from the system shop. Zhang Long preferred the visceral sensation of combat over wielding any weapon. Chapter 24. Mutual destruction by arrow. Lu Zhan gazed ahead, where a man was striding towards him. He had heard tales of the Dragon King and had caught glimpses of his figure from afar. Yet he had never witnessed the man's true visage. Thus he was unaware that the individual approaching him was one of the future 12 kings. However, he could sense that this man bore ill intent. Indeed, the next moment, the man charged forth like a cannonball, the air around him swirling with tremendous force. First number, engage. Lu Zhan took a step back, showing no intention of advancing. Meanwhile, Zhang Long, observing the small goblin rushing towards him, dismissed it entirely. Shen Jialua had mentioned that the goblins Lu Zhan resurrected were slightly stronger than they had been in life. But how formidable could they truly be? It was merely a matter of a single punch. Zhang Long launched a punch, intending to obliterate the diminutive goblin eye in that instant. A roar akin to that of a dragon reverberated. Liu Zhan's eyes narrowed, instantly grasping the man's identity. A dragon-blood warrior, whose battle cries could unleash waves of sound capable of unsettling opponents and disrupting their mental state. This was a sound he had encountered before, and it was all too familiar. Ah, the Elf Queen and the Dragon King were indeed inseparable. How fascinating that the ones seeking his demise were destined to be a future emperor and king. Far from feeling fear, Lu Zhan was filled with exhilaration. What did this signify? It meant that Lu Zhan was no longer a mere pawn. The future Dragon King surely could not be of a higher level than him at this moment. Even if he were level 6, his attributes would barely reach 40. Conversely, the first number, despite its recent failure to evolve, had surpassed 50 in attributes due to his previous sacrifices. Moreover, with the effects of Death's Fear and the courage and battle talent, he was confident that the first number would easily overpower the Dragon King. Forward he advanced. As Zhang Long unleashed his punch, he caught sight of the goblin raising its axe with equal ferocity, bringing it crashing down. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming sense of discomfort washed over Zhang Long before he could contemplate the sensation. Every hair on his body stood on end, as if every cell was sending out a signal, danger. Without a moment's hesitation, instinct propelled Zhang Long to roll aside, barely evading the axe's deadly swing. A thunderous crash echoed as the axe struck the ground, leaving cracks in the earth. Zhang Long's face contorted in shock. What in the world was happening? A mere goblin could not possibly possess such formidable power. Moreover, he sensed an inexplicable decline in all his attributes. Just as he was grappling with his astonishment, the goblin charged again, swinging its battle axe with a speed that far surpassed its previous assault. Retreat. Zhang Long pushed off the ground with his legs, propelling himself backward as the axe smashed down where he had just been standing. Had he hesitated even for a second, he would have been cleaved in two. The axe continued to rain down, leaving Zhang Long with no choice but to evade, fearing that a moment's delay would mean a fatal blow. Even a dragon-blood warrior would likely not withstand such an assault. As for counterattacking, that was a laughable notion. In the distance, Shen Jialua watched the battlefield, her expression one of sheer horror. How could the goblin be so powerful? Beside Lu Zhan, there were still 14 more goblins, if each one was as strong. Shen Jialua could hardly bear to entertain the thought. In that instant, an unfamiliar emotion swelled within her, fear, dread. Even during the apocalypse, she had only felt a fleeting panic, yet the enigmatic man in the distance truly instilled a sense of terror within her. However, she quickly regained her composure. If things continued this way, Zhang Long would surely be slain. Suppressing her fear, she summoned the ice breath arrow, aiming it directly at the goblin. She had to save Zhang Long first. As for defeating Lu Zhan, her confidence had waned. With a resounding chime, Shen Jialua's shot was nearly perfect. Just as the goblin swung its axe, the ice breath arrow struck true, sending shards of ice cascading from the arrowhead, momentarily freezing the goblin in place. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the goblin shook off the ice, scattering it to the ground. Nevertheless, that brief moment was enough for Zhang Long to escape several meters away. At this juncture, Zhang Long had but one thought: escape. The thrill of facing an opponent was lost on him. He was utterly humiliated by his inability to contend with even a subordinate of the enemy. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan scoffed, having anticipated Shen Jialua's intervention. But did she think she was the only one with allies? A glance at the imposing black dog beside him revealed that Bei Laohe was enveloped in crackling lightning. How dare it attempt to ambush its master? It would soon learn the sting of electricity. With a resounding crack, a bolt of lightning shot forth from Bei Laohe, striking towards Zhang Long's back eye in the throes of flight. Zhang Long had no inkling of this twisted turn of events. By the time his instinct screamed of impending peril, the lightning had already struck. His body convulsed as he collapsed to the ground, motionless. Being a dragon-blood warrior, he remained alive, though his vitality was waning. At that moment, Zhang Long found it difficult even to move a finger, let alone rise. Little did he expect that the apocalypse had only just begun, and he was already at death's door. With a bitter smile, he lamented that he did not fear death. After all, he had been raised as a death warrior since childhood. His only concern was for Shan Jialua. "Miss, you must pave your own path from here on." "Shan Jialua, let us have a word, shall we?" Lu Zhanzhan called out to the distance. Meanwhile, the goblin had seized Zhang Long, pressing the axe against his throat, ready to strike at the slightest hint of movement. Its eyes fixated forward, poised to attack at any sign of disturbance. The Elven Queen had concealed herself exceedingly well. Even after her arrow had been loosed, he could not detect her presence. Thus, capturing this dragon-blood warrior as a hostage seemed a prudent course of action. From that single arrow, it was evident that the Elven Queen still cared for Zhang Long. Otherwise, she would have vanished without a trace. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Lu Zhanzhan received no response. Had she truly fled? Furrowing his brow, Lu Zhanzhan prepared to command the goblin to strike. At that moment, Shan Jialua's voice finally reached him. "Lu Zhanzhan, my hidden profession possesses a uniquely potent skill, known as the Arrow of Mutual Destruction. Once loosed, it will follow you unrelentingly until death. Of course, using it will lead to my own demise, so I shall not employ it unless absolutely necessary. Release Uncle Zhang, or I will be forced to unleash this arrow." As her words fell, Lu Zhanzhan felt a jolt throughout his body. His instincts warned him that he was being targeted by an extraordinarily dangerous aura. "Do you think I would believe such a claim?" Lu Zhanzhan replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. In his previous life, he had never encountered such a concept. Given his standing, he had never been privy to any secrets of the Elven Queen. Believe it or not, you'll find out soon enough. "Do you dare to test me?" came the voice from afar. In the next moment, Bei Laohe unleashed a bolt of lightning towards the source of the sound. The night was illuminated, yet there was no sign of Shan Jialua. The woman had a remarkable talent for concealment. "Lu Zhanzhan, should there be another instance, I will not hesitate to release this arrow, and we shall all perish together." Shan Jialua's voice seethed with fury. "Damn it!" Lu Zhanzhan cursed inwardly. He was being threatened by this woman. It was she who sought to kill him, yet she was the one attempting to negotiate. To be frank, he was reluctant to gamble. If this so-called arrow of mutual destruction were real, he would be trading his life for that of an Elven Queen and a Dragon King. That would be an unequivocal loss. His life was far too precious. Yet, could he simply allow this woman to escape? The humiliation gnawed at him, leaving him momentarily at a standstill. At this juncture, Zhang Long interjected. "Young brother, the Shen family wields power beyond your imagination. Should you allow us to leave, the Shen family will surely reward you handsomely in the future." Lu Zhanzhan raised an eyebrow, unfamiliar with the Shen family's prominence. It seemed that Shan Jialua's ascent to Elven Queen was largely influenced by her family's power. In the wake of the apocalypse, while wealth and status had lost their significance, some major factions maintained inherent advantages. They could gather resources, intelligence, and talent at an astonishing pace. Zhang Long's words carried both a plea and a veiled threat. Yet, did the necromancer fear an overwhelming force? That was laughable. Just then, Shan Jialua spoke again. "How about this? Let us cooperate. I swear I will not harm you due to the Elven curse. By joining forces, my family can provide you with resources beyond your imagination. This apocalypse is fraught with danger. Alone, you might not survive. Why not work with me? You could gain much, perhaps even me." What a mix of threats and seduction. In his previous life, many would have clamored for such an opportunity. Yet now, Lu Zhanzhan and Shan Jialua were clearly on opposing sides, making collaboration akin to courting disaster. Promises held no weight. Her resorting to seduction signaled desperation. How could he place his trust in her? No, he would first need to coax her out. "Very well," Lu Zhanzhan began. "Let us proceed this way. You come out, and we shall draft a contract or agreement." "Agreed. But you must bring Uncle Zhang closer." "You come out first, and I will release your Uncle Zhang." "Release Uncle Zhang first, and I will emerge." Damn it! Is she toying with me? Lu Zhanzhan erupted in frustration. Was this woman playing a game of extreme tug-of-war with him? At that moment, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura surged nearby, followed by a resounding dragon roar that reverberated through the AI art. Lu Zhanzhan's expression shifted as he prepared to command the goblin to attack. To his astonishment, Zhang Long's form underwent a transformation. Scales erupted across his body, his limbs expanded several-fold, and his once human visage morphed into that of a beast. Zhang Long had become a dragon man, a manifestation of the Dragon Blood Warrior's innate ability, dragon transformation. However, this skill bore a significant drawback. It required a full 3 minutes to charge, and the aftereffects were severe. Shun Jialua was well aware of this ability. Their previous dialogue had merely served to buy time. Transformed, Zhang Long's power surged, and with a single strike, he sent the goblin flying several meters away before lunging fiercely at Lu Zhanzhan. Yet, he had underestimated Lu Zhanzhan's strength. The moment the aura erupted, Lu Zhanzhan had already reacted, swiftly summoning all his undead minions as he retreated. Zhang Long was taken aback. What manner of profession was this? His time in dragon form was limited. He could not hope to eliminate every foe. Instinctively, Zhang Long resolved to flee. In his transformed state, all his attributes surged, and he moved with such speed that he left afterimages in his wake. By the time Lu Zhanzhan attempted to instruct the goblin to pursue, Zhang Long had vanished without a trace. Damn it! Lu Zhanzhan's face darkened as the realization hit him. He had been outmaneuvered. With midnight fast approaching, pursuing Zhang Long would be exceedingly perilous. Returning to the arrow, there was also the skill of transforming into a dragon person. Regarding the abilities of these top-tier powerhouses, he still understood far too little. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhan managed to dispel the turmoil within his heart and glanced at No. 1. Forget it. Let us continue to sacrifice these ancestors. The 14 elite undead that had just been enhanced immediately transformed into sustenance for No. 1. However, after the complete sacrifice of all 14 elite undead, No. 1 surprisingly did not evolve. With the subsequent 5 sacrifices all failing as well. It seemed he had encountered the fabled bottleneck. Feeling somewhat helpless, Lu Zhan ceased his insistence and quickly reincarnated and enhanced the 14 elite undead to prepare for the arrival of 12 o'clock. Moments later, a voice finally echoed in his mind. Ding, the phone has been modified. Please locate your phone for binding. Here it comes. Without hesitation, Lu Zhan stored all 14 elite undead into the undead space, leaving only No. 1 outside. There was no other choice. If he also stored No. 1, Bei Laohong would likely betray him on the spot. This big black dog possessed immense potential, and Lu Zhan was determined to coax it away. Subsequently, Lu Zhan hurried back to the teaching building at the fastest pace and hid in a classroom. Just as he entered the classroom, a terrifying roar resounded in the sky, revealing 3 colossal flying dragons flapping their wings as they soared past. Throughout the university campus, various strange roars echoed intermittently. The novice village had completely ended. The true apocalypse had arrived. Humanity was about to face a lengthy period of hiding and evasion. Beside him, Bei Laohong seemed to sense the terrifying auras. Obediently lying on the ground, afraid to move, No. 1 remained motionless atop Bei Laohong's back. Temporarily ignoring everything else, Lu Zhan took out his Mate 14 Pro Max, the phone, which had previously been unable to power on. Now emitted a faint glow. A line of text appeared on the screen. Would you like to bind the phone? Lu Zhan unhesitatingly selected to bind. Soon, the screen began to change rapidly, displaying 3 applications: communication forum, trading post, and leaderboard. Without signal, without means of communication, humanity was like a scattered pile of sand dispersed across the globe. Yet this phone represented yet another significant boon granted to humanity by the apocalypse. Lu Zhan first clicked on the leaderboard app, and soon a prompt appeared on his phone. Ding, congratulations on entering the top 100 of the level leaderboard. Please choose to display or hide. Lu Zhan directly selected to hide. He had always been a person who preferred a low profile. In no time, the leaderboard of the top 100 levels was displayed on the phone interface. First place, Huang Shengren, level 10. Upon seeing this name, Lu Zhan's heart jolted. Huang Shengren, the most formidable among the 8 emperors, was indeed a true sage, as his name suggested. The sanctuary he established sheltered the most people and was the most powerful force. Moreover, his profession was also a hidden class, an exceedingly terrifying forbidden spell mage. It was rumored that even the most ordinary fireball spell in Huang Shengren's hands could unleash the might of a forbidden spell, annihilating everything in its path. In his previous life, Lu Zhan had not been aware of this extraordinary ruler's terrifying prowess at the onset of the apocalypse, having failed to pick up the phone in time. Level 10, 3 levels higher than him. Although Lu Zhan had spent a considerable amount of time enhancing the undead, he knew that even had he continuously slain goblins, reaching level 10 would have been impossible. A forbidden spell mage, indeed fearsome. Scrolling down, he saw second place. Hidden, level 8. Third place. Hidden, level 8. As for Lu Zhan, he was directly ranked at 47th, of course. This initial level ranking did not signify much. Take Shun Jialua for instance. If she returned to her so-called prestigious family with their backing, she would likely catch up swiftly. Additionally, some classes that were weak in the early stages could become exceptionally powerful in the mid to late game. Closing the leaderboard, Lu Zhan opened the trading post app. To his surprise, there were already numerous items listed. However, most were merely curiosities offered by others, such as mana potions and some subpar equipment, which no one would buy. Chapter 26. Pig-head monster. Lu Zhan disregarded these worthless items and directly typed in enhancement stones. Soon, the screen displayed 5 selling messages. In the early days of the apocalypse, for most people, the attributes gained from enhancing gear were negligible compared to the benefits of selling for gold coins. At least with gold coins, one need not worry about food and shelter. The price for 5 enhancement stones was quite reasonable, totaling 800. Lu Zhan did not hesitate and purchased them all. Next, he typed in sword, hoping to find a weapon with attributes. However, the result was disappointing. While there were swords available, they were all plain equipment. Yet having something was better than nothing, so he decided to procure one since he currently had ample funds. Lu Zhan selected a sword with an attack bonus of 30 and bought it. The next second, his gold coins decreased by 1,000, and a sword appeared in his hands. Finally, Lu Zhan opened the communication forum app. Within a short time, it displayed thousands of messages, most of which were cries for help. One particularly eye-catching post read, "I am Huang Shengren, the first in the level rankings, currently in Jinghai City, and have established a relatively safe location. Everyone is welcome to seek assistance." Lu Zhan remembered this message had remained at the top for an entire month, garnering a terrifying 1,000,000 replies. In the future, the sanctuary established by Huang Shengren would be the largest among the 8 emperors, sheltering the most people. Moreover, the requirements were minimal. Anyone with a certain level of combat capability could come seeking refuge. In his previous life, Lu Zhan had also wanted to go there, but the journey was far too distant, and with his strength, he could not reach it. Reflecting on this, Lu Zhan clicked on the local forum, which displayed information solely related to Donghai City. He wanted to see if there were any dungeon-related messages. Due to his previous life's limitations, he had scanned information about what dungeons had appeared in this city and their locations. However, after looking through extensively, he found no useful information and had to temporarily close the phone. Subsequently, he used all 5 enhancement stones on the undead ring. Once again, fortune smiled upon him. All 5 enhancements succeeded. Undead ring 8. Mana 100, Spirit 3, skill cooldown minus 1.3 seconds. The additional spirit attribute was quite decent. Glancing out the window, he saw a robust bull demon warrior charging past. Lu Zhan did not intend to continue hunting monsters. While leveling up was indeed important, a balance between work and rest was the key to longevity. He needed a good rest. Tomorrow, a great battle awaited. Lu Zhan vividly remembered that on the second day after the apocalypse erupted, a permanent adventure-level dungeon would appear in the Yinmao building of Donghai City. Permanent dungeons reset everything inside upon clearing, allowing humanity to continuously attempt them and reap rewards. Truly a great treasure bestowed upon humanity by the apocalypse. Each time the dungeon was cleared, the rewards varied, dependent on luck. In his previous life, Lu Zhan had cleared it once with a few older brothers, and by sheer luck, the clearing reward had granted him a purple equipment piece, only for those older brothers to snatch it away once they exited the dungeon. He had been nothing but a mere pawn. However, regardless of the dungeon, the rewards for the first clear were always the most generous, and significantly so. Thus, Lu Zhan had to secure the first clear of this dungeon. He was an orphan, without parents or siblings, and could be said to have no ties in this world. Strength was his sole pursuit, and survival his greatest objective. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lu Zhan's eyes as he instructed Number 1 beside him. Number 1, keep an eye on the surroundings. Wake me if there's any movement. He then leaned against Bei Laohong's soft fur. The big black dog seemed reluctant to resist, but with a single glare from Number 1, it instantly became obedient. The next morning, as dawn broke, Lu Zhan, leaning against Bei Laohong, suddenly opened his eyes. He could sense something approaching. In the next moment, a bipedal pig-like creature appeared at the classroom door. Just as the pig-head monster was delighted at discovering food, an axe came crashing down upon its head. No. One had struck. Simultaneously, Lu Zhan dashed out. Bolstered by the goblin warrior's leather armor, his agility had surpassed 50, swift as lightning. Number 1's axe struck the pig-head monster's skull just as Lu Zhan's sword pierced its throat simultaneously. Despite the pig-head monster's high constitution, it was astonishing that the two lethal strikes did not slay it instantly. However, after delivering the first blow, Number 1 raised the battle axe again, swinging down for a second strike. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the pig-head monster, earning 100 experience points and 100 gold coins. Lu Zhan withdrew his sword, running his fingers over the blood on the blade. Everything felt so real. He feared that yesterday had all been a dream, and he would wake up once more in his formerly weak state. The evidence proved that none of this was a dream. After a moment of reflection, just as Lu Zhan prepared to convert it into an undead, he suddenly heard Bei Laohong beside him whimpering at the pig-head monster, drooling profusely. The wound over the big black dog's eye had yet to heal, and it seemed destined to be a one-eyed dog. However, that long scar only added to its ferocity, contrasting sharply with its current pitiful appearance. After feasting on goblins for an entire day, Bei Laohong was utterly sick of it now, seeing the pig meat. How could it not be tempted? If it weren't for Number 1 not nodding, it would have pounced on it like a hungry tiger. Lu Zhan chuckled and said, in light of you being my pillow for the whole night, I'll give it to you. After all, there were plenty of monsters of this level outside. With that, he watched as Number 1 lifted the pig-head monster's corpse and tossed it right in front of Bei Laohong. Bei Laohei received the authorization from the leader and began to devour voraciously. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan stepped out of the classroom and surveyed his surroundings. Although a night had passed, numerous magical creatures were still scouring for humans. After a brief glance, Lu Zhan noted the presence of 3 distinct magical races within the campus: goblins, pig-headed monsters, and bull demons. As the saying goes, those who are not of my kind must have a different heart. The magical beings from another realm comprise countless races, with goblins being among the weakest. Conflicts frequently arise among these various races as they vie for food. It has been analyzed that this so-called apocalypse resembles a grand battle among myriad races, with Earth as the battleground, a war of all races, far more complex than a mere confrontation between humans and magical creatures. In just 3 minutes, a pig-headed monster was entirely consumed by Bei Laohei. Surrounding Bei Laohei were strands of crackling electricity, indicating that it had thoroughly charged itself. Let us go, Lu Zhan remarked, spotting a solitary bull demon warrior in the distance. It was time to refresh his undead army. And his target was none other than the bull demon warrior. Among the 3 major races present on the campus, the bull demon warrior was undoubtedly the strongest. The dungeon had yet to open, and even when it did, it would be some time before anyone could clear it. There was no need for Lu Zhan to rush. He could prepare adequately before setting off on the campus pathway. A bull demon warrior hefted its axe, its bovine eyes wide and fierce as brass bells. After a whole night, it had yet to capture a single human for sustenance. Just as it was about to lose its temper, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. With a crackling sound, the bull demon warrior trembled, paralyzed and unable to move. In the next instant, a flash of swordlight pierced its throat, while an axe cleaved into its skull. In a daze, the bull demon warrior could only see a human food standing before it, its eyes soon glowing green. Chapter 27. Silver Trade Tower. Little Bull Number 1. Lu Zhan named the newly transformed undead bull demon casually, then turned his attention to its attributes. Undead bull demon warrior. Traits: undead. Strength: 40. Constitution: 35. Agility: 33. Goodness, with the 10 enhancement from the Holy Grail ring combined with another 10 from its innate traits. The attributes of the transformed bull demon warrior were impressively strong, far surpassing that of an elite undead goblin. It's important to note that this was still a regular undead. If it were to be enhanced to elite status, it would be truly formidable. Reflecting on his own capabilities, Lu Zhan calculated that under extreme conditions, with 14 elite undead bull demons plus number 1, his strength might very well exceed 100. The mere thought filled him with exhilaration. Lu Zhan summoned the undead bull demon back into the undead space with a wave of his hand. Let us go, hunt some bulls. A moment later, Lu Zhan arrived at the cafeteria building. The once plentiful goblin corpses had diminished significantly. The pig-headed monsters and bull demons were not picky eaters. When human flesh was unavailable, they would settle for goblins to stave off hunger. Not far away, 5 bull demon warriors were feasting on remains. It was clear that Lu Zhan could not take down 5 bull demon warriors in an instant, so he summoned all his undead, adhering to the undead mage's principle of fighting with numbers against fewer foes. Swiftly dispatching the bull demon warriors. Now, his undead bull demons had increased to 6. However, compared to goblins, the numbers of bull demons and pig-headed monsters were considerably fewer, leaving Lu Zhan somewhat dissatisfied, deprived of the exhilarating experience of continuous reincarnation and sacrifice. Half an hour later, having scoured most of the campus, Lu Zhan finally amassed 14 undead bull demon warriors. It would likely be some time before he could sacrifice them all to become elite. Lu Zhan did not press the matter. Instead, he pulled out his phone to check the forum. Finding no new information about dungeons, it was evident that most individuals understood the value of dungeons and would not carelessly post about them online. With that in mind, there was no need to waste further time. He would head directly to the Silver Trade Tower. Lu Zhan mounted Bei Lao He, the large black dog. Its long back comfortably accommodated both Lu Zhan and No. One that this creature had resigned itself to the fact that Lu Zhan was its master's master, no longer resisting, as long as it was fed. Subsequently, Bei Lao He surged forward, a spark of electricity crackling around its limbs as it leaped 5 meters ahead. This remarkable black dog not only possessed high innate abilities but also displayed quick wits, understanding how to harness lightning to enhance its speed. Although the apocalypse had fully erupted, not all magical creatures from other realms had descended at once. Lu Zhan recalled that it would be 3 full months before creatures of the hero level would arrive. Otherwise, a royal-level goblin could easily raise the entire Earth to the ground. Powerful races, like dragonkind, typically occupied vast territories as their domains. As higher-tier magical races, they did not need to venture out in search of food. Low-tier races would naturally offer tributes to them within their territories. Lu Zhan had refrained from venturing out the previous night, waiting for those powerful races to delineate their territories. He believed that the divisions had now mostly settled. According to his memory, Donghai City had not attracted the attention of those formidable races, so Lu Zhan did not need to be overly cautious. With his current strength, even if he encountered a hero-level bull demon, he could escape if he couldn't win. Bei Lao He dashed with incredible speed, reaching the entrance of Donghai University in just 3 minutes. Gazing at the desolate city, even the reborn Lu Zhan felt as if he were in a different era. Just then, a gunshot rang out nearby. Unfazed, Lu Zhan extended his hand and, with a sharp crack, caught a bullet in his grip. With the support of 15 undead, his constitution and agility had become superhuman, making catching bullets a trivial matter. Clearly, the gunfire came from a marksman. To Lu Zhan's surprise, upon exiting the campus, he was attacked by one of his own kind. This world's order had begun to collapse. Go. Kill him, Lu Zhan instructed casually, and number 1 vanished from the dog's back. Anyone daring to attack him must brace themselves for death. Not far off, a figure barely had time to scream before number 1 cleaved him in half, returning with a bloodied axe to Bei Lao He's back. Let us go. Lu Zhan's expression remained unchanged. This was merely a minor incident, not worth his concern. The Silver Trade Tower, the only commercial hub in Donghai City, was situated at the heart of the city and was also the area with the highest foot traffic in the apocalypse. Greater foot traffic naturally indicated more magical creatures. At this moment, the city roads were choked with vehicles, prompting Bei Lao He to leap onto the roofs and race ahead. Along the way, many hidden individuals, hearing the commotion, peeked out. Big brother, help me. Can you take me with you? Please, give me some food. These were the cowards who dared not engage in combat. Merely waiting for rescue, Lu Zhan paid them no mind. Their fates were already sealed in the apocalypse, even those shelters would not protect humans devoid of combat prowess. What they needed were warriors who could enhance their strength, not mere burdens. After all, even the 8 monarchs could only occupy a small area as a refuge in the apocalypse. Resources were limited. It was impossible to shelter everyone. Bei Laohe moved swiftly, its speed rivaling that of a sports car. Even carrying Lu Zhan and Number 1, it maintained a speed of no less than 100 kilometers per hour. With no obstacles in its way, they arrived at the outer square of the Silver Trade Tower in just 10 minutes. Lu Zhan did not charge directly into the fray. Instead, he directed Bei Laohe to climb atop a nearby tall building. Compared to the school, this area was evidently more chaotic and dangerous, necessitating a period of observation for safety. Lu Zhan's eyesight was exceptional. Even from the rooftop, he could clearly see everything happening in the square below. A chaotic battle was unfolding. A dozen humans stood at the entrance of the tower, while numerous magical creatures surged toward them. The sheer number of magical beings was overwhelming, and it was clear that the human side was on the brink of collapse. Inside the tower, there could be hundreds or even thousands of humans. Should the magical creatures breach the interior, it would surely become a feast. Lu Zhan refrained from descending immediately, opting instead to observe closely. Bull demons, pig-headed monsters, dog-headed men, and even a few creatures from the Een race were present. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 elite-level.no hero-level opponents. This is manageable. With Number 1 present, even if a hero-level creature appeared and the battle dragged on, they could still prevail. The primary issue was that without clearing these magical beings, entry into the tower would be impossible, as the entrance to the dungeon lay within. The distance from this tall building to the tower was several dozen meters. Jumping alone would not suffice. Chapter 28. The Savior has arrived at the Silver Trade Tower. A muscular man bellowed. How dare you rampage in human territory? Die, you bastards! He hurled his axe, which whirled like a boomerang, cleaving through several magical creatures before returning to his hand. This seemingly powerful move, however, failed to slay a single magical being. The muscular man, being only level 5, could handle goblins but found himself utterly incapable of harming the tougher bull demons and pig-headed monsters. Observing this, he could not help but shout, Teacher Lu, we can't hold on much longer. Tell everyone inside to come out and fight. If it continues like this, we'll all perish. Exactly. Why do they get to hide inside while we are out here fighting for our lives? Lu Yong furrowed his brow and exclaimed with fury, How have I taught you all? With great power comes great responsibility. As he spoke, the colossal sword in his hand cleaved towards a nearby creature. The goblin, which shrieked in agony before meeting its demise. Lu Yong was none other than the physical education instructor at Donghai University. Inspired by Lu Zhan, he had dedicated himself to rescuing students while simultaneously teaching them how to slay goblins, swiftly clearing the 2 dormitory buildings of the creatures. This endeavor allowed him to cultivate a few capable students into a team to protect those lacking in combat prowess. With the noble aspiration of saving more humanity, Lu Yong gathered 4 formidable students to form the Apocalypse Rescuers team. Coincidentally, after successfully updating his phone, he opened the forum to find a multitude of distress signals emanating from the email building. Clearly a refuge for many. After a night's rest, the rescuers team set forth to the email building, only to encounter several monsters attempting to breach the premises. Without hesitation, they engaged in battle. Initially, they managed to hold their ground, but as the fight wore on, the monsters swarmed in greater numbers, and soon, they could barely maintain their position at the entrance. Damn it, am I Spider-Man? And this so-called great power and responsibility nonsense? I am not going to die for you all. I'm leaving first. Lu Yong declared, I admire your courage, but I don't wish to perish here. Let those inside fend for themselves. We are not saviors. With only Lu Yong and 5 others remaining, the rest were mere strangers, lacking the lofty ideals of heroism. Their fight was simply for the thrill of leveling up. As danger escalated, it was only prudent to retreat. Given their strength, even if the monsters managed to invade the building, their chances of survival remained high. As they withdrew, Lu Yong and his companions felt the pressure mount. Just as they were about to falter, Lu Yong shouted, Fall back into the building. Though he was a compassionate soul, the time for self-sacrifice had not yet come. He needed to preserve himself to save more lives. At that moment, he caught sight of a green creature in the distance, brandishing a massive axe and cleaving a pig-headed monster in 2. His heart surged with joy, and he cried out, Hold on. The savior has arrived. He recognized that figure instantly, despite the change in weaponry. The familiar green body and formidable strength could only belong to Lu Zhan's goblin. The last time, in a moment of crisis, Lu Zhan had saved him, thereby rescuing everyone in the dormitory. Now, in another dire situation, Lu Zhan's reappearance meant salvation for all within the building. Was this not the very definition of a savior? Upon hearing Lu Yong's words, several students felt a jolt of hope. Although Lu Yong's idealism was somewhat daunting, they understood that he would never jest about such life and death matters. If he declared that the savior had come, then indeed, the savior had arrived. Their curiosity piqued. Who could possibly be this savior? In the next moment, the air crackled with lightning as a wolf-like creature leaped into view, resembling a deity of thunder. Wherever it tread, the monsters trembled, their bodies convulsing with electric shock. The smell of charred flesh filled the air, with several creatures even being cooked alive. Wang Bei Lao He landed gracefully before Lu Yong and the others, bellowing at the horde of monsters with an air of dominance. However, the sound was slightly diminished, as it was merely a dog's bark. Is this really the savior? A dog? No, a thunderous dog? Lu Yong and the students stood in disbelief, for animals were inherently weaker than humans, and those that evolved into extraordinary beasts were exceedingly rare. This was their first encounter with such a creature. Even Lu Yong found himself somewhat at a loss. Where was Lu Zhan? But he wasn't surprised by this thunderous dog, as it must have been Lu Zhan's new companion. And he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at its impressive demeanor. Teacher Lu, what are you doing here? At that moment, a figure leaped down from Bei Lao He's back, grinning. Lu Zhan had not anticipated encountering Lu Yong here. The distance had obscured his features during the battle, but he had just now recognized Lu Yong. Lu Zhan, haha, I knew it was you. Lu Yong exclaimed excitedly. Let us deal with these creatures first. Teacher Lu, follow me. We need to eliminate the elite monsters. As he spoke, Lu Zhan summoned 14 undead Minotaur warriors to hold the entrance. Meanwhile, the first warrior was already engaged in battle, sent forth to enter a state of increasing ferocity. Without hesitation, Lu Zhan leaped back onto Bei Lao He's back, brandishing his sword as they charged towards the nearest Minotaur berserker. All right. Lu Yong, understanding that Lu Zhan aimed to elevate his prowess, followed suit without reservation, leaving the remaining students to exchange bewildered glances. Before them, the undead Minotaurs were ruthlessly attacking their former allies. This scene was utterly surreal. Which one are we supposed to attack? They all look identical. Look at their eyes. Our teammates' eyes are glowing green. What the hell? Those things are teammates. Forget it. Let us take a breather. My magic is nearly depleted. The Minotaur berserker, stronger than the ordinary Minotaur, boasted a ferocity that multiplied its combat effectiveness several times over. Yet, its weakness was equally evident. Lu Zhan patted Bei Lao He's head and commanded, "Electrocute it." Bei Lao He growled in protest, but, recalling the fate of its elder brother, unleashed a surge of lightning. The berserker, though not severely injured, became enraged, charging towards them with a furious roar. Come back, number one, with the lightning empowering Bei Lao He. It easily evaded the berserker's attacks. However, Lu Yong found himself in peril, surrounded by monsters, and with a moment's lapse, he could be reduced to mere pulp. Since Lu Zhan had brought him along to level up, he could not allow Lu Yong to perish. He promptly summoned number one back to fight alongside Lu Yong, thus providing him with protection. As for number one, it had already begun to thrive in battle, and Lu Zhan felt no need to worry about its safety. It could fend for itself. Chapter 29. Slaying the elite, the Minotaur berserker relentlessly pursued them, while Bei Lao He darted through the monster horde, occasionally turning back to deliver electric shocks. Moments later, the berserker let out a roar, as if engulfed in an invisible flame, its power surging. Lu Zhan's expression shifted with urgency. Teacher Lu, get out of the way. The berserk Minotaur, akin to a rampaging bull, charged indiscriminately, fixating solely on the large black dog that had shocked it, roaring as it approached with doubled speed. Bei Lao He, you won't let this old bull outrun you. Will you? Lu Zhan encouraged, patting the dog's head. Wang, Bei Lao He barked in response, its four legs seemingly infused with storm clouds, surging forth at lightning speed. Now this is exhilarating. Lu Zhan clung tightly to Bei Lao He's fur. Aware that a moment's negligence could send him flying off behind them, the berserk minotaur swung its axe wildly, oblivious to its kin, inadvertently slaying several minotaur warriors in its rampage. Yet, it could not keep pace with the thunderous Bei Lao He, which dashed ahead like a crazed bull. Head over there. Lu Zhan strained to direct, gripping Bei Lao He's head to change course. Woof woof woof. Bei Lao He barked in protest, as if to say it was no mere bicycle. Nevertheless, it complied and charged towards a nearby armored pig-headed monster, which wielded a steel blade nonchalantly. This creature was an elite-level pighead, distinguished by its armor, offering formidable defense. These lowly monsters had limited intelligence and operated under a set behavioral protocol. They would not engage until their underlings were defeated. Therefore, as long as Lu Zhan refrained from provoking them, they would not be beset by a horde of elite monsters. However, Lu Zhan intended to provoke this armored pighead. Bei Lao He surged towards the armored creature, leaping at the last moment to vault over its head. The berserk minotaur, lacking such reflexes, swung its massive axe and struck the armored pighead with a resounding crash. The berserk minotaur's attack was alarmingly powerful, cleaving a fissure in the pighead's armor. The armored pighead let out a pained howl, enraged, and retaliated with a horizontal slash aimed at the berserk minotaur. The two elite monsters clashed ferociously, just as Lu Zhan had planned. By inciting the minotaur berserker, he drew it towards the armored pighead. In this moment, the data on these lowly monsters was invaluable. Scarce in the present but crucial for future encounters. With this knowledge, Lu Zhan could craft strategies to exploit their weaknesses. All right, no more running. Return, Lu Zhan commanded, patting Bei Lao He's head. The experience of these two elite magical beasts is something he cannot afford to overlook. Woof woof woof. Bei Lao He barked excitedly, and Lu Zhan accurately discerned the meaning behind it. Kill me, I want to eat beef. No way. I must transform these two elite magical beasts into undead, Lu Zhan stated directly. Look over there, there's a flame only, and let me tell you, the meat of the only is exceptionally tender, far tastier than beef. Woof woof woof. Really? Would I lie to you? Woof woof woof. Yes, you would. What are you barking for? Get over there immediately. As the battle between the pig and the cow neared its conclusion, Lu Zhan urged him on. Bei Lao He could only submit to the authority of Silver. Ahead, the armored pig-headed monster's defenses, no matter how high, could not withstand the rampaging bull demon. Its armor was in tatters, and blood poured from it like water. However, this creature was tough-skinned and hardy, far from death. In contrast, the bull demon berserker appeared formidable but was already nearing its demise. Such an outrageous skill as berserk had significant drawbacks. Beyond losing all sanity and recognizing no kin, once the state ended, it would fall into an extreme state of weakness. The bull demon's berserk state was nearly over. Indeed, just as Bei Lao He arrived, the bull demon berserker collapsed like a sheep, unable even to lift its axe, which fell to the ground. Humph! The armored pig-headed monster raised its great sword, emitting a strange cry as if mocking the fallen bull. Just as its sword was about to descend, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, piercing through its entire body and stunning it on the spot. Meanwhile, a figure appeared, stabbing the utterly weakened bull demon with several swords. Each strike finding its mark. In less than 3 seconds, the bull demon berserker's life had already been extinguished. Ding, congratulations, you have slain the bull demon berserker, earning 400 experience points and 400 gold. Ding, congratulations, you have leveled up to level 8. Finally, an upgrade. Lu Zhan's spirit soared as he gazed at the corpse of the bull demon berserker, only to find it had dropped a single evolution stone. How miserly. Picking up the evolution stone, Lu Zhan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Arise, my little bull. The once dead bull demon berserker suddenly opened its eyes wide and stood upright. Upon becoming undead, its weakened state vanished, and its strength doubled, rivaling even that of its berserk state. Raising its axe, it swung at the pig-headed monster that had just regained its senses. Lu Zhan was not idle either, thrusting his sword towards the pig. The pig, already battered and with little health remaining, could only withstand a mere 10 seconds under the assault of both a man and an undead before collapsing to the ground. Lu Zhan's eyes lit up. It dropped equipment, precisely the armor the creature wore. He picked it up casually and immediately initiated the undead rebirth, transforming the pig into an undead as well. Both elite undead possessed commendable attributes, and under the augmentation of 17 undead, Lu Zhan's strength and constitution both surpassed 60. He felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, and with a single thrust of his long sword, he pierced through the head of a bull demon warrior, claiming a swift kill. Just then, a series of anguished woe cries echoed from not far away. Lu Zhan turned to see a shocking scene unfold. Number 1 was relentlessly pursuing the flame only, while Lu Yong cleverly interjected with an occasional strike to mix in some experience points. Most importantly, the ground in that area was strewn with the corpses of magical beasts, their deaths gruesomely evident. If he was not careful, how many magical beasts had Number 1 slain? And now it was even able to chase after elite magical beasts. It is worth noting that the only clan is not composed of mere goblins. Besides, Number 1 was merely of elite status. Woof woof woof. Bei Laohai continued to bark, exuding an air of pride. With such a powerful elder brother, it felt quite glorious to be the little brother. Chapter 30. The 5-person squad. Forget it. Let's just take a good rest. When has a necromancer ever taken to the battlefield personally? Lu Zhan sighed with resignation, sheathing his sword and heading towards the entrance of the building. As for the remaining magical beasts, he would leave them for Number 1 to showcase. The entrance of the building. Several students noticed Lu Zhan approaching and took a few steps back, their faces filled with awe. After all, he was the savior spoken of by their teacher Lu, truly formidable, however, judging by his appearance. He seemed to be one of their classmates, leaving them in a whirlwind of speculation. 5 minutes later, the flame only suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames at Number 1. Yet, in the next second, Number 1 emerged from the flames like the Grim Reaper, cleaving the Only's head clean off. Ding, congratulations, you have slain the flame only, earning 400 experience points and 400 gold. Lu Zhan's eyes brightened. It seemed something had dropped again. He hurried over to pick it up, only to find it was a stone. Flame-grinding stone. Can be used to enchant weapons, adding burning damage. This was a valuable item. Lu Zhan's eyes sparkled even more. The burning damage from this enchantment seemed innocuous at first, but this special attribute could grow with enhancement. Just imagine, burning damage enhanced to 100 could potentially slay a dragon. Unfortunately, he currently lacked a decent weapon. The sword he possessed was utterly inferior. Only a fool would consider enchanting it. Number 1's battle axe, however, was decent. But enchanting it would require a significant amount of enhancement stones, which felt rather extravagant. In his indecision, Lu Zhan could only pocket the stone for now. He then dragged the corpse of the flame only back and tossed it at Bei Laohai's feet, since he had promised the big black dog. He could not go back on his word. Bei Laohai's remaining eye gleamed with excitement as it began to feast. The nearby students trembled in fear. How brutal it was to feed an elite magical beast to a pet. Was this still human? Ahead, Number 1 had once again entered a rampage mode. At this point, almost no magical beast could withstand a single blow from it. The true harbinger of death had arrived. Lu Yong was also quite clever, realizing that since these magical beasts would ultimately be slain by Number 1, he took the opportunity to attack everywhere, employing a strategy of shared spoils. As long as he dealt damage, he would receive experience, albeit less, but the sheer number made up for it. Why don't you all go and snag some points? Lu Zhan glanced at the nearby students and said. The few who had not fled but remained to assist Lu Yong in battle were commendable. Thank you, thanks. The students had long been eager, and now that Lu Zhan had spoken, they rushed out recklessly. Number 1 was dispatching foes too swiftly. If they did not hurry, they would miss out entirely. Just then, a throng of people burst forth from inside the building, armed with weapons and looking fierce, eager to rush out and slay magical beasts. However, before they could reach the entrance, a ferocious large dog had already taken position at the door. Crackling with electricity, the crowd was naturally startled, hesitating to advance further. If you want to hide, then do so properly. Don't just roll out when it seems safe, Lu Zhan remarked coldly, standing beside Bei Laohai. Hiding during danger, yet emerging to snag experience when it appears safe. What audacity! Who are you to stop us? Get out of the way. What do you think you are? I will sue you for illegal detention. I am a lawyer, and I am now formally warning you that you are breaking the law and I am the son of Lu Jingming. Do you dare to block me, friend? I'll give you 10 million to sell me this dog. What do you say? Lu Zhan laughed. Some people, even a day after the apocalypse, still failed to grasp the situation, oblivious to the new rules of this world. The strong rule, therefore, Lu Zhan had no qualms about teaching them a lesson. Thus, he patted Bei Laohai's shoulder, and in the next second, a bolt of lightning erupted from Bei Laohai's body. The most vocal individuals at the front had no time to react before being struck by the lightning. Their screams echoing as they turned to charge. This unexpected turn left everyone astonished, their faces filled with terror. Once I clear out the magical beasts outside, you can go wherever you please, for now. All of you get the hell back, Lu Zhan, uninterested in further conversation, stated plainly. Among this group were former top-tier tycoons and high-ranking officials, who had never encountered such indignities. However, upon gazing at the lifeless charred remains before them, they could only retreat in silence. Just as Lu Zhan intended to turn away, he suddenly thrust his sword to the side. A metallic clang resonated as a figure materialized from thin air, their dagger clashing against Lu Zhan's sword. Their face was one of shock, bewildered as to how Lu Zhan had detected their presence. You think you can hide from me, after I've already slain an elven rogue? You, a mere ordinary thief, dare to flaunt your invisibility before me? Lu Zhan scoffed, exerting his strength. The rogue was sent flying, spitting out blood. Among the crowd, a woman raised her staff, waving it casually. A beam of light descended upon the rogue's head. In an instant, the rogue's previously pale face flushed with color. Soon after, 3 more figures emerged from the crowd, joining the rogue. The silver trade building was brimming with resources, and those hiding within were not merely a bunch of cowardly ordinary people. Many strong individuals were resting or searching for supplies. Clearly, this was a 5-person squad with a well-balanced composition. A rogue, a priest, a shield warrior, and 2 gunners. Though lacking hidden professions, the combination of 2 gunners was already exceedingly formidable in the early days of the apocalypse. Among the 5 individuals, the rogue once again entered a state of invisibility, lying in wait for the opportune moment. 2 gunmen raised their weapons, aiming them at the armored warrior, while the shield bearer lifted his shield, seemingly bracing for an ambush from the large black dog. The priest remained hidden behind the shield warrior, silent, as the 5 readied themselves for battle. Onlookers, meanwhile, settled into a spectator's role, eager to witness how these 5 would dispatch the formidable canine. However, in the next moment, a minotaur warrior strode through the doorway, soon followed by a second, then a third. Moments later, a total of 16 monstrous beings stood before the armored warrior, their eyes glowing ominously with a green light. Instilling a sense of dread, the armored fighter had summoned all of the undead, leaving only one outside, sufficient. He himself mounted the back of his loyal steed, Bei Laohai, and cast a knowing glance at the vigilant 5. As if to inquire, "Are you truly prepared to fight?" In the air, the rogue reappeared. With so many monsters encircling him, he realized he could not approach. Invisibility would not allow him to traverse solid objects. Moreover, with such a formidable lineup, charging in would be nothing short of a reckless act, akin to offering oneself up as a sacrifice. Resolutely, he decided that if a battle did ensue, he would withdraw without a second thought. As for his teammates, let them fend for themselves. The shield warrior, clearly the leader among them, set aside his shield and, with a face full of righteous determination, proclaimed, "Friends, we are all human and should not turn against one another. Our adversaries lie beyond, those monstrous creatures." Internally, however, he was on the brink of madness. What kind of monstrous profession is this? Are they cheating? This disrupts the balance. If there were a reporting feature, he would undoubtedly report them countless times. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that you were just intent on killing me, the armored warrior mused as he stroked the dog's fur, speaking with a nonchalant demeanor. This scene of bravado was one he had experienced countless times before. Yet, in all those instances, he had been relegated to the role of a mere supporting character or even a bystander. But this time, he was the star of the show, it must be said. This feeling was undeniably exhilarating. In a wonder protagonists in web novels so often relish in their displays of bravado. Mistaken identity, it's all a misunderstanding. The shield warrior chuckled nervously. Little did he know, this seemingly affable giant could spin a lie without so much as a quiver. Since my brother has suggested it, let us rest here a while longer. Once matters are settled, we shall venture forth. As he spoke, he motioned for his companions to retreat. You may leave, the armored warrior interjected. Leave behind some form of ransom to see if it suffices to purchase your lives. I shall grant you one opportunity. Should you insult me with something worthless, do not blame me for taking matters into my own hands." The shield warrior froze, unable to see his own expression, but one could imagine the turmoil within. The other four glanced at their leader, awaiting his command. Should they comply or flee, entirely dependent on his decision. As for battle, such a notion was laughable. They were not yet ready to meet their demise. The shield warrior was consumed with indecision, weighing the odds of escape and how best to flee, whether it would require sacrificing one of his team members, or if they should offer something of real value as ransom. He had been fortunate enough to clear a dungeon earlier, and indeed possessed some worthy items. After a full minute of internal conflict, the instinct for survival ultimately prevailed. The shield warrior turned, a broad smile adorning his face, as he produced an item from his pocket, stating, "Brother, do you think this is enough to secure our lives?" The armored warrior glanced at it. It was a piece of parchment. Clearly, whatever the opponent had produced could not simply be a sheet of paper. It was likely a blueprint. This was something he could not approach directly, so with a thought, a skeletal minotaur stepped forward, startling everyone. Nevertheless, the minotaur merely took the item from the shield warrior's hand and returned it reverently to the armored warrior, eliciting immense curiosity from all present. What was this individual's profession that commanded such obedience from the monsters? Ignoring the onlookers, the armored warrior examined the parchment closely. As he had suspected, it was indeed a blueprint for equipment, and the description was inscribed in red. This indicated that it was a blueprint for a red-tier piece of equipment. What truly captivated him was that it was a blueprint for a weapon, specifically a sword. It was almost as if it had been tailor-made for him. Blood's Lament, blueprint, red, materials. 100,000 gold coins, a drop of blood eyes essence, 500 grams of Taiguang stone, 500 grams of mithril, 500 grams of celestial iron. His heart raced. In approximately a week, an equipment leaderboard would be updated on his phone. This list would conceal the names, attributes, and owners of the equipment, but the levels would remain visible. He vividly recalled that 1 year hence, on the day of his demise, the leaderboard had featured only 3 golden pieces, 7 black pieces, and then 83 red pieces. The 94th item had already been a purple piece. Thus, the equipment he held in his possession, should it be crafted, would remain one of the finest even a year later, worthy of a spot on the leaderboard. Such an item appearing at this juncture was akin to possessing a hidden class. A veritable game-breaker. The armored warrior could surmise the shield warrior's motives for offering such an item. At this stage, many had yet to even glimpse equipment, let alone comprehend its tiers. These concepts had only been established through human consensus later on. Thus, the individual was entirely unaware of the true value of the item. To him, a mere piece of parchment with unheard-of materials was nothing more than scrap paper. Yet he was not foolish. He understood that if this blueprint could be realized, it would undoubtedly be a prized possession, hence his willingness to offer it for his life. However, the materials required were indeed steep, a staggering 100,000 gold coins. The rest were primarily dungeon drops, with the most crucial being a drop of Blood Eyes essence. Blood Eye, a creature of heroic tier, not some lowly goblin, minotaur, or pig-headed beast. For the current armored warrior to seek such a creature would be tantamount to courting death, a futile endeavor. Nonetheless, the armored warrior felt considerable satisfaction regarding the blueprint. At least he now had a goal to strive for. He nodded and declared, "Very well, you may leave." The shield warrior exhaled a sigh of relief, though a tinge of regret lingered. From the expression on the armored warrior's face, he had deduced the blueprint's worth, but having relinquished it, he found himself powerless to retract his offer. The armored warrior stowed the blueprint away, knowing that gathering the necessary materials would require time. There was no rush to that moment. A wave of excitement erupted from outside as Lu Yong entered with his students, each wearing satisfied smiles that sparked envy among those within the mansion. "Luz Han, you've decimated them all. That little creature is remarkably fierce," Lu Yong remarked in awe, glancing at number 1 beside him. Who could have anticipated that such a humble goblin could unleash such formidable power? "It has grown immensely since our first encounter." Luz Han nodded, addressing the onlookers. "Now, you may exit." As he spoke, he recalled all but number 1 back into the realm of the undead. Should anyone dare to ambush him now, he would welcome it, for while he lacked experience in killing, He was certain that some unexpected rewards could arise from it. Yet, no one dared to make a move. They didn't even utter a word. Retreating instead into the safety of the mansion. With all the monsters slain, what purpose would there be in venturing outside? Within the mansion, they were at least secure. Outside, death lurked at every corner. However, not all were so timid. A few individuals, laden with backpacks, ventured outside, clearly seasoned in battling monsters. Like the 5 shield warriors, they had come to the mansion primarily for supplies and rest. Having resupplied, they were eager to return to the fray for experience and advancement. Evidently, these individuals had adapted to the new world's rules. Lu Zhan paid them no mind, turning to Lu Yong and stating, "Teacher Lu, let us add each other as friends. You all rest inside for now. I will need your assistance shortly." Presently, there were no phone numbers or social media, but this phone possessed a built-in friend request feature within the forum app. Alright, we're quite tired as well. We'll remain here, and when the time comes, feel free to call on us, Lu Yong replied readily. Indeed, Brother Lu, just let us know what is needed. We will brave mountains or flames without hesitation. Absolutely. What concerns you are our concerns, chimed in Lu Yong's students, eager to pull out their phones, eye in their eyes. Lu Zhan was a true savior, a powerhouse, and they were determined to curry his favor. Lu Zhan merely waved his hand. Having witnessed the treachery of human hearts too many times, perhaps just a moment ago, they would have charged into battle for him, but the next moment, they could easily plunge a dagger into his back for their own gain. Only one's own strength was truly worthy of trust. Chapter 32. Skill Fusion. Berserk. Stepping out of the mansion, Lu Zhan surveyed the ground strewn with monster corpses, his spirit invigorated. With this many, he could surely sacrifice 4 or 5 elite undead. Now, let us begin the work. Aside from number 1, he still had the Minotaur Berserker and the armored pig-headed creature among his powerful undead. The remaining 14 were merely ordinary undead, expendable for the sacrificial purpose. With a thought, his mana began to deplete rapidly. Simultaneously, the undead within his realm began to vanish one by one, all entering the body of a common undead Minotaur. Remarkably, after sacrificing 13 ordinary undead, he had succeeded in strengthening one into an elite undead. He distinctly recalled that it required approximately 18 goblins to enhance to elite status, yet to his surprise, the Ox Demon required only 13. With that being said, the numerous undead littering the ground were sufficient for him to strengthen several elite undead. Undead Ox Demon Warrior. Traits. Elite level undead. Strength, 65. Constitution, 59. Agility, 48. These attributes were simply formidable. Undead Rebirth. Activate. Undead Sacrifice. Activate. Both skills necessitated no actions from him. Lu Zhan simply sat upon the ground, observing the corpses, his eyes glowing green with fervor. Above in the building, many individuals peered through the windows at the scene unfolding in the square, their hearts filled with shock, confusion, and dread. This spectacle resembled Lu Zhan voraciously consuming the corpses of monsters, a sight both eerie and inexplicable. Lu Zhan paid them no mind. Let them see. Even if others witnessed this, they could never fathom the extent of his power. After a full half-hour, Lu Zhan finally stood. The corpses on the ground had dwindled to almost nothing. Within his undead space, he had amassed a total of 10 elite undead. With the concerted effort of these elite undead, Lu Zhan's strength had soared to 85. If he could enhance 4 more, he might truly surpass the 100 mark. However, Lu Zhan chose not to continue. Firstly, the remaining corpses were insufficient, and secondly, a little creature awaited his enhancement. Number 1. He planned to utilize all remaining corpses to strengthen number 1. He could not possibly abandon this little being. He must persist in enhancing it. Since those goblins had proven largely ineffective against it, he would try various types of undead. Beep. Unfortunately, the sacrifice failed. First attempt. Failure. Beep. Congratulations, sacrifice successful. The second attempt succeeded, yet it only increased number 1's attributes by a point or 2. Thus, he pressed on. Beep. Unfortunately, the sacrifice failed. 6 consecutive failures. Beep. Congratulations, sacrifice successful. Another success, but still only an increase of 1 or 2 points. Within 5 minutes, the remaining corpses had been entirely consumed, yielding merely 3 successes, adding a meager 5 or 6 points to number 1's attributes. This venture could be deemed a substantial loss. Liu Zhan felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as he gazed at the newly formed elite undead ox demon warrior in his undead space. Would it be too extravagant to use these for enhancement? Ultimately, Liu Zhan could not bring himself to make that sacrifice. He feared that once he began, he might not be able to stop. If he were to squander all 10 elites without achieving number 1's evolution, he would truly weep. He estimated that the dungeon would soon open, leaving him no time to hunt for more monsters. Yet giving up without a fight felt equally unsatisfactory. In his dilemma, he turned his gaze toward the 2 elite monsters that had transformed into undead. Although their attributes were somewhat superior to those of ordinary monsters, they still paled in comparison to elite undead. Even if he wasted them, the pain would be lessened. Armored pighead monster. Sacrifice. Beep. Unfortunately, the sacrifice failed. Damn. Liu Zhan cursed inwardly. Ox demon berserker. Sacrifice. Beep. Congratulations. Sacrifice successful. Beep. Congratulations. Your undead has successfully fused skill. Berserk. Indeed, it had not evolved. It seemed that to facilitate number 1's evolution, he would likely need the rebirth of a brave level monster into an undead. In such a case, he would first need to acquire a skill point to upgrade undead rebirth. Otherwise, even defeating a brave level monster would not allow for rebirth. As he pondered, Liu Zhan suddenly paused. Wait, had he overlooked something? There had been a system prompt just now. The skill berserk? Liu Zhan stared blankly at number 1's attributes. And then elation washed over him as he instinctively scooped up the little creature, yearning to plant a fervent kiss upon it. However, as he brought it close, he awkwardly set it down. Perhaps not. This little thing was rather unappealing. Undead goblin. Traits. Elite level undead. Strength. 58. Constitution. 55. Agility. 68. Talent. Growing stronger with battle. As combat progresses, strength, constitution, and agility continuously increase. Note: the talent carries negative effects. The longer the battle endures, the more severe the negative effects become. Those with low mental fortitude should exercise caution. Skill. Fear of death. LV1. Passive skill that emanates an aura of death, instilling fear in enemies and decreasing their attributes by 10. Berserk. All attributes double while losing rationality, distinguishing friend from foe. Duration. 1 minute. Post skill. Enters a weakened state where all attributes decrease by 70, lasting 5 minutes. Skill cooldown. 30 minutes. Although it had not evolved, this berserk skill was more than sufficient to enact a qualitative change in number 1's power. For the Ox Demon Berserker, it was merely a skill that doubled attributes temporarily, often resulting in more harm than good, potentially becoming a weakness to be exploited. However, number 1 was different. This skill could be perfectly paired with its talent. Just imagine, if number 1 battled for an extended duration, and its attributes surged into the hundreds or thousands. Activating Berserk would lead to an instantaneous doubling of its attributes, potentially transforming it into a veritable demon lord. As for losing rationality? An absurdity. Did undead even possess such a concept? The weakened state required some caution. But even if number 1 entered it, the talent of growing stronger with battle would still be in effect, allowing it to regain its attributes in the shortest time possible. The sacrifice of the undead Ox Demon Berserker was indeed worthwhile. Liu Zhan's earlier frustrations dissipated entirely, and his spirit soared. Let us venture inside and enjoy. As the sole commercial center of the East Sea, the Silver Trade Building offered a plethora of amenities. Dining, entertainment, and accommodations were all-inclusive. Now, everything was available for zero cost. In the luxury goods section, Liu Zhan observed numerous men and women brandishing designer bags, eagerly swapping garments they had previously never had the opportunity to touch. Adorned with gleaming jewelry, their faces radiated excitement, entirely devoid of fear concerning the apocalypse. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, it seemed, as they only fled screaming upon catching sight of Liu Zhan, Bei Laohai, and number 1, unwilling to relinquish their luxury goods even in their haste. Liu Zhan paid them no heed. He was there primarily to procure a change of clothing. The attire he wore was stained with various substances from combat, uncomfortable and intolerably odorous. Chapter 33. Adventure-level dungeon. Liu Zhan swiftly selected an outfit. It must be said that disregarding the price, luxury goods were indeed commendable. At least the materials were top-notch, and wearing them was a pleasure. However, he did not change on the spot, opting instead to take the clothes directly to the building's top floor. The top floor housed the presidential suite of a hotel, and in his 2 lifetimes, Lu Zhan had never before entered such a place. Arriving at the door of a room, Lu Zhan gestured, and number 1 promptly smashed the door to smithereens with a single swing of its axe. Bei Laohai was the first to charge in, leaping onto the plush bed and reclining comfortably atop it. This dog, having mutated, had also developed a taste for comfort. Liu Zhan ignored it and proceeded into the bathroom, turning on the faucet. Thankfully, there was still water. 5 minutes later, having finished his shower and donned his new clothes, Lu Zhan stood before the mirror. In a wonder, the saying goes, a man is judged by his attire. Clad in luxury goods, Lu Zhan exuded an air of nobility. Particularly striking were his eyes, which had witnessed far too much, radiating a melancholic fierceness that sent shivers down the spine. Woof, woof, woof. Just as Lu Zhan indulged in self-admiration, Bei Laohai began barking. What is it? Do you want to wash too? Lu Zhan queried. Somewhat speechless. Though one could not understand canine language and the other could not speak human, they still managed to communicate broadly. Woof, woof, woof. Of course, I smell bad too. Then you can wash yourself? There's a bathtub inside. Woof, woof, woof. You help me wash. Get lost? Bei Laohai could only droop his ears and enter the bathroom. Before long, cheerful barks echoed from within. A smile crept onto Lu Zhan's face. At that moment, he felt a rare sense of relaxation and joy. However, the time for leisure and enjoyment had not yet arrived. Liu Zhan took out his phone and opened the forum, sending a message to Lu Yong. Teacher Lu, come to the top floor, room 888. Bring your students along and some food if you can. Okay, I'll be right there. A prompt reply arrived on his phone. Merely 10 minutes later, Lu Yong appeared at the room's entrance, accompanied by 4 students, bearing an abundance of prepared food, fish, meat, lobsters, everything one could desire, and of course, all of it had been previously frozen. After all, no one dared to eat anything fresh, given the mutations. It was only the 2nd day of the apocalypse, and these frozen items were still relatively fresh. Liu Gu. The students wore expressions of trepidation and reverence. Having changed into a new outfit, Lu Zhan no longer exuded the cruelty and ferocity of before. Yet he instilled even greater fear within them. It was as if they were not even on the same level as him. Teacher Lu, come in. Let us eat together. Liu Zhan waved them over. Sure. Lu Yong was notably more at ease. In his heart, Lu Zhan was a savior, an absolute good man. The food was all laid out, creating a bountiful spread. Liu Zhan took a bite of the Australian lobster meat. It was quite delightful. This was his first time tasting it. Lu Yong sat down to eat alongside him, while the other 4 students lacked the courage to join, remaining standing in the back. Just as they indulged in their meal, a frantic blonde youth burst through the door, panting heavily as he exclaimed, Han Gu, there's a situation. Be quiet. Can't you see Lu Gu is eating? The individual known as Han Gu was indeed one of the 4 students, who hastily explained, Lu Gu, I apologize. This is my newly recruited junior, a bit rash. Naturally, Lu Zhan was not irked by this. He waved his hand and inquired, what is the situation? What is happening? Faced with the leader of leaders, the young man with yellow hair did not dare to be negligent and promptly responded, a black hole has appeared in the hall on the 1st floor. It seems to be some sort of instance. I've already seen several people enter. Liu Zhan's hand, which was holding chopsticks, paused. An instance had emerged. An instance? There exists such a thing. Has the world truly transformed into a game? Lu Yong was momentarily taken aback, expressing incredulity. Should we go take a look? Not in haste. Let us finish our meal first, Lu Zhan replied with a smile. He recalled that on the 1st day, no one had managed to clear the instance, and it was only after someone posted about it on the forum that a multitude of powerful players arrived, culminating in its first successful clearance on the 3rd day. At present, the instance had just opened. There was no need to rush. With Lu Zhan's words, Lu Yong, of course, had nothing to say. They continued eating. After a substantial 10 minutes, feeling satiated, Lu Zhan stood up and declared, let us go take a look together. In the center of the 1st floor hall, a vortex resembling a black hole appeared in midair, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Among them was the 5-member team of the Shield Warrior, who had previously cleared the instance and thus recognized what this was. Earlier, the Shield Warrior had approached and touched the vortex, and information about the instance had materialized in his mind. Adventure-level instance. Those words alone made him hesitate. His original team had not consisted of the current 4 members, but rather another set of 4. much stronger allies. Within that team, he had merely played the role of a junior. The team leader had been a formidable hidden class, Sword Soul. However, such a powerful team had nearly been annihilated in that instance. With only he surviving by a stroke of luck and managing to clear it. Of course, he had gained substantial benefits from that instance, and upon emerging, he had leveraged his strength to assemble a new team. Becoming the leader himself, that instance had merely been ordinary, whereas the one before him was of adventure level. Entering recklessly would likely lead to instant annihilation. Boss, what do you think? Shall we go in? Behind him, the excited rogue inquired. He had never entered an instance, but had heard tales from the shield warrior. Instances were places where danger and treasure coexisted. He had conveniently disregarded the danger, focusing solely on the treasure. Since its appearance, 15 individuals had entered, and now only 3 remained, indicating 12 had perished. The priest, as a girl, was far more prudent and furrowed her brows, saying, "Boss, it seems very perilous inside. We should leave and find another place to hunt monsters and level up." Ultimately, the shield warrior took a deep breath and decisively stated, "I don't think I have another stroke of luck to survive again." However, the rogue wore a look of discontent. The 2 gunners also appeared dissatisfied, clearly reluctant to miss this opportunity. "If you want to go, go ahead. I won't be entering," the shield warrior stated bluntly, feeling no attachment to this random team. With that, he turned to leave. Just then, a series of dog barks erupted. The staircase. A mighty and imposing dog sauntered over, halting the shield warrior's steps. Chapter 34. Tribe Guardian Lu Zhan gazed at the black vortex suspended in the air. Feeling a surge of excitement within, this was indeed it. After all, he had once cleared it before. Most of the onlookers around had witnessed Lu Zhan's earlier display of prowess. Upon seeing the demon's appearance, they naturally dared not linger and hurriedly stepped back several meters. Woof, woof, woof. Bei Lao He raised his head and barked fiercely, sensing that these people were fearing his presence, which made him feel quite proud. Lu Zhan was speechless. In this day and age, even a dog could be so vain. "Let us go. Stop posing," Lu Zhan said, patting the dog's head. Bei Lao He let out a dissatisfied growl but obediently stepped forward. Approaching the vortex, Lu Zhan reached out and touched the vortex. Soon, the information about the instance appeared in his mind. Instance, Tribe Guardian, Permanent, Type, City Defense Instance, Level, Adventure, Player Limit, 1-10. Current number, 3. This was where the difference between a one-time instance and a permanent instance lay. A one-time instance would not provide any information. Upon contact, the only options were to clear it or die. In contrast, a permanent instance was different. Touching it would only display information, and only stepping inside would signify true entry. The so-called permanent instance is one that exists indefinitely. After clearing it, everything inside would refresh. Humans could continuously enter, repeatedly acquiring experience and various treasures. Therefore, this type of instance is a strategic resource contended by major factions. However, there exists a universal rule for all instances. Death within means true death. There are no second chances. Lu Zhan did not immediately enter, but turned to Lu Yong and the others, saying, "Teacher Lu, this is the matter I wish for your assistance with." This instance? Lu Yong did not hesitate at all, saying, "Rest assured, we will enter together and help you clear it." Behind him, his classmates also assured him. Although they had never entered an instance, they had all played games and vaguely understood what it was. Presently, with a big shot leading them to clear an instance, how could they possibly refuse? They were practically eager to dive in, yet Lu Zhan shook his head and said, "Your strength is too weak. You won't be of much help to me inside." Though this statement was somewhat harsh, it was the truth, and Lu Zhan saw no need to sugarcoat it. Lu Yong and the others were momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat awkward. Lu Zhan paid them no mind and instead looked around at the distant onlookers who were still gathered. With Lu Yong and the 5 of them, they amounted to 6. They still needed 4 more to that moment. He spotted someone, the shield warrior who had previously given him the equipment blueprint. His heart stirred, and he called out, "Brother, are you interested in entering the instance?" The shield warrior, who had been munching on snacks, was caught off guard by the direct call. After a moment of surprise, he quickly responded, "That's an instance. Having gone through it once, he certainly knew the immense benefits it offered, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. However, his life was paramount. Now, the formidable figure was inviting him to enter together. It was worth a gamble. He hurriedly stepped forward, disregarding that he was older than Lu Zhan, and said, "Big brother, are you bringing me into the instance?" His 4 teammates, seeing the situation, hurriedly added, "Boss, take me along." Me too, I want to go." The shield warrior paid them no mind, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Zhan, as this was not his decision to make. "You can choose 3 to join us in the instance." "I'll give you 1 minute," Lu Zhan stated directly. After all, they were merely tools to him. It made no difference who he chose, since the shield warrior had previously provided him with such a pleasant surprise. It was only fitting to grant him a small favor. In less than a minute, merely 10 seconds, the shield warrior had chosen his team. The rogue was swiftly eliminated from consideration. The reason was simple. He did not like the guy. The rogue, despite his many grievances, could only swallow his discontent. Lu Zhan reached out once more toward the vortex. The number of participants had dwindled to just 1. The other 2 had perished. He then addressed the 9 individuals before him, stating, "First, I want to clarify that what I am about to say is a notification, not a discussion. Therefore, if anyone has differing opinions, feel free to leave. I believe many would be willing to join me. Upon entry, you will also need to fight, as that is the rule. However, as long as you do not act recklessly, I will do my utmost to protect you. Of course, I cannot guarantee your lives. The dangers of the instance need not be elaborated upon. You should be well aware that if you die, do not hold me accountable." He continued, "During the instance, any equipment or items dropped by the monsters, as well as the substantial experience gained upon clearing, will serve as your rewards. Lastly, and most importantly, upon clearing the instance, a treasure box will be awarded, and whatever it contains will belong solely to me. Once I finish speaking, you may make your decision." After a brief moment, the 9 stood still, showing no intention of leaving. They were all astute individuals. Upon hearing Lu Zhan's words, they understood why he wanted them to assist in clearing the instance. It was for the final reward of the treasure box. But what did that matter? For them, the rewards for clearing the instance were already quite generous. Even without the treasure box, it would merely mean earning a little less. Lu Zhan nodded and said, "All right, since you have made your decision, I must state in advance that anyone who does not adhere to the rules should not blame me for being impolite." Indeed, his reason for gathering 10 individuals was solely for that treasure box. In his previous life, many formidable individuals adopt a similar strategy, enlisting 9 subordinates to enter a dungeon, thus effectively enabling the opening of 10 treasure chests. He, too, was regarded as a tool, fortunate enough to be guided by a powerful ally to successfully navigate this dungeon once. And now, he has ascended to the status of a leader himself. As for what treasures lie within those chests, that is a matter of fate. Perhaps it could be a mere enhancement stone, or it may yield exquisite equipment, skill tomes, or valuable items. However, there is a pattern to these rewards. Generally, the first attempt yields the best outcomes, and the more one clears the dungeon, the lesser the rewards tend to become. After 4 or 5 attempts, it is even possible to receive a low-grade mana potion. This time, all 10 participants in the dungeon are entering for the first time, so it is reasonable to expect at least 1 or 2 exceptional items to emerge. With this thought in mind, he turned to the shield warrior and inquired, "By the way, what is your name?" "Greetings. I am Zhang Tianfu." At that moment, the shield warrior appeared as meek as a newlywed bride. Zhang Tianfu, however, upon hearing this name, the protagonist was suddenly taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he fixed his gaze intently on the other. "Brother. Is there something wrong with this name?" Zhang Tianfu stammered, feeling unnerved by the fervent look in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he thought to himself that if the other had any peculiar inclinations, he would brace himself for it. Chapter 35. The divine General Tianfu. If Lu Zhan were aware that the other harbored doubts regarding his orientation, he would surely demand a shocking revelation from Bei Lao He. His astonishment was not directed at the individual before him, but rather at the name Zhang Tianfu, the future powerhouse of the apocalypse. Among the human race, the 8 sovereigns reign supreme, followed by the 12 heavenly kings, and then the 36 divine generals. Among these formidable beings, one stands out as particularly unique. He does not belong to a hidden class, nor is his profession particularly powerful, yet he has ascended to the ranks of the 36 divine generals solely due to his extraordinary luck. This individual possesses an abundance of divine gear, even surpassing several emperors, and is renowned for having friends aplenty. Even sovereigns regard him as an esteemed guest. The reason being that bringing him into a dungeon often results in exceptional loot. Akin to a good luck charm, a true harbinger of fortune. This extraordinary being is none other than Zhang Tianfu, the divine General Tianfu. Though many share the same name, Lu Zhan had no doubt that the person before him was indeed the divine General Tianfu. After all, how else could he have obtained the blueprint for the Blood's Lament at the onset of the apocalypse? Without hesitation, Lu Zhan leapt from Bei Laohei's back, approached the other, clapped him on the shoulder, and with shining eyes declared, "I am Lu Zhan. From now on, you will accompany me. Such a top-tier good luck charm must be kept close at hand." Lu Gu, hello. Zhang Tianfu, with his robust physique, could not help but tremble slightly, steeling himself with determination. Whatever may come, he would face it, even if it meant enduring some hardship. Lu Zhan felt satisfied. Without a doubt, as long as they cleared the dungeon, a top-tier treasure was all but guaranteed. Approaching the vortex, he touched it, revealing that the previous occupants had perished. It was time to enter. Bei Laohei, you stay outside and guard, Lu Zhan instructed, patting the dog's head. This dungeon was a gift from the apocalypse to humanity. Monsters could not enter, nor could other beasts. Thus, Bei Laohei had to remain outside. If this big black dog decided to flee, Lu Zhan would be at a loss, as he could not remain outside forever. Woof woof woof. Bei Laohei stood tall, barking several times, as if to say, "Boss, rest assured, I will fulfill my duty as a vigilant guard. Let us go into the fray." Once Lu Zhan finished speaking, he stepped into the vortex, his figure vanishing from sight. Behind him, Lu Yong and Zhang Tianfu exchanged glances, finding themselves akin to rival factions, each harboring a competitive spirit. Woof woof woof. Bei Laohei barked at the group, seemingly urging them to hasten and follow Lu Zhan's lead. Lu Yong naturally would not hesitate, closely trailing the footsteps of the savior. Soon, all 9 individuals had entered the vortex. Bei Laohei truly prepared to act as a steadfast guardian, lying beneath the vortex to deter onlookers from approaching. Fight, fight, fight. Annihilate these scoundrels. As warriors, your duty is to battle. Anyone who dares to retreat shall face my wrath. Quickly, those scoundrels are charging in. Let us engage. For the tribe, to battle. Lu Zhan's vision had not yet adjusted when a cacophony of sounds erupted around him. The clamor of combat, the howls of monsters, the roars of humans, an overwhelming din. Yet, having experienced this once before, he felt no trace of panic. In the next moment, light began to emerge before him, and his surroundings became clear. He found himself atop a city wall, gazing down at countless humans engaged in fierce combat. These were the so-called NPCs of the dungeon. Below the wall, a multitude of monsters charged toward the city. This was the so-called city defense dungeon, where they must withstand the onslaught of monsters to protect the city. Where is this? Boss, I doubt I'm scared. Damn, this is exhilarating. Look below, it's swarming with monsters, Lu Zhan. What should we do? Just then, Lu Yong and the others appeared, joining the scene. Except for one female priest, the other 8 males appeared somewhat exhilarated. The sensation was akin to plunging into an immersive game. If only there were no death mechanics, it would be even better. Alas, reality offers no such alternatives. After the initial excitement, fear began to creep in. What are you all dawdling for? Get down there. The monsters are attacking the city gates. Suddenly, a commander nearby bellowed. You must hold the gates, move swiftly. If I count to 10 and you are still up here, I will personally execute you. I need warriors, not cowards. The commander wielded a large blade, his visage fierce, resembling a terrifying deity of slaughter. If you wish to live, jump down with me. As he spoke, Lu Zhan had already leaped from the city wall. The commander was not jesting. Should the players in the dungeon choose to avoid combat or linger atop the wall, they would be summarily slain, and no matter how strong the players might be, evading this commander's blade was impossible. Lu Yong and the others glanced at the height of the wall, their hearts pounding. A fall from such a height would surely be fatal for an ordinary person. Although they were now professionals with enhanced physical abilities, none had ever jumped from such a height, leaving them uncertain. Xiao Yao, I'll jump first and catch you below. Trust me. Zhang Tianfu declared to the priestess, then leaped down. Jump, that commander isn't kidding. We'll truly be killed if we don't. Lu Yong glanced at the commander's unwavering gaze. Understanding that this was the nature of the dungeon, there was no choice but to jump. The remaining students nodded, gritted their teeth and closed their eyes for a leap of faith. The priestess Xiao Yao and two gunmen exchanged glances. Now that they had entered, what else could they do? They jumped. However, the excruciating pain they anticipated upon hitting the ground did not arrive. Instead, they felt as though they were caught by something. Upon opening their eyes, a terrifying bull demon loomed perilously close, nearly causing them to suffocate in fright. Fortunately, they had already encountered Lu Zhan's undead bull demon and quickly realized what had transpired. It turned out that the leader had orchestrated everything, and they felt a surge of gratitude. Since Lu Zhan desired their treasure chests, he would certainly not allow them to perish in vain. At this moment, behind the 10 individuals was the city gate, and it was evident that their numbers alone could not defend the entire city. Their task was to safeguard this gate. Ahead, dozens of monsters charged toward the city gate. Most of these monsters were ordinary, interspersed with a few elites, hailing from various races, all far superior to the likes of goblins. And this was merely the first wave. One could easily deduce that the subsequent waves would only grow stronger. Behind Lu Zhan, the expressions of the others had turned pale. If it were only them, they would likely not withstand even the first wave. Yet, Lu Zhan remained composed. He had entered with confidence, assured of his ability to conquer this dungeon. Chapter 36. Defending the city gate. A thought crossed Lu Zhan's mind as he commanded a dozen undead to form a semicircle around the gate, surrounding the 10 of them. This effectively created a line of defense composed entirely of elite undead. The ordinary monsters would find it impossible to breach this barrier. Even if one of these undead fell, Lu Zhan could promptly resurrect them. Theoretically, this was an unyielding defense. The first had him and his companion maneuvering as needed, darting to wherever they were required. As of now, his companion's talents had yet to manifest, making it impossible for them to charge directly into the throng of monsters. Yet, this type of dungeon was akin to a cheat for his companion. Though the monsters would grow increasingly powerful, so too would his companion. Given sufficient time, even if the final boss were a commander-level monster in a state of rage, they would surely be able to vanquish it. This was the basis of Lu Zhan's confidence in single-handedly clearing the dungeon. He had never factored in the combat prowess of the 9 behind him. They were merely tools to acquire treasure chests. The extent of their experience gain was entirely up to them. Having uttered this, Lu Zhan already charged toward the left, where an elite monster was assaulting them, prioritizing its elimination. Each to their own abilities. Lu Gu has long arranged everything for us. Zhang Tianfu felt a surge of emotion. In this situation, as long as the undead defensive line held firm, they merely needed to avoid recklessness to remain safe. Such a considerate leader is bound to stir emotions. Lu Yong displayed an expression of realization, having collaborated with Lu Zhan on 2 previous occasions, both of which were fraught with danger yet ultimately successful. This time proved no exception. He truly is a savior. In an instant, everyone showcased their unique abilities, united by a single objective: to channel as much damage as possible towards the monsters. Even the priest, Xiao Yao, took up her staff to strike at the creatures, but of course, this was not without its risks. While they attacked the monsters, they too faced the peril of counterattack. However, with the undead standing guard, if one could not evade such minor assaults, they would rightfully meet their demise. In this scenario, the ones gaining the most were the 2 gunners and Lu Yong's student, a fire mage. They merely needed to position themselves in the center, unleashing a deluge of ranged damage. The sensation was exhilarating. Each individual felt their experience surge. As for Lu Zhan, his formidable strength of 80 was nothing short of terrifying. Within 10 seconds, he had dispatched the elite monster with a single strike. Subsequently, his eyes glowed green as the fallen elite monster rose once more. And it did not end there. Surrounding them lay numerous monster corpses, prompting Lu Zhan to initiate a mass resurrection. He currently had 10 elite undead, perfectly capable of filling any vacancies during the battle. Under the full force of their attacks, the first wave of dozens of monsters was eradicated in under 10 minutes, resulting in an additional 3 elite undead for Lu Zhan. How exhilarating! I've leveled up to 5. Indeed, that was remarkably swift. Haha, how many more monsters are there? Bring on as many as you can. Lu Yong and the others were equally elated as the second wave of monsters charged forth. This wave primarily consisted of ordinary monsters, interspersed with a few elite ones, yet their species was significantly stronger. The Wolf Clan, the Fierce Tiger Clan, the Golden Lion Clan. As soon as the monsters appeared, The first one surged past the undead line, launching an offensive. It was imperative to maintain their momentum. Any interruption would be a significant loss. Naturally, Lu Zhan would not allow it to engage directly. Instead, it would strike and retreat, striking again before withdrawing, until the horde reached the defensive line, at which point the first monster had already retreated. The familiar routine commenced anew. Just as they were about to enthusiastically attack, a terrifying roar echoed through the air. Instantly, the faces of the group changed, as if struck by a colossal hammer to the chest. Several individuals with weaker constitutions spat blood, their faces pale. Lu Zhan remained unscathed. Though he furrowed his brow, that roar was the skilled tiger's roar from the elite monster, the howling tiger. It was a moment of oversight. He had forgotten about the area of effect damage skills possessed by these elite monsters and above. If it roared several more times, even if the defensive line held, it could still spell doom for those behind. It appeared some risks had to be taken. Gripping his sword tightly, Lu Zhan called out to the first monster and leaped over the undead line, charging towards the howling tiger. The sheer number of surrounding monsters resulted in numerous attacks landing upon him. However, Lu Zhan's constitution had surpassed 90, rendering the assaults of these ordinary monsters little more than a tattering of his garments. Though the first monster had slightly weaker attributes, its agility was extraordinarily high, reaching 110, making its form ghostly amidst the throng of monsters. In a mere 3 seconds, Lu Zhan and the first monster had closed in on the howling tiger. With a sword and an axe striking simultaneously, the howling tiger, boasting an average attribute of 70, was undoubtedly perceived as a major boss by most humans. Yet, faced with Lu Zhan and the first monster, it succumbed in less than half a minute. Upon defeating this creature, Lu Zhan barely had time to collect the spoils before resurrecting it as a new undead. After all, the loot would not vanish, and the monsters could not claim it, so there was no need to rush. In an instant, Lu Zhan felt a substantial enhancement in both his constitution and strength. Upon resurrection, the howling tiger's attributes surged, reaching an astonishing 99 in both strength and constitution, striking terror into the hearts of all under Lu Zhan's command. The newly arisen howling tiger wielded its massive paws, crushing ordinary monsters as easily as one would squash ants. Lu Zhan paid it no mind, allowing the undead tiger to wreak havoc while he charged towards another elite monster, employing the same strategy to eliminate it and resurrect it as an undead. This approach effectively turned the enemy's strongest force against them. In a moment, the horde of monsters fell into disarray, their commander suddenly turning against them. Lu Yong and the others could only watch in stunned silence. How utterly bizarre. What profession does Lu Gu even have? Summoner? Puppet master? Beast tamer? Yet, logically, should not these professions rely on their minions to fight, leaving their own selves weak? Why is Lu Gu so powerful in his own right? He is practically invincible, without any weaknesses. He is a whole army unto himself. He could take on all 9 of us single-handedly. Be more confident. It's his minion that could take us all on. After dispatching 3 elite monsters, Lu Zhan retreated behind the defensive line. Though he could continue fighting, it was unnecessary. If his minions could handle the battles, there was no reason for their leader to intervene. As for the first monster, it was now in a state of autonomous combat. Its attributes had all exceeded 100, rendering it nearly invincible among the current monsters. Even more frightening was its lack of fatigue, a veritable war machine. Chapter 37. The Troll Werewolf. Just as Lu Zhan returned to the vicinity of the city gates, the sound of leveling up resonated in his mind. Level 9. That meant 19 undead, on this side of the undead line. Only 10 elite undead were necessary for adequate defense. The other undead, including the first monster, were all engaged in combat outside. In just 3 minutes, the second wave of monsters was entirely vanquished, and the third wave had already appeared. A veritable army comprised of over a dozen elite monsters and nearly 100 ordinary ones loomed, dense as a storm cloud. This group of monsters operated with the precision of a well-trained army, far superior to the previous 2 waves. Leading them was a terrifying creature, a wolf-headed, humanoid monster standing nearly 3 meters tall, with immensely robust limbs and claws that gleamed like metal, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Beneath it rode an elite monster, the Gale Wolf. What is that? Zhang Tianfu's face turned pale. Even from a distance, he could sense the overwhelming aura approaching. A hero-level monster. The Troll Werewolf. Lu Zhan took a deep breath and spoke, acknowledging that this was the second hero-level monster he had faced since his rebirth, and this one was significantly more formidable than the Goblin Warrior. Countless had ventured through the first two challenges only to meet a grim fate at the claws of this werewolf. This is the final wave. Stay vigilant. I cannot oversee everything, Lu Zhan cautioned. And no sooner had his words left his lips than the first monster charged forward, swinging its axe at the leading troll werewolf. The troll werewolf showed no fear, extending its metallic claw to grasp the axe. This was the first instance of a monster withstanding the first monster's battle axe, and in a state of escalating aggression. No less in the next moment, the first monster yanked back its axe and retreated instantly. After all, it was not seeking a direct confrontation but rather maintaining its momentum. Howl. Although this strike failed to inflict physical damage on the troll werewolf, the psychological impact was immense, since when had a mere goblin dared to challenge it, with a resounding roar, the monsters behind it glowed with the crimson light and charged forward. Are they starting with a war roar? Lu Zhan's eyes narrowed. If memory serves, this skill raises the attributes of the entire team by 10, and most terrifyingly, it has no duration, as long as the troll werewolf remains alive and on the battlefield. This buff will persist, making it a battlefield godsend. Perhaps the first monster could enter a frenzy and slay the troll werewolf, which would eliminate this buff. However, even if the first monster could defeat the troll werewolf, it would then lack this significant combat strength to tackle the remaining 100+ monsters, making it an insurmountable challenge. Best to wait a moment longer. In that instant of decision-making, the 18 undead surged forth, engaging in battle with the monstrous horde. Given the sheer number of monsters and the added buff, relying solely on a handful of undead to hold the line would be futile. Moreover, with the troll werewolf present, Lu Zhan could not afford to recklessly charge into the fray as before. That would be tantamount to suicide. Thus, he opted for a strategy of chaos. With Lu Zhan's current attributes, none of the monsters could pose a significant threat. Save for the troll werewolf, the real danger lay with Lu Yong and the others. The 18 undead could not hope to withstand the monstrous army, and several had already begun charging towards Lu Yong and his companions. For this reason, Lu Zhan and the first monster refrained from rushing to the front. You lot, don't stray too far. I cannot guarantee that I will eliminate every last one of them. I will allow some of the weaker monsters to pass through, Lu Zhan instructed before lunging forward with his sword, piercing the foremost monster and dispatching it with a swift blow. Beside him, the first monster brandished its battle axe, ruthlessly cleaving through its foes. Yet, no matter how swiftly they fought, they could not instantly slay dozens of monsters. Before long, 2 or 3 monsters had charged towards Lu Yong and the others. Preparing for combat. Xiao Yao, stay at the back. Xiao Li and Xiao He, focus all your firepower. Zhang Tianfu, after all, was capable of leading the team, displaying impressive combat prowess as he raised his shield to block. 2 monsters crashed into the shield, which was a classic skill of a shield warrior. Taunt, however, before the 2 gunmen could react, Lu Yong's colossal sword had already arrived, unleashing a frenzied assault upon the 2 monstrous beings. In a mere 5 seconds, Lu Yong had felled one of the creatures. Zhang Tianfu raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the formidable combat prowess displayed by Lu Yong. A pleasure to cooperate, Lu Yong remarked as he swung his sword at the other beast. Both of them were undoubtedly among the strongest of humanity in the present time. However, due to Lu Zhan's exceedingly abnormal performance, they appeared comparatively weaker. At this moment, with their combined efforts, dispatching ordinary monsters was a relatively effortless task. Lu Zhan, meanwhile, was preoccupied with eliminating the approaching monsters while simultaneously resurrecting the fallen undead, ensuring he maintained a legion of 19 undead at all times, his focus intensely concentrated. Just then, the ogre werewolf let out another deafening roar. In response, 5 elite monsters surrounded Lu Zhan in a coordinated attack. The intellect of the hero-level ogre werewolf was not to be underestimated. It understood the necessity of employing basic tactics. Lu Zhan's continuous control over its minions made him the primary target for elimination. As for itself, it adhered to the principle of not intervening until its underlings were completely vanquished, remaining mounted on its swift-winged wolf. Stationed in the rear, Lu Zhan tightened his grip on his sword and began to sprint. If he were to be encircled by the 5 elite monsters, even he would find himself in peril. In such circumstances, it would be folly to confront them head-on. Hence he chose to flee. As for Lu Yong and the others, they were no longer a concern. The 5 elite monsters, acting on the command of their leader, relentlessly pursued Lu Zhan, unwittingly playing into his strategy. As long as Lu Zhan remained unapprehended, those 5 elite monsters were effectively preoccupied by him alone. In the next moment, the slowest of the 5 elite monsters suddenly found itself engulfed in darkness as an axe came crashing down towards its head. It was number 1. Preoccupied with chasing Lu Zhan, the monster had let down its guard against all else, and was cleaved into half its skull by this strike. Number 1 wasted no time, withdrawing the axe and delivering another blow, which split the creature's head cleanly in two, ending its life. The other 4 elite monsters paused momentarily at the sight of number 1. They hesitated between their leader's command and their instinct, ultimately disregarding number 1 as they continued their pursuit of Lu Zhan. It must be said that in this apocalyptic world, humanity's greatest advantage lay not in professions or equipment from dungeons, but in their intellect. Were it not for the general incompetence of these lowly monsters, humanity would have little chance of survival. Thus, number 1 swiftly dispatched 2 elite monsters, prompting the commanding ogre werewolf to recognize the unfolding issue and emit another wolf-like howl. The remaining 3 elite monsters promptly halted and lunged toward number 1. Lu Zhan deemed them inconsequential. He knew that 3 monsters could hardly pose a threat to number 1, having just escaped. He had already lost over a dozen of his undead and was in immediate need of reinforcements. Suddenly, a pained scream erupted from Lu Yong at the city gates. It turned out that one of his students had been bitten in half by a monstrous wolf, leaving a gruesome scene. Meanwhile, among the group brought in by Zhang Tianfu, a gunman lay motionless on the ground. This was an unavoidable circumstance. With their skills, had it not been for Lu Zhan, they would have been wiped out in the first wave. However, now that Lu Zhan had the opportunity, he could not ignore them and quickly led 5 undead to assist, temporarily alleviating the crisis. Nevertheless, the loss of 2 treasure chests weighed heavily on Lu Zhan's heart. Glancing at the battlefield, he noted that number 1 had already slain 2 elite monsters, leaving only one that was also near its end. Additionally, the undead he continuously resurrected had depleted the monsters significantly. It was time to to Lu Zhan's surprise. Number 1 abandoned the remaining elite monster and, like a streak of lightning, charged towards the ogre werewolf. The ogre werewolf, noticing this, revealed its sharp claws and slashed viciously at the air. With a clang, its claws clashed against number 1's battle axe. Yet, this time, the ogre werewolf was astonished to feel its claws beginning to fracture. Had the creature before it suddenly grown stronger? In the next moment, the wind wolf beneath it opened its jaws, unleashing a blade of wind aimed directly at number 1's hands gripping the axe. The wind wolf was not merely a mount. It was also a formidable elite monster. Number 1 leaped, withdrawing the axe while executing a downward strike, dispersing the wind blade effortlessly. The ogre werewolf, unable to remain passive, swiped its claws, but number 1 had already leaped into the air, evading the attack. Before the werewolf could register its failure, number 1's axe struck its shoulder, and without pause, number 1 withdrew the axe and jumped to the other side. Goblins were known for their speed, and in this moment, number 1 maximized its agility, spinning and jumping around the ogre werewolf, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. The ogre werewolf roared in fury. This creature also bore the title of the Undying Werewolf, owing to an exceedingly abnormal passive skill known as super regeneration. Any inflicted wounds would heal at an astonishing rate, rendering the damage inflicted by number 1 almost inconsequential. Most absurdly, it had no apparent weaknesses. Even decapitation or a pierced heart would not hinder its recovery. The Undying Werewolf was among the most dreaded opponents for many in the early days of humanity's struggle, nearly impossible to kill. Often, one would exhaust themselves while the creature remained unscathed. The only method to slay it was to inflict damage far exceeding its healing capabilities. However, this was no simple task, as the ogre werewolf was not a stationary target. At the city gates, Lu Zhan, while resurrecting undead, kept a vigilant eye on the battlefield where number 1 fought. Despite number 1's prolonged assault, it had yet to inflict substantial damage. However, being an undead, number 1 did not face the risk of exhaustion. Lu Zhan allowed it to continue attacking, not for physical damage, but to inflict psychological torment. The incessant buzzing around the werewolf's head was sure to provoke its ire. Finally, after half a minute. The ogre werewolf could no longer contain itself and let out another furious roar. In an instant, its body radiated a blood-red glow, and its wolfish eyes burned with a sinister light. The next moment, it swiped its claws with lightning speed, striking number one and sending it flying. Lu Zhan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. This was the moment he had been waiting for. The ogre werewolf's skill, ogre's might, had been unleashed, boosting its agility by 50 while simultaneously reducing its constitution by 50. Seeing this, Lu Zhan issued a command to number one. You can transform, right? Number one, go berserk. Under normal circumstances, even in its berserk state, number one would struggle to swiftly slay the ogre werewolf. Yet, the situation had changed. Number one was propelled backward. It activated its berserk skill mid-air, instantly doubling its attributes. Its body twisted in an uncanny manner, transforming its backward flight into a charge towards the ogre werewolf. The werewolf, empowered by ogre's might, let out a defiant roar, undeterred. To it, this little insect merely seemed faster, and it felt no fear. But as soon as it finished its roar, it was bewildered to see the insect vanish from sight once more. Then came a brief but piercing scream from beneath it. Looking down, the werewolf was horrified to see the head of its wind wolf tumble to the ground, blood gushing forth. It's the level of the ogre werewolf, a creature of considerable intellect. This moment left it completely bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. In an instant, it felt as if another head had dropped, the head that belonged to it. The ogre werewolf could barely catch sight of a green figure, wielding an axe and relentlessly striking its body, leaving it incapable of mounting any form of counterattack. The opponent's speed was overwhelming. With its agility now exceeding 300, number one reached unprecedented heights. Given the ogre werewolf's defenses, even number one in its berserk state would typically require several strikes to sever a body part. Yet, with its defenses halved, number one could now cleave through its defenses with a single blow, executing each strike fluidly without any interruption. The city gates, Lu Zhan struggled to keep track of number one's movements, only able to see flashes of blood as the ogre werewolf's form began to disintegrate. Healing? It was far too late. In a mere 10 seconds, the massive wind wolf had been reduced to a pile of shredded flesh, writhing on the ground as if still attempting to heal. Remarkably, its resilience was truly formidable. Number one continued to strike at the remains for a full 5 seconds, and at last, a notification sounded in Lu Zhan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the ogre werewolf, gaining 3,000 experience points and 3,000 gold. Hearing this, Lu Zhan exhaled in relief. The dungeon was secured, with half a minute still remaining in number one's berserk state. He could not afford to waste it. Number one transformed into a harbinger of death, charging into the remaining throngs of monsters, akin to a max-level veteran rampaging through a novice village, striking indiscriminately. Even the elite monsters could not withstand even a moment against number one. As the berserk state faded, no monsters remained standing on the battlefield. In Lu Zhan's mind, the sound of leveling up resonated once more. At last, he had reached level 10. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 10, triggering your profession advancement quest. Chapter 39. The passage treasure box so powerful. Lu Yong and the others stood there, dumbfounded. In their eyes, the monstrous creatures akin to the Grim Reaper were being effortlessly mowed down like mere straw before number one. The scene was utterly surreal. Boss, is it even possible to cheat in this game? The priest Xiaoyao uttered in a daze. What? Do you wish to report it? Zhang Tianfu's eyes sparkled. He cared not whether there was cheating involved. All he knew was that this elder brother was someone he had faith in. No one could stop him, not even Jesus. Lu Zhan strode confidently onto the battlefield. At this moment, only one monstrous creature remained, pinned to the ground by 3 undead, unable to move. This was deliberately left alive by Lu Zhan. If they killed it, they would complete the dungeon, and the commander above would soon expel them. There were still many items dropped by the monsters on the ground that needed collecting. If they were forced out, it would be a tremendous loss. At the city gate, the remaining gunmen gazed greedily at the floating circles scattered about. Instinctively stepping forward, one must know what to take and what to leave behind. Zhang Tianfu shot him a glare, coldly stating, "Boss, I'm well aware of that." The gunman chuckled in response. Liu Zhan picked up the spheres one by one, discovering nothing of value. They were mostly enhancement stones, with a few pieces of green gear, all possessing abysmal attributes. Given his current level, it was improbable to obtain anything worthwhile from elite monsters. The real prize lay with the ogre werewolf. Approaching its corpse, he noticed number 1 wielding a battle axe, its diminutive frame radiating a terrifying aura. Though it had lost its battle-hardened vigor and was now in a weakened state, with all attributes decreased by 80. What did that matter? Lu Zhan patted his beloved companion's shoulder and turned his gaze toward the severed limbs of the ogre werewolf, immediately spotting something of value. A skill point. This was something Lu Zhan had longed for. As he wished to elevate his necromancy to level 3, that would allow him to transform into a heroic-level undead. Alas, the ogre werewolf's body had already turned to mush, likely rendering it impossible to resurrect. Otherwise, this undead could have provided him with a significant boost in attributes. Without hesitation, Lu Zhan used the skill point to enhance his necromancy. His eyes glowed green. As expected, there was no reaction. He sighed in disappointment and looked at the other spheres, only to discover a pulsating heart. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Lu Zhan had never encountered such an item. Upon crushing the sphere, the heart's information quickly materialized. Ogre heart. Consuming it grants the power of the ogre. Faced with this, Lu Zhan found himself in a dilemma. The power of the ogre. Who could say what that entailed? After some contemplation, he decided to stow it away for the time being. One must not consume unknown items recklessly. Besides this, there was another piece of green equipment, the werewolf necklace. Equipment requirements: Agility 30, Level 5. Agility 10. Werewolf's Roar. Upon activation, enhances the agility, strength, and stamina of the team by 10, while reducing intelligence by 20. Applicable to a team of up to 10 members, lasting 10 minutes with a cooldown of 10 hours. This was indeed a premium piece of active equipment. Lu Zhan couldn't help but smile. This item could directly grant an additional skill to a player, and an impressive one at that. Calling it the top-tier green gear would not be an exaggeration. Such a coveted item was certainly meant for himself. He donned the necklace around his neck, focusing his thoughts on Lu Yong and the others. Suddenly, a plus sign appeared above their heads, signifying the formation of a team. Most importantly, the undead were also included. Including number 1 at this indicated that Lu Zhan could directly establish a team of undead, enhancing their attributes by 10. For the decrease in intelligence. What use was intelligence to the undead and dim-witted mages? After collecting the items, Lu Zhan returned to the city gate and commanded the undead to end the life of the last remaining monster. Subsequently, he recalled all undead into the necromantic space. The next moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding, congratulations on completing the dungeon Tribal Guardian. As one of the first humans to clear this dungeon, your rewards are doubled. Ding, congratulations, you have gained 5,000 experience and 5,000 gold. Ding, congratulations, you have acquired a passage treasure box. Ding, the dungeon will restart in 3 minutes. Please prepare to leave. Ding, congratulations, you have leveled up to level 11. The experience gained from the ogre werewolf, combined with the completion rewards, allowed him to level up again. What a delightful outcome. Yet, this reward was merely a drop in the bucket. The real jackpot awaited ahead. A total of 8 passage treasure boxes. Lu Yong and the others also found a golden box appearing in their hands. Each wearing a smile on their faces, they had all leveled up. This dungeon run had already yielded bountiful rewards, if not for the experience and gold alone. However, before they could revel in their joy, Lu Zhan's authoritative voice rang out. Open the passage treasure boxes, and then hand over the contents to me. The items within these boxes could only be confirmed upon opening, so Lu Zhan could not simply take the boxes. If he did, even if he opened 10 boxes, the quality of the items would only diminish, and by the 10th box, it was possible to receive nothing at all. Without hesitation, Lu Yong opened the passage treasure box and, without even glancing at its contents, handed it over to Lu Zhan. Upon inspecting it, Lu Zhan's spirit soared. He had not expected the first item to be something good. It was yet another box, a reward magic box. It was known that the crucial skill, necromantic sacrifice, was acquired through this item. However, now was not the time to open it, so Lu Zhan turned his attention to the others. Zhang Tianfu followed suit, presenting Lu Zhan with the item he had opened, a skill book. However, upon reading the book's description, Lu Zhan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Powerful protection. Learning requirements. Level 7, class attribute defense. Upon activation, an aura is created. enhancing the physical constitution of allies within its range. The more allies present, the greater the enhancement, with the aura's range growing alongside the caster's level. This was clearly a defensive skill. Tailor-made for Zhang Tianfu, truly befitting of the great general. Even the items he opened were advantageous to him. Liu Zhan had already resolved to keep this deputy. The skill book was undoubtedly destined to be returned to him. The third box was opened by one of Liu Yong's students, who wore a pained expression and weakly said, Liu, Brother Liu, I'm sorry, but this is all I got. A single enhancement stone. One had to admit. The luck was indeed abysmal. No problem, Liu Zhan replied, taking the enhancement stone without further comment. Luck was something one could not blame others for. However, when another person handed over yet another enhancement stone, Liu Zhan could hardly contain himself. What the heck is this? Are you trying to play me? Liu brother, I really don't know if this is good or not. At that moment, the weak voice of the priest Xiaoyao emerged. Presenting a ring, Chapter 40, Storage Ring. With just a glance, Liu Zhan could not tear his gaze away. The ring's design was quite unique, and only one type of ring possessed such a form, the storage ring. Although he was uncertain of this ring's level, even the lowest tier was a rare treasure in his past life. A storage ring symbolized strength. If one lacked the power to wield it, they could expect to be robbed. Such was the value of this ring that it would attract the envy of many powerful beings, and its distinctive appearance made it impossible to conceal. Thus, for the weak, the best course of action upon acquiring such an item would be to sell it to a stronger individual or offer it as tribute to gain protection. Liu Zhan had not anticipated that while Zhang Tianfu had failed to surprise him, this little girl had. Excellent, very excellent. Liu Zhan unabashedly displayed his inner delight as he accepted the ring as the undeniable master of the situation. There was no need for him to hide anything. Intermediate storage ring contains 100 square meters of alternate dimension space. Remarkably, it was indeed of intermediate grade, and 100 square meters could accommodate numerous items. Liu Zhan joyfully donned the ring but suddenly remembered something. He retrieved a skill book from the backpack he had been carrying and handed it to the priest Xiaoyao. Take this, it's for you. Thank you, Brother Liu, Xiaoyao responded excitedly. Until now, she had only known a single low-level healing spell, and this was her first skill book. Liu brother, I'm sorry, but I only opened this at that moment. A voice full of shame emerged from the side. The gunman held out an enhancement stone, offering it to Liu Zhan. Liu Zhan accepted the enhancement stone, looking at him with a smile that was not quite a smile, and asked, Are you certain this is what you opened? Brother Liu, would I dare deceive you? It really is this. My luck is just terrible, and there's nothing I can do about it, the gunman earnestly explained. Yet, in the next second, a flash of swordlight pierced through the air. The gunman's eyes widened in shock as he clutched his throat, blood pouring from his hands as he collapsed to the ground. Motionless, I detest being deceived. Liu Zhan wiped the blood from his sword and spoke indifferently. He then bent down to retrieve an item from the gunman's body. A skill book, glamorous revolver. Clearly a skill for gunmen. No wonder this fellow had intended to keep it for himself. Even if Liu Zhan had no use for it, he could sell it for a good price. Throughout this process, no one dared to speak. Even Zhang Tianfu, the gunman's leader, merely sighed. He had already warned that fellow. Now, only one remained. The student Liu Yong had brought along. The reason this individual had stayed until last was undoubtedly due to some ulterior motives. However, after witnessing the harrowing fate of the gunman, that fleeting thought dissipated entirely, compelling him to obediently present the items. To his surprise, it was merely a mask, a disguise mask. Once donned, it allows for concealment, capable of storing up to 3 shape templates. This item is rather remarkable. In simpler terms, it enables one to change their appearance, although it seems unlikely to alter one's physique. Nonetheless, it would certainly facilitate engaging in clandestine activities in the future. With all 7 treasure boxes now in his possession, he felt no urgency regarding his own matters. Those could be addressed later. Just then, an idea struck Liu Zhan, prompting him to rush back to the battlefield and gather the remains of the ogre werewolf. Tossing the grotesque heap into his storage ring. Within that storage space, time flows differently. Whether it be corpses or food, items stored therein do not decay. He had not considered this before, but with the storage ring, the realization dawned upon him that there was another little brother outside. After all, this was a formidable, hero-level monster, and while it could not be reincarnated as an undead, it could certainly be taken back to provide some hearty sustenance for the big black dog. Just as he finished tidying up, he felt a sudden darkness envelop him. The dungeon had completely shut down. Half an hour earlier, while Lu Zhan and his companions were embroiled in a fierce battle within the dungeon, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Silver Trade Building. To be precise, it was a creature from the East China Sea, a National 5A scenic area known as the Donghai Wildlife Park, renowned as the most famous tourist destination in Donghai. The king was a northeastern tiger residing within this zoo, and it was considered a star attraction. As the largest tiger in the zoo, it weighed a staggering 280 kilograms and measured a full 2.8 meters in length. Anyone who laid eyes upon it could not help but exclaim in awe at its majestic stature. Previously, the king's mind had been a foggy muddle, spending its days eating, sleeping, and occasionally putting on a show for visitors by devouring meat. It was oblivious to concepts of happiness or worry, simply existing in its routine. Until that fateful day, when countless green little beings stormed into the zoo. Indeed, those goblins appeared to it as mere infants. The most infuriating aspect was that these little ones dared to brandish knives in an attempt to slay it. In an instant, the king swatted one down. Feeling hungry, and without hesitation, began to feast upon it. That moment, an extraordinary energy surged into its body. It felt as though a ray of sunlight illuminated its mind, dispersing the fog. The king understood much more. It grasped that its name was king, comprehending the significance of eating, sleeping, and other mundane activities. Most importantly, it realized that devouring these little beings would grant it strength. Thus began its relentless hunt for the goblins. 1, 2, 3. Eventually, it grew weary of their gamey taste and pondered whether it could roast them before feasting. Opening its mouth, it could not breathe fire, but inadvertently unleashed a bolt of lightning. Although the results were not quite what it had envisioned, lightning could still cook its prey, and the king thought it preferable to consuming them raw. As it continued its feasting, it discovered other animals vying for its food, lions to the east, bears to the right, pandas to the west. How dare they compete for its meal? Those who dared to snatch its food would face its wrath. As it unleashed bolts upon its competitors, they all begged for mercy, offering to serve as its subordinates. What could it do? Accepting followers seemed rather advantageous. Being a leader meant not having to forage for food, as its minions would deliver it right to its mouth. Thus, it ascended to become the ruler of the zoo. However, after a day of being served hand and foot, the king suddenly felt that such a life was beneath it. This was the life of a pig. It was the king of beasts. How could it allow itself to become so debased? Therefore, the king exited the zoo. In human terms, this could be described as embarking on a personal campaign. It aimed not only to be the king of the zoo but to conquer the world. It would commence with the conquest of this city. Along the way, the king encountered many new delicacies: cows, pigs, wolves. This delighted it immensely. It feasted as it traversed the land. Regrettably, it found no suitable subordinates among the animals. They were all too weak to garner its interest. As for humans, it held them in even lower regard, having devoured a few, only to find them utterly unpalatable. Unbeknownst to it, the king wandered near the Silver Trade Building, only to discover a lack of food. Just as it was about to depart, it sensed a peculiar energy, a surge of lightning. Being the lord of lightning itself, it felt an irresistible curiosity and boldly strode through the entrance. What was that? By the heavens, run! Quickly, what are you waiting for? Kill it and loot the gear. Everyone, charge! A cacophony of human voices echoed in the king's ears, and it flicked its tail in annoyance. In an instant, a terrifying bolt of lightning shot forth, moving at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, weaving through the crowd. In but a second, all sounds ceased abruptly. Dozens of individuals were left without a single survivor. Chapter 41. The language of dogs and tigers. Balahe gazed at the enormous tiger before him, its fur standing on end, and its lone eye glaring fiercely. He felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. This tiger was more formidable than his master, and even more fearsome than his master's master. What did it intend to do? The king, too, regarded the black dog, albeit with a discerning eye, assessing whether this creature possessed the merit to become its subordinate. This black dog was robust, with powerful limbs and sleek, shiny fur. Most importantly, it radiated an energy akin to lightning, a source of power that resonated with the king. The only drawback was its somewhat unappealing appearance, particularly with one eye missing, rendering it rather unsightly. Yet, the king prided itself on valuing inner qualities over superficiality. Thus, it let out a thunderous roar. Roar, roar, roar. Black dog, become my subordinate, and enjoy a life of luxury. Belahe breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't being targeted for death. Woof, woof, woof. I already have a master. Though one understood not a word of tiger speech, and the other not a syllable of canine language, they were both sentient beings capable of comprehension. Roar, roar, roar. Who is your master? Bring him forth for a duel. Woof, woof, woof. My master is exceptionally powerful. You should leave. Roar, roar, roar. Dare you belittle me? Then I shall slay him. Woof, woof, woof. My master is not present at the moment. Roar, roar, roar. Are you attempting to deceive me? Woof, woof, woof. You should leave. My master is returning. Roar. The king had lost its patience, unleashing a bolt of lightning that struck the ground before Belahe, creating a massive crater. Roar. Don't push your luck. Belahe ceased its vocalizations, its body crackling with electricity. It was a dog of integrity, loyal to only one master throughout its life. The king was thoroughly enraged. Lightning shot forth once more, but this time, it was aimed directly at the black dog. Belahe stood undaunted, retaliating with its own bolt of lightning. The two energies collided in the air, the victor becoming clear. Belahe's lightning was swiftly consumed by the king's. With a resounding explosion, Belahe finally understood the sensation of being struck by lightning, an indescribably acute pang. Roar. Will you follow me? The king leaped, landing beside the black dog. Woof, woof, woof. I have a master. Belahe struggled to rise, but just as it did, another bolt of lightning struck it, sending it crashing to the ground, bloodied and battered. Roar. I ask you once more, will you follow me? Belahe's fur was matted with blood, the scent of charred flesh wafting around, its legs revealing stark white bone. Yet, it refused to yield, trembling but resolute. With its head held high, it remained silent, but its intent was unmistakable. Observing this scene, the king's fury began to wane. Replaced by admiration, a dog so steadfastly loyal deserved to be under its command. Roar. Follow me, and you shall become my second in command. Woof. Just kill me already. Roar. Roar, roar. Very well. I shall wait here and see who your master truly is. The king settled onto the ground, genuinely vexed, determined to recruit the black dog as its subordinate. Belahe found itself at a loss, inwardly anxious. If its master returned, there was no way they could defeat this formidable tiger. What should it do? Should it flee, drawing the tiger away? No, with its speed, it would likely be struck down before it even exited the building. How frustrating. How could this tiger be so powerful? It was all the fault of its master's master, the fool. If only that fool had provided it with more sustenance, it too could be strong enough to confront this tiger without fear. That fool. That damn fool. As Belahe raged against the incompetence of certain individuals, a sudden burst of light emanated from the dungeon entrance. In an instant, Belahe's heart tightened. It was well aware that this signified its master and companions were emerging, and the outcome could very well be disastrous. Meanwhile, the king remained unfazed, leisurely rising to its feet, letting out a roar, 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 roar. Your master is about to emerge, isn't he? No sooner had the words left its mouth than Lu Zhan and his companions appeared in the grand hall, their faces alight with smiles, clearly basking in the joy of having successfully cleared the dungeon. However, as they materialized, the smiles on their faces froze. A massive tiger stood before them. Who could possibly ignore such a presence? Lu Yong and the others dared not even take a breath, their eyes darting towards Lu Zhan, awaiting the signal from this extraordinary individual. Little did they know, at that moment, Lu Zhan was consumed by panic. As a reborn individual who had once experienced the apocalypse, he was acutely aware of the future that awaited him as an eminent figure, and this imposing tiger before him. Indeed, the future is heralded by the formidable being known as Thunder Tiger. Even the 8 emperors, particularly those of slightly lesser strength, pale in comparison to this individual. In truth, he is aware that Thunder Tiger resides within this city, for in his previous life, he was able to survive under the protection of this mighty entity for an extended period. Such a terrifying powerhouse would naturally regard the likes of Lu Zhan as insignificant ants inhabiting its territory. To them, the magical beasts are merely a source of nourishment. Therefore, Lu Zhan, concealed within this city, need not worry about the magical creatures. His safety is assured, provided he remains vigilant against those humans with ulterior motives. However, as time passed, Thunder Tiger grew weary of reigning supreme only within this city and sought to venture into broader horizons. Lu Zhan could never have anticipated that this renowned Thunder Tiger would manifest here, seemingly stationed at the entrance to the dungeon. What a predicament! Although Lu Zhan considers himself among the elite of humanity, he is still filled with trepidation in the presence of such a terrifying being in terms of lightning abilities. This colossal tiger dwarfs even the likes of Bei Lao Hei at that moment. The great king spoke. Roar. Which of these humans dares to claim authority over me? Though Lu Zhan could not comprehend the language of tigers, he instantly grasped the meaning behind the giant's words. The creature had set its sights on Bei Lao Hei, such as the peril of possessing something precious. Bei Lao Hei had become that coveted gem. A glance at Bei Lao Hei's miserable state revealed that it had been ruthlessly tormented. Surprisingly, this great black dog appeared to have remained loyal to its master, which astonished Lu Zhan. His mind raced, realizing that the absence of immediate aggression indicated there was still room for negotiation. However, directly offering Bei Lao Hei to the beast seemed ill-advised. The charred corpses of human beings scattered around them made it clear that this great tiger would not hesitate to kill without provocation. It appeared that fleeing was the only option. As for Lu Yong and the others, he could not afford to concern himself with their fate. They would have to fend for themselves. The means of escape would require a gamble. Contingent upon Bei Lao Hei's performance. Chapter 42. Strutting in the tiger's den with determination in his eyes, Lu Zhan began to mentally reinforce his own invincibility. I am invincible. I am invincible. In an instant, he straightened his posture, his expression radiating pride, exuding the aura of a true powerhouse. Lu Yong and the others exchanged glances, their resolve solidifying. With their leader emboldened, they too found their confidence bolstered. Even the great king turned its gaze toward Lu Zhan. Sensing a hint of threat emanating from this human, Bei Lao Hei, what is the meaning of this? Who is this human? Did it inflict this suffering upon you? Lu Zhan approached Bei Lao Hei calmly, patting its shoulder as he spoke nonchalantly. In that moment, a terrifying aura surged forth. Great cat! This human dares to address it as a great cat. The king was furious, yet in the next moment, it found itself on the receiving end of a cold glare from Lu Zhan. That single glance sent a tremor through the king, leaving it uncertain whether to unleash its wrath. It was that very gaze, brimming with unparalleled confidence and disdain, that instilled a deep-seated trepidation within the creature. After all, the master who commanded such unwavering loyalty from Bei Lao Hei could not possibly be an ordinary individual. No, I am a sentient being. I must not act recklessly. What if I truly cannot prevail in a confrontation? Perhaps I should probe further. The king contemplated as it coldly declared, You dare acknowledge a human as your master. You traitor! It sought to provoke the human into making the first move, allowing it to ascertain whether to fight or flee. Humph! Power is paramount, Lu Zhan retorted with a scoff. This great cat seems quite impressive. What do you say? Would you care to join me? As he spoke, Lu Zhan casually gestured, and a platter of shredded meat appeared before Bei Lao Hei. Here is your takeaway. Consume it heartily. Only by growing stronger will you avoid being bullied by a mere great cat. Bei Lao Hei's eyes lit up at the sight of the delectable meat. When had its master ever been so generous? Without hesitation, it began devouring the food voraciously. Meanwhile, the king's expression grew increasingly cautious. It could not discern where this human had procured such a bounty. What sorcery is this? Lu Zhan recognized that he had successfully intimidated the great tiger. Though these magical beasts had attained sentience, their cunning and treachery paled in comparison to that of humans. Often, their newfound intelligence became a burden, as they overthought their actions. If they were truly wild beasts, they would have charged forth without hesitation. As Bei Lao Hei continued to consume the flesh of the giant wolf, its wounds healed at a visibly accelerated rate, far surpassing the norm. Lu Zhan felt a surge of joy. Could it be that this great black dog had absorbed the rapid healing ability of the giant wolf? That would indeed be monstrous. So, great cat, how about it? Join me, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury. While Lu Zhan kept his attention on Bei Lao He, he cast a glance at the king. The king roared, indignantly expressing its disdain for the proposal. If it did not wish to join, so be it. It already had a loyal black Doge. Liu Zhan feigned indifference, but inwardly he seethed, wondering why this great tiger had yet to depart. Moments later, having consumed a significant portion of the giant wolf's flesh, Bei Lao He's wounds had completely healed, and it appeared even more formidable than before. The creature cast a defiant look at the tiger. Clearly displeased with its previous humiliation, Liu Zhan felt a pang of alarm. He hoped that this foolish dog would not let its newfound strength go to its head and charge recklessly. If that were to happen, it would spell disaster. He quickly urged, "Let us depart. We must hunt magical beasts elsewhere." With the great tiger refusing to retreat, they had no choice but to make their exit. Lu Zhan leaped onto Bei Lao He's back, directing it toward the exit. Lu Yong and the others quickly followed suit, knowing that without Lu Zhan, they would be mere ants in the eyes of the tiger. And remaining behind would be tantamount to seeking death. As they approached the threshold, relief washed over them. The oppressive presence of the great tiger had been utterly terrifying. Suddenly, Lu Zhan's expression shifted, and he shouted, "Run!" No sooner had he uttered the words than he seized Zhang Tianfu, while Bei Lao He transformed into a streak of lightning, darting out at breakneck speed. Lu Yong and the others reacted swiftly, scrambling to the side with all their might. Just where they had been standing, a bolt of lightning struck down. It turned out that the great tiger, believing Lu Zhan and the others had distanced themselves enough to escape, could afford to unleash its lightning in a fit of curiosity. Fortunately, Lu Zhan had not relaxed his vigilance. He remained attuned to the movements of the great tiger, and at the first sign of danger, he made a hasty retreat. Roar! The king realized it had been deceived, its fury boiling over as it became enveloped in crackling lightning, pursuing Bei Lao He relentlessly. At the entrance, Lu Yong and the others trembled. Although they had not been struck, the air around them crackled with electricity, leaving them in a state of numbness. Thankfully, as the great tiger moved away, the atmosphere began to calm. "Teacher Lu, that was terrifying," one student stammered. Watching the two streaks of lightning vanish into the distance, Lu Yong's eyes mirrored a mixture of awe and determination. The desire for world peace weighed heavily upon his shoulders. Meanwhile, the priestess, Xiao Yao, appeared utterly bewildered. Her master had been taken. What was she to do? "Join us. We could use a priest." Lu Yong perceptively noted the confusion in the young woman's eyes, speaking earnestly. In that moment, it seemed as if she saw a radiant light emanating from him. A beacon of hope. Wong, 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 Wong. What the hell? This great cat let up. What do we do? What do we do? Bei Lao He, resembling a thunderous black dog, leaped and bounded in a frantic escape. The great tiger's speed was astonishing, closing in rapidly. "Stay calm," Lu Zhan managed to utter, though the wind howled around them like a razor, making it difficult to speak. He placed Zhang Tianfu upon the dog's back. At least he was a defensive class and unlikely to be swept away by the gale. After all, the divine guardian, Tianfu, was not so easily vanquished. Zhang Tianfu, though not easily defeated, felt a rising sense of panic. Clinging tightly to the dog's back, he could not comprehend why Lu Zhan had seized him. Was he to be a shield? The thought sent shivers down his spine. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan pressed onward, unleashing 3 undead minions behind them. The trio, fiercely loyal to their master, charged at the king wielding their weapons. However, they barely drew near before being obliterated by the lightning. Yet they had bought precious seconds. Mission accomplished. Roar! The king's anger escalated. The audacity of the one ahead to hurl such trivialities at it. How dare they? Chapter 43. The heart of the giant once more. The king erupted with thunderous rage, accelerating its speed in the next instant. It spotted the cunning human hurling 5 additional distractions toward it. Roar! The king's fury intensified. Did that creature regard it as a mere garbage dump? However, it could not afford to ignore these 5 nuisances. It had to expend a fraction of its lightning to eliminate them, which slowed its momentum further. On Bei Lao He's back, Lu Zhan felt a pang of anxiety. At this rate, his undead minions would soon be depleted. He could not possibly sacrifice the first minion. In a moment of desperation, He contemplated whether he might need to toss Zhang Tianfu into the fray as a shield. Damn it, Bei Lao He. After consuming so much, why are you still running so slowly? The arduous battle came to a head as Lu Zhan unleashed a torrent of invectives at Bei Lao He. Woof, 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 woof. Bei Lao He, unyielding, promptly retaliated. Stop barking and run. The big cat is about to catch up. As Lu Zhan's words hung in the air, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, striking Bei Lao He squarely on the back. Damn it. Lu Zhan instinctively shielded Zhang Tianfu with his own body, enduring the brutal impact of the lightning strike. He would not forsake this fortunate companion unless absolutely necessary. In an instant, an intense agony, accompanied by a numbing sensation, coursed through his body, flesh tearing apart like that of a bloodied specter. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, Lu Zhan released all but one of the undead. Bei Lao He let out a howl of despair as his skin was torn, yet he quickly began to heal, evidently having absorbed the tremendous regenerative abilities of the troll werewolf. Thinking of the troll werewolf, Lu Zhan suddenly had an epiphany and retrieved an item from his storage ring, the very heart of a troll. According to the instructions, consuming this heart would grant one the power of a troll. However, Lu Zhan was unaware of what that power entailed and thus could not consume it himself. Instead, he held it to Bei Lao He's mouth and commanded, "Eat." If this continued, there would be no escaping the pursuit of the great tiger. Another couple of lightning strikes would surely render him a mere husk. Therefore, it was better to take a gamble. Given the troll werewolf's performance, it was quite plausible that the troll power could enhance speed. Woof, woof, woof. What is this? It smells quite nice. Bei Lao He sniffed the heart and, without hesitation, swallowed it whole. In this precarious situation, he had no reason to doubt Lu Zhan's intentions. Meanwhile, a sudden howl erupted from Lu Zhan's being. Emanating from the werewolf necklace's inherent skill, the werewolf's howl. With his buffs maxed out, it was a matter of life or death in this ensuing moment. Behind them, the great king had dispatched all the undead. And with a gleam in his eye, a terrifying bolt of lightning coalesced above the large black dog's head, poised to strike. This was his skill, yet, just as the lightning was about to land, the large black dog's speed inexplicably doubled, causing him to vanish from sight, leaving the lightning to strike nothing but air. The king's forehead furrowed as, in the blink of an eye, the large black dog had completely vanished. What is going on? Woof, 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 woof. At that moment, Bei Lao He felt as though a gigantic nuclear bomb was about to detonate within him. The overwhelming energy had no outlet, compelling him to run and bark like a riled-up male dog. Damn! What the hell is this? Lu Zhan inwardly lamented, not anticipating such ferocity from this entity. He could only cling tightly to Bei Lao He's back while simultaneously securing Zhang Tianfu, preventing him from being thrown off. In this wild sprint, they managed to shake off the great tiger, but at this rate, Lu Zhan would soon reach his limit. More importantly, at such a speed, even forcibly jumping off was out of the question. Lu Zhan could only hope that the effects of the heart wouldn't last too long. Time passed, and Bei Lao He leapt 3 meters into the air, bursting forth from the city and racing down the highway. They continued at this pace for nearly 10 minutes until Bei Lao He finally settled down, collapsing onto the road. Lu Zhan and Zhang Tianfu tumbled off his back, both transformed into bloodied figures, their bodies marred by wounds inflicted by the gale. Having lost the support of the undead, Lu Zhan's physical condition plummeted, leaving him half dead. After a moment, he laboriously propped himself up and retrieved 2 bottles of intermediate healing potions from his storage ring. Drinking one, given his current injuries, a lower-tier potion was insufficient. Fortunately, he had stocked up on a few intermediate ones. These potions were not cheap, costing 1,000 gold coins each, and even for someone as affluent as Lu Zhan, it was a painful expenditure. Damn it! One day, I shall strip you of your fur, feast on your flesh, and brew wine with your bones. Lu Zhan vented his frustration while administering a bottle of the intermediate healing potion to Zhang Tianfu. Under the influence of this miraculous elixir, their blood loss finally ceased, and their wounds began to mend, allowing them to cling to life. However, one bottle of the intermediate potion would not heal them completely, and with a cool-down period, they could not drink another for a while. The remaining pain they would have to endure themselves. Lu, brother Lu, if you wish to kill me, just say so, Zhang Tianfu lamented. Sprawled on the ground, tears of despair threatening to spill. What a bizarre situation this was. Why had Lu Zhan chosen to capture him of all people? Little Zhang, this is my test for you. Lu Zhan said earnestly. Congratulations, you have successfully passed, and now you are my #1 subordinate. He could hardly confess that he had taken a liking to Zhang Tianfu's luck. #1 subordinate. Zhang Tianfu was uncertain whether to feel honored or unfortunate. However, as events had unfolded, he had no choice but to accept his fate. At the very least, Lu Zhan was undeniably powerful as a human. He had intended to cling to this formidable ally. Albeit the process had been rather rough and tumultuous, so, Brother Lu, what shall we do next? Though Zhang Tianfu was older, larger, and far more imposing than Lu Zhan, addressing him as Brother Lu felt entirely appropriate. What to do next? Lu Zhan stood up, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable in his sticky state. Next, we need to find a place to clean up. But where could they possibly go? The highway was surrounded by desolation, devoid of humanity or magical creatures. Without a map, they had no idea where they were. After some contemplation, Lu Zhan approached Bei Laohe. Dead dog, are you alive? Can you get up? Woo, 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 woo. What on earth did you make me consume? The Bei Laohe, sprawled on the ground, emitted a continuous, feeble whine. Woo, woo, woo dot woo, woo dot woo. After pondering for a while, Lu Zhan finally comprehended the large black dog's plight. The terrifying energy had utterly wrecked his body. At this moment, he could not even rise, let alone move. Strangely, another unique energy was nurturing him from within, rebuilding his body. In simple terms, Bei Laohe's physique resembled a house, and the troll heart was akin to a reckless renovation worker who had barged in, ruthlessly demolishing the interior, leaving only a bare shell. Now, that worker was beginning to restore the house, but what kind of renovations would emerge was anyone's guess. Chapter 44. Advancement Task. Lu Zhan surveyed the scene, taking in the sight of one human and one dog lying on the ground. Utterly at a loss, he plopped down beside them. What else could he do? He couldn't possibly carry both of them. Could he expect his #1 subordinate, with his slight frame, to bear the burden? He would likely be reported for employee abuse. Better to wait for the potion cooldown. He estimated that after drinking a couple more bottles, both he and Zhang Tianfu would be healed, at which point they could manage to carry the dog. Also provided him a moment to recuperate. #1, come forth. Seated, Lu Zhan summoned his #1 companion, instructing him to scout the area for any magical creatures. He was in dire need of replenishing his undead. Subsequently, Lu Zhan opened his dungeon completion treasure box. In an instant, the box vanished, and a gray-black shard appeared in his hand. Shard of the Wings of Death. Collect 10 shards to synthesize the Wings of Death. Observing this item, Lu Zhan was uncertain whether to feel joy or despair. Even the most ordinary wings, those merely possessing flight attributes, were coveted by all players. After all, who did not yearn for the ability to soar? Moreover, the name Wings of Death suggested that it was no ordinary item. It seemed tailor-made for him as a necromancer. Yet, it had presented him with merely a shard and required 10 of them, which was quite vexing. Where on earth would he find the other 9? Was he to rely solely on luck from opening treasure boxes? That would take an eternity. With a sigh, Lu Zhan resigned himself to fate, tossing the shard into his storage ring. Next, he opened his status panel. In addition to his attributes, a new quest appeared. Necromancer Profession Advancement Quest. Slay 50 elite magical creatures, 050. Slay 10 heroic magical creatures, 010. Reincarnate 100 undead, 0100. Defeat 1 holy attribute profession. This quest made Lu Zhan's brow furrow. He had heard that hidden profession advancement tasks were considerably more challenging than standard ones, but he had not anticipated such a steep difficulty. He recalled that in his previous life. The advancement task for the spirit swordsman required only the slaying of 1 heroic creature and 10 elite ones. The requirements for the necromancer had multiplied several-fold, while the magical creatures were manageable, merely requiring additional time. The task of defeating a holy attribute profession posed a significant challenge. The only holy professions Lu Zhan could think of were paladins and holy mages, all of which were hidden professions with formidable strength. Not to mention challenging to locate. However, one could only imagine how powerful he would become after successfully advancing as a necromancer with such a demanding task. Alas, this quest can only be approached step by step. He also had no leads on the materials for the red equipment. Blood's Lament, At this moment, Lu Zhan found himself at a loss for what to do next. The main issue was that in his previous life, he had been exceedingly weak, resulting in a dearth of information. He merely spoke of the copies, knowing only the locations of those renowned permanent copies, while remaining oblivious to all others. The advantage of resurrection seemed negligible at this point. Suddenly, a snoring sound erupted nearby. Liu Zhan found himself both amused and exasperated. Zhang Tianfu, this fellow, was so carefree that he had actually fallen asleep while lying there. Truly, he was a god of fortune. Had it been anyone else with such a relaxed demeanor, they would have perished countless times by now. Perhaps bringing this guy along would bring him a stroke of luck as well. With that thought, Lu Zhan unceremoniously roused him, saying, "This belongs to you." Awakened, Zhang Tianfu beheld the skill book he had extracted from the treasure chest, and he was instantly overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, thank you." Brother Lu.as he noticed the skill book vanish from his grasp. Lu Zhan understood that he had successfully learned it, prompting him to inquire, "How is it? What is the effect?" Previously, he could only glean the basic information about the skill. The specifics would only be revealed upon mastery. Zhang Tianfu frowned slightly, uncertainly stating, "For each additional teammate, it increases my constitution by 1. The range is within 10 meters of me, and it consumes 10 mana points per minute." Brother Lu, just 1 point seems rather meager. Having activated the skill, he had already gained 2 additional points of constitution by including Lu Zhan as a teammate, which felt somewhat inconsequential. "Can you see if you can add that dog as a teammate?" Lu Zhan gestured toward the slumped figure of Bei Laohai. A dog. "Is that possible?" Zhang Tianfu asked, puzzled. Just then, the seemingly lethargic Bei Laohai turned his head and glared fiercely at him. "What do you mean? Why can't a dog be included?" I misspoke. Dog master. Forgive me." Zhang Tianfu quickly retracted, having witnessed the ferocity of this dog. 1 bolt of lightning from it could reduce him to ashes. Without further ado, he attempted to add the dog to the team, and to his surprise, it worked. His constitution increased once more. Liu Zhan, noticing the change in his own attributes, called back number 1, saying, "Let us see if it works with him." Moments later, Lu Zhan noticed another increase in his constitution. Indeed, it seemed that undead could also be included in the team. This was remarkable. Each teammate added 1 point, with no limit on numbers. If he could amass 100 undead within range, that would amount to a staggering 100 points of constitution. And this was merely a level 1 skill, which could be upgraded in the future. One could only imagine the scene in the later stages, where activating this skill could yield thousands of undead, resulting in thousands of points of constitution. That would truly be an indomitable army, impervious to harm. Clearly, he had found himself a fortunate ally. Just as Lu Zhan was about to lavish praise upon him, the distant roar of an engine suddenly caught his attention, jolting him. "Brother Lu, a vehicle is approaching," Zhang Tianfu exclaimed, his expression brightening. "With a vehicle, they wouldn't have to lie on this desolate road. But what if they refuse to take us?" In this era, strength reigns supreme. With Brother Lu around, was there really any need to fear a lack of power? Lu Zhan stood upright, gazing into the distance, where an off-road vehicle sped toward them. Hot on its heels was a wind demon wolf, pursued by several wolf pups, moving with a speed that rivaled the vehicle itself. If the off-road vehicle slowed even slightly, it would surely be overtaken by the demon wolf. The occupants of the vehicle seemed to have spotted Lu Zhan and his companions, frantically honking the horn as they approached. "Dad, there's someone ahead. Quick, stop." In the passenger seat, a beautiful young woman paled, clutching the arm of the man at the wheel. However, the man showed no intention of braking. His gaze was resolute, veins bulging as he gripped the steering wheel tightly, murmuring, "We can't stop, Xiaoying, trust your father. If we stop, we're finished. Just a moment's pause, and those monsters will catch up to us. We'll all be doomed. They're already dead anyway. It's their fault for not yielding. It's not our concern, don't worry, Xiaoying, nothing will happen to you." The man, who had spent most of his life being honest and never harming anyone, found himself contemplating the unthinkable for the sake of his daughter. After all, this was the apocalypse. Upon witnessing the speeding off-road vehicle, Lu Zhan remained unfazed. In the next moment, number 1 leaped forward, extending its frail arms to intercept. With a loud crash, number 1's hands met the front of the vehicle. The sound of screeching tires echoed as the off-road vehicle skidded to a halt, leaving a long mark on the ground. Such a scene was typically reserved for television dramas. Inside the vehicle, the middle-aged man momentarily froze, completely bewildered by the extraordinary sight before him. However, he quickly regained his composure and seized a knife from the back seat, and no matter what, he had to protect his daughter. Lu Zhan, sensing the shift, saw number one dart away, charging at the demon wolves. He then smiled at the driver, saying, "Brother, would you mind giving us a ride?" Though moments ago this man had considered running him down. Lu Zhan was a reasonable individual. Under such circumstances, he too would have pressed the accelerator rather than hit the brakes. This indicated that the other party understood the rules of the apocalypse. The man flung open the door, brandishing the knife angrily as he stepped out, shouting, "You idiot! Can't you see those monsters chasing us? You mean those wolves?" Lu Zhan pointed toward the rear of the vehicle, where number one had already dispatched the wolf pups, and the wind demon wolf lay defeated. The man, momentarily perplexed, turned to see the demon wolf felled by a single strike, leaving him dumbfounded. "Dad, those wolves are dead. That goblin is incredible." Meanwhile, the man's daughter, Xiaoying, had also exited the vehicle, her eyes wide with astonishment. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she leaped up, pointing at Lu Zhan, exclaiming, I get it. Your profession is beast tamer. Isn't it? That goblin is your spirit beast, right, brother? You're amazing." Lu Zhan was at a loss for words. The girl possessed a celestial beauty but seemed rather simple-minded. Her imagination was certainly vivid. Nonetheless, since she had already conjured an identity for him, he decided to play along. "You figured me out so quickly," he replied with a smile. "Where are you headed? Would you mind taking us along?" The middle-aged man regarded him warily, his brow furrowed. In this apocalyptic age, order had completely collapsed, and countless individuals had sought to exploit his daughter. Fortunately, he was strong enough to protect her. Yet the power radiating from this man exceeded his expectations. And if he harbored ill intentions, he shuddered to think of the consequences, yet he found himself unsure how to refuse. Just then, his daughter chimed in with excitement, "Dad, there's hope. Our village is in danger." Before he could react, she grabbed Lu Zhan's arm, pleading, "Brother, you're so powerful. Please save our village. It was attacked by monsters, and my father barely managed to escape with me. But my grandmother, my friends, and so many relatives are still in the village. Please, I beg you to save them." Lu Zhan felt exasperated. This girl clearly embodied a savior complex. While Lu Yong was a saint with the power to back it, this girl was simply beautiful, lacking intellect and strength, and paired with a martyr complex. She was the quintessential heroine of a television drama. However, in reality, without her father's protection, she would have likely perished countless times by now. Yet her altruism was not his concern. Thus, Lu Zhan smiled warmly, exuding kindness as he assured her, "Rest assured, we are all human. I cannot allow these monsters to harm my fellow brethren. Let us head to your village." He was currently at a loss for where to hunt monsters, and he also needed to freshen up and rest. Given the circumstances, he might as well embrace the role of a savior. Upon hearing this, the girl's face lit up with joy. "Dad, quickly, let us go back with brother here. We can surely save the village." The middle-aged man frowned. In his heart, the lives of an entire village paled in comparison to that of his daughter. However, with Lu Zhan's assurance, he could not refuse any longer and eventually nodded, heading toward the driver's seat. He could only hope that this man was truly a good person. Moments later, the middle-aged man resumed his position at the wheel, with his daughter beside him, and Lu Zhan, Zhang Tianfu, and number one in the back seat. As for Bei Laohai, he had been relegated to the roof of the vehicle due to his size, which left no room for him inside. The plaintive howls of Bei Laohai could still be heard from time to time within the vehicle. Soon enough, Jia Zhang started the engine, turning the vehicle around to head back. As they passed the corpses of the demon wolves, no one noticed that the bodies mysteriously vanished, a result of Lu Zhan converting them into undead and directly absorbing them into the realm of the undead. "Brother, is that big dog also your spirit beast?" While driving, the young girl in the front seat turned her head, gazing at Lu Zhan with immense admiration. Once an avid reader of novels, she had devoured numerous tales about beast tamers and had envied them deeply. "Yes," Lu Zhan nodded, his expression inscrutable. "By the way, my name is Lu Zhan. If you don't mind, you may call me Brother Lu." "All right, Brother Lu," the girl replied. "My name is Jia Ying, and my father is Jia Zhang." Jia Zhang inwardly sighed. His foolish daughter had only just met Lu Zhan and had already divulged everything. It was indeed his fault for being too indulgent. What could he do, with only one daughter? Who else could he dote on? If it were peacetime, it might have been acceptable, but now, in this apocalyptic era, innocence and kindness were the deadliest of poisons. Yet, no matter what, as long as he was alive, he would never allow anyone to harm his daughter. Jia Zheng? Lu Zhan maintained his smile, but his heart jolted. Glancing down at the blood-red blade resting at the girl's feet, he thought, goodness, it truly is him. In the future, there would be emperors, heavenly kings, divine generals, and other formidable beings, all generally regarded as positive figures and honored by the people. Yet humanity is a complex creature. Some who grow powerful become heroes, while others, equally strong, transform into demons far more terrifying than monsters. Jia Zheng was one of the most infamous among these demons, a name that instilled fear and dread. This notorious figure was also bestowed with a title derived from a classic martial arts novel. Aptly fitting Jia Zheng, the Blood-Blade Ancestor. Chapter 46, Annihilation. In truth, Lu Zhan knew little about this demonic existence, not even the man's profession. However, one fact was well known. Before a certain incident, Jia Zheng was a nameless shadow. Afterward, he became the infamous Blood-Blade Ancestor. That incident involved Jia Zheng single-handedly slaughtering an entire city. Indeed, he had exterminated every human within that city. Reports suggested that the city had been occupied by humans, serving as a sanctuary, yet tens of thousands were mercilessly slaughtered by Jia Zheng alone. The reason for this massacre remained a mystery. Lu Zhan never expected to encounter such a terrifying presence here. A supervillain whose power rivaled that of an emperor in the future. Should he seize the opportunity to eliminate this threat while it was still weak? If he succeeded, he could claim to have saved thousands, earning the title of savior. However, the next moment, he dismissed the thought. Never mind the Blood-Blade Ancestor or the Black Sword Ancestor. As long as he did not provoke them, what did it matter to him? As he observed Jia Yingying in the passenger seat, an idea suddenly struck Lu Zhan. Could Jia Zheng's massacre of the city be connected to his saintly daughter? The possibility seemed quite high. Bringing his thoughts back, Lu Zhan smiled and asked, Yingying, what is your profession, Lahem? The driving Jia Zheng suddenly coughed a few times, clearly signaling his daughter not to reveal too much. Yet, in her adoring gaze towards Lu Zhan, Jia Yingying was oblivious to her father's intent, eagerly exclaiming, Brother Lu, I am a musician. It even shows as a hidden profession, haha, isn't that impressive? With that, she picked up a small violin from beside her. Continuing excitedly, look, this is my initial weapon, but I currently only have one skill, a healing skill, so I lack combat power. But my dad is amazing. His profession is Blood-Blade Wielder, also a hidden profession, and very powerful. If it weren't for that elite monster among the wolves, my dad would have already slain them all with one strike. Jia Yingying began to chatter incessantly about her father's heroic deeds since the outbreak of the apocalypse. While Lu Zhan listened, feeling a mix of admiration and melancholy, a musician and a Blood-Blade Wielder. This father-daughter duo both possessed hidden professions, truly a blessing from the heavens. Jia Zheng had completely given up resisting. What could he do? It was his daughter. If she chose to divulge everything, who could he blame? After driving for a while, distant screams suddenly pierced the air. Jia Yingying promptly halted her narration, anxious. Brother Lu, up ahead is our village. I hope not too many have died. Dad, hurry, drive faster. Little brother, hold on tight. Jia Zheng tightened his grip on the steering wheel, flooring the accelerator. On the roof, Bei Laohui clung to the vehicle with its claws, ensuring it wouldn't be thrown off. Now, it finally had a bit of strength to move. Fu. Drink this. Lu Zhan produced a bottle of intermediate life potion, handing it to Zhang Tianfu while also consuming one himself. The potion had finally cooled down. After drinking the life potion, their injuries were nearly healed, and in the distance, the shadow of a small village came into view. It appeared completely lost, as hordes of magical wolves stormed into the village, wreaking havoc. Tears streamed down Jia Yingying's face as she longed to charge in the next moment. A figure leaped from the car window, darting ahead. Jia Zheng was taken aback by the speed. The goblin-like creature had not been visible when it killed the magical wolves, but he had placed its strength at a high level. Now it seemed he had underestimated it. A beast tamer? Was it truly that powerful? Let my spirit beast go first to slay the monsters. This way, We can save as many people as possible, Lu Zhan said with a sympathetic expression. Brother Lu, you truly are a good person, Jia Yingying remarked, filled with gratitude and admiration. A moment later, Jia Zheng slammed on the brakes, stopping the off-road vehicle outside the village. He could not allow his daughter to charge into a crowd of monsters. That would be tantamount to suicide. The village before them bore no resemblance to its former self, drenched in blood and chaos. Witnessing the transformation of the place he had lived since childhood stirred feelings of sorrow within Jia Zheng. He asked, Lu Zhan, what are you planning to do? There were likely nearly 100 magical wolves in the village, not to mention several elite-level gale wolves. With his own strength, he was at a loss for what to do. I'll wait here. My spirit beast will annihilate all the magical wolves, Lu Zhan replied casually. You know, as a beast tamer, I lack combat power, so I won't be going down. If you want to gain some experience, feel free to go down and kill a few wolves. Don't worry, Yingying is safe in the car. This is my butler and bodyguard, Ah Fu. With him around, there's no danger. Having decided to play the role of a beast tamer, Lu Zhan intended to play it convincingly. However, with nearly 100 magical wolves, it was likely that his spirit beast could eliminate them all within 20 minutes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianfu cooperatively demonstrated his skills, projecting an aura of strength. This, Jia Zheng frowned, somewhat speechless. While the goblin-like creature was indeed powerful, could it really kill all the wolves by itself? Ultimately, Jia Zheng sighed, keeping his foot poised over the accelerator, prepared to flee at a moment's notice. This man might just be an arrogant fool for stepping out to slay magical wolves. He could not entrust his daughter to two individuals he had just met. Meanwhile, Jia Yingying wore a worried expression, wishing to say something yet unsure of what to express. Lu Zhan, unfazed by their concerns, heard the sound of acquiring experience points in his mind, indicating that his spirit beast had begun its slaughter. He took the opportunity to pull out his phone, first opening the forum to check for any local dungeon information. However, after scrolling through, nearly 99% of the posts were cries for help. Closing the forum, he opened the trading app. He tentatively input the materials for Blood's Lament, and to his surprise, he found a pleasant surprise. 300 grams of radiant lightstone for 300 gold coins. This was practically a steal. The seller clearly did not understand the value of the item. Without hesitation, Lu Zhan purchased all of it. No other materials were available, but he wasn't in a hurry. After all, it was a red-grade equipment. Lu Zhan did not expect to craft it immediately. Next, he inputted enhancement stones. As long as the price was reasonable, he bought them all. After this series of actions, his storage ring now contained a total of 15 enhancement stones. Without further ado, these stones would all be used to enhance the undead ring. However, luck was not on his side this time. Out of 5 enhancement stones, only 2 succeeded. The undead ring finally reached 10, gaining a new attribute. Undead ring 10. Mana 200, Spirit 5, Skill cooldown minus 1.5 seconds. All attributes of undead minions increased by 1. Lu Zhan's heart leapt with joy. Another enhancement to his attributes. It seemed he was destined to pursue the path of strengthening the undead. While one might seem minimal, it would increase as the undead ring was enhanced. With 10 enhancement stones remaining, he decided to continue enhancing. Ding! Enhancing the undead ring requires 3 enhancement stones and 1,000 gold coins. Would you like to proceed? 3 stones for 1,000 gold coins? This was becoming increasingly expensive. If he failed, he would truly be in despair. Enhance. Congratulations, enhancement successful. Lu Zhan glanced at the attributes, and indeed, the increase in the undead attribute had risen to 1.5. Continue. Ding. Enhancing the undead ring requires 3 enhancement stones and 1,000 gold coins. Would you like to proceed? Enhance. Alas, my gold coins are insufficient. Cursed be it. In the vehicle, Lu Zhan muttered a curse while resting his eyes, drawing the attention of the 3 individuals within. Brother Lu, is something amiss? Jia Yingying cast a look of profound concern. It's nothing, Lu Zhan replied with a deep breath and a smile. Casting a glance at the gold coins, he noted a mere 583 remaining. The expenditure had been excessively lavish, and he hadn't anticipated depleting his funds so swiftly. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Zhan reopened the trading app, clicking on the sell option. Soon, the interface displayed all the items he possessed and could sell. He selected the skill book, gorgeous revolver, and without hesitation, entered a price of 10,000 gold coins. As a powerful early game class, the gunslinger was not inferior to some hidden classes, Thus a high price for its skill book was warranted. Dad, what is happening? At that moment, Jia Yingying shrank back a bit, her voice tinged with fear. Jia Zheng furrowed his brow as well ahead. The village that had once echoed with desperate cries abruptly fell silent. An eerie stillness enveloping the air. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him, and he widened his eyes in alarm. Shortly after, they witnessed a small figure slowly emerging from the village, wielding an axe, its body drenched in blood, a harbinger from the depths of hell. Could it be they are all dead? Jia Zheng's face was a mask of horror, frozen in place. Only when a faint voice came from behind did he snap back to reality. Let us go. Get out of the car. The demon wolves have all perished. Liu Zhan exited the vehicle, while beside him, Zhang Tianfu appeared utterly unfazed. Bei Lao He, perched atop the car, leapt down gracefully to land firmly on the ground. Woof woof woof. At last, I can walk. Can I ride? Liu Zhan inquired, glancing at the large black dog. With a thud, Bei Lao He lay back down. Woof woof woof. Not yet, cannot ride. Brother Liu, you're amazing. Jia Yingying, having disembarked, gazed at him with starry eyes, completely enamored. Jia Zheng's emotions were complex. Truth be told, he found it impossible to fathom the depths of the man before him, whether in strength or intent. With his experience, he could discern that Liu Zhan had not come here solely to rescue others. What, then, was his true purpose? In this post-apocalyptic world, everyone sought to cling to a powerful ally, yet sometimes that ally might be a thorny one. Chapter 47. The village chief's daughter. As they ventured into the village, Jia Zheng and his daughter were once again struck with astonishment. Before their eyes lay the corpses of demon wolves scattered everywhere, each evidently slain with a single blow, utterly terrifying. As for the villagers, not a single soul was in sight. They must be hiding, which was only natural. Even though the demon wolves had been vanquished, encountering the more fearsome goblins would surely incite a desire to flee. Everyone, come out. We have returned. Jia Yingying exclaimed joyfully, her voice echoing through the village. Moments later, a figure emerged from the nearby ruins, gazing incredulously in their direction. Zheng, Yingying, didn't you escape? Uncle, we're back. We brought Brother Liu with us. He is incredibly powerful, a beast master whose spirit beasts annihilated the monsters, ensuring our safety. The person who emerged was Jia Zheng's elder brother, Jia Ji, who had aided their escape, albeit too late to board the vehicle himself. Upon seeing his uncle alive, Jia Yingying beamed with joy. They're all dead. Jia Ji's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed the landscape littered with demon wolf carcasses. He had been hiding beneath the ruins, too terrified to move, and thus had not witnessed the massacre firsthand. Benefactor. At that moment, an elderly man, over 50, emerged from a nearby house, trembling as he approached Liu Zhan and fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Benefactor, we have finally awaited your arrival. Liu Zhan instinctively took a step back, furrowing his brow. This performance seemed overly theatrical. Village chief, please rise. Brother Liu requires none of this. He is a good man. Jia Yingying rushed to assist the old man. The elderly gentleman was none other than the village's former chief, Jia Gongxian. Their village was named Jia Family Village, with nearly 90% of its inhabitants sharing the surname Jia. Yingying, did you bring the benefactor? We owe you our gratitude. Alas, many have perished as the village chief failed to protect them. Jia Gongxian wept as he wiped his tears. Yet, Liu Zhan could see that the old man was covertly scrutinizing him, clearly performing for his benefit. Not a virtuous character, indeed. Liu Zhan mentally categorized the old man as dubious. Before long, the remaining survivors emerged from their hiding places, glancing around with expressions filled with relief at having survived. Their gazes toward Liu Zhan varied. Most were filled with gratitude, yet some were tinged with fear and jealousy. They had just heard of his profession as a beast master, and the fearsome goblins that had just been slain were merely his spirit beasts. Jia Yingying surveyed the surroundings, filled with sorrow and guilt. The village had once boasted over 100 good souls, yet now only 2 or 3 dozen remained. If only she could have brought Brother Liu back sooner. Everyone, come here. Let us collectively express our gratitude to this benefactor. Village Chief Jia Gongxian waved his hand, beckoning everyone to gather around. Enough, that is unnecessary. Where might I bathe? I wish to wash up first. Liu Zhan frowned, Expressing his impatience, he had no desire to play the role of a savior. His purpose here was solely to eradicate monsters and to recuperate. Rescuing others was merely incidental. Jia Yingying appeared troubled. In this apocalypse, running water had long ceased, and water sources were exceedingly scarce, making bathing an exorbitant luxury. "Benefactor, come to my house. I still have plenty of water," Jia Gongxian quickly suggested. "Very well, let us go to your home." Lu Zhan replied indifferently. It mattered little to him where he washed. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, Beilao He barked, startling the crowd. The dog's ferocious appearance deterred most from approaching. "Fear not, this dog is also Brother Lu's spirit beast." Jia Yingying assured the crowd promptly. "All right, you can eat, just don't consume the food meant for those elite ones," Lu Zhan instructed, disregarding the crowd as he spoke directly to Beilao He. The creature's body was akin to being newly remade, requiring ample energy replenishment. Upon hearing this, Beilao He joyfully seized a nearby demon wolf carcass, devouring it in mere moments, causing the onlookers to pale and retreat in fright. "Let us go," Lu Zhan commanded. Moments later, he stepped into the abode of Jia Gongxian. The village chief's house appeared to have been quite prosperous prior, ranking among the finest in the rural village. Fortunately, it had suffered little damage since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Upon entering, Lu Zhan noticed a graceful young woman standing anxiously in the living room, her face etched with worried. As soon as she spotted Jia Gongxian, she rushed forward. "Dad, you're finally back. Ting, this is Lu Zhan, our benefactor. He just saved our entire village," Jia Gongxian said, pulling his daughter closer to Lu Zhan. "Benefactor, this is my daughter," Jia Lu Zhan nodded. It seemed the old man had fathered a daughter in his later years, raising her to be quite alluring, even more so than Jia Yingying. However, he was not here to admire beauty. "Where is the bathroom?" he inquired. "Benefactor, this way, please," Jia Gongxian led him upstairs, entering a room while subtly signaling his daughter with his eyes. Lu Zhan stood at the doorway, slightly furrowing his brow. The room's decor was unmistakably feminine, with a hint of a sweet fragrance wafting through the air, clearly that of Jia Tingting. Jia Tingting, displaying remarkable poise, grasped Lu Zhan's arm, nuzzling against it. "Benefactor, please wash in here. My dad's room is far too foul." "All right, I shall use this one," Lu Zhan chuckled, proceeding inside. After all, he was a grown man. What was there to fear? "By the way, help a Fu find a place to wash as well, and of course, benefactor, rest assured," Jia Gongxian replied to Fu. "Is it? This way, please." He also shot his daughter a significant look, the implication unmistakable. "Good daughter." Ensnare him. Jia Tingting had been raised to be pleasing to men, even undergoing specialized training in that regard. As the saying goes, train soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for a moment. Just a month ago, Jia Gongxian had finally sent his daughter to the battlefield for the first time, with commendable results. Were it not for the apocalypse, this village chief would likely soon ascend to the position of town mayor. Alas, fate had dealt a cruel hand, and unexpectedly, the heavens sent Lu Zhan, this formidable man. Jia Gongxian understood well that he lacked the prowess for combat. He was as ignorant as a fool in that regard. Thus, he needed to seize this opportunity with Lu Zhan, the mighty warrior. Zhang Tianfu chuckled knowingly, as he too was a man and understood the underlying implications. Chapter 48, Night God in the Bathroom. Lu Zhan tilted his head back, eyes closed as water cascaded over his face. Moments later, he heard the soft footsteps of someone entering. He did not open his eyes and calmly remarked, "I am currently quite irritable. Lu Zhan is neither a eunuch nor an inexperienced fledgling in my past life. He had relationships with numerous women, devoid of love, merely fulfilling the natural physiological needs of humanity, in times of peace. Love serves as the foundation. However, in the apocalypse, where death looms at every turn, who has the time or opportunity to cultivate love? It is all about mutual benefit. After all, this is perhaps one of the few pleasures that can be attained in the end of the world. For both men and women." Outside the village chief's villa, Jia Gongxian, with an air of arrogance, addressed Jia Yingying, "You may return now. Benefactor Lu is still bathing, and he has decided to spend the night at my home." "Village chief, it has been an hour. Is he not done yet?" Jia Yingying queried suspiciously. "Let us go in and see Brother Lu. We owe him our gratitude." Yingying, "I won't hide it from you. I will speak plainly." Jia Gongxian replied with a smug expression, Benefactor Lu has taken a liking to my Tingting and specifically requested her company while he bathes. They are likely having quite the fun. It would not be considerate for you to interrupt. His words were exceedingly clear. Although Jia Yingying was an innocent young girl, the meaning was unmistakable, leaving her momentarily stunned and unsure of how to respond. She was at the tender age of awakening feelings. And during a life-threatening moment, Lu Zhanzhan appeared before her like a hero, subsequently aiding her in rescuing the villagers. Tio claim she was unaffected would be a lie. Now, hearing such news felt as if a thunderbolt struck her heart. No, it can't be, Brother Lu. Brother Lu is not that kind of person, in her eyes. Even if Lu Zhanzhan truly had feelings for Jia Yingting, he would not act so brazenly. They had only just met. How could that be possible? This could only imply that Lu Zhanzhan was a lecherous and reckless individual, entirely contrary to the image she held of him. Humph, I knew he couldn't be a good person. Beside her, Jia Zheng's face was also contorted with rage, yet he felt a tinge of relief, thankful that the man had not yet laid hands on his daughter. Yingying, let us go, he grasped his daughter firmly. Intending to pull her back home, Jia Yingying's eyes were filled with disappointment, as if her soul had departed, allowing her father to drag her along. She could not bring herself to believe that Lu Zhanzhan was such a person. Even after being taken back home by her father, she remained in a state of dejection and numbness. Yingying, how about we leave this place? Jia Zheng pondered before speaking. Had it not been for Lu Zhanzhan, they would have already departed. Although the presence of many people seemed to provide safety, Jia Zheng understood clearly that sometimes numbers could be a disadvantage rather than an advantage. Both he and his daughter were of concealed professions, granting them a significant edge over ordinary individuals. Tio put it bluntly, these villagers would only become a burden. He did not possess his daughter's benevolent heart. Departing would allow them to grow stronger more swiftly. Father, I wish to wait one more day, to see Brother Lu tomorrow. I want to ask him personally. Is that all right? Jia Yingying pleaded earnestly. Alas, very well, we shall leave tomorrow, Jia Zheng sighed, no longer pressuring his daughter. At 11 o'clock that night, the entire Zhou family village had succumbed to silence. Only 3 or 4 individuals patrolled the vicinity. Jia Zheng awoke in a sweat, gasping for breath, his eyes turning bloodshot. How uncomfortable! A wave of intense yearning surged in his mind, an insatiable craving that he could not suppress. It was a bloodthirsty desire. This sensation was not unfamiliar to Jia Zheng. It had first emerged on the night the apocalypse began. The very night he chose to become a blood blade envoy, on that fateful evening, he had secretly drained the blood of one villager entirely. Jia Zheng glanced at the knife, resting against the side of the bed. Its eerie blood-red glow illuminated by the moonlight, be precise. It was not he who craved blood, but rather the knife itself. The blood blade envoy. The blade was the true entity, while he merely served as its envoy. Jia Zheng clutched the bedpost tightly, attempting to restrain this impulse. Yet, within 5 seconds, he succumbed. It was a sensation akin to 1,000 ants crawling through his heart, utterly unbearable. In the next moment, Jia Zheng seized the blood knife, forcing himself to approach his daughter's bedroom door, where he traced a blood-red formation with the blade's tip. Soon, the formation activated, enveloping the entire room in a mist of blood. This was his skill, the Blood Guardian Array. Anyone who intruded would be subjected to the array's assault. Such an attack would be inconsequential to a powerhouse like Lu Zhanzhan, but it would be more than sufficient to deal with the villagers. After completing this, Jia Zheng's figure vanished from the spot. He could hardly contain his eagerness. Outside the village, Lu Han felt a chill in the air and instinctively tightened his clothing. This hour. He should have been nestled in bed with his wife. Cursed be this apocalyptic world. The thought of his wife being brutally slain by that goblin filled his heart with rage. Alas, his strength was woefully inadequate. I must grow stronger. I must become as powerful as the one who saved the village today. Lu Han clenched the axe in his hand, silently vowing that moment. Lu Han suddenly furrowed his brow, catching a whiff of an acrid and unpleasant odor. Was that the scent of blood? Alarmed, he prepared to sound the alarm but was abruptly engulfed in darkness, losing consciousness entirely. Jia Zheng hastily carried the body away from the village. At this juncture, a flicker of rationality and goodness still resided within him. He did not wish to slay former friends and neighbors near the village, even if he would not be discovered. The overwhelming sense of guilt would haunt him. Once far from the village, he could drain the blood and return, as if nothing had transpired. Not long after Jia Zheng's departure, several figures appeared not far from the village. Dragon, what should we do with this small village? This was a 7-member team, clad in matching black attire, distinguished only by the animal emblem emblazoned on their garments. The one who spoke bore a mouse insignia on his clothing. The 7 were not tall, the tallest barely reaching 1.70 meters, yet they emanated an aura of extreme danger. 2 words encapsulated their presence: a murderous intent. According to the descriptions in novels, they were 7 individuals brimming with lethal intent. Cleanse them, replied the one referred to as Dragon, whose garb bore the image of a dragon, and who also served as the leader of the group. Understood, boss, the remaining 6 replied, swiftly disappearing into the night. Only Dragon remained, silently observing the village before him. Just a group of ordinary villagers. They posed no threat that required his intervention. They were not a team formed after the apocalypse, but rather a cohesive unit that had operated together long before the world fell into chaos. Their names were unknown to the general populace, yet they struck fear into the hearts of mercenaries. Night God, Chapter 49. The Massacre International Mercenaries, a group without nationality, morality, or ethics, existing solely for profit, of which Night God was a prominent faction. Among the top 10 international mercenary teams, 9 consisted of large organizations with over 100 members. Only the 5th-ranked team had remained at 7 members since its inception. For 5 years, no one had exited, perished, or joined. This was Night God. Night God had completed only 15 missions, yet each bore an S-level difficulty, achieving a perfect completion rate. Furthermore, they possessed a peculiar quirk: they operated solely at night. Regardless of how tight the security or surveillance, none could capture even a glimpse of their presence. They were the gods of the night. No one could have anticipated that this fearsome night god would appear near such a small village. All of this was merely because the 7 members were indeed from Nation Z. With the outbreak of the apocalypse, these individuals, already formidable, possessed an overwhelming advantage over ordinary people. Particularly, the 7 from Night God quickly adapted to the rhythm of the apocalypse, embarking on a path of slaughter against monstrous foes. Now, all 7 had entered the ranks of the top 100. Naturally, they concealed their true names. As before the apocalypse, Night God maintained their routine of resting during the day and hunting at night. At this moment, it was their time to hunt, yet they stumbled upon a small village. Since they had found it, they could not let it slip away. While they lacked experience in killing, it would yield gold coins and potentially unexpected rewards. Perhaps even some equipment. Night Dragon stood in the darkness, unfazed by the night's obscurity, perceiving everything in the village with utmost clarity. His brothers swiftly entered one house after another, their movements remarkably swift. Those inside were likely still in slumber, having already fallen silent. Suddenly, he noticed a house ahead erupting in a burst of blood-red light, its power considerable. Night Dragon's form vanished from his position, racing towards that house. Though he was the leader of Night God, the 7 had been inseparable since childhood, sharing life and death, closer than even blood brothers. He would not allow any harm to befall his comrades. Snake, what happened? Night Dragon soon arrived beside the house and inquired. Dragon, what brings you here? Night Snake replied. This is intriguing. It appears to be an automatic defense skill. If one attempts to enter, the blood mist will trigger an attack. This little trick is no challenge for me. With that, Night Snake unsheathed a dagger and plunged it directly into the blood mist. In the next instant, a wave of verdant essence emanated from the dagger, gradually encroaching upon the surrounding blood mist. In less than half a minute, the entire blood formation had succumbed to the green onslaught. All done, Night Serpent proclaimed triumphantly as he withdrew the dagger, causing the blood formation to collapse instantaneously and silently. His profession was that of a poison master, endowed with the ability to corrode all things, including energy itself. Subsequently, Night Serpent entered the room, having already spotted the little girl lying in bed, with the dagger in his hand radiating an exceedingly cold glow. Night Dragon ceased to concern himself with this matter. Since Serpent could effortlessly resolve it, it implied that the individual who had set up the blood formation was of limited strength. Of course, this was relative to them. However, unbeknownst to him, at the very moment Night Serpent shattered the blood formation, someone in a nearby room suddenly opened their eyes wide. Liu Zhanzhan lay naked on the soft bed. Beside him was the similarly unconscious Jia Tingting. This woman had been thoroughly exhausted by him. There was no helping it. After his physique enhancement, young Lu Zhanzhan had become exceedingly formidable, at the bedside. Old Bai lay motionless on the ground, while number 1 stood silently nearby. Within Lu Zhanzhan's necromantic space, there were already 22 magical wolf spirits, most of which were mere ordinary transformations of magical wolves. Thus their strength could be described as exceedingly weak. Lu Zhanzhan gazed out the window, where a profound silence reigned. Yet, just moments ago, a dangerous aura had jolted him awake from his slumber. There was no mistaking it. Danger was imminent. Taking a deep breath, he could even detect a hint of blood in the air. A flicker of realization crossed Lu Zhanzhan's mind, and number 1 promptly leapt out the window, landing atop the roof and surveying the surroundings. Naturally, Lu Zhanzhan could not perceive the perspective of number 1, but if such a small green being had ascended to the rooftop, it would undoubtedly spring into action if danger truly lurked. Sure enough, the very next second, Lu Zhanzhan heard several faint auras rapidly approaching the house. The presence was weak, yet he could still sense it. Good heavens, it seemed there was more than one. What was a goblin doing here? On the rooftop, Night Mouse was the first to arrive, but refrained from launching an immediate attack, as the sudden appearance of a goblin atop the roof was altogether too peculiar. Be cautious. Something is amiss. Shortly thereafter, the only female among the 7, Night Cat, also arrived nearby. Moments later, all 7, including Night Dragon, had gathered. At this point, the other villagers had been mostly dealt with, and this villa was situated at the rear of the village. It appeared that only the living remained within this house. As soon as the 7 arrived, number 1 had already leapt down from the rooftop and returned inside. What now, Dragon? The other 6 turned their gazes towards Night Dragon, awaiting his decision. Just then, the door of the villa swung open abruptly. What on earth is going on at this hour? Are you trying to keep people from sleeping? Jia Gongxian grumbled as he stepped outside. With such a formidable son-in-law as Lu Zhanzhan, Jia Gongxian was currently basking in arrogance. He had only just risen to use the restroom when he heard a faint noise, which was actually the sound of number 1 hopping about. The Night God 7 moved with unparalleled stealth, making no sound at all. Jia Gongxian prepared to look up at the roof to see which fool was making a ruckus. The next instant, a silent arrow appeared before his eyes. With a soft thud, the arrow pierced through his temple, passing cleanly through his skull. In an instant, Jia Gongxian's eyes lost all glimmer. Throughout the ordeal, he never comprehended what had transpired. Night B, who had loosed the arrow, furrowed her brow, unable to believe that this man was so weak. Let us move in, Night Dragon commanded, his figure vanishing from sight as if melding into the night. Silently and effortlessly, however, at that moment, a dozen magical wolves surged forth from the villa, resembling a pack of wolves charging towards Night B. This sight took the Night God 7 completely by surprise. None could have anticipated that so many magical wolves would be concealed within the villa. Nonetheless, being seasoned warriors, they quickly regained their composure. Night B immediately unleashed 3 arrows, striking 3 magical wolves directly. To his astonishment, those 3 magical wolves exhibited no reaction whatsoever, continuing their charge towards him. Something is off with these magical wolves. Night B leapt into the air, simultaneously alerting his comrades. Meanwhile, Yang raised his black staff, instantly conjuring a black energy sphere that shot forth towards the wolf pack. With a resounding boom, the energy sphere exploded amidst the wolves. Night Goat, a dark mage and a semi-hidden class, wielded magic that was distinct from typical natural spells, possessing greater destructive power and various lethal negative effects. This dark energy sphere sent the magical wolf pack tumbling in disarray, with several limbs severed. Yet eerily, there were no cries of anguish, no wails of despair. The downed magical wolves quickly rose again, with one even crawling on the ground despite having lost all its limbs. These were not mere magical creatures. They resembled something akin to zombies, from the shadows. Night Dragon's voice echoed, "Have you all seen the Walking Dead? Aim for their heads. Zombies have emerged? How intriguing." Night Cat brandished a dagger in each hand, moving with the grace of a true feline, and swiftly descended upon the magical wolves. In an instant, she pierced the skulls of 2 magical wolves, causing them to collapse. However, that was not the end. Lightly stepping on the bodies of the wolves, she positioned herself above 2 more, ready to repeat the execution. "Cat, get back." Night Dragon's voice rang out, accompanied by his sudden appearance near Night Cat. Yet, it was too late. A green figure had unexpectedly emerged from beneath one of the magical wolves, brandishing a large axe and delivering a powerful strike. Naturally, that was number one. Its diminutive stature allowed it to perfectly conceal itself beneath the elite magical wolf, rendering its axe somewhat conspicuous. However, amidst the pack, this conspicuousness faded into insignificance. With a sickening sound, Night Cat's body was cleaved in half at the waist, her upper half maintaining a forward charge while her lower half fell lifelessly among the wolves. Cat! The remaining 6 were left aghast, their hearts torn asunder. Night Cat was the youngest among them, a female who had received the utmost affection. For them, this was akin to a thunderclap. You seek death. Night Dragon roared, his form transforming into a cloud of black mist as he surged through the magical wolf pack. Wherever he passed, the wolves' heads exploded. His profession was that of a hidden class. Night Demon, an invincible being in the darkness. Simultaneously, the other 5 had also arrived, unleashing a massacre upon the remaining magical wolves. In mere seconds, over a dozen magical wolves had been vanquished. Yet, the true mastermind, the goblin, had long since vanished. Cat! Night Dragon cradled Night Cat's severed torso, tears streaming down his face. Why did this happen? The next moment, however, Night Cat's head suddenly opened its eyes, and 2 daggers lunged towards his body. Enveloped in grief, Night Dragon had no time to evade, and the daggers struck him directly. Yet, in that instant, the affected portion of his body dissipated into mist. The daggers passed harmlessly through the black fog, causing no injury whatsoever. Damn it! Witnessing this scene, the expressions of the others transformed into pure rage and sorrow. The unseen assailant not only killed Cat but sought to desecrate her remains. Cat, rest in peace. Night Dragon extended a hand, grasping Night Cat's head, and with a fierce squeeze, it shattered. Night Cat's hands, which had been wielding daggers, fell limply to the ground. Night Dragon gently laid her down, and as he stood up, his demeanor was filled with murderous intent and coldness as he walked step by step into the villa. This fellow is rather deranged. No wonder he is the future Night Emperor. Inside the villa, Lu Zhanzhan observed everything unfolding below through the gap in the window. Zhang Tianfu crouched nearby, having held his breath since being awakened by Lu Zhanzhan, knowing full well that the newcomers were formidable warriors. Without Lu Zhanzhan's protection, he could be dispatched in an instant. As for Old Bai, the dog remained in slumber. Lu Zhanzhan could tell that having feasted on so many magical wolves, the dog was currently in a critical phase of digestion and bodily reconstruction. Number 1, having achieved great merit, had returned to his side. What a pity! Despite her reincarnation, Night Cat had failed to eliminate Night Dragon, nor had she inflicted any harm. Regarding the Night Emperor's capabilities, Lu Zhanzhan indeed had limited knowledge. Just moments ago, when he sensed the arrival of others, he had initially intended to burst forth and display his prowess. After all, at this juncture, his strength could be deemed unrivaled among humanity, easily ranking within the top 100. However, a single word uttered by the adversary had sent a jolt of alarm through him, compelling him to retreat into the room. Dragon. Among the 8 future sovereigns of humanity, there was a name whispered among legends, Night Emperor. The 8 sovereigns of humanity, though officially ranked without precedence, in the realm of mortals, there would always be enthusiasts eager to establish a hierarchy. Across various ranking versions, only the top 2 remained unaltered, the Holy Law Emperor and the Night Emperor. Yet, in truth, the strength of the 2 had never been definitively established. The Holy Law Emperor, as a master of forbidden spells, excelled in overwhelming destructive force and area damage, truly a leader among humanity. In contrast, the Night Emperor was shrouded in mystery and enigma. Few are aware of the true nature of his profession. They only know that he excels in assassination and has once single-handedly slain a formidable royal-class beast. Many claim that the Night Monarch possesses the strength to eliminate any of the other 7 monarchs. Furthermore, the realm he has established, the Kingdom of Night, is not only the least populated among the 8 monarch sanctuaries, but also the most powerful. The Kingdom of Night is less a sanctuary and more a militant organization, engaging in actions solely for its own gain, frequently clashing with other sanctuaries. As for the enigmatic and terrifying figure of the Night Monarch, Lu Zhan knows very little. He is only aware that this monarch's name consists of a single character. Long beyond this, there is one more detail. Surrounding the Night Monarch are 6 shadows. These shadows do not rank among the celestial kings. Yet they are not in the least inferior to the 12 celestial kings. With these 2 pieces of information combined, Lu Zhan is almost certain that the one approaching is indeed this future Night Monarch. Such a being, if Lu Zhan were in his prime, bolstered by 22 elite undead, would pose no threat. However, in his current state, he possesses but 1 elite undead, and the rest in his necromantic domain are mere ordinary undead, many of which are reincarnated ordinary magic wolves. Thus, a direct confrontation is out of the question. Instead, he devises a strategy, sending his undead to probe the situation first. As for the elite undead, it is a clever ploy. If it succeeds, it is a boon, and if it fails, there are no losses incurred. Unexpectedly, it manages to ambush and eliminate one adversary, a delightful surprise. Nevertheless, these foes are indeed formidable. Had Lu Zhan charged out recklessly, he might have faced dire consequences. As the Night Monarch strides into the villa to seize him, Lu Zhan feels a stir within him, prompting the elite undead to leap out of the window once more. Chapter 51. A second kill. Only the Night Dragon enters the villa. The remaining 5 staunchly guard the perimeter, intent on not allowing even a fly to escape. Following the recent display of carnage, Lu Zhan has gleaned a rough understanding of the abilities of the remaining SIX. As long as the strongest dragon is absent, the elite undead's descent will not bear fatal peril. After all, the elite undead is not tasked with killing but rather with evasion. Given its speed, it can easily endure for a considerable duration. The longer it persists, the stronger it becomes, when the time is right. Once it unleashes its frenzy, no matter how formidable the Night Monarch may be, they will be of little consequence. Having already vanquished the Elf Queen, slaying another monarch holds no fear. As for the other undead, Lu Zhan intends to reserve them to amplify his own attributes. He certainly cannot afford to send them out to perish. Upon entering the villa, the Night Dragon immediately closes his eyes, in an instant. His body transforms into a radar, gathering all the vital energies within the villa. 1, 2, 3. For there are 4 life forms within this residence. 1 is as weak as an ant, breathing steadily in slumber. Another fluctuates in strength but is likely also asleep. The other 2 emit active energies, one exceedingly strong and the other average. Therefore, it is safe to conclude that the exceedingly strong one is the individual capable of controlling and transforming the undead. The very one responsible for the death of Night Cat. Having identified his target, the Night Dragon's figure vanishes from sight, silently advancing toward the objective. His audacity to enter alone stems from an unwavering confidence in his invincibility. In the cover of night, he is an unstoppable force. Regardless of the opponent's strength, as long as it is night, no one can escape his assassination. Though you dare to emerge. Outside, Night Mouse, upon spotting the elite undead, feels a surge of fury. Yet, the elite undead not only dares to appear but also launches an attack directly at Night Mouse, as swift as lightning. Night Mouse's form vanishes in an instant. His profession as a shadow rogue grants him an edge, possessing a shadow trait that surpasses that of ordinary rogues. The 7 night gods are, after all, elite mercenaries of the night, adept in the art of assassination. It seems the heavens have recognized their strengths, bestowing upon them relevant professions. Rogues, assassins, dark mages. Losing sight of his target, the elite undead remains unfazed, effortlessly pivoting to strike at Night Snake instead. In the next moment, a figure appears beside the elite undead, a dagger aimed straight for its head. It is Night Mouse. Die. The skill, Fatal Strike, is activated. Fatal Strike. When attacking a vital point of an enemy, the damage dealt increases by 500. Night Mouse is unaware of the true nature of his opponent, but he knows that the head is a weak point. With this blow, he intends to avenge Night Cat. Just as his dagger is about to pierce the goblin's skull, Night Mouse suddenly perceives a blur before his eyes. In the next instant, he watches in horror as his hand, dagger in tow, falls away from his arm, blood gushing forth. The goblin had reacted in an instant, cleaving upward with its axe. Before Night Mouse could fully comprehend the situation, his hand was severed. Even though they knew the elite undead was no ordinary goblin, its appearance still held a certain deceptive quality. Coupled with Night Mouse's fury clouding his judgment, he dared to approach for assassination, severely underestimating the elite undead. Nonetheless, Night Mouse is no ordinary foe. Despite the excruciating pain of his severed limb, he grits his teeth, stifling any cries of agony, and escapes at once. The elite undead prepares to pursue, yet Night Wolf and Night Snake have already reached its front, blocking its path. They could not stand idly by. Having already lost one brother, they would not allow another to fall. Meanwhile, Night Bee and Night Goat remain composed, biding their time. Although their melee capabilities are not lacking, they are primarily ranged attackers. Charging into close combat against a master would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, the battle unfolds at a frenetic pace, and any miscalculated attack could injure their own. Having narrowly escaped, Night Mouse quickly downs a vial of intermediate life potion and retrieves bandages from his pack. Hastily tending to his wound, on the third floor of the villa, Lu Zhan observes, "Stay hidden and do not move. Rest assured, the heavens shall protect you." Seeing this unfolding scene, Lu Zhan cannot let such a golden opportunity slip by. He remarks, "Though I know not the Night Monarch's abilities, it is evident that he excels in clandestine assassination. If you remain still, you may not realize when death arrives. Therefore, it would be wiser to confront the situation head-on. After all, it is said that if one moves quickly enough, no assassin can strike." As for Zhang Tianfu, Lu Zhan believes the night gods will recognize him as the one in control. If he makes his presence known, they will undoubtedly pursue him, leaving Zhang Tianfu and Bei Laohai safe within the confines of the room. Furthermore, the divine General Tianfu possesses his own fortune, making it unlikely for him to fall easily. Zhang Tianfu, resembling a statue, remains motionless, offering no objections. Indeed, as Lu Zhan leaps from the window, a swirl of black mist billows from the second-floor window, racing toward him with great speed, accompanied by an anxious exclamation, "Mouse, move aside!" For Lu Zhan's target upon his leap is none other than the still bandaging Night Mouse. Not far off, Bee and Goat, ever vigilant, spring into action. Almost instantaneously upon Lu Zhan's leap, they unleash their attacks. Black energy spheres and arrows hurtle toward him. Having anticipated this while airborne, Lu Zhan accelerates in an instant, evading the black energy sphere. Yet, the arrows possess tracking capabilities. Resolute, Lu Zhan decides not to evade. He will strike first. Although his physique has yet to surpass 100, he still commands 9 elite magic wolves in his necromantic domain, along with the elite undead. Moreover, at the onset of the battle, he had Zhang Tianfu activate powerful support, granting him a significant boost of 12 in physique. Enduring an arrow is certainly feasible. Despite Night Mouse's formidable will, he cannot truly ignore the searing agony of his severed hand. Thus, both his reflexes and movements have significantly slowed, by the time he hears Long's warning and attempts to flee. It is already too late. The blade pierces his heart with breathtaking speed, followed by a savage twist. In an instant, Night Mouse's life is extinguished, while Lu Zhan feels a sharp pain in his back as the arrow embeds itself halfway into him. Ignoring the pain, Lu Zhan's eyes gleam with a green light, and the moment the faltering Night Mouse is about to collapse, he transforms into an undead. Regrettably, upon his reincarnation, all his previous class bonuses vanish, rendering the attributes of the Night Mouse undead inferior even to that of a magic wolf. Chapter 52. My surname is Lu. My given name is Tang Sang Hehe. If I claim this was an accident, can we shake hands and be good friends? Lu Zhan stands behind the Night Mouse undead, smiling as he extracts the arrowhead from his back. Thankfully, there was no bleeding, just a bit of pain. You shall die. In the next moment, a swirl of black mist rushes to the ground, transforming into a humanoid form, the Night Dragon. You come in here without a word and kill. This is self-defense on my part. So do not blame me, Lu Zhan replies coolly. Should his suspicions hold true, it is likely that the inhabitants of this village have been slaughtered almost entirely. It is indeed a pity for that blood-knife old ancestor. Had it not been for him, Jia Zheng would probably have fled with his daughter by now. Yet, due to his presence, the future supervillain has been ambushed and assassinated by the future Night Monarch. In this roundabout way, one could argue that he is ridding the world of a menace, saving the lives of an entire town. Although the Night Monarch's forces did not have the chance to eliminate him, one can only imagine the fate that would have befallen Lu Zhan had he not been awakened. You wish to kill me, so I shall kill you. Such are the rules of the apocalypse. There is no concept of excessive self-defense. How about this? I will return this brother to you, and we shall part ways. Behold him, still capable of dancing and walking, scarcely distinguishable from the living. Alas, it is a pity that you crushed that young girl's head. Had you not, I could have revived her as well, uniting the family in harmonious completeness. What a splendid sight it would have been. As Lu Zhan spoke, he directed the undead night mouse to move its hands and feet. Yet, these words were akin to a dagger thrust into the hearts of the remaining 5 members of the Night Clan, their fury boiling to the point of wishing to see Lu Zhan torn asunder. In an unexpected turn, the furious Night Dragon suddenly composed himself, suppressing his murderous intent as he spoke. Very well, if you release your hold on the mouse, all may still be negotiated. The agony of having personally crushed Night Cat's head weighed heavily upon him. Night Mouse was already deceased. If possible, he wished to at least preserve the body. Furthermore, Night Dragon believed he had grasped the current situation. Though he was unaware of his opponent's profession, he was certain of one thing. The adversary could only manipulate corpses. With no additional bodies around to control, their power must have diminished significantly. In such circumstances, this individual would be unable to stir up much trouble. Reclaiming Night Mouse's body and then eliminating the foe would be effortless, especially with 5 comrades by his side. The deaths of Night Cat and Night Mouse were both the result of the enemy's sneak attack. If it came to a direct confrontation, he was confident he could easily overpower his opponent. This confidence bordered on invincibility. What nonsense, Lu Zhan thought to himself, hiding behind Night Mouse as if using it as a shield. If these individuals truly shared a brotherly bond, they would undoubtedly have reservations. Of course, should they prove cold-hearted, Night Mouse could serve as a meat shield, facilitating Lu Zhan's escape. Is it despicable? Indeed, in the apocalypse, such cunning is one of the most powerful survival tools. It now seemed that Night Emperor was indeed a man of loyalty and righteousness, making negotiations feasible. At this moment, Lu Zhan relished the idea of prolonging the conversation, stalling for time. Meanwhile, Number 1 faced off against both Snake and Wolf, battling fiercely, his growing strength gradually beginning to manifest itself. To avoid detection by these foes, Lu Zhan even commanded Number 1 to hold back, maintaining the facade of an evenly matched struggle. Consequently, Lu Zhan feigned eagerness, boldly stating, "Let's discuss this. To be frank, my profession is puppeteer, and this brother of yours is currently my puppet. If I were to release my control, he could still be a complete corpse. Of course, resurrection is rather improbable. However, as the saying goes, even in death, one must return to their roots. Yes? You surely wish for your brother to retain a whole body, to return home for a proper burial. I, too, am a person who delights in helping others, and I would certainly fulfill your wishes. By the way, let me ask again, do you desire this brother's corpse? If you do, simply say so. How could I know your intentions if you remain silent? If you wish for it, I shall surely return it to you, for I have no use for such a trinket. So, do you truly desire it or not?" Just as Lu Zhan continued his incessant chatter, suddenly, an arrow shot forth from a distance. Lu Zhan remained motionless, directing Night Mouse to step aside. With a soft thud, the arrow pierced Night Mouse's body. "I'm so sorry. I couldn't hold back," came a voice from Night B, whose face contorted in distress. "It's all right, I understand. I'm nearly at my limit too," Night Goat reassured, patting Night B's shoulder. Just moments ago, his staff had already been raised. "Is this person a reincarnation of Tang Song? Return him to us and state your terms." Night Dragon, as the leader, remained composed, though his face betrayed the tension in his muscles. "Very well, then I shall be forthright. I want a piece of golden equipment," Lu Zhan declared with utmost seriousness. Night Dragon contemplated briefly before shaking his head. "I'm sorry, but I am not familiar with golden equipment. All right, I shan't make it difficult for you. How about 100 million gold coins? Surely you have encountered gold coins before. Are you mocking us?" Night Dragon could finally contain himself no longer. His sole aim had been to preserve Night Mouse's body. If that proved impossible, he would destroy it himself. As it appeared the enemy was about to strike, Lu Zhan hastily interjected, "Wait, I was merely jesting. My demands are quite simple. Keep a distance of 100 meters from me, and I shall return this individual to you. What say you?" "Agreed." Night Dragon pondered for a moment before nodding without hesitation. With that, he leaped several times, swiftly placing himself 100 meters away, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Lu Zhan. Should the latter show any signs of treachery, he would not hesitate to strike. Destroying Night Mouse's corpse would not deter him. "Well said. A man of his word," Lu Zhan exclaimed loudly, expressing his admiration. "Please wait, I shall send him over. Would you care to welcome him?" With that, the undead Night Mouse began to stride toward Night Snake and Night Wolf. The two glanced at Night Dragon, uncertain of how to respond. Naturally, they could not genuinely approach. "Once more, I command you to release your control," Night Dragon said coldly. "I sincerely apologize, but if I could release it, I would." "Alas, I cannot," Liu Zhan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Night Dragon realized he had been played, and his murderous intent erupted as he charged at Liu Zhan. Night Snake inhaled deeply, releasing an arrow aimed directly at the head of his former brother. Chapter 53, Departure. Number 1. Eliminate those two. Upon seeing Night Dragon charging forward, Liu Zhan remained unfazed, proclaiming loudly. Number 1, previously engaged in an even match, suddenly unleashed a torrent of power, doubling his speed as he swung his axe horizontally. Snake and Wolf were taken aback, exclaiming, "Help!" To be honest, they had been cooperating with their leader, attempting to reclaim Night Mouse's body, thus holding back while feigning a standoff with the goblin. They never expected this little goblin to have also been holding back. No, this was not merely restraint. He had essentially left them facing the vast ocean. With such strength, it would take less than 5 seconds to fell one of them. Night Dragon, realizing the sudden shift in circumstances, abandoned his intent to kill Liu Zhan and redirected his focus to rescue his brother. "I've been waiting for this," Liu Zhan sneered, and as Night Dragon approached, he commanded Number 1 to enter a state of frenzy. Determined to annihilate the future Night Emperor, as long as he eliminated Night Dragon, the remaining lackeys would pose no threat. Just as Night Dragon drew near, he observed the diminutive goblin vanish in an instant, moving so swiftly that even he could not perceive it in the next moment. An axe appeared above his head, descending with deadly intent. At that critical juncture, Night Dragon's entire form transformed into mist. Employing the initial skill of Night Demon, Misty Killed in the darkness, Night Demon could render his body into a vaporous state, rendering him immune to most attacks. Indeed, it was an invincible skill, accessible only to a select few extraordinary abilities capable of harming him while in this nebulous form. As for which abilities could do so, Night Dragon had yet to encounter any. He could choose to mystify only a portion of his body, as he had done previously to evade Night Cat's assault. Alternatively, he could envelop his entire form in mist and launch an offensive against his adversaries. With this single skill, Night Dragon was virtually invincible in the night. At this moment, Number 1's axe seemed to pass through Night Dragon's form without inflicting any harm. Night Dragon had completely transformed into mist, enveloping the goblin entirely. A flurry of attacks landed upon Number 1. Yet only minor superficial injuries were inflicted. Heaven could not grant him a flawless skill. While mystification allowed him to approach a state of invulnerability and significantly enhance his attack speed, it drastically reduced his attack power. Coupled with Number 1's formidable physique post-frenzy, he could hardly inflict any damage. Nonetheless, Number 1's movements were severely hindered. Observing this, Night Dragon ceased to hesitate, urgently commanding, "Flee!" His mystification was not infinite. Once it expired, he would be unable to withstand the overwhelming goblin. The other 4 members immediately took flight. Not daring to linger for a moment, unquestioning obedience to their leader's command was their first law. While entangled with Number 1, Night Dragon kept a vigilant eye on Liu Zhan's movements. Noticing that he did not pursue, he felt an unusual sense of relief. In that moment, this adversary evoked a formidable sense of threat within him, a truly terrifying enemy. Since his debut, Night Dragon had never encountered anyone worthy of such regard. But so what? This individual had already made it onto his death list. Silently vowing retribution, the misty Night Dragon swiftly abandoned Number 1 and made his escape in but a second. He had covered 100 meters. Akin to teleportation, his mystification was nearing its end. If he did not depart soon, he too might become ensnared. "He runs remarkably fast," Liu Zhan mused, lamenting the missed opportunity to eliminate the Night Emperor. Pursuit was out of the question. Number 1's frenzy would soon conclude, and following him then would be tantamount to suicide. The fact that he had managed to drive the illustrious Night Emperor to such a degree was primarily due to the latter's lack of understanding regarding his capabilities, compounded by a series of unexpected maneuvers. Should they cross paths again, it would likely not be so effortless. Nevertheless, Liu Zhan had little to fear. He is currently in a severely weakened state. Had he been in his prime, He would have easily subdued this night sovereign. Alas, it has only been a few days, and he has already offended 2 emperors. Life has become quite unbearable. However, these 2 fellows are indeed wealthy, having offered a hefty sum of over 10,000 gold coins. If he could eliminate all 7 of them, what a delight that would be! As Lu Zhan mused in his heart, he called out to the upper floor. Old Zhang, wake that dead dog up. We leaving, right away, brother Lu? Zhang Tianfu's head popped out of the window as he shouted. How terrifying! Those individuals are far too formidable. Yet brother Lu remains even more fearsome. Soon enough, they witnessed Bei Laohe leaping down from the window, holding Zhang Tianfu in his mouth. Bei Laohe had just been dreaming of thrashing that great tiger, and this intruder had dared to disturb his sweet slumber. Not devouring him was already showing courtesy to Lu Zhan. He tossed Zhang Tianfu onto the ground and barked, "Woof, woof, woof. Where are we off to at this late hour? Running away. It's all your fault for being so useless," Lu Zhan said bluntly. Leaping onto the dog's back, the first one was already in a weakened state. If this night sovereign returned, it would certainly be disastrous. Moreover, after this battle, Lu Zhan had to swiftly hunt down some magical beasts to fill the quota for the undead. Woof, woof, woof. Soon, soon. I can feel myself growing stronger in just a day or 2. Enough chit-chat, let us go. Moments later, Jayajayakan returned to its eerie silence, the scent of blood dissipating with time. In this vast village, only one person remained alive, Jia Tingting. This girl, who thought she had secured a powerful ally, seemed exhausted from the ordeal and had not awakened at all, quietly forgotten on her bed. After an indeterminate time, a figure stumbled into the village, his face a mask of regret, guilt, and a hint of satisfaction and excitement. This man was none other than Jia Zhang, to alleviate his guilty conscience. He had run nearly 10 kilometers carrying food before finally settling down to eat. After satisfying his hunger, he dug a grave for the villager to ensure a proper burial before returning. This only intensified his desire to leave this place. He could envision that this bloodthirsty desire would inevitably resurface. If that were the case, he might as well venture into unfamiliar territory. Drinking the blood of strangers felt far more justifiable than that of acquaintances. Tomorrow morning, as soon as Yingying awakens, they would leave. If she resisted, he would drag her away forcibly. With such thoughts, Jia Zhang returned home, only to have his expression change drastically the moment he opened the door. The guardian blood array was gone. Jia Zhang rushed to his daughter's room with utmost urgency, only to be struck with a sharp pain in his chest, collapsing to the ground as if all strength had left him. Yingying lay motionless on the bed, unchanged from when he had departed. But she had already lost her breath. Jia Zhang stood up in a daze. Yingying was gone. What meaning did his life hold now? He raised the blood knife to his neck, but at that moment, a voice echoed in his ear. Do you not wish for revenge? Chapter 54. Revenge, revenge. These 2 words struck Jia Zhang's heart like a seed, instantly growing into a towering tree. His eyes were consumed by hatred and fury. So, who killed Yingying? Jia Zhang brandished the blood knife as he exited the house, kicking open his neighbor's door, only to find 2 corpses. He stormed into 4 or 5 other houses, yet none remained alive. A hypothesis took shape in his mind, and without hesitation, he charged towards the village chief's villa. At the entrance, he beheld the corpses of villagers. As for the other 2, he no longer cared whose they were, and he rushed inside the villa. After searching, he finally spotted the living Jia Tingting in one of the rooms. But Lu Zhan? There was no one, not even a corpse. It had to be him. Who else possessed the capability to slaughter so many? If it were magical beasts, there would be no remains left behind. If it were an outsider, how could they possibly surpass Lu Zhan? To massacre a village right beneath Lu Zhan's nose? Thus, it could only be Lu Zhan. Once this thought took root, it firmly entrenched itself in Jia Zhang's mind. He had always suspected that man was no good, harboring ulterior motives. Coupled with his dealings with Jia Tingting, it only solidified his conviction that he was scum. Just then, Jia Tingting finally awakened, a wave of pain coursing through her. That man was truly too ferocious. Slowly opening her eyes, she saw a middle-aged man standing by her bed, staring intently at her. As Jia Tingting opened her mouth to scream, a flash of crimson light surged, and her eyes lost all their luster. My daughter is dead. What right do you have to still be alive? Jia Zhang glared at the naked woman, drawing the blood knife and plunging it into her chest. In an instant, the blood knife acted like a siphon, drawing Jia Tingting's blood. Liu Zhan, if I do not kill you, I am unworthy to be called a father. In the darkness by the lake, the remaining 5 members of the night god wore expressions of sorrow. They couldn't even recover the corpses of the cat and mouse. Remember his visage. One day, I shall take his head as an offering for the cat and mouse. Night Dragon's voice was calm, yet the determination and anger within were palpable. Old Zhang, do you think I might be cursed, provoking the wrath of both gods and men wherever I go? Liu Zhan lay on the dog's back, gazing at the sky, feeling somewhat melancholic. The Elven Empress and the Night Sovereign. If only he knew that the blood knife ancestor was not dead and had also placed the vendetta for his daughter upon his head. He would surely howl at the heavens in despair. Heaven, why do you treat me so? Those were 3 future top-tier overlords, standing at the pinnacle of the world. Brother Liu, this only signifies your excellence. You shine brilliantly, Zhang Tianfu remarked as he walked beside him. There was no help for it. That dead dog refused to let him ride. Fortunately, it seemed Liu Zhan had no particular destination in mind. Strolling leisurely, if he had to run, he would surely exhaust himself. Indeed, you make a fair point, Liu Zhan nodded in agreement. Those who do not incite jealousy are but mediocrities. At that moment, they traversed a grassy plain. Without a map or navigation, Liu Zhan, who was notoriously directionally challenged, was utterly at a loss, unsure of which way to go. As for Zhang Tianfu, the divine general of Tianfu, he confessed to being equally directionally challenged. However, with a name like Tianfu, even if lost, one would surely encounter good fortune eventually. Liu Zhan resolved to maintain this optimistic mindset. Hey, Brother Liu, it seems there's a town up ahead, Zhang Tianfu remarked with curiosity. A town? Upon hearing this, Liu Zhan immediately sat up. Indeed, about 3 to 4 kilometers ahead, he could vaguely make out a structure, and judging by its size, it was undoubtedly a town. The presence of a town indicated inhabitants. And where there are people, magical beasts are sure to follow, truly a sign of Tianfu's providence. All right, old Zhang, well done, Liu Zhan exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Tianfu wore a bewildered expression. What did it have to do with him? Bei Lao He, let us head to the town. Liu Zhan waved his hand decisively. However, he was not reckless. He instructed Bei Lao He to halt several hundred meters away. There was a large tree here, conveniently allowing them to conceal themselves. Without knowing the situation inside, charging in blindly could lead to disaster. However, judging by the circumstances, it seemed to be occupied by magical beasts. If it were still under human control, there would undoubtedly be defensive measures in place. At the very least, some patrols. Since it was occupied by magical beasts, it implied a significant presence of them, which was excellent news for Liu Zhan. According to his experiences from a previous life, powerful races typically occupied large cities or strategic locations. Small towns like this were generally beneath their notice. Nevertheless, caution was warranted. They could not simply rush in. First, they needed to assess the enemy's situation. With this thought in mind, a magical wolf undead appeared beside him, charging towards the town. A suicide squad scout. There was none other like it. The magical wolf acted swiftly, reaching the outskirts of the town in mere seconds before crashing into a building. Declaring its arrival, sure enough, within moments, a dozen magical beasts emerged, surrounding the undead. Liu Zhan focused his gaze and was taken aback to see they were raging apes. Even Liu Zhan couldn't help but feel a twinge of headache. These creatures were no trifles. The ordinary raging apes were manageable, and even the elite-grade violent magic apes posed no problem with his current strength. What worried him were the brave-grade raging gorillas. Those beasts were truly formidable. The very name of this race suggested their aggressive nature. They were undoubtedly a combat-oriented species. These beasts fought with their fists rather than weapons. As Liu Zhan pondered, the dozen or so raging apes had already torn the magical wolf undead to shreds, leaving a gruesome scene. After finishing off their foe, the raging apes beat their chests and returned to the town. Brother Liu, these creatures seem rather formidable. Should we retreat? Zhang Tianfu stammered. Those beasts were terrifying, with their robust chests and dark fur. And witnessing the carnage inflicted on the wolf made his skin crawl. Silence. Liu Zhan glared at him. The gorilla race was indeed fearsome, but this also indicated they were excellent materials for the undead. He could not let this opportunity slip away. Charging in headlong was certainly unwise. It was better to methodically whittle them down, starting with these raging apes, if a dozen or so creatures were to converge at once. The commotion would undoubtedly attract the attention of other magical beings in the town. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhan devised a strategy. He summoned another necromantic wolf, sending it once again toward the town. True to form, it collided with a building, and as expected, a dozen ferocious magical apes emerged. However, upon realizing that only a single wolf was present, 4 or 5 of the apes grumbled and retreated. Feeling their time was wasted, the second necromantic wolf met a similar fate, sacrificing itself valiantly. Lu Zhan was undeterred, promptly releasing a third wolf, which shared the same grim destiny as its predecessors. Yet, as he anticipated, only 7 or 8 irate apes emerged this time, which was still somewhat excessive. The third necromantic wolf also met a heroic end. Lu Zhan continued to summon a fourth wolf. Zhang Tianfu, a quick-witted individual, immediately grasped Lu Zhan's intentions. He was acutely aware of the low intelligence of these lesser magical creatures. The first encounter yielded a dozen. The second saw a few return, and by the third, only 7 or 8 appeared. Eventually, when the necromantic wolf provoked them again, perhaps only a single irate ape would respond. Indeed, when the fourth necromantic wolf went to taunt them, only 4 irate apes emerged. This was nearly sufficient. Lu Zhan commanded the necromantic wolf to retreat swiftly. The 4 irate apes, unwilling to let the provocateur escape, roared and pursued. As they drew near, Lu Zhan forcefully pushed Zhang Tianfu out from behind a tree. Exclaiming, "Hurry, taunt them!" Zhang Tianfu was nearly in tears. The height of these irate apes was no less than a staggering 1.8 meters, with a physique that was impressively formidable. Taunt them? Yet, with Lu Zhan's command, he dared not disobey. He closed his eyes, thrust his shield forward, and activated his taunt skill, leaving the rest to fate. The irate apes, being mere ordinary magical creatures, were immediately drawn to the taunt, abandoning the necromantic wolf to charge at Zhang Tianfu. Seeing this unfold, Lu Zhan wasted no time. A sword materialized in his hand as he ordered number 1 to charge out as well. They unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the 4 apes. In mere seconds, all the apes lay defeated on the ground. While decapitating them could have been quicker, that would hinder their transformation into undead. Enough with the trembling. Continue like that, and you'll soil yourself. Lu Zhan chastised, giving Zhang Tianfu a kick. "Hey, Lu Gu. I knew you wouldn't let me get hurt," Zhang Tianfu replied, grinning. Lu Zhan ignored him, his eyes gleaming with green light as he transformed the 4 irate apes into undead. In an instant, he felt a noticeable increase in his attributes. Upon inspecting the attributes of the transformed undead apes, Lu Zhan was thoroughly impressed. Undead irate ape. Traits: undead. Strength: 53. Constitution: 52. Agility: 44. The transformation had enhanced his attributes, as did his talent and the enhancements from the Holy Grail Ring and the Undead Ring. Although only a 1.5 boost, the cumulative effect rendered the transformed irate apes nearly comparable to number 1. Of course, in a real fight, number 1 would outclass them effortlessly. Yet, number 1 was an anomaly, and one could not merely compare ordinary undead to him. If these explosive apes could be further enhanced to elite status, their attributes would surely skyrocket. After admiring his new minions for a moment, Lu Zhan eagerly recalled them to his spatial pocket. He then sent the necromantic wolf back to lure more creatures. Moments later, the wolf returned, tail wagging, followed by 3 irate apes, as per their usual routine. Without needing instruction, Zhang Tianfu stepped forward to release his taunt skill. This time, Lu Zhan didn't need to engage himself. He dispatched the 4 newly acquired undead minions to swiftly eliminate their former companions. The process had become remarkably routine. 10 minutes later, Lu Zhan stood before a full 18 undead irate apes. At this moment, both his constitution and strength had surpassed 100, allowing him to face the Night Monarch head-on without fear. That creature's ability to turn into smoke was indeed formidable. Bordering on invincibility, but it surely had a time limit. As long as he could endure that period, he could easily crush the Night Monarch. "Lu Gu, shall we continue?" Zhang Tianfu inquired excitedly. Although he hadn't dealt much damage himself, his taunts had been invaluable. Furthermore, activating powerful support skills contributed to team benefits, yielding experience points. Slaying an irate ape would grant him a considerable share of experience. In no time, he had leveled up to 8. With a bit more effort, he could even make it onto the leaderboard. Continue, Lu Zhan commanded, as he could still resurrect 23 undead, and he wasn't even at his limit yet. Besides, he aimed to enhance them to elite status. Lu Zhan even suspected that wiping out all the magical creatures in this small town might not be enough for his needs. With newfound confidence, he summoned 3 necromantic wolves to charge into the town. Moments later, a larger, more terrifying ape burst forth from the town, flanked by 8 irate apes. The violent magical ape, Lu Zhan's eyes lit up. After so much effort, he had finally drawn out an elite magical creature. However, in the next instant, the violent magical ape delivered a crushing blow, obliterating the 3 necromantic wolves without offering them a chance to escape. After dispatching the threat, the violent magical ape intended to return to its den with its underlings. Lu Zhan, unwilling to let such a prize slip away, instructed number 1 to pick up a rock and dash a few hundred meters ahead, hurling it at the ape. With number 1's current strength and stamina, the stone struck the ape squarely on the back of its head. The violent magical ape whirled around, seeking the source of the provocation, only to find a goblin standing upright, pointing a finger upward in a clear challenge. Though no words were spoken, the message was unmistakable. You, come here. How could the proud, violent magical ape tolerate such an affront? Without hesitation, it charged forward. Number 1, equally undeterred, swung an axe in a wide arc. To his surprise, the violent magical ape caught the axe with its massive hand, lifting number 1 off the ground and tossing him aside with tremendous force. The violent magical ape pounded its chest with its fists, letting out a victorious roar. Yet, before it could finish its triumphant cry, number 1, still airborne, managed to turn mid-flight, flinging his battle axe back toward the ground. With a resounding thud, the axe struck an unsuspecting irate ape, delivering a fatal blow. At the same moment, number 1 surged forward, reaching the fallen ape's side, seizing the axe's handle, and swinging it toward another irate ape. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, leaving Zhang Tianfu utterly astonished. Lu Gu is so impressive. Lu Zhan's eyes sparkled with delight, genuinely surprised. This little fellow's attributes had seen little growth recently, yet its combat prowess was steadily rising. The techniques displayed were beyond even Lu Zhan's capabilities. With a sigh of admiration, Lu Zhan unsheathed his sword and declared, "Ah Fu, keep up, Lu Gu. Are you finally going to join the fray?" Zhang Tianfu exclaimed, raising his shield with excitement. Experience points were at stake, and his mind was consumed with thoughts of leveling up. What were elite magical creatures? Just slightly larger monkeys, after all, and with Lu Gu in the mix, they would be dispatched in no time. Lu Zhan nodded. Although number 1 could handle the violent magical ape and its minions alone, it would take too long and waste precious time. His attributes had accumulated sufficiently. There was no need for excessive caution. Meanwhile, the old dog, Bei Lao He, started barking frantically, "Woof woof woof, I can't do it. I'm feeling so hot. Woof woof woof, I can't even move. I need to rest a bit more." Lu Zhan glanced over. The old dog was visibly trembling, its body flushed with heat, almost resembling a red dog. Seemed he had reached a critical moment of evolution. "All right, you can hide behind the tree for now," Lu Zhan instructed, not having factored Bei Lao He's combat strength into his plans. With that, he charged forward, sword drawn, and Zhang Tianfu followed closely behind. Ahead, number 1 had already felled 3 irate apes, driving the violent magical ape into a frenzy as it leaped about in frustration. Unable to catch the agile little creature, Lu Zhan wasted no time. Upon arrival, he unleashed 18 undead apes, swarming toward the violent magical ape. The enhanced attributes of the undead apes were only slightly inferior to their former leader, making it an overwhelming 18 against 1. The violent magical ape withstood only half a minute before being reduced to its last breath. Lu Zhan commanded the undead to restrain the magical ape to prevent any resistance. Then turned to Zhang Tianfu and said, "You go ahead and finish it off." Simultaneously, he dispatched 3 undead to the edge of the town, ordering them to wreak havoc. It was time to launch a full-scale assault. Though he had yet to see it, there was likely a hero-level magical creature, rampaging gorilla, lurking within the town. That fellow is quite a formidable opponent. We will have to rely on number 1 when the time comes. Therefore, It is only fitting to start stacking the buffs that enhance his courage and tenacity. In light of this, let us go ahead and rouse all the monsters in the town, turning the outside into a battlefield for a direct confrontation. Am I to partake in this? Zhang Tianfu was momentarily taken aback, for he was well aware that the experience from this final strike was quite considerable. Brother Liu had unexpectedly handed it over to him. He was nearly moved to tears. Less talk, just kill. The main forces are on their way, Liu Zhan urged directly. Having accompanied the divine General Tianfu for so long, this was the first time he was allowed to slay monsters for loot and witness the results firsthand, to see if the legendary prowess truly existed. All right, thank you, Brother Liu. Zhang Tianfu no longer held back. He raised his shield and began to pummel the fallen berserk demon ape with fervor. Such an elite creature as the berserk demon ape had never endured such humiliation, especially while its limbs were restrained by former subordinates, rendering it immobile, only able to emit pitiful whimpers. After enduring a barrage of blows, it finally succumbed. Whether it was killed by the hammering or out of sheer rage remained uncertain. In an instant, Liu Zhan saw 4 small orbs leap from the berserk demon ape's body, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Well, no wonder he is the divine General Tianfu. If anyone else were to take on this task, they would be lucky to receive 1 or 2 items. Zhang Tianfu, recognizing the moment, made no move towards the items. Liu Zhan glanced and was astonished to find not only a skill point but also 3 complete pieces of equipment. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, he had never seen someone kill an elite monster and obtain 3 pieces of gear. Was this truly the divine General Tianfu? It was simply terrifying. However, with the battle about to commence, he didn't inspect the treasures further but stowed them away in his spatial ring. His eyes then shimmered with a green light as he commanded the fallen berserk demon ape, "Rise." In an instant, the berserk demon ape's tightly shut eyes burst open, replaced by emerald flames, and it stood rigidly, motionless. Undead berserk ape. Traits: Undead, Strength, 67. Constitution, 65. Agility, 56. Quite formidable. In the town ahead, a multitude of apes began to emerge. At least 20 or 30, and they continued to pour forth. These apes did not launch an immediate attack, as they were momentarily confused to see their comrade causing a ruckus. Liu Zhan commanded the 3 undead to strike, and they swiftly dispatched one of the berserk apes in a 3-on-1 encounter. This finally provoked the remaining apes, who surged forward in a frenzy, swiftly tearing apart the 3 undead. Woo. One of the berserk demon apes quickly detected Liu Zhan and his companions. Roaring as it sounded the charged, on number 1's side, only a single berserk ape remained after the fierce combat, and the buff that empowered their courage had begun to show its initial effects. This last ape didn't even require an axe. A mere punch from Zhang Tianfu pierced straight through its chest. That moment, the long-awaited sound of leveling up echoed in Liu Zhan's mind. Level 12? With 25 undead at his command, Liu Zhan's eyes flickered with green light as the fallen berserk apes rose, one after another. Soon, the ranks were filled with undead. Number 1, 1 berserk demon ape, and a total of 23 berserk apes. Liu Zhan's strength and constitution had both surpassed 130. Zhang Tianfu activated his powerful protection. Together with the 25 undead, they amassed a total of 27 points in constitution. Liu Zhan's constitution surged beyond 150, earning him the title of a humanoid tyrannosaurus was hardly an exaggeration. Take care of yourself. I will have 3 undead protect you. Just stay within the range of my powerful protection, Liu Zhan said, patting Zhang Tianfu's shoulder. Feeling the might coursing through him, Zhang Tianfu could hardly contain his eagerness. Brother Liu, rest assured, I will take good care of myself. Zhang Tianfu nodded vigorously. He knew he not only had to look after himself, but also needed to garner experience. Deep down, he understood that Liu Zhan could not continuously carry a burden. He was uncertain why he was brought along, but he had to strive to keep up, or risk being left behind. He could not simply remain a mascot. Little did he know, Liu Zhan indeed treated him as such. After instructing the 3 undead to guard Zhang Tianfu, Liu Zhan twirled his sword and leaped into action. Ha ha ha, riding the wind with my sword. Vanquishing evil across the realm. Liu Zhan laughed heartily, showcasing his exuberance. Just a drink to celebrate would complete the moment. In his previous life, he had been meek and hidden, feeling utterly stifled in this battle. He would dispel all that pent-up frustration. From this moment on, he would become the invincible battle necromancer. Chapter 57. The rampaging gorilla, swift, fierce, and precise. Naturally, Lu Zhan was no master of swordsmanship and possessed no skills. But what did that matter? With his current attributes, as long as he adhered to those three principles, he would suffice. As for number one, there was no need to elaborate. He leaped and bounded among the apes. Resembling a monkey more than the apes themselves, coupled with the 21 undead, this battle was nothing short of a massacre. Lu Zhan, the necromancer, was single-handedly slaughtering the apes. Zhang Tianfu watched in awe, completely astonished. This is unbelievably fierce. Initially prepared for a grand fight, he found himself utterly useless, unable to glean even a modicum of experience. He cast aside his concerns and charged towards two nearby berserk apes. Taunting them, to be honest, he felt a twinge of panic upon seeing the two large beasts charge towards him. However, it quickly became apparent that his worries were unfounded. The three undead guardians Lu Zhan had assigned were exceptionally powerful. Those two apes didn't even manage to touch him before being dispatched on the spot. With this reassurance, Zhang Tianfu began to unleash his full potential. He would lure monsters over as soon as his taunt cooled down, allowing the guardians to do the killing while he snagged the finishing blows. Of course, he was not reckless. He only taunted 2 or 3 at a time. He might not be able to devour the meat, but a taste of the broth would suffice. Meanwhile, Lu Zhan kept a vigilant eye on the unfolding battle. His primary focus was to replenish any fallen undead swiftly. He had to ensure this mascot remained safe. Just then, a chorus of howls erupted nearby. Lu Zhan focused his gaze and was taken aback to see 5 berserk demon apes converging on him. Well, they even know to capture the leader first. Was Lu Zhan intimidated? Of course, he was. While he could easily dispatch the berserk apes, the berserk demon apes were elite monsters, tough-skinned and strong beyond measure. Yet, despite his trepidation, fleeing was not an option. He was not alone in this fight. Furthermore, the fact that they had clustered together played right into his hands, sparing him the trouble of hunting them down individually. With a thought, Lu Zhan summoned a dozen undead apes to surround the 5 berserk demon apes. Oh woo! The leader of the demon apes howled in fury, rebuking its minions for their betrayal. With their limited intelligence, they could not comprehend the nature of the undead as it roared. Both of its fists struck out rapidly, creating an almost illusory blur. This was the ability of elite monsters, the demon's rapid strike. This skill inflicted significant damage and carried a control effect. If the first punch connected, it would stun the target, forcing them to endure the full onslaught. Given Lu Zhan's current constitution, enduring such an assault would spell disaster. However, this skill was limited to single targets, only capable of striking one opponent. This was the primary reason for Lu Zhan's apprehension. One-on-one, he could dodge, but facing 5, a single misstep could lead to a catastrophic downfall. Prioritizing safety, he decided to let the undead minions wear down the opponents gradually. 10 undead could certainly take down 5 elite monsters without issue. As anticipated, a series of rapid strikes from the demon ape resulted in the demise of 5 undead, sending them back to the void. But what did that matter? While slaying the apes, Lu Zhan continued to resurrect the fallen. In merely 10 seconds, he replenished the 5 undead and charged toward the demon apes once more. The 5 demon apes found themselves in dire straits, besieged by relentless undead. Despite their superior strength, the undead proved to be a relentless nuisance. Severed limbs mattered little, as they continued to rush forward, biting and clawing. The most terrifying aspect was that, with Lu Zhan's continuous reinforcements, they seemed impossible to eliminate. Meanwhile, the smaller apes were being harvested in waves, providing materials for more undead. 3 minutes later, one of the demon apes finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground in a pitiful state, battered and bruised. However, as long as its head remained intact, it was not truly lost. Lu Zhan's eyes sparkled with green light as the recently fallen demon ape switched allegiance, turning against its former comrades. With the emergence of a breakthrough, the remaining 4 demon apes could no longer hold their ground. The second and third fell in quick succession, only to rise again as undead. At this point, Lu Zhan's forces were growing stronger, while the monsters faced dwindling numbers. Most alarming was number 1. This creature moved with such swiftness that it appeared as a streak of lightning, bringing down apes left and right, even leaving Lu Zhan momentarily unable to track its movements. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, causing Lu Zhan's expression to shift, and he instinctively covered his ears. He commanded number 1 to return to his side and eliminate the approaching apes. In the next moment, it felt as though countless silver needles had pierced his skull, causing a splitting headache and a momentary lapse in consciousness. Nearby, Zhang Tianfu collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his ears. Fortunately, the 3 undead remained vigilant and unharmed. Otherwise, his unconsciousness would have left him vulnerable to the ape's onslaught. However, it was not long before Zhang Tianfu regained his senses, struggling to rise from the ground. His face awash with terror. What on earth is this? With another 2 or 3 roars, he feared he might be directly frightened to death. Liu Zhan shook his head, striving to clear his mind. In that brief moment of distraction, the remaining 2 demon apes, displaying remarkable intelligence, charged at him recklessly. Fortunately, number 1 returned just in time to dispatch the 2 creatures with a swift strike of his axe. Lu Zhan tore 2 strips of cloth from his clothing, crumpled them into balls, and stuffed them into his ears, simultaneously shouting at Zhang Tianfu. Stuff something in your ears and get away. No need to activate powerful support. That fellow has finally arrived, the valiant level demon beast, the rampaging gorilla. The earlier roar was indeed the signature skill of this gorilla. The gorilla roar. Unlike the mere howls of ordinary monkeys and demon apes, this creature's roar was something else entirely. The rampaging gorilla's roar acted like a sonic magic, penetrating the ears and inflicting damage upon the brain. Luckily, the undead were not affected by such sounds. Otherwise, Lu Zhan would have hesitated to confront this beast in his previous life. Countless individuals had met their demise from its terrifying roar. Liu Zhan had experienced it once, but he was fortunate to have been at a safe distance. Those who survived in the apocalypse often kept earplugs handy, just in case. As soon as Lu Zhan's voice fell, a colossal figure blotted out the sun as it descended from above, with a thunderous crash. The ground trembled violently, causing Zhang Tianfu, who was attempting to flee, to stumble and fall. Ignoring the pain, he hurriedly got back on his feet and ran. That figure was utterly terrifying. It instantly reminded him of a movie, King Kong. Number 1, the big guy has arrived. Are you ready? Lu Zhan took a deep breath. Even now, facing this behemoth, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. The rampaging gorilla's imposing appearance was undeniably oppressive. Standing nearly 4 meters tall, its muscular limbs were perhaps 10 times the size of Lu Zhan's. In comparison, number 1 appeared as diminutive as an ant. Chapter 58. The earth shakes a. The rampaging gorilla, exuding an aura of dominance, relentlessly pounded its chest and roared once more. Howl, howl, howl. What the hell? Lu Zhan cursed loudly. Number 1, make it shut up. Even with his ears stuffed, he still felt waves of pain surging through his head. This was the most troublesome aspect of the gorilla. Its roar had no cooldown. It could unleash it whenever it wished, and of course, the rampaging gorilla was still a living creature. If it continued to roar, it would eventually run out of breath and strain its throat. Following the command, number 1 leaped into action, jumping right in front of the gorilla. The gorilla, unfazed, continued its roar while swinging its massive hand down, as if swatting away a fly. However, the next moment, blood splattered everywhere. The rampaging gorilla's roar transformed into a pained scream as number 1 managed to pierce through the gorilla's palm, carving out a gaping hole. Finally, there was silence. Liu Zhan let out a sigh of relief. Number 1, I'll leave this big fellow to you. The damage inflicted by the gorilla's roar was related to mental strength, the higher one's mental fortitude. The lesser the impact, Liu Zhan's 3 main attributes were formidable, but his mental strength, lacking the enhancement from the undead, barely reached 20, which was insufficient. He wisely decided to let number 1 face off against this giant alone, while he focused on eliminating ordinary and elite creatures. The 5 savage demon apes he had previously defeated had all been resurrected as undead, and with these 5 new subordinates, Lu Zhan distanced himself from the boss battle to hunt down the regular elite monsters. At the scene, the rampaging gorilla, having sustained a wound to its hand, felt its rage surge. It yearned to grasp that little goblin and crush it into a pulp. Yet, number 1 was simply too swift. Darting around on the gorilla's body, striking here and there, and no matter how furious the beast became, it could not land a single hit on number 1. At that moment, the gorilla's massive size became a liability. It could not even summon its minions for assistance. In previous battles, the rampaging gorilla had relied on its terrifying physique to trample its foes, dismissing smaller adversaries with ease. Its kind was renowned for their toughness, with ordinary attacks barely scratching the surface, but number one's damage output was so high that it could not be ignored. The gorilla roar had no effect, compounded by number one's agility and high damage. This little creature was the gorilla's nemesis, and it was a deadly one at that. In just a minute, the rampaging gorilla's enormous form was drenched in its own blood. Number one, exhibiting cunning, focused its attacks on the gorilla's upper body, even carving out a hole in its chest. Yet, despite this, the rampaging gorilla showed no signs of collapsing. One had to commend its resilience. Its health bar was truly substantial. However, this was of little concern. It merely meant a longer battle. After all, number one would not tire and seemed to grow more invigorated as the fight wore on, steadily wearing down the gorilla without needing to enter a berserk state. Gradually, as number one's combat prowess surged, the outcome became inevitable. The rampaging gorilla, now utterly bereft of reason, leaped wildly, inadvertently trampling several of its own simian underlings in a frantic attempt to shake off number one. Yet, that little creature clung to it like a stubborn adhesive, darting about, striking with precision. The gorilla, overwhelmed with despair, raised its fists high into the air, preparing for a final struggle. Witnessing this, Lu Zhan felt a surge of tension, fully aware that this beast was about to unleash its ultimate move. The next moment, with a resounding slam, the rampaging gorilla's fist struck the ground. Instantly, the earth quaked violently. In that moment, both the undead and the monkeys were flung into the air. Only one individual leaped willingly, Lu Zhan. At the precise moment the gorilla struck the ground, he sprang upward, timing it perfectly to avoid being thrown into the sky. Zhang Tianfu, who had fled to a distance, was utterly stunned by the sight before him. Ahead, the gorilla hammered the ground, causing countless monsters to be launched into the air. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Simultaneously, his heart tightened. From his vantage point, he could not discern that Lu Zhan had leapt intentionally, but that was not the end. The rampaging gorilla raised its fists once again and slammed them down with tremendous force. As it did so, those airborne creatures plummeted rapidly. When the gorilla's fists struck the ground, the airborne monsters and undead crashed back down, only to be sent soaring once more. Lu Zhan seized the opportunity to jump again. Successfully evading the chaos, however, he remained cautious. There was still one final slam to come. Soon enough, the third strike descended, and Lu Zhan dodged once more, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. The earth trembled as the rampaging gorilla unleashed its ultimate attack. A devastating move that spared none. 3 consecutive slams to the ground sent all living beings flying. Those who endured the first strike would effectively suffer the full brunt of all three. It was important to note that this was not merely a matter of being tossed aside. The violent tremors would continuously damage the bodies of those affected. The damage was significant. As a result, those who had fully endured the 3 strikes were nearly all dead, leaving only a few elite savage demon apes behind. Lu Zhan's undead forces had been decimated, with many of them meeting their end from the violent shockwaves. This onslaught had effectively cleared the battlefield. Fortunately, in his previous life, the rampaging gorilla was well known among demon beasts, and information about it was widely disseminated. Had he been unaware of its capabilities, he surely would have been caught off guard. After 3 strikes, even if one survived, they would likely be gravely injured. However, the gorilla, having completed this formidable feat, let out a heart-wrenching cry. Was on the verge of tears, because that little creature had been perched on its shoulder the entire time, unaffected by the cataclysm. With a swift chop, number one severed the great artery on the gorilla's shoulder, and blood gushed forth in torrents. Another strike opened a deep gash in the gorilla's neck, causing even more blood to flow. With a final, resounding crash, the rampaging gorilla could no longer withstand the onslaught, its massive form collapsing heavily to the ground, blood pooling and staining the earth crimson. Lu Zhan had no intention of allowing Zhang Tianfu to deliver the final blow. After all, this beast held immense experience points. Lu Zhan planned to absorb it all. For him, levels were of utmost importance. Every level gained meant 2 additional undead, significantly boosting his combat prowess. Chapter 59. The savage set Lu Zhan stepped forward, driving his sword into the gorilla's throat. Soon after, the familiar sound of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. In just half a day's time, he had ascended 2 levels, filling him with joy. Checking the leaderboard, he was now among the top 10. However, the number 1 position was held by the Holy Mage Emperor, who had reached level 15, a truly formidable feat. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that 3 or 4 elite demon apes still remained alive, but they posed little threat. Number 1 swiftly dispatched them, one axe swing at a time. With its combat prowess steadily increasing, nearing 300, taking down these foes, who barely reached 100, was akin to slicing through vegetables. Once Number 1 had eliminated the remaining demon apes, Lu Zhan had effectively wiped out the horde, claiming at least 200 monsters in total. Now, it was time to collect the spoils. First, he turned his attention to the items dropped by the rampaging gorilla. There were 5 in total: a skill point, 10 enhancement stones, a piece of equipment, a skill book, and a token. Without hesitation, he stowed the skill book and enhancement stones in his storage ring. Subsequently, Lu Zhan first picked up the skill book and felt a surge of joy upon seeing its name. Heaven and Earth Shatter. Astonishingly, he had unearthed the ultimate move of the great gorilla. Naturally, Lu Zhan could not learn this skill, but it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. As for the piece of equipment, Lu Zhan was filled with mixed emotions. Gorilla battle armor, grade, blue. Equipment requirements, level 8, class attribute defense. Strength 15. Physical attack resistance 10. When subjected to melee attacks, it reflects 20 of the damage. Undoubtedly, the attributes of this equipment were exceptional. It would even suit Lu Zhan perfectly, yet the condition for wearing it required defense. Wasn't he this tailored for Zhang Tianfu? He didn't he even possess such a fine piece of armor? Yet his subordinate was the first to wear it. Lu Zhan silently cursed, before finally picking up the token. Inscribed on it was the word courage, with a simple introduction. Certificate of the Brave, a token granting access to the Brave level secret realm. To think it was this, a captivating glint shone in Lu Zhan's eyes. The secret realm, a place of higher significance than dungeons, filled with more treasures and greater dangers. In his previous life, Lu Zhan had traversed numerous dungeons, but never had he entered a secret realm. He hadn't even had the qualifications to do so. Except for this token, Lu Zhan knew little about the secret realm, having only heard scattered rumors. It does not have a limit on the number of participants and does not appear randomly. Its exact location is a mystery. After the apocalypse, it would open every 30 days, and as long as one possesses this token, they would be teleported inside, regardless of their location. Since his rebirth, Lu Zhan had contemplated acquiring such a token, even if he had to seize one, yet he never expected to discover it so soon. Calming his emotions, Lu Zhan stored the token within his storage ring. 30 days. That meant there were still over 20 days left. Ample time indeed. Next, he contemplated the items dropped by the elite demon apes, which were merely some enhancement stones and medium-grade leathers, nothing of great value. Brother Lu, this thing is quite large. Zhang Tianfu's voice suddenly chimed in. He had rushed over upon seeing the great gorilla collapse. His awe for Lu Zhan had reached unfathomable heights. He had always held Lu Zhan in high regard, but each time, Lu Zhan managed to perform astonishing feats that left him in shock. Although he was now ranked among the top 100 in levels, he felt as insignificant as an ant in Lu Zhan's presence. Upon seeing Zhang Tianfu, Lu Zhan recalled the items dropped by the previous demon ape, 3 pieces of equipment. He promptly laid them all out: violent helmet, violent armor, violent boots. All 3 were merely green-grade equipment, with rather average attributes, enhancing strength and constitution, each under 10 points. Just as Lu Zhan began to doubt the might of the Tianfu God General, he noticed an identical line of text behind these 3 pieces of equipment. Violent set, 1-3. To his astonishment, it was a set. Lu Zhan felt like slapping himself for daring to question the power of the Tianfu God General. Slaying an elite demon creature and obtaining an entire set was no small feat. The drop rate for sets was notoriously low, and gathering a complete set was exceedingly difficult in his previous life. Lu Zhan had been unable to assemble even a single green-grade set despite his extensive experience. Eagerly, Lu Zhan examined the attributes of the complete set, which revealed a single line. All attributes 8. Good heavens! While each piece was merely green-grade, when combined into a set, its value rivaled that of purple-grade equipment. Moreover, the stronger the attributes, the greater the enhancement. This set could be utilized indefinitely. Upon reviewing the equipment requirements, he noted, Strength 50. Constitution 50. Fortunately, these conditions were not overly demanding for an average person, but for Lu Zhan, they posed no challenge at all. Just as he was about to don the armor, he glanced at number 1. Though he frequently embodied a battle mage and engaged in combat directly, his mainstay remained number 1. Most importantly, number 1 possessed the talent to grow stronger with each battle. Thus, the attributes of the set would increase alongside it. This armor would yield the greatest effect when worn by number 1. It should be feasible, right? After all, there were no level or race restrictions for the equipment. And since number 1 could wield the axe, the set should pose no problems either. With this thought, Lu Zhan directly tossed all 3 pieces of equipment to number 1, commanding it to wear them. Number 1 immediately complied without hesitation. Equipment, of course, does not come in fixed sizes. It adjusts automatically to fit the wearer's physique. Once donned, number 1 appeared perfectly fitted, exuding an aura of both majesty and enigma. Especially with the helmet shrouding its grotesque head, only a pair of eerie green eyes remained visible. Number 1 looks truly impressive, Zhang Tianfu exclaimed sincerely. Lu Zhan was indeed Lu Zhan. Even the undead were clad in such fine armor. Having followed Lu Zhan for so long, Zhang Tianfu was well aware that Lu Zhan's profession was that of an undead mage, and number 1 was one of his undead minions. This piece of armor is for you, Lu Zhan stated without further ado, presenting the gorilla battle armor to Zhang Tianfu. After he had bestowed a complete set upon himself, rewarding Zhang Tianfu with a piece of equipment seemed only fair. Receiving this really for me? Zhang Tianfu was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe his fortune. Yet he understood that Lu Zhan was a man of his word. Without hesitation, he accepted the armor. Upon seeing its attributes, Zhang Tianfu was even more astonished. It was exceptional. Although Lu Zhan could not wear this battle armor himself, placing it on the trading market would undoubtedly yield an exorbitant price. And yet he had given it to him. He was truly overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 60. Griffin. Once the spoils were gathered, Lu Zhan surveyed the surroundings once more. Taking a deep breath, he realized that a monumental task lay ahead. With over 200 monkey corpses, even accounting for those whose heads had been shattered by the rampaging gorilla, there were still more than 100 left. The endeavor to resurrect and sacrifice all of these corpses was no trivial matter. Lu Zhan first focused on the massive creature before him. This would be Lu Zhan's first undead resurrection of a brave-level demon creature, which filled him with great anticipation. Naturally, he first allocated a skill point to the undead resurrection ability. That should suffice, right? With excitement coursing through him, Lu Zhan's eyes glimmered with green light as he spoke in a deep voice. Arise, my undead. With a resounding boom, the colossal form of the rampaging gorilla stood upright. Motionless. There was no roar, no pounding of its chest, yet the oppressive aura it exuded was even more formidable. Zhang Tianfu instinctively took a few steps back, fearful that this behemoth might strike him. Undead rampaging gorilla. Traits: Undead. Strength: 113. Constitution: 120. Agility: 98. With average attributes surpassing 100, this creature was undoubtedly a dominant force among humans at this stage. Even among demon creatures, it could rival those of advanced races. However, a frown marred Lu Zhan's face. He looked between this behemoth and number 1. Hesitating, he was torn on whether to sacrifice this creature to number 1. He could never relinquish number 1, as it must be continuously strengthened. Presently, number 1 had reached the pinnacle of elite level, and ordinary undead would be ineffective for sacrifice. Lu Zhan surmised that only an undead of brave-level transformation would suffice. After a moment's deliberation, Lu Zhan made up his mind and, with a thought, initiated the sacrifice. It was mainly because the gorilla's size posed a significant issue. Sometimes, being large was not advantageous. At that moment, Lu Zhan felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. If this sacrifice were to fail, it would be catastrophic. Fortunately, fate did not let him down. Ding! Congratulations, your sacrifice was successful. In the next moment, the massive body of the rampaging gorilla began to dissipate gradually, completely merging into number 1's form. When the gorilla had entirely vanished, number 1 mysteriously disappeared from sight as well. Lu Zhan was taken aback. He wondered if the creature had overburdened itself. However, soon the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! Your undead has entered the evolution phase, duration 24 hours. Please wait patiently. Huh? Lu Zhan was momentarily dumbfounded. While he understood that this sacrifice would likely elevate number 1 to brave level, what did the evolution phase entail? Did it really require 24 hours? This was quite the predicament. What if they encountered formidable foes during this time? With a thought, Lu Zhan confirmed that he could indeed see number 1's figure within the undead space, standing still and motionless. Yet, since it had come to this, Lu Zhan had no means to retract it. He could only adhere to the system's instructions and wait patiently. Now, it was time to begin the next task. Just as Lu Zhan was about to unleash his first burst of green light, he spotted Bei Laohe scampering out from behind a tree, drooling as he gazed at the plethora of monkey corpses scattered about. Woof 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 woof. Wow, what are these? They look really delicious. Get lost, Lu Zhan retorted, utterly speechless. This dog, after the battle, had the audacity to come out and relish in the spoils of victory? Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's all your fault for letting me eat random stuff. Now I'm starving and have no energy left. Bei Laohe complained, utterly aggrieved, even employing a whimpering tone. You can only eat the headless ones. Lu Zhan shot it an admonishing glare and said irritably. Upon receiving permission, Bei Laohe's face lit up with joy as it began to feast. Lu Zhan decided not to bother with it further. Despite its seemingly mischievous demeanor, the dog was incredibly obedient. As long as he instructed it to eat only the headless ones, it would not touch those with heads, alleviating the need for constant supervision. Plopping down on the ground, Lu Zhan began the process of converting the corpses into undead. In no time, 26 monkey undead had gathered together. This is merely the foundational work. The true significance lies in the sacrifice and enhancement. In this moment, Lu Zhan thought of the factory workers on the assembly line. Isn't what he is doing now just akin to their labor? With all these undead collected into the realm of the deceased, Lu Zhan officially commenced his task. Reincarnation, sacrifice. Reincarnate, sacrifice again. Continue to reincarnate, continue to sacrifice. It appeared to be an endless cycle. However, the formidable strength of these monkeys rendered the sacrificial effects exceptionally beneficial. Merely by sacrificing the 9th one, he heard the system's notification sound. Ding, congratulations, your sacrifice was successful. Ding, congratulations, your undead has evolved into an elite level. The first elite undead monkey was born, the undead berserk monkey. Characteristics, elite level undead. Strength, 85. Constitution, 89. Agility, 76. Quite decent, Lu Zhan calculated. If he were to sacrifice all 26 monkeys to reach elite level, his 3 core attributes would surpass 200. Wouldn't that render him practically invincible? With this thought, Lu Zhan was instantly invigorated. Just then, several piercing and imposing voices suddenly echoed from the distant sky. Lu Zhan's expression changed, and he immediately rose to gaze into the distance. He spotted several creatures swiftly soaring towards them from hundreds of meters above. With yellow-brown wings, bodies as strong as a lion, complemented by eagle-like heads and limbs. What are those? Zhang Tianfu, too, caught sight of them and gasped in shock. He was certain that such creatures could not possibly exist in the original world. Hence, they must be beasts of magic, griffins. A grave look flickered in Lu Zhan's eyes. Among the myriad of magical creatures, goblins were the lowest tier, while monkeys could be classified as mid-tier. Griffins, on the other hand, were upper mid-tier, positioned as powerful beings at the higher echelons of the food chain. He never anticipated encountering griffins here. It was evident that these griffins were heading straight for them, likely drawn by the intense scent of blood. Flee! The word flashed through Lu Zhan's mind, but he immediately dismissed it. There was no escape. The griffins' flying speed was astounding, leaving them nowhere to run. Thus, they were left with no choice but to fight. Just at that moment, their strongest combatant had entered an evolutionary phase. Damn it! Lu Zhan couldn't help but angrily berate Zhang Tianfu. What the hell is your luck? Can't you do something useful? Zhang Tianfu looked utterly bewildered. What does this have to do with me? Yet, he dared not retort, only weakly murmured, I'm sorry, Brother Lu. In a mere 3 seconds, the griffins that were still hundreds of meters away had already reached their position above. Lu Zhan glanced up. There were 5 of them. Fortunately, they were all merely ordinary-level griffins, lacking any elite-level golden griffins. However, even ordinary ones were not easily dealt with. The most troublesome aspect was their ability to fly. Air superiority bestowed them a significant advantage over ground combatants. Lu Zhan could only wait for them to dive down to attack, seizing the opportunity to strike. Thus, the initiative remained firmly in their hands. Chapter 61. Bei Laohai stands up. Brother Lu, what should we do now? Zhang Tianfu stammered. Griffins, a name he had only ever encountered in novels, where they were invariably depicted as extraordinarily powerful beings, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary magical creatures. Can you taunt them? Lu Zhan inquired. I'll give it a try, Zhang Tianfu said, raising his shield to unleash the taunt skill. The result was met with complete silence. Whether it was due to the distance or the griffins simply ignoring the taunt, it was clear that taunting was not a guaranteed success. If the disparity between the two parties was too great, even if Zhang Tianfu attempted to taunt them 100 times, he might not succeed once. Here, take this skill point and enhance your taunt. Liu Zhan directly handed over the skill point obtained from Zhang Tianfu's kill of the ferocious magical ape, returning it to its rightful owner. Don't rush it. Wait for the right moment. Unleash it when they charge down. Also, remember to activate your strong support and include all my undead in the ally ranks. Without hesitation, Zhang Tianfu accepted the skill point and applied it to his taunt. Rest assured, Brother Lu, I won't let you down. Equipping and enhancing skills, if he failed to taunt them, he would have no face to stand by. Lu Zhan in the sky. The 5 griffins finally initiated their attack. As Lu Zhan observed them flap their wings, he inwardly cursed. His greatest fear had materialized. All 5 griffins simultaneously screeched, and in the next instant, their massive wings began to flap rapidly. The following second, a torrent of feathered arrows rained down upon them like a deluge. Damn it! Lu Zhan cursed, shouting at Zhang Tianfu, get over here, stand behind me. All his tactical plans had relied on the assumption that the griffins would descend to attack them. Instead, these creatures opted for a ranged assault, completely derailing his strategy. If the griffins continued their aerial bombardment, he would have no means to counter them. They had to lure them down. Zhang Tianfu did not hesitate. Promptly taking shelter behind Lu Zhan, it was not fear of death, but rather an understanding of Lu Zhan's character. He would simply follow orders. Swish, swish, swished, a multitude of feathered arrows struck Lu Zhan. Yet, he did not flinch. Remaining as still as a statue, with a constitution exceeding 150, he could easily withstand this barrage. Of course, pain was unavoidable, and several arrows embedded themselves in his body. Liu Zhan nonchalantly pulled out the arrows. There was blood, but not much. After extracting the arrows, he even chuckled mockingly. Is that all you've got? Lu Zhan's intention was to instill a false sense of security in the 5 griffins, making them believe their arrows were ineffective. Despite being upper mid-tier magical creatures, even ordinary griffins possess some intelligence. If they realized their arrows were effective, they might incessantly rain down feathered projectiles until they struck their target dead. Though ordinary griffins had some intelligence, it was certainly limited. Once they sensed that the arrows had no effect, they would likely charge forward. Such tactics for dealing with magical creatures would become essential survival skills for everyone in the future. Sure enough, upon realizing their arrows were ineffective, the 5 griffins began screeching in frustration. Come on, little birds, charge at me, Lu Zhan urged inwardly. These griffins were taking their sweet time, screeching away instead of diving down to confront him. If only he had wings, but alas, this mage was utterly useless, lacking even a single ranged attack skill. Damn it. Just as the 5 griffins prepared to dive towards the ground, suddenly, a powerful roar reverberated throughout the heavens. Roar. What the hell is all this noise? Can't you see I'm trying to eat? The voice was both familiar and foreign, and Lu Zhan immediately turned towards the sound. He beheld a massive black dog, its body crackling with electricity, gazing intently at the griffins above. The most astonishing aspect was that this creature was visibly growing larger, expanding at a rate visible to the naked eye from its original size to over twice its size. Towering above Lu Zhan, with a length approaching 5 meters. This size rivaled that of the previous raging gorilla. Black. Brother Black. Has it mutated? Zhang Tianfu exclaimed in disbelief. In this team, his status was undoubtedly the lowest. Lu Zhan was addressed as Brother Lu, the first one as Brother One, and thus Bei Laohai naturally became Brother Black. The heart of the troll. Wasn't he at a waste to give this old dog such a thing? Lu Zhan thought, feeling a twinge of envy. It was evident that after enduring for so long, Bei Laohai had finally completed its transformation thanks to the heart of the troll. Although Lu Zhan didn't entirely grasp what a troll was, The inclusion of the word giant certainly aligned with Bei Laohai's current state. If he consumed it himself, could he also grow in size? The ability to expand and contract at will was indeed one of the most coveted powers among men. However, he was unsure if he could withstand the transformation process. Wong, 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 Wong. Are these the only little birds? Interrupting my meal? These barks were utterly incongruous with Bei Laohai's imposing demeanor in the sky. The 5 griffins seemed to sense the emergence of a formidable foe and began flapping their wings to flee. They were certainly not the foolish goblins that charged mindlessly. However, the next second, a thick bolt of lightning shot forth from Bei Laohai, accompanied by its roaring challenge. Wong, Wong, Wong. Did I allow you to leave? With a thunderous boom, no griffin could possibly outpace the lightning, and all 5 were struck down. The terrifying aura erupted in the air. The 5 griffins could not withstand even 3 seconds before plummeting to the ground, exuding a scent of charred flesh. Not only were they dead, but they were also well cooked. Even Lu Zhan was left astounded. 0.5 in a second, and 5 griffins at that. Damn it, Bei Laohai was impressive. All those years of raising it were not in vain. Wong, 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 Wong. So fragrant, it seems delicious. After unleashing that powerful attack, Bei Laohai quickly shrank back to its original size, scampering over eagerly to savor the taste of the griffins. Wait, don't eat yet. Lu Zhan hastily intervened. Wong, Wong, Wong. What? I'm quite powerful now. Be careful or I'll strike you with lightning. Bei Laohai barked defiantly. Go ahead. Try to strike me. Lu Zhan scoffed, realizing that the old black dog had likely expended a tremendous amount of energy in that last attack. While it looked impressive, it was indeed quite drained. Alas, alas, where is my esteemed leader? I yearn for my leader to emerge and champion my cause. Enough of your lamentations. We are not withholding sustenance from you. Came the resigned response from Lu Zhan. He then stepped forward, offering a sacrifice of a spectral monkey, before observing the griffin on the ground with glimmering emerald eyes. Chapter 62. The undead griffin. He was eager to ascertain whether this griffin could still soar after its reincarnation. Upon becoming undead, many of the creature's unique abilities and skills would inevitably vanish. Nevertheless, flight should be an instinctual trait for a griffin, an intrinsic part of its being. Thus, logically, the undead griffin ought to possess this capacity as well. Moments later, a delectable undead roasted griffin was officially produced. Its savory aroma had not dissipated post-transformation. Truth be told, even Lu Zhan felt a compelling urge to indulge in a bite. Undead griffin. Characteristics: undead. Strength: 75. Constitution: 68. Agility: 87. Such formidable attributes for a mere ordinary level creature, truly worthy of its griffin lineage. Ascend, Lu Zhan commanded within his mind. The undead griffin indeed began to flap its wings and astonishingly took to the skies. At long last, he possessed an aerial force. A look of delight spread across Lu Zhan's face. After issuing further commands, he noted that while the flying speed of the undead griffin could not compare to that of its living state, it was still impressive. I shall keep one as sustenance, while the remainder belongs to me. Lu Zhan unapologetically claimed the other 3 griffins for himself, showing great mercy by leaving one for Bei Laohai. Alas, Bei Laohai whimpered for a moment, but soon seized the griffin and commenced feasting. It was a dog easily satisfied. Lu Zhan paid it no mind, first sacrificing 3 undead monkeys, then reincarnating the 3 griffins. For undead griffins, even devoid of ranged attacks, boasted considerable combat prowess. This was but a brief interlude. With the interlude concluded, Lu Zhan resumed his unfinished tasks. Reincarnation, sacrifice, reincarnation, sacrifice. 2 hours later, Lu Zhan stood, surveying his surroundings. The once littered ground was now desolate. All usable remnants had been transformed through his sacrifices, while the unusable had been consumed by Bei Laohai. This fellow, perhaps due to just having undergone a rebirth, indeed had an insatiable appetite. Regrettably, he could not elevate all undead creatures to elite status. Only 12 elite undead had been reinforced, leaving 10 ordinary undead. Nonetheless, Lu Zhan's strength and stamina attributes had both approached the remarkable threshold of 200, and his agility neared 180, truly absurd. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly powerful and taunted Bei Laohai. Laohai, did you not wish to battle me? Come, let us engage. Woof, woof, woof. I have just feasted. I require time to digest. I shall not fight. Bei Lao He was no fool. It would not fall for such bait. Liu Zhan was unperturbed. He mounted the dog and declared, "Let us proceed into the town." Upon entering the settlement, Zhang Tianfu was astounded by the scene before him. The once standing buildings had vanished, replaced by clusters of trees. These trees were not particularly tall and their species remained unknown, appearing as though recently planted by the monkeys. The town's periphery still retained a ring of original houses, perhaps intentionally arranged by the rampaging gorilla to masquerade as a typical human settlement, thus luring individuals into its trap. Liu Zhan was unruffled. Human dwellings were unsuitable for such creatures, and once the monsters took over, modifications were inevitable. Had he not arrived in due time, this place might have transformed entirely into a primordial forest. Is it the celestial beings who have come to save us? Yes, it must be. Those wretches have vanished. Surely they have been exterminated. Huzzah! We are finally saved. I knew someone would come to our rescue. Alas for my daughter, who could not hold on. Just then, a cacophony of wailing voices erupted ahead. People! Brother Liu, there are people ahead, Zhang Tianfu exclaimed, a glimmer of hope in his tone. Though not a saint, he maintained a sense of normalcy and was willing to extend a helping hand when possible. Naturally, Zhang Tianfu refrained from rushing forward, awaiting Liu Zhan's decision. Should Liu Zhan choose not to assist, he would certainly not meddle in a world like this. Selfishness often prolongs survival. Let us go and investigate, Liu Zhan replied nonchalantly. He was not surprised. If no one inhabited the town, the rampaging gorilla would not have chosen to establish a base there. Moreover, he could easily envision the current plight of these individuals, having once endured similar experiences himself. A minute later, a scene reminiscent of hell unfolded before Zhang Tianfu, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The monkeys had excavated a vast pit, covered with thick iron chains, resembling an underground dungeon. Within it were the monkeys' food. Human beings, at a glance, at least 500 or 600 individuals were crammed together. The pit lacked any means of sustenance. And even from above, Liu Zhan could detect the overpowering stench. The rampaging gorilla understood the need to store food but had no knowledge of how to do so. If this continued, these people would either be consumed or perish from starvation or disease. Upon sighting Bei Lao He's ferocious demeanor, the trapped individuals recoiled in terror, huddling together, their eyes filled with despair. The departure of the monkeys heralded the arrival of ravenous wolves. This was no favorable turn of events for them. However, soon after, upon seeing Liu Zhan and Zhang Tianfu, hope and excitement flickered across their faces. Might you be celestial beings? Are you here to rescue us? Heroes, save us, let us out. Quickly, rescue me. I am the son of a powerful figure. I can offer you 10 million. Enough noise. Liu Zhan furrowed his brow. In the next moment, Bei Lao He let out a thunderous roar, and bolts of lightning shot forth, crackling against the iron chains above. The individuals below instantly fell silent, their faces etched with terror, no longer daring to utter a sound. Bring these people up and send a sensible one to see me, Liu Zhan instructed Zhang Tianfu. Oh, and that one who claims to be of importance, ignore him. Let him remain below. Anyone who dares to assist him shall join him down there. With that, Liu Zhan patted Bei Lao He's head and rode towards the few remaining houses. He was no monkey and had no desire to reside among the trees. Very well, Brother Liu, Zhang Tianfu replied with a smile. Had Liu Zhan instructed him to disregard the matter, he would have complied. But guilt would have lingered in his heart. Now that Brother Liu had decided to save them, it was undoubtedly the best course of action. Once Liu Zhan departed, Zhang Tianfu swiftly removed the chains and descended into the pit, climbing out himself to tend to the children and women. That fellow, the one who just claimed to be important, stay put, move an inch, and I'll eliminate you. Bei Lao He's earlier display was not solely for intimidation. It had also severed all the locks on the chains. Brother Liu's meticulous approach was indeed commendable. Chapter 63. The Tomb Raider. Although the threat of the monkeys had dissipated, the rescue operation continued for over an hour. Finally, all but the self-important individual had emerged from the deep pit, in such a life-or-death moment. No one paid heed to that one person. Cursed, cursed, cursed. Once I am free, I shall summon my father to slay you all. You worthless scum, you failures. The self-important individual raged incessantly, infuriated. Suddenly, a large stone, from an unknown source, struck him squarely on the head, silencing him instantly. None knew who had thrown the stone, nor did anyone care to investigate. In these days, they had witnessed too much death. The loss of one more person mattered little, so long as they remained alive. "What is your name?" In a room, Lu Zhan inquired, seated upon a chair. Before him knelt an individual, face imbued with reverence, not at Lu Zhan's behest, but a spontaneous act of admiration, colloquially known as kowtowing. "Hero, my name is Wang Yi. You may call me Xiao Wang." This man was indeed brought by Zhang Tianfu. It was said that during his imprisonment, he had tirelessly sought a means of escape and possessed considerable ingenuity. "Address me as Brother Lu," Lu Zhan replied. The title of hero bore too heavy a weight for him to bear. "Very well, Brother Lu. I have heard that you were the one who contacted the Celestial Organization," Lu Zhan queried, having summoned this individual primarily for that reason. This so-called Celestial Organization had eluded him in his previous life. Either it was exceedingly mysterious or had long since been obliterated, causing no ripples in the world. Yet, the very name evoked a sense of urgency within him that could not be ignored. Of course, if it were merely a figment of imagination, that would be for the best. "Brother Lu, it is indeed I. Are you not a member of the Celestial Organization?" Wang Yi initially appeared taken aback before swiftly regaining composure. Stating, "Brother Lu, this is my phone, which I have painstakingly hidden. I initially posted a plea for help on the forum, and then the Celestial Organization contacted me for my precise location. They mentioned they would come to our rescue shortly. Look, here is our conversation record." Lu Zhan took the phone, glancing at the conversation history. The individual in question is named Tianxun Er Shi Sihao, and the content aligns with what Wang Yi has stated. Tianxun Er Shi Sihao implies that there are at least 24 members within this organization. Nevertheless, Lu Zhan shook his head, preferring not to dwell on it further. If the other party truly possesses capabilities, they are likely to make contact in the coming days. At that time, he would simply engage with them. Returning the phone to the individual, Lu Zhan suddenly inquired, "Are you familiar with this area? For instance, are there any nearby villages?" "Of course, Lu Gu. I grew up here. I am well acquainted with all the villages and towns, large and small, in the vicinity. I could navigate them with my eyes closed." Wang Yi quickly replied. Lu Zhan nodded and said, "All right, you may go now. By the way, find someone with the profession of a chef to come over." Wang Yi took the phone and, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "Understood, Lu Gu, I will go at once." Wang Yi was evidently a quick-witted individual. He understood well what these big shots favored and detested. Persisting in a bothersome manner would only serve to irritate them. What one ought to do is unconditionally obey every command issued by the higher-ups. Once the individual departed, Lu Zhan stood up and walked to the window. Below, a large group of people had gathered around a young man. Their expressions filled with curiosity and eagerness. Before the young man lay a substantial pile of timber, freshly cut. Subsequently, they observed the young man waving his hands as if casting a spell. Soon after, the timber was manipulated by this magic, gradually transforming into a quaint wooden house, perfectly accommodating two people. Wow, this is simply astonishing. Incredible. Indeed, had I known earlier, I wouldn't have chosen to be a warrior. Being an architect would have been far better. If I had possessed this ability in the past, I would have undoubtedly become a titan of civil engineering. "Xiao Wang, come help your uncle build one too." A group of individuals who had just narrowly escaped death were in awe. Witnessing a spectacle that seemed utterly magical, the world had irrevocably changed. Lu Zhan, however, was unfazed. This was merely a fundamental skill of an architect. In his previous life, he had witnessed a level 60 architect effortlessly conjure vast amounts of materials to erect a magnificent palace. Of course, such living professions inherently possess inadequate survival capabilities and require the support of powerful individuals. The reason he sought a chef was that this profession was equally remarkable, capable of transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. To this end, he had even hidden some monkey meat. Chefs utilizing the flesh of magical beasts to craft culinary delights not only produced exquisite flavors but could also potentially enhance attributes. With the first number still in the evolutionary stage and safety at hand, he decided to rest for a day in this town, relishing a rare moment of comfort in the post-apocalyptic world. During this waiting period, Lu Zhan opened the trading post. The ornate revolver had already been purchased, with 10,000 gold coins credited to his account. and with the coins earned from slaying numerous monkeys. He now possessed over 50,000 gold coins, a sum that certainly warranted the title of wealthy. As per usual, he glanced at the materials required for the Song of Blood's Lament and, as anticipated, made a discovery. 500 grams of celestial iron, exactly the amount needed for the Song of Blood's Lament, brought a smile to Lu Zhan's face. However, upon viewing the price, he exclaimed, "Good heavens, 20,000 gold coins? That is a ludicrous price. Damn it, Ba Yi better not cross my path. Otherwise, I shall ensure he coughs up every last coin." Liu Zhan grumbled in frustration, but ultimately decided to purchase the item. His disdain was merely vented. The names listed were not real names, and even if he were to encounter them in the future, it would be uncertain who they truly were at that moment. Thousands of miles away, a man lay on the grass, humming a tune and sipping wine, his body covered in mud and dirt, yet exuding an air of contentment. Suddenly, Lu Air sneezed loudly, and a system notification echoed in his mind, causing him to leap to his feet in astonishment, exclaiming, "Good heavens, is there really someone foolish enough to buy this?" Upon glancing at the name, he muttered, "Lonely Invincible, damn it. It's Zhuangbai Fan." Lu Air scoffed. But it mattered little. Whether or not he was pretentious was of no concern to him, as long as there was money involved. Without delay, Lu Air clicked to add the other party as a friend. Just as Lu Zhan was placing the celestial iron into his storage ring, he received a system notification. "Ding, Ba Yi has added you as a friend." Well, he's come to me." Lu Zhan smirked coldly and accepted the request. "Ba Yi, brother, you're quite the wealthy man. Lonely Invincible. Indeed. What can I do for you? Ba Yi, do you have any other desires, brother? I can procure anything for you." Lonely Invincible. Such confidence. "Dare you reveal your true name? Ba Yi, let's skip the real name, but I can disclose that my profession is tomb robber." Chapter 64. Spending money like water. Tomb robber. Lu Zhan's expression shifted in surprise. He had not encountered this profession in his previous life. Yet, given his status, there were countless things he remained unaware of. The existence of a tomb robber profession was indeed unexpected. It made sense why the other party was named Ba Yi. If this were true, the individual might well be capable of uncovering some treasures that Lu Zhan sought. Thus, he responded directly, "Lonely Invincible. Do you have Taiguang Stone and Mithril?" Ba Yi, I have Mithril. Priced the same as Celestial Iron. As for Taiguang Stone, I can search for it. How does that sound? Lonely Invincible. 200 grams of Taiguang Stone and 500 grams of Mithril. All for a flat price of 10,000 gold coins. Ba Yi, brother, that's a bit steep. How about 40,000? Lonely Invincible. Goodbye, deleting friend, blocking. Ba Yi, wait, brother, deal. Lu Air hastily replied. He was well aware of the market. While these items were indeed rare, the current scarcity of gold coins meant that the offered prices could not be high. Mithril, for instance, was priced at 5 gold coins per gram, making 500 grams only 2,500 gold coins. Lonely Invincible's offer was already quite generous. Most importantly, such a high-paying customer was a rare opportunity that should be seized for future cooperation. The next moment, he saw the reply from the other party. "Contact me once you find the Taiguang Stone." Ha! Truly a pretentious one. Lu Zhan closed the chat interface. If the other party genuinely possessed such abilities, collaboration in the future could indeed be fruitful. Setting that matter aside, Lu Zhan typed Enhancement Stone into the search bar. Ready to purchase any that were reasonably priced, 36 Enhancement Stones were acquired, costing him over 10,000 gold coins. With more than 50,000 gold coins, he now saw over 30,000 vanish in the blink of an eye. Money truly flowed like water. Ding. Enhancing the Ring of the Undead requires 3 Enhancement Stones, costing 1,000 gold coins. You wish to proceed with the enhancement? Enhance. 10 minutes later, all Enhancement Stones were consumed, and his gold coins dwindled to below 10,000. Liu Zhan sighed. Money, it seems, is never enough. Fortunately, after such an expenditure, the results were somewhat satisfactory. The Ring of the Undead 20, Mana 1,000, Spirit 20, Skill cooldown -2 seconds. And all attributes of summoned undead increased by 8. The 8 attribute enhancement was already quite significant, justifying the considerable investment. What delighted him most was that he had unexpectedly enhanced a skill, Undead Confinement. As the name implies, it allowed the user to trap a target within the realm of the undead for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 24 hours. While this skill appeared somewhat limited, it was of little use against the weak. For the strong, it felt akin to inviting the enemy into one's own territory. The only application Lu Zhan could envision was releasing all the undead and then confining the target within the undead realm for a minute. Effectively stalling for time, Liu Zhan scoffed at himself. This skill seemed rather lackluster at present, but it was merely the beginning. As enhancements continued, its power would surely grow. He even began to fantasize about the various potential characteristics that might emerge in the future, such as the undead realm reducing the enemy's appearance or extending the duration of confinement. A minute might achieve little, but if it were an hour, the possibilities would multiply. Liu Gu, are you still there? While Lu Zhan was lost in his musings, a knock at the door interrupted him. It was Zhang Tianfu. Come in. Moments later, Zhang Tianfu entered, accompanied by a woman. Lu Gu, this lady is a chef. Though only at level 1. Would you like me to take her to level up a bit? That's unnecessary. Lu Zhan waved his hand, producing the monkey meat and directly stating, please prepare a dish for me. All right, big brother. The woman was quite understanding and even brought a plate with her. After receiving the meat, she placed it on the plate. The chef's initial skill was basic cooking. She had attempted it several times when she initially changed professions, once dreaming of becoming a great chef herself, only to be captured by those monkeys. With a swift motion, the woman began to prepare the raw meat, which soon emanated a delicious aroma. Within 10 seconds, a delectable dish was ready. Basic monkey meat. First-time consumption can randomly increase constitution by 1 to 5 points. The woman's expression shifted, clearly surprised. It was evidently her first time cooking with magical beast meat, and she had not anticipated such an effect. Well done. With the materials for the Song of Blood's Lament secured, and the effects of the Ring of the Undead enhancement satisfactory, Lu Zhan was in a good mood and asked, what is your name? Zhao Ling, the woman replied, taken aback by the sudden attention. After tasting the monkey meat, the delightful aroma filled his senses, and a system notification resonated in his mind. Ding, congratulations, your constitution has increased by 5 points. Reaching the maximum increase brought Lu Zhan great joy, and he generously inquired, what would you like? May I accompany you? A glimmer of hope shone in Zhao Ling's eyes. No, choose another option. Lu Zhan decisively rejected. Although having a chef on hand to satisfy culinary cravings sounded quite appealing, Lu Zhan was far from the time to indulge. He could not afford to bear an utterly useless burden. Then can you stay here to protect us? We can work tirelessly for you, whatever it takes, Zhao Ling proposed. He'll remain here as a local sovereign, perhaps using it as a base to continually expand, eventually forming a large empire akin to the 8 emperors, becoming the 9th emperor? It does sound enticing. Unfortunately, Lu Zhan's ambitions lie elsewhere. Perhaps one day, when he is sufficiently powerful and weary of wandering alone. Such thoughts may cross his mind, but certainly not at this moment. I'll give you one last chance. If it remains impractical, the reward will be forfeited, Lu Zhan stated coolly. This is not a negotiation. To put it bluntly, it's merely an act of charity. Disappointment flickered in Zhao Ling's eyes as she struggled to speak. I have a husband and a son. If possible, could you help them level up? Just to level 6? This woman indeed possessed some intrigue, Lu Zhan thought with a cold smile, attempting to play mind games with him. Nevertheless, such tactics were commonplace in the apocalypse. One could hardly survive without a bit of cunning. Very well, Lu Zhan nodded, you may leave now. And I will send someone to find you when the time comes. His initial plan was to linger here for a few days. As someone who easily lost their way, it was unwise to search for monsters aimlessly in the wild, which was precisely why he had questioned Wang Yi earlier. Where there are people, there are monsters. Seeking out those villages and towns was undoubtedly a sound strategy. For the next few days, he intended to sweep through the nearby villages, hoping to complete his leveling tasks. Then he would set out in search of the Bloody Eye to craft the Blood Lament. At that point, his strength would reach an exceedingly formidable state, with the entire world at his feet, free to roam wherever he pleased. Therefore, bringing along 2 individuals to level up was merely a trivial matter, albeit a slight inconvenience. However, in light of his good spirits, Lu Zhan didn't mind playing the benevolent benefactor. Chapter 65. Death Sigh. The following day, around noon, Lu Zhan paced anxiously in his room, his demeanor reflecting palpable tension. He resembled a husband awaiting the birth of his wife. In truth, while Unit 1 was not his son, he felt akin to one, within the realm of the undead. Unit 1 remained motionless, with only 1 minute left until the completion of its evolution, leaving Lu Zhan unable to quell his anxiety. For the past 24 hours, he had stayed in this town, refraining from venturing out. With the strongest combatant, Unit 1, absent, he felt an unsettling lack of security in wandering aimlessly. This was not fear but rather prudence. 10, 9, 8. Lu Zhan began to mentally count down. As the count reached 1, the system's voice resonated clearly in his mind. Ding, your undead evolution is complete. At long last. It was accomplished. A wave of relief washed over Lu Zhan's face as he eagerly summoned Unit 1. In the next moment, a black-armored warrior materialized before him, standing at least 1.70 meters. It bore a striking resemblance to Lu Zhan, clad in a formidable black battle suit that exuded an aura of intimidation and authority, akin to a ruthless king of assassins. One might hardly guess that a goblin resided within that imposing exterior. Damn, it's even more handsome than I am, Lu Zhan remarked with a hint of envy as he scrutinized Unit 1's attributes. Undead Goblin. Traits. Hero level Undead. Strength. 178. Constitution. 165. Agility. 199. Talent. Growing stronger in battle. As combat progresses, strength, stamina, and agility will continuously increase. Note: the talent comes with negative effects. The longer the battle, the more severe the negative effects. Those with low morale should exercise caution. Skills. Deathly Fear LV2. A passive skill that emanates an aura of death, instilling fear in enemies, reducing their attributes by 15. Frenzy. All attributes double, but rationality is lost. Friend and foe become indistinguishable. Duration: 1 minute. Following this, a period of weakness occurs, reducing all attributes by 70 for 5 minutes. Skill cooldown: 30 minutes. Death Sigh. Emits a deathly sigh, inducing a state of fear in enemies. Such attributes could only be described with 2 words: invincible. Lu Zhan immediately embraced Unit 1, nearly bursting with the desire to plant a kiss on it. However, upon recalling the unsightly visage concealed within the armor, he decided against it. With renewed vigor, Lu Zhan strode toward the door, shouting, "Zhang Tianfu, we're off to battle." Having been cooped up for so long, he was finally ready to unleash a wave of carnage. Liang Town, a renowned small town in Haiyang Province, was also a national-level tourist destination. All the architecture exuded an ancient charm. This was the first stop for Lu Zhan and his companions. Even if there were monsters in the small villages, they were likely to be of the lower caliber. Lu Zhan had little interest in them. He instructed Wang Yi to lead them to the largest nearby town, 1,000 meters away from Liang Town. Lu Zhan and Unit 1 rode atop Bei Lao He, flanked by 4 others: Zhang Tianfu, the mascot; Wang Yi, the guide; and Zhao Ling's husband and son, Wang Ming and Wang Yang. These 2 were indeed cut from the same cloth, even sharing the same profession: hunter. This class was exceptionally powerful, boasting high output, proficiency in disguise, trap-setting abilities, and formidable survival skills. They could even tame and control monsters, rendering them an incredibly versatile class. Of course, hunters could control at most 3 monsters, far inferior to a necromancer's capabilities. Yet, the monsters they controlled could unleash their original powers, making them quite formidable. Had this father-son duo had the opportunity to develop during the early days of the apocalypse, they might have become formidable forces in their own right. Alas, they had been captured by monkeys and imprisoned since then, deprived of any chance to demonstrate their prowess. Lugu, what's the strategy? Zhang Tianfu inquired. With no signs of humans in the town ahead, it was likely already overrun by monsters. Strategy? Lu Zhan scoffed. You think I need a strategy with my brother around, with me here? A strategy is unnecessary. With that, he summoned an undead monkey and sent it charging into the town. Though Lu Zhan's tone was somewhat arrogant, it was merely bravado. He remained prudent. While such towns typically wouldn't harbor top-tier creatures like dragon monsters or fire phoenixes, one could never be too sure to err on the side of caution. It was essential to ascertain what monsters lurked within the town. Moments later, the group witnessed a fiery, tiger-like creature charging forth, engaging in battle with the undead monkey. Its entire body seemed to be ablaze, and as it opened its mouth, it could unleash fireballs that charred the undead monkey black. Wang Yi and the others turned pale, envisioning themselves being burned alive, their bodies experiencing phantom pains. They could hardly fathom how to confront such a terrifying creature. Flame tiger? Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow. monsters with special attributes were often significantly stronger than ordinary ones. While the flame tiger might not rival the ferocity of the enraged monkey in terms of physique, in a direct confrontation, it was likely to emerge victorious. However, Lu Zhan's undead monkey had undergone multiple enhancements, making its attributes far superior to those of an ordinary monkey. Though it appeared to be suffering, the actual damage it sustained was minimal, and it forced the flame tiger to flee in panic. Calling for reinforcements, soon, 3 more flame tigers burst forth from the town. "How dare you overwhelm my little brother with numbers, lacking any sense of tiger ethics? Lao He, go and take them down," Lu Zhan shouted, smacking the dog's rear. "Wong Wong Wong, get your filthy hands off me." Bei Lao He barked in protest, realizing the axe from Unit 1 was poised above it, hastily begging for mercy. "Wong Wong 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 Wong, boss. I was wrong. Just a little pat. My bottom is fair game." "Enough chatter, let's move," Lu Zhan urged, as his little brother was in danger. Upon reaching the scene, Lu Zhan concentrated his thoughts, and Unit 1's figure vanished from Bei Lao He's back. A dark shadow streaked through the air like lightning, and in mere moments, 4 flame tigers lay motionless on the ground, utterly slain. "Wong Wong 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 Wong, boss is mighty. Boss is imposing. Boss is both mighty and imposing." Bei Lao He raised its head, boasting proudly. As Unit 1's subordinate, Bei Lao He felt a surge of pride in its leader's prowess. Wang Yi and the others gaped in astonishment, their minds momentarily blank. Having missed Lu Zhan's earlier slaughter of the monkey, they now truly understood what terror and strength entailed. "Let us head into the town," Lu Zhan commanded. Unit 1 led the charge into Liang town. However, as they stepped inside, they were met with a horde of flame tigers leaping from all directions. In an instant, over 100 flame tigers gathered before them, including a dozen elite-level explosive flame tigers. Then, a deafening roar reverberated through the town as a fiery figure descended from the sky, landing with a resounding thud before the assembly of tigers. Chapter 66. 1 minute, clean sweep. Unlike the 4-legged flame tigers, this newcomer stood upright like a human, with a tiger's head and body. Flames blazing from its fists, the sight of its muscular limbs and chest left Lu Zhan salivating. This creature would undoubtedly be delectable. The arrival was none other than the local kingpin, the hero-level monster, the frenzied flame tiger. Grasping a massive red axe, it exuded an aura of absolute dominance. "Unit 1, it seems your weapon could use an upgrade." Lu Zhan gazed longingly at the weapon before him. Having utilized the axe numbered 1 for such an extended period, it was indeed time for a change. "Lu, brother Lu, what shall we do now?" Wang Yi and his companions began to tremble uncontrollably. Although the dark-armored warrior had displayed formidable strength moments ago, they now found themselves under the watchful eyes of dozens of tigers. Not to mention a particularly terrifying tiger man. How could they not be afraid? Roar! At that moment, the fiery flame tiger demon let out a fearsome howl, and a terrifying shockwave surged towards Lu Zhan and his companions. Lu Zhan could almost feel the searing heat rolling towards him, eager to incinerate everything in its path. What an audacious threat! Shaking his head, Lu Zhan felt as if his very hair might catch fire. Yet, in the next instant, over 100 demonic tigers simultaneously opened their mouths and unleashed fireballs. In a heartbeat, a deluge of fireballs rained down upon Lu Zhan and his companions, resembling a tempest of flames. The intelligence of the fiery flame tiger demon far surpassed that of the frenzied gorilla. It was clearly adept at coordinated attacks. The faces of Wang Yi and his companions drained of color. With so many fireballs, evasion was utterly impossible. Even if Lu Zhan could withstand the onslaught and survive, it was certain that they would meet their demise. A single fireball could easily incinerate them. "Come forth, my minions," Lu Zhan uttered in a low voice, devoid of any intention to evade. Him. The barrage of fireballs seemed but a light drizzle. In an instant, all but the undead griffin appeared before him. As the griffin was far too rare for him to squander. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianfu, without needing further instruction, activated a powerful protective barrier, instantly boosting his vitality by over 30 points. Boom, boom, boom. 22 undead gorillas formed a wall. Using their bodies to intercept the fireballs, Lu Zhan stood firm behind them, unwavering. Each of his elite undead gorillas boasted a vitality exceeding 100, while the average ones surpassed 90. Could such trivial fireballs possibly slay even one? However, to Lu Zhan's dismay, after the barrage of fireballs subsided, one ordinary undead gorilla lay lifeless. Alas, this unfortunate creature had been struck by over 20 fireballs directly to its head. Now, it is my turn? Lu Zhan thought to himself. The axe numbered 1 leaped high, then plunged downward like a rocket, diving straight into the horde of fiery tigers. The massacre commenced, and the axe swiftly harvested the lives of the demonic tigers at a rate of nearly 1 per second. Roar, witnessing the slaughter of its minions, the fiery flame tiger demon could no longer stand idly by. It bellowed in fury, charging forward to intervene. Yet, in the next moment, it found itself engulfed in darkness. Transported to a desolate realm of silence. What has happened? The fiery flame tiger demon pondered in confusion. Enough of this, let us clear the field. Outside, Lu Zhan waved his hand, and all the undead dispersed eye in the skies. For undead griffins were unleashed to conduct aerial assaults. Lu Zhan himself remained motionless. There was no need for him to engage in such a trivial skirmish. He had already relished the thrill of slaughtering the gorillas. As for Bei Lao He, this fellow's kills did not count toward his experience. He certainly could not be permitted to unleash thunder. The fiery flame tiger demon was effectively imprisoned by Lu Zhan's necromantic powers. Confined within the realm of the undead, a minute is neither excessively long nor excessively short. It was sufficient time for the axe numbered 1 to eliminate the majority of the magical beasts. Alongside the other 20 or so undead, Lu Zhan estimated that by the time the fiery flame tiger demon emerged, it would be nearly ready to serve as a lever commander. What are you three panicking for? Zhang Tianfu patted Wang Ye's shoulder and inquired. Brother Fu, has Dada's brother Lu always been this formidable? Wang Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. This felt like a roller coaster ride. One moment astonished, the next terrified, and then left in utter shock. It was simply exhilarating. This is merely a small skirmish, Zhang Tianfu remarked nonchalantly, as if unfazed. Yet internally, he was equally astounded. Good heavens! Brother Lu unveils new tactics with every strike. It is utterly terrifying, especially one. He has not only grown taller and more handsome, but his strength has also increased dramatically. Just then, a colossal figure suddenly descended from the sky, crashing down before Wang Yi and his companions, startling them. You two, slay it, Lu Zhan commanded, glancing at Wang Ming and Wang Yang. Before them lay an elite-level magical beast, the explosive flame tiger, its limbs severed by the axe numbered 1, left with but a breath to spare. This was, of course, Lu Zhan's directive, not only to fulfill a promise made to Zhao Ling, but also because the father-son duo's lower levels meant a higher drop rate for elite magical beasts, 2 birds with 1 stone. Thank you, Brother Lu, Wang Ming, as the father, expressed his gratitude, nearly bowing in reverence. Before they had set out, Zhao Ling had instructed them to heed Lu Zhan's every word without question. Yang. Quickly, you kill it. Despite the fearsome appearance of the immobilized tiger, Wang Yang hesitated to approach, resorting instead to firing arrows. After launching over a dozen arrows, he finally brought the explosive flame tiger to its end. Dad, I just leveled up to 3. Wang Yang exclaimed with delight, only to notice something emerging from the slain tiger's body, his excitement growing. Dad, look, it seems something has dropped, as he reached out to seize it. Wang Ming swiftly pulled him back, admonishing, you cannot take it. Lu Zhan leaped down from the back of his Diojai in that moment. Wang Ming had indeed saved his son's life. He had merely instructed them to level up. If they dared to claim the dropped items, it would be tantamount to courting death. The explosive flame tiger's body bore 3 orbs. Without a glance, Lu Zhan collected them all into his storage ring. Soon after, another explosive flame tiger was thrown his way, and this time it was Wang Ming's turn to strike. Yielding 3 more items, Lu Zhan assessed the time and estimated that approximately 10 seconds remained. His undead's individual combat strength already surpassed that of these magical tigers, and with their insensitivity to pain and fire, they were utterly fearless. The scene resembled a tiger entering a flock of sheep, with the original predators now transformed into prey. Surrounding them lay a sea of slain magical tigers, and particularly the axe-numbered one had dispatched nearly 100, if not more, as the time elapsed. A figure materialized before Lu Zhan, none other than the bewildered fiery flame tiger demon. What the hell? Lu Zhan exclaimed, startled. This was his first time employing necromantic confinement, and he had not anticipated that the target would directly appear before him once the time concluded. Fortunately, the fiery flame tiger demon appeared even more dazed, allowing Lu Zhan to seize the opportunity and deliver a powerful kick, sending it flying. Chapter 67. The fiery flame demon acts as the fiery flame tiger demon soared through the air. It finally regained its senses, only to behold the corpses of its minions strewn across the ground, erupting in a fit of rage. With a thunderous roar, flames ignited around its fists, and its backward trajectory came to a halt mid-air. Yet, before the fiery flame tiger demon could unleash its fury, a shadowy figure closed in the next instant. A chilling sound reverberated, reminiscent of a sigh from the Grim Reaper. The fiery flame tiger demon's face instantly contorted in sheer terror, and its body fell to the ground. Lu Zhan squinted. He had also heard that ominous sigh. Was this the deathly sigh? A skill capable of instilling fear in a courageous magical beast was undoubtedly a powerful control ability. Lu Zhan surmised that this skill targeted the mind, and unlike the frantic gorilla's starry roar, the deathly sigh was likely not a tangible sound, something that could not merely be blocked by covering one's ears. This was an unequivocal weapon of mass destruction. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of something unusual. Turning around, he saw that Wang Yi and his companions had collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Wang Yang's pants were noticeably wet, and the implications were clear. They had evidently been affected by the deathly sigh. Fortunately, having become professionals, their mental fortitude had been somewhat bolstered, and their distance from the source had mitigated the effects. Otherwise, they might have been scared to death on the spot. However, the deathly sigh bore little impact on Lu Zhan. Whether it was due to the fact that the axe numbered 1 was his summoned creature, or because he was a necromancer, he remained unaffected. Ahead, the fiery flame tiger demon lay on the ground, its eyes still filled with dread until the axe numbered 1 came crashing down upon its body. Roar! The excruciating pain jolted the fiery flame tiger demon back to reality, and it struggled to rise. Yet, it was already too late. The creature's attributes had been diminished by 15 due to the fear of death, and the axe numbered 1 struck with such swiftness that it could hardly comprehend what was happening. Let alone mount a defense, in a mere 5 seconds, the valiant fiery flame tiger demon was utterly vanquished, devoid of any resistance. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Upon hearing the system's upgrade notification, even Lu Zhan felt a twinge of astonishment. How powerful! He could even eliminate a courageous magical beast in an instant. This series of moves was executed with such finesse that the enemy had no opportunity to retaliate. I am truly on the verge of invincibility. Lu Zhan inhaled deeply, expressing a hint of melancholy. Indeed, invincibility is a lonely path. In less than 2 minutes, he had obliterated an entire town's worth of magical beasts. Who else dares to challenge me? Wong Wong Wong, all thanks to my big brother. Why are you bragging? Bei Laohei barked. Dio, you still want to eat tiger meat? Lu Zhan cast a sidelong glance at it, replying indifferently. Woof woof woof, the boss's boss is mighty and imposing. The boss's boss is invincible. Bei Laohei immediately changed its tune. I'll eat 10 of them, but the elites are off-limits, Lu Zhan uttered, uninterested in further conversation, as he approached the corpse of the fiery flame tiger demon. Alas! As I approached, Lu Zhan could not restrain himself from uttering a curse. To think that such a formidable creature of the hero class would yield but a single item. How miserly could one be? Could it be because number 1 dispatched it with such swiftness? Nevertheless, upon closer inspection of the orb, it was evident that it contained the axe. Lu Zhan promptly picked it up and opened it. Indeed, a magnificent fiery red axe materialized in his grasp. The Flame Lord's Demon Axe, quality, blue. Equipment requirements, strength 80, constitution 100. Strength 50. Fire attribute attack, with an accompanying burning effect. Each attack has a 30 chance to trigger an explosive effect. With damage determined by strength, demonic energy. Each kill accumulates demonic energy, and upon reaching a certain threshold, it will undergo an upgrade. Good heavens! The equipment requirements are quite steep. Few can attain a constitution of 100 at this stage. One can only imagine, with lower constitution, one might not only fail to wield such a weapon, but could very well incinerate themselves. Of course, for number 1, such a demand is trivial. The attributes are exceptionally impressive. The mere 50 strength is already formidable. The fire attribute is easily comprehensible. It is powerful and its effects can enhance with the weapon's fortification. The explosive effect, 2, scales with strength.as for the demonic energy. Though vague, what exactly is it? What is the necessary quantity? How does one upgrade? There were no explanations provided. Liu Zhan did not doubt the power of this item. After all, anything with demon in its name is unlikely to be weak. His concern lay precisely with the demon aspect. Such a term is not without its ominous implications, and he feared potential adverse effects. Yet soon enough, Liu Zhan cast aside these worries. Whatever nefarious magic might lurk, it must bow before death. What was there to fret about? In summary, besides the strength requirement, the other 3 attributes of this axe can continuously improve with one's prowess. It is undoubtedly a growth-type weapon. Its intrinsic value rivals that of purple-tier equipment. Such a splendid item, and yet Liu Zhan contemplated keeping it for himself rather than bestowing it upon a mere undead. It seemed rather wasteful. With that thought, he swung the axe once before tossing it to number one. This is your new TOIT simply did not feel right in his hands. He preferred the elegance of wielding a sword, fitting for his striking appearance. Number 1 raised his hand and caught it deftly. As for the previous axe, Liu Zhan cast it aside. It was already bound to him, and unless Number 1 was slain to release it, or Liu Zhan himself was defeated, no one else could wield it. Subsequently, Liu Zhan retrieved the multitude of items dropped by the elite demon creatures. There were 12 enhancement stones, along with some fire attribute materials and a piece of tiger meat. In addition, there was one unexpected surprise, a fire enchantment stone, which could be imbued into weapons to grant them fire attributes. In his previous life, Liu Zhan had merely heard rumors of such stones. They were exceedingly rare and effectively constituted a direct enhancement of the weapon. Moreover, the fire attribute effects were akin to those on the Flame Lord's demon axe, capable of escalating with fortification. Having sorted through the spoils, Liu Zhan commenced a streamlined process of reincarnation and sacrifice. After that fierce battle, 4 of his monkeys had perished, and having leveled up, he required 6 undead tiger demons to replenish his ranks. The first slot was naturally reserved for the Flamelord Tiger Demon of the hero class, followed by 5 elite explosive flame tigers. The remainder would be sacrificed. With this wave, he aimed to elevate all the undead to elite status. Nearby, Zhang Tianfu, quite aware of Liu Zhan's work ethic, found a corner to sit down and closed his eyes for a brief respite. He understood that once Lu Gu became engrossed, it would be quite some time before he emerged. Wang Yi and the others exchanged glances, hesitant to sit or leave, remaining motionless in place. Without a word from their leader, they were uncertain how to proceed. Chapter 68. Killable. While Liu Zhan busied himself with his assembly line tasks, a 5-member squad appeared a kilometer away from Shao Wang Town. The 5 individuals appeared at ease, devoid of any sense of impending doom, clearly exuding confidence in their prowess. The leader should be ahead. According to what that person said, there should be a monkey-like demon within, a large gorilla, likely of the hero class. The speaker, associated with Wang Yi, was Tianshan number 24, named Liang Hao, clad in black armor, adorned with a helmet, several rings on his hands, and a necklace around his neck. Even his ears were embellished with earrings. He wielded a knife in one hand and a shield in the other. Evidently well equipped. Without delving into the specifics of his attributes, he was indeed fully armored from head to toe. His profession was quite unique, known as an amplification warrior. Aside from that, he was akin to an ordinary warrior, with the exception that each piece of equipment worn would further enhance his strength, constitution, and agility. Even basic gear could yield significant benefits in his hands. At present, he donned a total of 13 pieces of equipment. Although most were standard, they boosted his 3 core attributes beyond 100. With all 3 attributes exceeding 100, he was capable of both offense and defense, placing him among the top-tier combatants, which only bolstered his confidence. Yet, such a powerhouse was merely a subordinate. The true leader of their squad was someone else entirely. Each member of their 5-person team possessed hidden professions and terrifying capabilities. Surprisingly, their leader, named Su Bo, was an exceedingly handsome man, clad in a pristine white robe and holding a thick tome, appearing to possess little combat strength. Su Bo nodded slightly, his expression unchanged as he remarked, "Let us proceed. In such a small town, the demons within will not be overly formidable. With our strength, we can easily push through." The other 4 members of the team wore expressions of ease, laughing as they chimed in, "Ha ha, the leader speaks true. With the moving fountain of strength that is our leader, what is there to fear? The more demons in this town, the better. That means more experience for us. Hee, a few elite demons would be quite advantageous. We could obtain more equipment drops. Goodness, you are adorned with so much gear, and yet you still speak of drops. Should you receive more, there may be nothing left for you. The group bantered jovially, entirely devoid of tension. However, as they drew closer to the town, their expressions shifted. Wasn't this town supposed to be overrun by demons? Why were there still patrolling humans outside? Who are you? The patrollers, spotting the 5-member squad, raised their weapons with wary expressions. We are the Tianshan squad. Is this Xiaowang town? Someone earlier sought help on the forum, and I contacted them. Liang Hao replied, frowning. Surely they had not been led astray. They had invested considerable time to arrive here, intending to slay demons and acquire equipment. Rescuing someone was merely an afterthought. If there were no demons here, their journey would have been in vain. With this thought, a flicker of irritation arose within him, even sparking an impulse to slaughter the townsfolk. If demons were absent, it would not be amiss to take out some humans for satisfaction. You are the Tianshan squad? The patroller expressed astonishment, saying, but you have arrived too late. A powerful individual came yesterday and has already eliminated all the demons. One person. At that moment, Subo stepped forward. Curiosity etched on his face. One individual dispatched all the demons. How strong must they be? It was one person, but not quite. It was 3 individuals, along with a dog. The patroller, upon seeing Subo, inexplicably felt a sense of trust and reverence. Spilling the details without restraint, after hearing this, Subo's eyes gleamed with interest. Regardless of the circumstances, that individual was undoubtedly formidable. If they could be recruited, it would be advantageous. As evening fell, Bei Lao He frolicked along the road, exuberantly sprinting. Today he had devoured over a dozen tigers. Much to his delight, it was worth noting that he had once been driven from the city by a single tiger, and in a way, this was his revenge. Could you not be so reckless? You are, after all, a powerful dog. Liu Zhan swatted Bei Lao He on the head. He himself was unfazed, but the 4 individuals following behind were in for a rough ride. Bei Lao He asserted that only Liu Zhan could ride on his back, and he could barely tolerate one additional person atop. The others were met with staunch refusal. Fortunately, they discovered a vehicle near Liang town. Though it was no longer operational, it had wheels, which sufficed. Liu Zhan tied a rope to let Bei Lao He pull the cart. Zhang Tianfu and Wang Yi settled into the cart, while Bei Lao He galloped wildly, causing the 4 occupants to jostle about. The physique of these professionals could barely withstand it. Woof, 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 woof. Just giving them a ride is already a great mercy. Bei Lao He bellowed without concern. Liu Zhan could only shake his head. They were nearing their destination ahead. The outline of Xiaowang town began to emerge. In Xiaowang town, on the upper floor of a building, the Tianshan quintet stood at the window, gazing at the swirling dust in the distance. That must be them, right? That dog certainly appears formidable. What is its origin? A demon? Or a mutated beast? Liang Hao remarked casually. In his view, no matter how strong the opponents were, they could not surpass their own 5-member team. There was no need for undue concern. A mutated beast? Subo replied without a second thought. Its profession may be something like Beastmaster. That would be quite impressive. Let us be cordial. If they can join us, that would be ideal. Our strength would increase significantly. Rest assured, leader, Liang Hao responded. As the imposing black dog drew closer, Zhang Hong suddenly trembled, receiving a system notification. His breathing quickened, and he began to tremble with excitement. Leader, we must kill him. Subo furrowed his brow and cast an irritable glance at him. Zhang Hong's expression shifted once more, a flicker of submissiveness igniting within him. Yet, the previous temptation was simply too overwhelming. Ultimately, he could not afford to confront his superior, hastily exclaiming, Boss, I've received a system notification that this fellow is under a curse from a spirit. If we kill him, I can claim everything he possesses. Gold coins, experience, skill points, equipment, items, everything. As he spoke, his elven ears quivered with excitement. It seemed there was still room for enhancement. Subo mused internally, but he was quickly captivated by Zhang Hong's words. To kill him and attain everything. This was indeed a remarkably lucrative deal. The individual in question was at least level 10, meaning the experience points were immense, even if they wouldn't directly benefit him. However, as long as he drew breath, Zhang Hong would forever remain his subordinate. Not to mention the skill points and equipment, this transaction was simply too advantageous. Xu Bo made his decision in an instant. They would kill him. In this world, aside from gold coins, acquiring anything else through murder was akin to obtaining spoils from magical beasts, reliant solely on the whims of luck, and the drop rates were notoriously abysmal. If one could obtain all of another's possessions through murder, humanity would inevitably descend into a vicious cycle of self-destruction. Chapter 69. Here comes the broth. As he neared the town, Lu Zhan frowned. For some reason, everything appeared unchanged since the morning he departed, yet it left him feeling profoundly uneasy. Behind him, the 4 individuals who had disembarked from the vehicle were retching uncontrollably by the roadside. Lu, brother Lu, you've returned. The patrol greeted him with a look of reverence. The townsfolk were well aware that Lu Zhan despised titles such as hero or knight, preferring to be called brother Lu. Although he was now clean, his appearance resembled that of an ordinary university student, yet who could deny his formidable strength? The strongest were always deemed the brothers. Has anything occurred today? Lu Zhan inquired. Nodding. Nothing at all, brother Lu. Nothing has happened, replied the patrol. Without further comment, Lu Zhan patted the dog's head and entered the town. That moment, his necromantic space contained a staggering 27 elite undead, alongside a reincarnated inferno tiger demon, which had proven exceedingly laborious to strengthen. He had even sacrificed 4 griffins to reach the elite tier. Not to mention the first unit, a powerhouse of combat. With such strength, was there any need to fear anything? Regardless of the monsters or demons that dared to act up in his presence, they would all be cut down. Upon entering the town, the discomfort he felt intensified. Those who had been bustling about turned to face Lu Zhan. Their expressions a mix of awe as they gathered around him. Brother Lu, you're back. Brother Lu, thank you for saving us yesterday. Brother Lu, why not come to my house tonight? I'll have my daughter attend to you. Amidst the clamor, Zhao Ling approached, holding a bowl of broth that emanated a rich aroma. Brother Lu, this is the broth I made for you, fresh and warm. You've worked hard all day. Please have a sip. Lu Zhan could not help but swallow hard. The broth smelled divine, enticing him to take a sip, filling him with a sense that one taste would render him completely satisfied. Almost unconsciously, Lu Zhan accepted the bowl. Poised to drink when he suddenly halted, turning to hand it to Wang Yang. You've worked hard too. This broth, made by your mother, you should drink first. All right, thank you. Thank you, brother Lu. Wang Yang eagerly accepted the bowl, ready to gulp it down. However, in the next moment, Zhao Ling rushed forward, slapping the bowl to the ground and striking her son across the face. Wang Yang, what are you doing? This is for brother Lu. Not for you. With that, she attempted to drag her son away for a lesson. Yet Lu Zhan grasped her wrist, his tone cold as he commanded, let him drink from the ground, and lick it clean. Upon catching a whiff of the broth, he sensed something was amiss. With his composure, what kind of broth could induce such an absurd reaction? In his previous life, he had heard tales of certain special ingredients, when processed by chefs, could yield a unique form of magical influence. The nature of that magic depended entirely on the ingredients, capable of inducing extreme pleasure or, conversely, being highly toxic. From the shadows nearby, Su Bo's eyes glimmered with surprise as he remarked, this fellow's spirit must be formidable indeed, capable of resisting the aroma of the enchantment wood. The enchantment wood was a special material obtained after they defeated an elite magical creature known as the Enchanter. At this stage, whether they were warriors, mages, priests, or tanks, even most hidden professions seldom prioritized spirit. Some classes didn't allocate any points to it at all, as spirit offered little enhancement to combat power. Most practitioners had relatively low spirit, which explained his astonishment. Boss, if stealth won't work, let us go for a direct approach, Liang Hao declared, eyeing the black-armored man's impressive attire, far surpassing his own. The fiery red axe he wielded was unmistakably extraordinary. Zhang Hong, beside him, was already trembling with anticipation. He cared not for anything else, merely contemplating the vast experience points that could potentially propel him to the top of the leaderboard, surpassing Huang Shengren. Patience. This fellow seems intriguing, likely not easy to deal with. Let us wear him down first. A peculiar light flickered in Su Bo's eyes as he expressed a desire to see how this situation would unfold. Ahead, Zhao Ling stood frozen, her face a mask of fury. Wang Yang, however, had already dropped to the ground, eager to lick up the spilled broth. Zhao Ling kicked her son away, her face contorted with rage as she pointed at Lu Zhan, shouting, "Heretic! You, a heretic! I've seen through you. You conspire with the demons." At her declaration, the expressions of those nearby shifted dramatically, their collective anger erupting as they began to hurl accusations at Lu Zhan. Indeed, a traitor to humanity, such a person deserves purification. O God, may you unleash divine retribution upon this wicked soul. My Lord, in your mercy, this world is rife with evil that requires your radiant light. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kneel. You heretic, kneel before the Lord. Damn it, you ungrateful lot. If it weren't for Brother Lu, you'd have been devoured by those monkeys long ago. From the back, Zhang Tianfu could no longer contain himself. Rising to defend Brother Lu, he simply could not fathom how quickly these people had turned, their prior reverence now replaced by fervent hostility. As if bewitched, Lu Zhan smirked coldly, patting Zhang Tianfu's shoulder to signal him to be quiet. This crowd was indeed acting strangely, as if under some form of control. No, more accurately, they were brainwashed. They genuinely believed Lu Zhan to be an evil heretic, a mental manipulation skill. It seemed there was a powerful figure behind this. As Lu Zhan pondered, someone suddenly shouted, "Die!" raising their bow and shooting an arrow directly at him. In an instant, the crowd erupted in fervor, brandishing weapons and rushing forth with the intent to personally slay Lu Zhan. Even those engaged in non-combat professions surged forward. Liu Zhan chuckled derisively. If it were merely insults, that could be overlooked, as they were clearly under some form of control. However, since they dared to strike, he would not hold back. He patted his dog's head, instructing it to give them a jolt, to awaken their senses. Bei Lao He instantly understood, wagging its tail playfully. Electrocution was its forte. The next moment, a bolt of lightning shot forth, weaving through the advancing crowd. In an instant, the throng fell like dominoes, and within mere seconds, everyone except Lu Zhan and his companions lay on the ground, incapacitated. To Bei Lao He, these individuals were no more than ants, requiring minimal effort to subdue. The likely expended only 1% of its power, as Lu Zhan had instructed it to rouse them, not to turn them to ash. In this regard, Bei Lao He remained obedient. Yet even so, several lives were lost. After all, Bei Lao He could not control each individual, and those who perished could only blame their misfortune. Chapter 70, Kneel and Sing Conquest. How ruthless. Su Bo's expression grew grave. Such individuals were the most terrifying, powerful and unbound by morality. Just then, a surge of terrifying energy erupted beside him. Zhang Hong raised his staff skyward, seemingly summoning thunder. 3 seconds later, a thundercloud formed above the large dog's head. Skill, lightning strike. The characteristics of the elven hidden profession were straightforward and brutal, providing immense amplification to any skill. If a typical lightning mage were to cast this spell, it would likely result in a mere bolt striking above the target. However, in the hands of Zhang Hong, an elven lightning mage, he could summon a full thundercloud, truly fearsome. On Lu Zhan's side, the appearance of the thundercloud startled him. He momentarily questioned whether his recent boldness had drawn down divine wrath. Just as he contemplated his next move, a hefty bolt of lightning descended, aimed directly at the crowd. Wong wong wong, Bei Lao He lifted its head and opened its massive jaws, swallowing the lightning whole. Before the formidable Thunder Dog King, wielding lightning is akin to brandishing a broadsword before Guan Gong. Woof woof woof. Disgusting, utterly disgusting. After swallowing the lightning, Bei Lao Hong voiced his dissatisfaction. Within the thunderclouds, a second bolt of lightning descended once more. Observing the scene ahead, Su Bai's expression suddenly transformed into one of immense authority as he cast a glance at Zhang Hong. Simultaneously, a flicker of displeasure crossed his mind. Zhang Hong had acted without his approval, indicating a lack of control. The allure of the reward was simply too great, surpassing his ability to manage. I apologize. Boss, I was wrong. Zhang Hong, upon receiving Su Bai's glare, promptly knelt down, his face reflecting deep remorse. Rise, there will be no next time, Su Bai replied coolly. Now that the attack had commenced, there could be no holding back. Su Bai held considerable confidence in the strength of his team. That dog appeared indeed formidable, capable of directly devouring Zhang Hong's lightning strike. Yet he had his own methods to deal with this creature. There was even a chance he could subdue it effortlessly. Let us proceed and confront him. His profession must be Beastmaster, and that dog is his spirit beast. If battle ensues, I will banish it, and you shall all exert your utmost strength to slay him. Pay attention to that armored warrior, Liang Hao. You shall entangle him, while the rest are inconsequential. Do you understand? There was an unmistakable authority in Su Bai's voice. After 5 bolts of lightning had struck in quick succession, the thundercloud above Lu Zhan finally dissipated. All 5 strikes had been consumed by Bei Laohong. Although he could not experience their might firsthand, Lu Zhan sensed their power was quite formidable, nearing 1/3 of Bei Laohong's strength. Such lightning would scarcely breach his defenses. However, being struck and left disheveled would tarnish his handsome visage. Thus, Lu Zhan patted Bei Laohong's head, praising, "Well done." It seemed the hidden adversary could no longer contain themselves. Liu Zhan surveyed his surroundings but could not discern their presence. Thieves? Or perhaps assassins? Yet what of the thunderclouds and that beguiling technique? It appeared there were at least 3 individuals. Lost in thought, he then witnessed 5 figures materialize before him. A group invisibility. This was intriguing. The corner of Lu Zhan's mouth curved upward as he noticed one individual possessed distinctly elven ears. Elves. This made things even more interesting. Greetings, we are the savior squad of the Celestial Group. Would you be interested in joining us? Su Bai declared, placing the book in his hands with a look of earnest devotion. Celestial? Lu Zhan was momentarily taken aback. He truly had not anticipated the so-called Celestials to arrive. Their strength appeared commendable, in his perception. All 5 possessed considerable power, particularly evident in their group invisibility, which even he had failed to detect. Indeed, our Celestial Group, under the guidance of the Divine, is dedicated to rescuing this chaotic apocalyptic world. Come, join us, let us unite to fulfill this grand mission and let the brilliance of the Divine illuminate this realm, Su Bai passionately proclaimed. Although the other party's spirit seemed high, he still wished to test their resolve. If he could successfully ensnare them, the act of eliminating them would be all the more effortless. Lu Zhan frowned. The man's voice was filled with a magnetic and profound quality that compelled belief. This could very well be a special ability targeting the mind. While Lu Zhan's undead could not amplify his spirit, his upgraded attribute points were all allocated to mental faculties, augmented further by certain equipment, undoubtedly surpassing the majority. Thus, the enchantment of the other S-words lessened significantly. Most importantly, he sensed an uncomfortable odor emanating from this individual, even bordering on distaste. How many individuals are in your celestial group? Lu Zhan feigned interest, inquiring. Such a powerful faction, yet he had never heard of it in his previous life. This seemed implausible. Our celestial group spans the globe. Anyone who aspires to spread the divine light is a companion of ours. Su Bai extended his hands in an embracing gesture, appearing quite devout. To save the world, one must possess strength. What is your power? Lu Zhan displayed a contemplative expression. Damn it, this guy talks too much. Su Bai silently cursed. His few companions had all been easily swayed with just a couple of sentences. This was precisely his occupational talent. Known as Holy Edict. In simpler terms, it was the ability to beguile hearts. When he employed this skill, his words carried a unique power, sowing seeds in the hearts of others. The individuals lying around were mere victims of a single phrase. The individual before him exhibited a strong spirit, thus their resistance to the Holy Edict was naturally heightened. Nonetheless, as long as the other party was willing to engage in conversation, Su Bai would be eager to continue. It resembled a sustained assault. As long as he spoke, he would eventually penetrate the other's psyche. Thus, Su Bai benevolently remarked, if I am not mistaken, you must also possess a hidden profession, correct? All 5 of us hold hidden professions. What do you think of our strength? Lu Zhan feigned astonishment, though internally he was quite surprised. Goodness, 5 hidden professions. There was indeed something to behold. After the initial shock, an expression of yearning appeared on Lu Zhan's face as he replied, Indeed, my profession is Beastmaster. It is indeed a hidden profession. Behold, this is my spirit beast, the Thunder Dog. May I inquire about your professions? Su Bai's confidence grew as it seemed the other party was on the verge of capitulation. He pressed on, This one is Liang Hao, a buff warrior. This is Zhang Hong, an elven thunder mage. And this one, Zhang Chong, is a guardian. While he, Guan Yin, is a shadow assassin. As for myself, I exist to spread the divine light. My profession is holy messenger. Wah, holy messenger. Lu Zhan stood upon the back of his dog, visibly exhilarated, bursting into laughter. You are a holy messenger? Ha ha ha. Your profession bears a divine attribute, doesn't it? Ha ha ha. No wonder I find you so utterly detestable. It turns out you are a holy messenger. These individuals must have been ensnared by your influence, treating me as an aberration. You still wish to control me? You've truly made my day. Ha ha ha. I was just contemplating where to find you, and here you are, delivering yourself right to my door. Zhang Tianfu, you are indeed my lucky star. Listening to the other's raucous laughter, Su Bai's expression shifted from shock to humiliation and finally to rage. It became clear that the opponent had been toying with him from the very start, engaging in conversation merely to gather information. Kill him. Su Bai nearly spat through gritted teeth as he turned a page in the book he held. This was no ordinary tome. It was his initial equipment, the Holy Scripture. The skills of a holy messenger did not require external sourcing. All were concealed within this Holy Scripture, unlocking with level progression. Each page representing a skill, and this page contained the skill frenzy. A red glow enveloped all four of his companions, their expressions transforming into fervor and excitement. But that was not all. Su Bai flipped to another page. Skill, banishment. He pointed at the large black dog die in the next moment. Bei Laohong vanished without a trace, banished to the void for 3 minutes. The guardian Zhang Cheng let out a low roar. And a protective shield materialized around all 5 individuals. Skill, guardian shield. The shadow assassin Guan Yin entered a state of invisibility, while Zhang Hong raised his staff. Liang Hao brandished his sword and shield. Stepping forward, exuding a murderous intent in an instant, all 5 had fully stacked their buffs while simultaneously banishing the enemy's strongest combatant, the Thunder Dog. Gazing at the astonished Lu Zhan, Su Bai declared imperiously, "Kneel and sing conquest." Lu Zhan was indeed somewhat befuddled in his previous life. Due to his status and strength, he had rarely encountered hidden professions in this life. He had only come across 2 elf types, and even the Blood Blade ancestor had not engaged him. Witnessing the scene before him, he could not help but exclaim, "Truly, hidden professions are no joke. The variety is astonishing." That foolish individual even demanded he kneel and sing. Had they read too many novels, believing themselves to be the protagonists? Nonetheless, the disappearance of Bei Laohong left him quite taken aback, prompting him to directly inquire, "What have you done with my dog? Will it return? If it doesn't, what shall I ride?" "Ride you. But I intend to kill you." This complicates matters. Before the apocalypse, Su Bai had been somewhat of a social figure, inexplicably transitioning into the divine holy messenger. One could only say that even the gods might have been momentarily blinded. However, after becoming a holy messenger, Su Bai had unconsciously transformed significantly, never uttering a single curse. Yet at this moment, Su Bai was completely unhinged. "You dare to demand I kneel? You actually wish to ride me? Damn it, kill him." No sooner had he spoken than Lu Zhan's senses heightened. Danger was approaching. However, just as he registered the threat, he felt a slight prickling at his temple. Akin to a mosquito bite. An assassin, perhaps? This was intriguing. Typically, when an invisibility skill is activated, it breaks upon attacking. Yet this shadow assassin could strike while remaining hidden, truly impressive for a hidden profession. However, the attack was rather weak. His physique had already surpassed 250 points. At this stage, being termed as having an indestructible body was not an exaggeration. "Are you merely scratching an itch?" Lu Zhan coldly remarked in the moment Guan Yin thrust forth his dagger. His face was filled with astonishment. How could this be? Not even a scratch on the skin. By all accounts, Shuden T beast tamers be inherently weak, relying on their spirit beasts for strength. How could it be that a mere assassin was unable to pierce his defenses? Nevertheless, Guan Yin's reaction was swift. With one failed strike, he sought to retreat and find another opportunity. However, the very next moment, an exceedingly strange sound resonated in his ear. In an instant, a profound fear surged within Guan Yin. As though he were confronting death itself. "I do not wish to die," Guan Yin bellowed, losing his ability to remain hidden and revealing himself. Just as he uttered his desire for life, the axe of the first warrior fell, severing his head from his body. Apologies, but your wish cannot be granted. Lu Zhan sneered, truly believing that invisibility rendered one invincible. The lament of the first warrior was utterly overpowered, a bane to stealth itself. This is impossible. Ahead, Su Bo witnessed this scene and completely lost his sanity. The shadow assassin should have been the most resilient profession among their group. Why? Why did he fall so easily? He hadn't even had a chance to act. He had heard that lament as well. In the moment of fear, the holy tome in his hands radiated warmth, dispelling that dread. Yet, the terror of that fleeting moment nearly shattered his composure. What manner of profession are you? Su Bo fixed his gaze on Lu Zhan and inquired. Did I not inform you? A beast tamer, Lu Zhan replied with a smile. Only, my spirit beasts are a tad more numerous. As his words fell, Lu Zhan waved his hand. In an instant, 28 undead creatures were summoned, encircling Su Bo and his companions in layers, in the air. For elite-grade skeletal griffins circled ominously. In truth, one warrior would have sufficed to deal with these 4. But Lu Zhan, having endured much in his past life, was determined to reclaim his lost grandeur in this one. Such an opportunity was too delectable to pass up. So, what do you think of my army of spirit beasts? Lu Zhan asked, surveying the ford. The color drained from Su Bo's face, and his body trembled uncontrollably from fear. Battle? How could they possibly fight? All around them, the army of the undead stood still, their green eyes fixed upon them, exuding an overwhelming pressure that made it difficult to breathe. Su Bo didn't even notice when the holy tome slipped from his grasp. He could sense that those surrounding them were no ordinary foes. Each was remarkably powerful, at least elite grade in strength. Perhaps with fewer than 10, their team could still cooperate to defeat them. But now, looking at nearly 30, and recalling the horrifying sight of the black-armored warrior dispatching the shadow assassin. How could this be possible? At that moment, a massive figure emerged beside Lu Zhan, accompanied by a furious howl. Woof, 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 woof. Damn it. Who locked me up in that place? There was nothing there. Damn, damn, damn. As 3 minutes elapsed, Bei Lao He reappeared. This skill resembled Lu Zhan's undead confinement. Upon seeing the dog, Su Bo felt even more despair. Originally, he had thought that 3 minutes would suffice to deal with a beast tamer without spirit beasts. What now? Thud. Su Bo fell to his knees, trembling as he pleaded, Please forgive my ignorance and spare my life. He did not wish to die. With such a formidable hidden profession, he could ascend to greatness in the apocalypse and bask in the adoration of the world. How could he perish so easily? At this moment, he harbored a deep resentment towards the elven lightning mage, Zhang Hong. If it weren't for him, they would never have provoked such a terrifying individual. Little did he know, the fault lay not with Zhang Hong, but with his own profession. Seeing their leader capitulate, the other 3 could no longer hold out and promptly knelt. By the way, I ask you, how many members does your celestial group possess? Who is the leader? Lu Zhan did not rush to take action. I do not know. Su Bo lifted his head, confusion etched on his face. I truly do not know. All of this is the will of the divine. The moment I became a saint, I received the divine mandate. You must be joking. Why would there be a celestial number 24? Lu Zhan immediately expressed his disbelief. Su Bo struggled but, in the interest of survival, said that was all fabricated, to better deceive them. His admission was akin to uprooting the seed of doubt planted in the hearts of his subordinates. Indeed, Liang Hao and the others appeared dazed, as if emerging from a trance, and then turned their furious gazes towards Su Bo. It was only at this moment that they realized they had been manipulated by Su Bo. Big brother, spare my life. It was all his doing. I was under his control. The 3, now cognizant, hastily bowed and begged for mercy, attributing everything to Su Bo. Chapter 72. Divine, the 2 can be disregarded, but you? An elf, dare to pull such a stunt? Lu Zhan was exasperated, cursing. Do you think you are the only one who knows about elven curses? Sorry, but the system notified me too. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong comprehended that there was no escape for him and steeled himself to fight back. However, just as he grasped his staff, a bolt of lightning struck him in the blink of an eye. Zhang Hong convulsed violently. Within 5 seconds, the elven lightning mage was reduced to a charred husk, scattered by the gentlest breeze. Woof, 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 woof. Playing with lightning in front of me? Let me show you what real lightning looks like. Bei Lao He snorted, pride radiating from him as he glanced at the first warrior. At long last, I've made a showing before the boss. Please praise me, boss. The hearts of Su Bo and the others sank entirely. One shadow assassin was slain by the black-armored warrior, and an elven lightning mage was dispatched by the lightning dog. What kind of monster were they facing, and what other abilities did he possess? How dare you? Who permitted you to kill him? Yet Lu Zhan merely slapped the dog on the head, exclaiming angrily, "What is the point of you killing him? I could have earned gold from his death, you wasteful mutt." Boo-hoo-hoo. Bei Lao He whimpered. On the verge of tears, Lu Zhan took a deep breath. Finally suppressing his rage, he glanced at the three and lost interest, stating coolly, "Kill them." As his words fell, the three prepared to resist desperately, only to find that the black-armored warrior had already approached them. Then, a sound reminiscent of hell itself echoed. Liang Hao and Zhang Chong could not withstand it, collapsing to the ground, as though their souls had fled in terror. Su Bo, possessing stronger mental fortitude, fared somewhat better, yet still trembled uncontrollably. This fear might last but a fleeting moment, yet for the first warrior, it was sufficient. With 3 swings of the Inferno magic axe, Liang Hao was instantly obliterated by an explosive strike. While Zhang Chong and Su Bo suffered grievous wounds from the 2 subsequent strikes, burning painfully as if they were being roasted alive. Far worse than a swift death, Lu Zhan opened the advancement task for his profession. The objective of slaying a divine attribute profession was indeed marked as complete. Having accomplished the most challenging task, only the extermination of demonic entities remained. Subsequently, Lu Zhan recalled the undead army he had summoned to flaunt and examined the corpses on the ground. Hoping for a stroke of luck in looting, suddenly, he noticed a tome lying on the ground emanating a radiant holy light, illuminating him. Damn! In that instant, a wave of intense revulsion and hostility surged within Lu Zhan. With a thought, the axe of the first warrior swung toward the tome. However, upon impact, the book showed no signs of damage or combustion. Moments later, the holy light faded, and the tome vanished. Meanwhile, a voice echoed in Lu Zhan's mind once more. "Ding! Please note, you have acquired a negative effect, holy curse." Damn it! Lu Zhan forcibly swallowed his curse. "This is toxic, isn't it? One elven curse wasn't enough. Now I must bear a holy curse too?" His hidden talent must involve absorbing curses, right? Without needing to look, Lu Zhan understood the nature of this curse. Indeed, it mirrored that of the elven curse. In summary, it stated, any encounter with elves or holy-related professions will result in his immediate demise. What infuriated him most was the unfairness of it all. Why could others claim everything from his death, while he reaped nothing but gold from theirs? This is unjust. At the very least, there should be a death curse. Enough, enough. Lu Zhan took a deep breath. According to the setting of this apocalypse, holy and death should be archenemies. Otherwise, his advancement task would not involve slaying holy professionals. The only downside was that with this curse, he could no longer hide. However, the celestial group possessed some intriguing elements. Could it be that divine entities truly existed? If there were gods, why would there be an apocalypse? And what of that tome? How could it vanish on its own? Contemplating this, Lu Zhan suddenly recalled his talent. The protection of the Death Monarch. If such a figure existed, then perhaps the Death Monarch was indeed his deity of death? Yet, he wondered whether this entity truly existed. Shaking his head, Lu Zhan dismissed these thoughts. Such matters were far beyond his reach and would only serve to trouble him. Once more casting his gaze upon the ground, he noticed that the corpse of the so-called amplification warrior had yielded a piece of equipment. Upon picking it up, he discovered it to be an earring, specifically, a warrior's earring grade, green. Equipment requirements, level 3. Class attribute, warrior, strength 5. Critical hit rate 0.5. Witnessing this, Lu Zhan's mood soured even further. How could a hidden class possess such a trivial item? It was a disgrace to the very notion of hidden professions. He promptly discarded it into the trading post for a mere 100 gold coins. Nevertheless, he had accomplished the most arduous part of his advancement quest, which was his greatest gain with this thought. Lu Zhan's spirits began to lift. Lu, brother Lu, I beg you to spare my mother. She was under someone else's control. That moment, Wang Yang crawled over in a desperate manner, repeatedly bowing to Lu Zhan. Just moments ago, he had seen Zhao Ling, lying on the ground, moved slightly, clearly not electrocuted by Bei Lao He, and in his surprise, he rushed over to plead for mercy. Yes, yes, Brother Liu. My beloved did not act out of malice. I implore you to release her. Wang Ming also knelt down. Just a short while ago, during that fierce battle, the father and son had cowered in fear alongside Wang Yi, not daring to make a sound. In their eyes, Lu Zhan had become akin to a deity. Around them, those fortunate enough to have survived the electric shock were also awakening. With Su Bai's demise, the seeds of fear planted in their hearts began to vanish. Yet their memories remained as they recollected the audacity of threatening their savior. Expressions of shame adorned their faces. I apologize, Brother Liu. I was bewitched by some malevolent force. I am truly sorry. Liu Zhan, however, remained indifferent. It was akin to being bitten by an ant while walking. Merely a trivial annoyance, hardly worth dwelling upon. He retrieved the tiger meat from his storage ring and tossed it to the now conscious Zhao Ling, saying, "Prepare something delicious. Do not let it go to waste." With that, he turned and departed. After a long day, it was time for him to rest. Zhao Ling picked up the thick and succulent piece of meat. Uncertain of its nature, yet recognizing its immense value in the next moment, she slapped herself hard. Among all the townsfolk, Lu Zhan had treated her the best. He had not only saved her entire family but had also aided her son and husband in leveling up. Yet she had just contemplated poisoning her benefactor. She felt as though she was lower than a pig or a dog. Mother, don't do that. Brother Liu won't hold it against you. Brother Liu is a good person. Wang Yang grasped Zhao Ling's hand, weeping. Hearing this, Lu Zhan couldn't help but smile. Was he truly a good person? That evening, Zhao Ling entered the room with a plate in hand. The dish contained the meal made from the ingredients Lu Zhan had given her. Brother Liu, I'm done. She placed the plate on the table, cautiously adding, "Would you like me to taste it first?" No need. Liu Zhan sat up from the bed, responding nonchalantly. The aroma emanating from the table was irresistibly enticing, purely stimulating one's appetite in contrast to the earlier meal. The stir-fried tiger meat. After the first consumption, it could increase physique by 10 points and strength by 5 points. To his astonishment, it was a fixed value, guaranteeing such an increase, truly a remarkable item. The quality of the tiger meat was one aspect, but Zhao Ling's culinary skills were another. Liu Zhan had heard that the effects of food prepared by a chef were not fixed. They were influenced by luck and skill. Take some back for your son and husband to try. Lu Zhan suggested. Thank you, Brother Liu. Zhao Ling hurriedly expressed her gratitude. She was acutely aware of the value of this dish. After all, leveling up typically only granted an increase of 3 attribute points. Yet this offered a total of 15 points. Its significance was evident. She picked up chopsticks and delicately lifted 2 small pieces from the plate, cradling them as she headed home. After all, it mattered not how much she consumed. Any amount would enhance her attributes. Once the woman had departed, Lu Zhan called out towards the door, "Afu, come in and have a bite." "Sure thing, Brother Liu." Zhang Tianfu entered with great enthusiasm. He dared not indulge too much, consuming only a couple of pieces before retreating hastily. Naturally, Lu Zhan devoured the remaining portions. However, after finishing, he suddenly felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. Damn it, he had forgotten he was consuming tiger meat. He had overdone it. "Afu, find me 3 or 4 willing girls. Remember, they must be consensual, no coercion." Liu Zhan had no peculiar proclivities. He simply enjoyed mutual pleasure and cooperation. The next day, Lu Zhan stepped outside to find that all the corpses had been cleared away. The small town had begun to reflect hints of the world before the apocalypse, as social order slowly returned. He had heard that the town had elected a new mayor, none other than Zhao Ling. This was partly due to her close association with Lu Zhan, but also because she possessed considerable capability. Wang Ming and his son had amassed quite a bit of gold through their recent skirmishes with monsters, and Zhao Ling had directly exchanged some for food and supplies at the vending machine. In this post-apocalyptic world, those with resources wielded power. It was hard to say whether using precious gold to win hearts was worthwhile. But it mattered little to Lu Zhan. He was merely a passerby. "Afu, gather everyone. We're setting off, Brother Liu. This is the last village near our town. The others are too far away." Wang Yi pointed ahead, smiling. After spending the past few days together, he had become quite familiar with Lu Zhan's temperament. There were no strict rules, and one needn't tread too cautiously. The only thing to remember was to unconditionally execute any instructions from Lu Zhan. Over these days, he had reaped numerous benefits, leveling up to 7 and acquiring a substantial amount of gold, making him quite the small-time tycoon in town. Good work, Liu Zhan nodded while seated atop Bei Laohei's back. It had been 3 days since they had slain that emissary. During this time, they had systematically cleared 5 villages, eliminating close to 800 monsters. Liu Zhan's current level had reached 15, and with the increasing experience required for leveling up, it had become progressively challenging. Even the esteemed Huang Shengren was but level 16 to AT level 15. Lu Zhan could command 33 undead. Apart from one being of the hero class, the remaining 32 were all elite. Even the undead transformed from the fiery tiger demon had been elevated to elite status, with all 3 attributes exceeding 100, second only to the first. Moreover, Lu Zhan had attempted to continue sacrificing the first. For this, he had even upgraded the sacrifice skill to level 4. However, the failure rate for sacrifices remained close to 99, rendering it a sheer waste of offerings. Unfortunately, these offerings were far too subpar for the first. This had inadvertently benefited Bei Laohei, who had enjoyed a bountiful feast over the past few days, growing increasingly formidable. "Brother Lu, shall we charge in?" Zhang Tianfu asked excitedly beside him. Over the past 3 days, he had gained the most, leveling up to 13 and completing his class advancement task. The shield warrior had 2 advancement paths, one towards a combat-ready shield warrior and the other a pure tank sacrificing all output. Having firmly decided to follow Lu Zhan's lead, Zhang Tianfu unhesitatingly chose the latter. After all, his sole purpose alongside Lu Zhan was to taunt and serve as a meat shield, with no opportunity to deal damage. The pure tank class was named Iron Body. After the advancement, not only had his stamina significantly increased, but he had also unlocked 2 advanced skills. The passive skill, Iron Will, greatly diminished pain perception, fortifying his resolve. The active skill, Iron Body, transformed his physique into steel, considerably enhancing his defensive capabilities. Now, this fellow could withstand hero-class monsters for several minutes, and his defense after transformation was nearly on par with Lu Zhan's. "Charge ahead. You lead the way," Liu Zhan commanded. Such a small village could hardly harbor formidable monsters. There might not even be a single hero class among them. This was precisely what vexed him, having completed the majority of the advancement tasks. They had only slain 6 of the required 10 hero class monsters, with 4 still unaccounted for. "Understood, Brother Lu." Zhang Tianfu strode boldly to the village entrance, raising his shield and bellowing, "You vile monsters, fire at me." In an instant, dozens of monsters surged forth. The black-hide dog, a creature devoid of fur and entirely black-skinned, possessed a slippery nature, with its smooth hide offering a unique evasion of attacks. For instance, if a sword struck, it would glide harmlessly off its skin rather than penetrating its body. If one lacked sufficient strength, engaging such creatures could prove troublesome. Yet, with the terrifying prowess of the first, dispatching them was effortless. Lu Zhan observed closely. There were merely 4 or 5 elite black-hide dogs, with the rest being of ordinary caliber. As expected, there were no hero-class monsters. With this realization, his interest waned. Ahead, Zhang Tianfu activated his taunt. The area and intensity of the taunt had significantly increased post-advancement. With a single taunt, dozens of black-hide dogs pounced upon him. Zhang Tianfu's body immediately radiated a metallic sheen. Clang, clang, clang. The black-hide dogs gnawed at him, losing several teeth in the process. "Let us end this quickly," Lu Zhan remarked nonchalantly. Behind him, the first leaped into action, wielding the fiery demon axe. Within a minute, the first had returned to Lu Zhan's side. Before them, all the monsters lay vanquished. Dozens of monstrous creatures, yet they only managed to elevate Lu Zhan's experience points by a mere 10, leaving him with nothing else, no enhancement stones to speak of. A true testament to their stinginess. "Go on, devour them all," he declared, leaping off the back of the dog and addressing Bei Laohei. "Woof, woof, woof, woof. I can't bring myself to do it." Bei Laohei vehemently shook his head in refusal. Although they were not of the same breed, their appearances were quite similar. How could he possibly bring himself to consume them? The most significant reason, of course, was that these black-skinned dogs were far too inferior, lacking in flavor. If they had been a pack of heroic-level beasts, even if they bore a striking resemblance to him, he would have devoured them without hesitation. "Fine, if you won't eat, Let's just leave, Lu Zhan remarked, vaulting back onto the dog. He couldn't be bothered to even sacrifice these creatures, considering them a sheer waste of time. It seemed the time had come to depart from this place and seek adventures elsewhere. Just as Bei Laohe was about to sprint away, a sudden exclamation from Wang Yi echoed, "Lu! Brother Lu, quick! Look over there!" "What is that?" Before Lu Zhan could turn around, he heard Zhang Tianfu's voice, tinged with excitement. "Holy crap, Brother Lu, it's a dungeon! A dungeon!" Instantly invigorated by the mention of these two words, Lu Zhan spun around and indeed spotted the familiar entrance to a dungeon. "Let's go! Let's go! Brother Lu will lead you to conquer the dungeon," he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Even if it was merely an ordinary dungeon, the rewards for a first time clear at this stage were still substantial. "Bei Laohe, you stay outside as a lookout." Woo-woo. Bei Laohe immediately looked pitiful. The last time he had kept watch, a massive tiger had appeared, leaving him with a lasting psychological scar. "Don't worry, what's a tiger doing in this godforsaken place? Besides, you've already eaten so much. Are you still afraid of that big cat?" Lu Zhan chastised him, then disregarded the dog and eagerly approached the dungeon entrance. Just then, an arrow whistled through the air towards him. Without hesitation, Lu Zhan reached out and grasped the arrow mid-flight. "Which fool dares to shoot at me, Lu Zhan?" Wang Yi immediately glared at the direction from which the arrow had come, cursing vehemently. With Brother Lu around, one might as well revel in the power that came with his presence. "This dungeon belongs to us. Everyone else, step aside." In the distance, a figure rode swiftly on a gale wolf, followed closely by 5 motorcycles. "Hey, Brother Lu, where's the Ghostfire youth?" Zhang Tianfu chuckled. "Can you believe someone actually dares to snatch Brother Lu's dungeon? They must be out of their minds." Liu Zhan was also slightly taken aback as he observed the approaching group. In this apocalyptic world, most individuals exhibited a necessary caution. Those who acted recklessly were either extremely confident powerhouses or utterly foolish youths. Indeed, the newcomers appeared to be wild young men around 20 years of age. Typical of a reckless age, the leader, with his shock of white hair and an expression brimming with arrogance, rode a gale wolf that exuded a commanding presence, seemingly even more imposing than Bei Laohe. Lu Zhan could easily discern that this individual must have been a pampered prince before the apocalypse, and it was likely he had fared quite well afterward. In a web novel, such characters often served as tools for the protagonist's rise. To encounter one in reality was quite a surprise, a testament to the vastness and unpredictability of the world. "This dungeon is ours. You can wait a moment. If it turns out to be a repeat dungeon, you can enter as the second batch," the white-haired youth declared from atop his gale wolf, looking down imperiously. "That's right. The first clear is reserved for Lu Xiao. You all wait. Get lost. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a handsome guy before?" The riders on motorcycles echoed their support for the white-haired youth. Such a moment. Those capable of riding motorcycles clearly possess some resources. "Are you a beastmaster?" Lu Zhan inquired, glancing at the gale wolf. It appeared remarkably intelligent. Unlike the undead creatures that were utterly dulled, it must be alive. After masquerading as a beastmaster for so long, he had unexpectedly encountered the real deal. "Indeed, I am a beastmaster, and I have even advanced to the rank of elite beastmaster," Lu Xiao declared with pride. "Are you also a beastmaster? Your dog is decent, but compared to my wolf, it's still lacking." No sooner had he spoken than Bei Laohe suddenly lunged forward, and with a crunch, the head of the gale wolf was bitten clean off. "Woof, woof, woof. Tastes good," Bei Laohe remarked while chewing. "How dare this little brat claim superiority over this foolish wolf?" It was merely a matter of one bite. With a thud, the decapitated gale wolf collapsed, sending its rider, Han Xiao, tumbling to the ground. Yet even as he stood, his mind remained in a daze. What just happened? Behind Lu Zhan, a figure vanished without a trace, followed by several swift strikes that cleaved the 4 Ghostfire youths on motorcycles in half. He had no time to waste playing with these foolish kids. You can't kill me. My father is Lu Han." Lu Xiao completely broke down, tears streaming down his face. He had never been so terrified in his life. "Lu Han?" Lu Zhan's sword, which had been poised to strike, halted abruptly. "Your father is Lu Han, the frost sorcerer?" "Ah, yes, that's right. The frost sorcerer, good brother. So you know my father? Then we are family," Lu Xiao exclaimed, seizing the lifeline with fervor. Lu Zhan pondered for a moment before saying, "Come over here and stand next to me." "All right, brother." Lu Xiao obediently walked to Lu Zhan's side. Lu Zhan assessed him from head to toe. They were of similar height and build, and a smile broke across his face. Brother, can I leave now? Lu Xiao, emboldened by Lu Zhan's smile, ventured to ask, by the way, what is your name? I'm Lu Fei. Lu Fei, a splendid name. What about your mother? My mother is Zhang Weiyanyun. Do you have any siblings? Brothers or sisters? No, I am an only child. Lu Zhan continued to inquire about various matters, and Lu Fei dutifully answered every question. Brother, why are you asking all this? Lu Fei queried, puzzled. Oh, just trying to understand you better, so as to avoid any slip-ups in the future. Lu Zhan replied, producing a masked, slip-ups. Brother, what do you mean by that? Lu Fei asked, confused. In the next instant, a flash of sword light flickered. Lu Fei's eyes widened in shock and then remained forever closed as he collapsed to the ground. He couldn't comprehend how a conversation had turned into his demise. Lu Zhan sheathed his sword and swiftly stripped Lu Fei of his clothing and accessories, tossing them into his storage ring before turning to Bei Lao He. Devour them. What better way to obliterate the evidence? Werwu, people don't taste good. If you won't eat, then you shall eat nothing at all. With a flick of his tongue, Bei Lao He had consumed the remains, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 75. The Tower of Trials. Lu Zhan stowed the mask back into his space. It was the disguise he had previously obtained. Lu Fei, as a beastmaster, was a perfect fit for his ruse. He could easily have Bei Lao He pose as a spirit beast. After all, this was not his first time masquerading. As for hair, the vending machines offered a plethora of options. With enough coins, one could transform into any hair color imaginable. In due time, he would have the appearance, form, and spirit beasts all sorted. Who could claim he was not Lu Fei? Most importantly, Lu Fei's father, Lu Han, was indeed a figure of significance, one of the 12 kings of the future, the Frost King. Being the son of the Frost King undoubtedly carried weight. The list of individuals he had offended was growing, and it was certain that more would follow. In the future, a well-crafted disguise would not be out of the question, and of course, he had no concrete plans. This was merely a fortuitous opportunity. The mask could end up languishing in his storage ring, never to be utilized. After all, it had been delivered to him on a silver platter. Let us go. Time to enter the dungeon, Lu Zhan declared. Focusing on the task at hand, he approached the dungeon entrance and placed his hand upon it. Soon, the dungeon's information materialized before him. Dungeon, Tower of Trials, type, trial level, heroic, number of participants, none. To discover that it was the Tower of Trials brought a flicker of excitement to Lu Zhan's eyes. In his previous life, he had only heard tales of this marvel, let alone entered it. The Tower of Trials was an exceptionally rare dungeon, appearing with minimal probability and lacking a fixed pattern or location. It could manifest anywhere in the world. Moreover, each appearance lasted only 1 hour. After an hour, even if no one had entered, it would vanish without a trace. Encountering such a phenomenon truly relied on sheer luck. Unlike ordinary dungeons, the Tower of Trials existed in a tangible, towering form. Each Tower of Trials comprised 99 levels. For every level a participant cleared, they would receive a reward and could choose to exit or continue. Naturally, while it was termed a trial, dying within meant true death. In other words, as long as one acted within their capabilities and refrained from recklessness, the Tower of Trials was a veritable treasure trove. Even if one only cleared a single level, that was still a reward. Though Lu Zhan was uncertain how far he could progress, one thing was clear. He was absolutely incapable of clearing all 99 levels at this stage. Withdrawing his hand, he turned to Zhang Tianfu and Wang Yi, saying, "This is essentially a single-player dungeon. Each participant operates independently within. Thus, everything relies solely on your own capabilities. I have but one piece of advice. Do not court death. If at any level you find yourself struggling, it would be wise to withdraw immediately rather than press on." "Very well, Brother Lu." The two nodded eagerly, having followed Brother Lu for quite some time. They were naturally well acquainted with his style. There was no need for questions. They simply followed his lead. Lu Zhan said nothing further and stepped confidently into the dungeon entrance. As Brother Lu's figure vanished from sight, Zhang Tianfu and his companion exchanged glances. No longer hesitating, they too entered in the room. Only Bei Lao He remained, prostrate on the ground, listlessly toying with the corpses of the black-skinned dogs. Should I perhaps sample their flavor? Ding. Welcome to the Tower of Trials. Please select whether to initiate the trial challenge. Please note, once you choose to commence the challenge, You may only choose to continue or withdraw upon completion. Proceed with caution and make your choice wisely. As the system's voice echoed in his ears, Lu Zhan found himself on the first level of the Tower of Trials. The space was modest, merely around 10 square meters. This limited area could scarcely accommodate all of Lu Zhan's summoned undead. However, this was of little concern. In large-scale battles, numerous undead proved immensely effective. Yet in such small-scale boss encounters, summoning them would only lead to their demise. Thus, retaining them in the undead space to enhance attributes was far more advantageous. With a thought, he summoned only the first undead, prepared himself, and directly opted to initiate the trial in the next instant. A monstrous figure began to materialize in the vacant space before him. Roar, to Lu Zhan's surprise. It was an old acquaintance, the rampaging monkey. The first level was relatively forgiving, featuring a standard-level monster. Zhang Tianfu should manage without issue, though Wang Yi might face some danger. After all, he still had no inkling of Wang Ye's class after all this time. As Lu Zhan pondered, the first undead swung its axe and promptly dispatched the monkey. The slain monkey vanished without a trace, offering Lu Zhan no opportunity for conversion. Challenge successful. Reward: 1 enhancement stone. Would you like to continue? 1 enhancement stone? How stingy. But it's only the first level, so it's to be expected. Proceed. With a resounding rumble, a stone door beside him swung open, revealing a staircase behind it. Lu Zhan wasted no time and ascended. To his surprise, there was yet another step involved. The interval had been too lengthy, and the first undead's escalating prowess could not be sustained. This posed a problem. Otherwise, if the stacking continued, Lu Zhan would genuinely consider challenging the 99th level. Upon stepping into the second level, 3 figures appeared before him. To his astonishment, they were jumping rabbits. Despite their endearing name, these ordinary monsters were formidable. Possessing powerful hind legs that could inflict significant damage, of course, this was relative. Before the first undead, they were merely dispatched with a single swing of the axe, clean and efficient. Challenge successful. Reward: 3 enhancement stones. Would you like to continue? 3 stones, quite satisfactory. Proceed. The door to the third level opened once more. However, this time, 3 elongated black cats emerged, shrouded in an air of mystery. Shadow cats, elite-level monsters, and they came in a trio. At last, there was a modicum of difficulty. The 3 shadow cats moved with astonishing speed, their forms akin to shadows, rendering them elusive. Even the first undead struggled to eliminate them swiftly. One cat lunged, its claws raking across Lu Zhan's face, only to have its claws snap off. It had underestimated the thickness of Lu Zhan's skin. With a swift motion, Lu Zhan's sword cleaved through the air, severing the dismembered shadow cat in 2. Challenge successful. Reward: blue equipment, shadow ring. Would you like to continue? Shadow ring. Rarity: blue. Equip condition: level 10, shadow class attribute. Agility 15. Critical hit rate 1. Shadow skill damage 10. Not bad at all, considered a minor treasure that could fetch a handsome price. Lu Zhan stowed it in his storage ring and chose to continue. 4th level, difficulty increased once again. This time, there were a full 5 elite monsters, and no need for further discussion. Such elite monsters posed no threat to Lu Zhan. Incapable of breaching his defenses, let alone slaying him. In just 15 seconds, the system's voice resounded once more. Challenge successful. Reward: 10,000 gold coins. Would you like to continue? The rewards were indeed diverse, even yielding gold coins. Lu Zhan was somewhat taken aback, uncertain whether the rewards were random or fixed. If it was a matter of luck, then Zhang Tianfu should surely acquire something valuable. Chapter 76, Centaur Warrior 5th level. Only 1 monster awaited. A brave level monster, Shadow Mantis. Upon seeing this creature, a smile spread across Lu Zhan's face. For him, the Tower of Trials held significance beyond mere completion rewards. It also presented an opportunity to encounter brave level monsters. Currently, he needed only 4 brave level monsters for his advancement quest, and searching outside could take an eternity. Yet here in the tower, he stood a good chance of completing it directly. As Lu Zhan grinned, he noticed the Shadow Mantis had vanished from sight. Suddenly, with a ding, the Shadow Mantis's scythe-like blade struck at Lu Zhan's neck. Clearly, it had still failed to breach his defenses. At this moment, Lu Zhan's physique was nearing 300, making it hard to fathom that his class was that of a mage. Boom! In the next instant, the first undead's axe swung down, only to strike air. the shadow mantis reacted with remarkable speed, retreating almost instantaneously after its attack. Whether it scored a kill or not, a true assassin's hallmark was to strike and vanish. However, just as the shadow mantis retreated, the first undead's axe followed closely behind. Landing a precise blow, it was worth noting that goblins were also known for their agility. With a splash, green blood sprayed forth as the shadow mantis fell lifelessly to the ground. Challenge successful. Reward, item, Shadow Cloak. Would you like to continue? Shadow Cloak. Wearing it grants the ability to enter a state of invisibility. Attacking or being attacked will break the invisibility. What a splendid item! Lu Zhan's eyes brightened. Although he typically favored direct confrontation, there were times when stealth was necessary. Proceed. Truly living up to its legendary status, the Tower of Trials rewarded such treasures even at the 5th level. If this continued, what glorious golden gear would await at the 99th level? Upon reaching the 6th level, however, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once empty room transformed into a devastated battlefield, the center of the chaos. An exceedingly peculiar figure began to emerge. Its upper half resembled that of a humanoid clad in black armor, sporting 2 massive horns atop its head, wielding a colossal battle axe. Yet, its lower half was that of a horse, a centaur warrior. Lu Zhan's heart raced. Although this was merely an ordinary level monster, it was significantly stronger than the brave level shadow mantis from the previous level. The centaur race had reached the threshold of upper-tier monsters among the beastly ranks. Naturally, Lu Zhan did not regard this particular creature with any significant concern. He had merely not anticipated that such a powerful monster would appear at the 6th level. Could it be that dragons awaited further down? Roar! The centaur warrior raised its battle axe and let out a howl in the blink of an eye. It charged forward at lightning speed. Lu Zhan leaped nimbly to evade the onslaught. While his physique was robust, there was no need to take unnecessary damage. Meanwhile, the first undead had already leaped high, aiming to cleave the centaur warrior's head. The centaur warrior showed no fear, its battle axe swinging in retaliation. The 2 axes clashed in midair, sparks flying. Remarkably, the centaur warrior's strength was on par with the first undead. However, its agility fell short. After its swing, the first undead landed back on the ground and swiftly aimed for the centaur warrior's legs. The creature was unable to keep pace, helplessly watching as its first leg was severed. Then came the second, followed by the 3rd and 4th. The centaur warrior fell to the ground, furiously swinging its battle axe in a fit of rage. Deprived of its legs, it resembled a car without wheels. Unable to move in the next instant, the first undead's axe struck its neck. With a resounding boom, the blow triggered an explosive effect, instantly slaying the centaur warrior. Challenge successful. Reward. Skill book. Battle Roar. Would you like to continue? Battle Roar. Learning requirements. Spirit 100. Upon release, it increases all allies' attributes by 10 for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Remarkably, this skill bore no class restrictions. Though the requirement of 100 spirit was absurd, at this stage, most individuals likely could not meet it. Even Lu Zhan fell short. Yet, this skill held considerable potential for Lu Zhan. He could save it for future learning. His so-called necromancer class had no active attack skills, only supportive buffs. Given this, he decided to fully commit to enhancing his undead army. Just envisioning the scene. Once the undead emerged, stacked with buffs, wherever they passed, nothing would survive, all would succumb to death. As Lu Zhan indulged in his visions of the future, he made his way to the next level. However, as soon as he set foot on the 7th level, a palpable sense of danger enveloped him. He glanced upward to see a colossal figure descending toward him, a powerful gust of wind threatening to sweep him away. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhan executed a roll to the side. In the next moment, a familiar silhouette came into view, a gigantic griffin. To his astonishment, it was this creature. Within his undead space, he had 4 of them. However, this one was distinct, its golden feathers gleaming. It was an elite-level monster, Golden Griffin. As the scene transformed once again, the landscape shifted to a vibrant green expanse. Goodness, it was a vast grassland. The tower's appearance was nowhere to be found. It seemed that each level of the Tower of Trials existed as a separate dimension. With both the monsters and the scenery being entirely random, the heart of the land warrior stirred as number 1 leapt into action, seizing the opportunity to spring onto the back of the Golden Griffin. In such a scenario, Allowing it to soar to great heights would be detrimental. Otherwise, it would be a challenge to strike it down. The golden griffin flapped its wings furiously, attempting to dislodge Number 1 from its back. Yet, in terms of attributes, it was no match for Number 1. Such aspirations were utterly futile. With one hand firmly grasping the creature's neck, Number 1 wielded an axe with reckless abandon, in an instant. The golden griffin's body was scorched, riddled with burning wounds, until it was ultimately incinerated. Though the griffin had initiated a surprise attack on the land warrior, a commendable tactic, it inadvertently afforded the warrior an opportunity. Had it remained airborne, the situation would have indeed been precarious. Challenge successful, reward item. Golden wings. Would you like to continue? Wings. Upon hearing this word, the land warrior was instantly filled with exhilaration. Indeed, a pair of resplendent golden wings appeared before him. Golden wings. When worn, they enable flight, requiring the expenditure of gold for recharging. Although merely a prop-type wing, far less practical and powerful than equipment-type wings, and requiring gold as fuel, which would likely incur significant costs. The ability to fly alone rendered it invaluable. Continue. If all proceeded smoothly, the next level would likely feature a hero-level monster, and it would not be weak. The previous levels posed little challenge for the land warrior, akin to a mere stroll to collect rewards. Thus, from the 8th level onwards, the true trials would likely commence. Drawing from the experience of the preceding level, the land warrior anticipated that monsters would appear ahead to ambush him. To avoid being caught off guard, he summoned a spectral monkey to scout ahead. Sure enough, upon entering, a deafening howl echoed from within. Chapter 77. War Mammoth. As the land warrior stepped inside, the scene transformed once more into a battlefield. His spectral monkey was swiftly ensnared by an elongated appendage, pulled away at great speed. Not far off, a colossal figure emerged. The long appendage was none other than its trunk. Hero-level monster, War Mammoth. This creature loomed like a behemoth, rendering the land warrior nearly ant-like in comparison. Damn! The land warrior cursed under his breath. It was not fear that gripped him. Rather, the War Mammoth was notoriously tough-skinned and notoriously difficult to slay. However, having reached this juncture, he would have to confront it regardless of the challenge. With a surge of determination, Number 1 launched an assault, delivering a powerful axe strike to the mammoth's trunk. Roar! The mammoth, in pain, was forced to release the spectral monkey, which quickly scurried back under the land warrior's command, who then recalled it into the realm of the dead. A spectral creature was roughly equivalent to 10 attribute points. It could not be sacrificed in vain. The next moment, the War Mammoth let out another thunderous roar, unleashing a tremendous suction force. Its trunk rose high into the air, seemingly intent on swallowing everything around it. The land warrior and Number 1, small in stature, had little resistance, and they were lifted off the ground. Just as they were about to be drawn into the mammoth's trunk, Number 1 forcefully flung its hand, sending the fiery demon axe spiraling out to strike the edge of the nostril. With a resounding boom, an explosion of damage erupted, tearing away a significant portion of the trunk. As the land warrior fell to the ground, he wasted no time retrieving a sword from his storage ring and, with a swift motion, found himself at the side of the War Mammoth, thrusting quickly. With a piercing sound, the sword embedded itself in the thick skin. However, for the War Mammoth, it felt akin to a toothpick. It barely registered the pain. Yet, the assault did not cease there. The land warrior gripped the sword hilt with both hands and, with a sudden surge of strength, tore through the thick outer layer, causing blood to spurt forth instantaneously. Damn, what a volume! The land warrior cursed vehemently, hastily dodging to avoid being drenched in the blood. Meanwhile, after throwing the axe, Number 1 propelled itself into the air and landed deftly atop the mammoth's trunk. Retrieving the fiery demon axe, then, it dashed swiftly along the length of the trunk. In merely 3 seconds, it reached the War Mammoth's front and swung down with vigor. With another explosive impact, the axe struck the mammoth's right eye. Roar! The War Mammoth finally emitted a pained cry, raising its front legs high before crashing them down onto the ground. Witnessing this, the land warrior scrambled to climb atop the mammoth, clinging tightly. The skill, War Tread, unleashed a widespread control and damage effect. Unlike the earth-shattering blow of the berserk gorilla, this War Tread did not merely target the ground but affected the entire spatial area around it. Even jumping would not suffice to evade it. The sole means of avoidance was to leap onto the back of the war mammoth. Boom! As the mammoth's foot struck down, the entire environment trembled. This tumultuous effect persisted for a full 3 seconds. Although the land warrior, perched atop the mammoth, was not struck directly by the skill, he was left disoriented. Shaking his head to regain clarity, the land warrior lifted his sword once more, intent on delivering another strike. To his dismay, a sharp crack echoed as the sword snapped in two. Damn! The land warrior cursed again. Fortunately, he had stocked up on several of these inferior swords. He swiftly retrieved another and pressed on with his assault. Number 1 was equally relentless, standing atop the war mammoth's face, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon its head, occasionally triggering explosive damage. The war mammoth thrashed violently, both running and jumping in desperation. Yet, the duo clung to it like tenacious leeches. After a grueling 3 minutes, the massive form of the war mammoth finally collapsed. Its back was marred with countless gouges, resembling a swamp, a testament to the land warrior's 5 swords worth of effort. The head, however, was in a pitiful state, having lost a significant portion, exuding a charred aroma. Finally, it succumbed. The land warrior plopped down atop the war mammoth's back, utterly exhausted from the ordeal. Challenge successful. Reward: skill book, thick skin. Would you like to continue? Another skill book, and judging by the name, it was likely intended for Zhang Tianfu. The land warrior immediately glanced at the conditions for learning. Learning requirements: Constitution 150. Such a high threshold. Fortunately, there was no class requirement, and while this demand seemed outrageous to others, it was manageable for him. Without further consideration of the skill's effects, the land warrior absorbed the knowledge in this post-apocalyptic world. There were no restrictions on skill slots. One could learn as many as desired, and if a skill proved ineffective, it could simply be disregarded. In an instant, the land warrior sensed a subtle change. Glancing at his skin, he noted a dull yellow hue, reminiscent of the war mammoth's hide. Frowning, he recognized this indicated a passive skill. Thankfully, he did not rely on his appearance for sustenance. A yellow tinge was of little concern. Thick skin. Passive skill forms a robust outer layer on the skin, significantly enhancing defense, with effectiveness determined by constitution. The land warrior extended his hand, and with a thought, Number 1 swung an axe towards his arm without hesitation. With a resounding crash, the blow even triggered explosive damage. The land warrior witnessed a flash of fire before feeling a searing pain in his arm, yet that was the extent of it. Shaking his arm, once the burning sensation subsided, he found only slight redness, with no wounds to be seen. What formidable defense! Should this skill be made public, those in defensive professions would likely vie for it. It was a miraculous boon for the land warrior, whose constitution far surpassed that of most offensive class individuals at the same level. Thus far, the land warrior had acquired 2 skill books, 2 practical items with special effects, and 1 piece of equipment, in addition to slaying 2 hero-level monsters, bringing him closer to career advancement. Truly, the trial tower was a treasure trove in his previous life. He had heard tales of its wonders. Anyone who entered would emerge laden with rewards. Yet, it was a rare opportunity indeed. Rumor had it that even several powerful beings of the 8th sovereign level had never set foot in the trial tower. Perhaps the land warrior was merely riding on the coattails of the divine General Tianfu. After tidying up, the land warrior stood and chose to continue the trials. Next level. Level 9. Was his custom. The land warrior sent a spectral monkey in first. To his surprise, there was no sound, no reaction whatsoever. Just as he felt puzzled, he received the message of the spectral return to eternity, a type of assassin-like monster. Perhaps, the land warrior squinted slightly. Such monsters could be both easy and difficult to slay. Easy, because their defenses were generally low, and a successful hit could deal significant damage. Difficult, due to their elusive nature, making it exceedingly challenging to predict their movements and land an attack. Chapter 78. Necromancer. After a moment of contemplation, the land warrior summoned the reincarnated spectral inferno tiger. This creature had devoured hundreds of specters, and through the land warrior's sacrifices, it had ascended to the elite level, boasting attributes even surpassing those of Number 1. However, in direct combat, the inferno tiger would not be a match for Number 1. The land warrior had no doubt that whatever lay within could not easily dispatch it. Sure enough, as the spectral tiger entered, it emitted a peculiar sound, akin to a blade slicing through something. Without hesitation, the land warrior charged in, with number 1 closely following in an instant. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light. This level presented a nightmarish environment, lacking stars or a moon, an abyss of darkness. Meow! At that moment, a chilling cry pierced the silence, jolting the land warrior's senses. The shriek bore an intimidating psychic effect, causing him to instinctively halt in the next heartbeat. Several claws slashed toward his face. With a ripping sound, the claws grazed his cheek, leaving a faint trace of blood, and the land warrior finally caught sight of the creature's form. The formidable creature known as the Night Cat Demon, classified as a brave-level monstrosity, stands in stark contrast to the previous Shadow Cat. They belong to entirely different species. Unlike the Shadow Cat, this Night Cat Demon possesses limbs and a slender physique, astonishingly resembling an S-rank beauty, albeit without considering its visage. If one were to gaze upon its face, it could induce sheer terror, for it bears the countenance of a cat, and a most grotesque one at that. In the darkness, Lu Zhan's line of sight was limited, revealing only a vague silhouette, yet he thrust his sword forth, predictably striking nothingness. At that moment, a burst of flames erupted, illuminating the surrounding space. Lu Zhan turned to see the first wild flame demon axe striking the ground solidly, evidently having missed its target. However, the firelight afforded Lu Zhan a clear view of the situation. To his astonishment, there were 2 Night Cat demons, genuine feline demon sisters. One had just attacked him while the other was engaged with the undead tiger demon, whose body was already marred with claw marks. Yet, due to the undead tiger demon's robust constitution, it could endure for a while longer, allowing Lu Zhan to refrain from recalling it just yet. Seizing the fleeting light, he pursued the Night Cat demon. However, the flames flickered out in an instant, plunging the surroundings back into darkness. It seemed that the Night Cat demon thrived in the shadows, emitting not a whisper of presence, rendering it nearly impossible to detect. With this realization, Lu Zhan's mind raced. The first, beside him, swung the axe wildly, striking the ground with ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. With the first's impressive speed of 5 strikes per second, the probability of triggering an explosion, no matter how slim, was continuously activated. In an instant, the entire space was engulfed in flames, leaving the 2 Night Cat demons with no avenue of escape. Meow! The Night Cat demons emitted frantic cries, scurrying in all directions in their desperate bid for escape. Just then, an eerie sound pierced the air. The first, still hammering the ground, managed a deathly sigh. The 2 already panicked Night Cat demons were seized by an overwhelming terror. Rooted to the spot, Lu Zhan stepped forward, plunging his sword into one of the demons, then viciously twisting it. Meanwhile, the undead tiger demon seized its opportunity, wrapping its arms around the demon tightly before sinking its teeth into its feline head. The massive tiger head swallowed the demon's head whole. With an audible crunch, in mere seconds, the tide of battle shifted drastically. The 2 Night Cat demons, once the aggressors, were now vanquished. This was the nature of assassin-type entities. Once a flaw was exposed, death came swiftly. With the demise of the 2 Night Cat demons, the system's voice echoed promptly. Challenge successful. Reward. Equipment. Loser's Edge. Would you like to continue? Elated, Lu Zhan glanced at his hand, where a dagger had materialized, causing his heart to skip a beat. Could it be another piece of assassin-class equipment? Loser's Edge. Rarity. Purple. Equipment requirements. Agility 150. Agility 20. Physical attack power 100. Critical hit rate 10. Gale Step. Active enter an invisible state, increasing movement speed by 20, with a critical hit on breaking invisibility dealing 200 damage, lasting 20 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Damn. Even someone like Lu Zhan, accustomed to splendid treasures, could not help but exclaim at the sight. A purple rarity item had emerged. Up until now, he had only possessed one purple item, the Holy Grail Ring, which had played a crucial role in his journey thus far. To think he had stumbled upon another purple item. Alas, while Loser's Edge bore no class-specific requirements, it was evidently suited for assassin-type professions. Though he could wield it, it would be somewhat wasteful. Such weaponry did not activate merely by being carried. It must be held in hand. He couldn't very well wield a dagger in one hand and a sword in the other, could he? Perhaps the first could utilize it. Although the undead could not learn skills, they should still be able to employ the skills attached to the equipment, given that it did not require mana. However, that would effectively force the first to transition from axe warrior to assassin. Ultimately, Lu Zhan decided to place Lozer's edge into his storage ring for now. If someone were to offer an exorbitant price, selling it might be viable, or he could trade it for other equipment. Subsequently, Lu Zhan recalled the undead tiger demon into the realm of the undead, his heart racing with excitement as he opened his attribute panel. The skills, equipment, and items acquired during this Trial Tower expedition were merely secondary. The true reward lay in the class advancement quest. After slaying the 2 night cat demons, he had finally completed all objectives. As anticipated, the quest advancement panel displayed 4 completed tasks. A button for advancement appeared below. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhan selected the advancement option. The next moment, a selection panel appeared before him, reminiscent of the initial class choices at the dawn of the apocalypse. Please choose your class advancement direction. 1. Necromancer Commander. 2. Undead Archmage. Lu Zhan was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected the undead mage to possess distinct advancement paths. The 2 options were evident. The first leaned towards controlling the undead, while the second was more inclined towards magic, utilizing spells to inflict damage. Undead magic, without a doubt, would wield considerable power. However, the primary issue lay in Lu Zhan's woefully low intelligence, as magical damage often relied heavily on this attribute. Thus, he found himself with no real choice. It was a path of no return for him. Without hesitation, Lu Zhan chose Necromancer Commander. Chapter 79. Undead Summoning Ding. Congratulations on your successful class advancement to Necromancer Commander. The system's voice resonated in Lu Zhan's mind, and he was struck with shock to find himself utterly immobilized. The only part of him that could move was his mouth. What on earth was happening? In the next moment, an ominous wind swept through the already dark 9th layer. Subsequently, an overwhelming aura of death permeated the air, flooding into Lu Zhan's body. What the hell? He had not anticipated such a transformation. He distinctly recalled that his previous advancement had transpired instantaneously, without incident, as the deathly essence coursed into him. Lu Zhan's body grew cold, his heartbeat slowed, and his breath diminished. Going to die? Panic surged within Lu Zhan. He yearned to struggle, to resist, but it was futile. He remained immobile. Why? Why was this happening? Wasn't this supposed to be a class advancement? I don't want to die in an instant. Lu Zhan was overwhelmed by an intense fear. As his terror escalated, his heartbeat slowed further, and his breathing weakened. Just as he was on the brink of total cessation, Lu Zhan suddenly bellowed, "Damn it! I've already died once. Why should I fear you?" What a joke! With each expletive, the fear within Lu Zhan began to dissipate. His heartbeat resumed its rhythm, and his breath steadied. When all the deathly essence had finally entered his body, Lu Zhan's curses ceased. He regained his ability to move. A shiver of apprehension washed over him. Had he continued in fear, he might have truly perished. This was merely a class advancement task, yet it had brought him closer to death than ever before. This was the true nature of the advancement quest. As a necromancer, one could be considered a servant of death. How could he fear death? It was only at this moment that his advancement task was genuinely completed. Just as he became the Necromancer Commander, the first and all the undead in the realm knelt involuntarily, as if to welcome the arrival of a monarch. Quite the impressive display, Lu Zhan chuckled to himself. Then opened his personal attribute panel, eager to discover what this advancement, which had nearly led him to death, entailed. In the profession section, it was now clearly marked as Necromancer Commander in terms of attributes. Strength, physique, agility, and intelligence showed no changes. Only his spirit had increased significantly by 30 points. His spirit now stood at a robust 70, likely surpassing many spirit-based hidden professions. This advancement primarily enhanced his skills. First, the ability of Undead Rebirth had evolved into Mass Undead Rebirth, increasing the number of reborn undead by 10, reaching a total of 43. Mass Rebirth meant he could now resurrect multiple undead simultaneously. A monumental shift in large-scale warfare. Just envisioning a wave of corpses rising en masse was nothing short of awe-inspiring. The same held true for undead sacrifice. Lu Zhan felt a surge of emotion. He would no longer have to laboriously resurrect each one individually. In addition, the most significant change was the acquisition of 2 new skills. Undead Summon LV1. Consumes 100 mana, randomly summons 1 undead from the realm of the dead, binding it to your service for battle, with a cooldown of 1 minute, and a maximum undead level of ordinary. with quantity based on Spirit 2.I of the undead. After casting, gain the perspective of a specified undead. These two skills, once again, bore no relation to direct offensive capabilities. True to the nature of the necromancer commander, there was no enhancement to the practitioner themselves. However, the mere existence of the undead summon skill left Lu Zhan exhilarated. With the presence of talents, the undead would not merely serve as minions, but also enhance his attributes. If the summoned undead could also benefit from his talents, with his current 70 points in spirit, that would equate to an impressive increase of 35 undead. For him, this would signify a transformative change. With a heart full of excitement and trepidation, Lu Zhan directly invoked the summoning skill. There was no need to rush into the 10th level once he was fully prepared. Moments later, a wave of deathly energy swept by a small creature resembling a skeleton materialized before him, wielding a white skeletal dagger. Its tremulous demeanor left Lu Zhan momentarily speechless. Surely, a mere gust of wind could blow it over? Nonetheless, it did possess some semblance of undead characteristics: skeleton minion, traits, undead, strength, 6. Constitution, 6. Agility, 5. What a dismal array of attributes! Lu Zhan was utterly astounded. It was almost akin to his own stats at the onset of the apocalypse. Did this creature truly possess any combat capability? Its attributes were so feeble that Lu Zhan couldn't even discern if there was any enhancement. It seemed that this random summoning was somewhat disappointing. Gritting his teeth, Lu Zhan decided to allocate both of his saved skill points entirely to the undead summoning skill. Although other aspects remained unchanged, the upper limit for undead levels transformed to that of a hero. This meant that, with a stroke of luck, he could summon hero-level undead. Subsequently, Lu Zhan once again cast the undead summoning. The deathly aura re-emerged, yet this time, a skeleton appeared once more. However, there was a marked difference. This skeleton's bones were evidently far sturdier than the previous one, radiating a glossy sheen and an undeniable quality. It even donned a cloak, clutching a skeletal staff that bore a resemblance to a wand. Lu Zhan was somewhat taken aback. Could this creature possibly be a mage? Skeleton mage. Traits: elite undead. Strength: 10. Constitution, 21. Intelligence, 76. Spirit, 54. Skills. Ghost Fireball, summon skeleton guardian. Incredible! It turned out to be a genuine mage. Perhaps this was the true essence of undead beings. His previous reincarnations resembled mere corpse puppets. How intriguing! Could there truly exist a realm of the undead, akin to that of the monstrous beings, forming a vast race? Would summoning undead into this world inadvertently aid their invasion? This thought startled Lu Zhan momentarily, yet he quickly shook his head. Perhaps the undead were allies of humanity, assisting in repelling the encroachment of monsters. Never mind, it was better not to overthink. He was but a minor character. Then, Lu Zhan opened his attribute panel, and to his delight, he discovered a significant increase in his intelligence, by a full 7 points. This indicated that the summoned undead also benefited from the enhancement of talents. Thus, spirit could also be augmented, which in turn determined the number of undead he could summon. Was this not a delightful paradox? The protection of the undead lord. How immensely overpowered this talent was. Lu Zhan even began to suspect whether he was the illegitimate child of the undead lord. Chapter 80. Death Assassin with a Mere Thought. The skeleton mage began to wield its skeletal staff. Moments later, another figure emerged. It was still a skeleton, but this one was clad in armor, wielding a knife in its left hand and a shield in its right. This was the skeleton guardian summoned by the skeleton mage. Unfortunately, Lu Zhan could not see its attributes, and thus could not ascertain any enhancement. Otherwise, however, it was evident that this entity was superior to the skeleton minion he had summoned. Continuing forth, Lu Zhan decided to summon the remaining 35 undead without delay. 3rd. Elite Undead Phantom Knight. 4th. Ordinary Undead Ghoul. 5th. Ordinary Undead Skeleton Archer. 6th. Ordinary Undead Wraith. After summoning a total of 20 beings, not a single hero-level undead appeared, and the probability of summoning elite-level beings was disappointingly low. Alongside the skeleton mage, he had only accumulated 7 undead. Lu Zhan was on the verge of cursing. Initially, he had even fantasized about gathering 35 hero-level undead. At that point, even dragons would have been no match for him. In hindsight, it was clear he had been overly naive. Such dreams were nothing but whimsical fantasies. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhan earnestly prayed. Great Lord of the Undead, I beseech your protection. Once more, he activated the undead summoning technique. In the next moment, an overwhelmingly potent aura of death enveloped him. And Lu Zhan's eyes brightened. To his astonishment, his prayers had indeed borne fruit. Something extraordinary was about to be summoned. Moments later, a silhouette appeared before him. This was a humanoid creature, yet it bore an oddity. Resembling a block of black clay forcibly shaped into a form, complete with limbs and a head, but devoid of facial features. In summary, it possessed no colors beyond black. Lu Zhan nearly overlooked its presence. This creature wielded a similarly black dagger, appearing to be an assassin-type undead, death assassin. Traits: hero-level undead, strength, 148. Constitution, 103. Agility, 203. Skills, lethal strike, backstab assault, death erosion. How formidable, Lu Zhan couldn't help but exclaim. With over 200 agility, it surpassed even the first undead, though its constitution was slightly lower. Nevertheless, given its assassin nature, that was entirely reasonable. Henceforth, you shall be designated as the second. Lu Zhan smiled with satisfaction, patting the shoulder of the death assassin. This fellow had potential, and he intended to nurture it diligently. If it performed admirably, he would not hesitate to entrust it with the Blade of Lhasa. In that scenario, the first would be the primary attacker, while the second would serve as the main assassin, a perfect balance of light and shadow. Yet at that moment, the death assassin emitted a peculiar sound. Kneeling on one knee, Lu Zhan was taken aback. Could this creature possess consciousness? He had previously attempted to communicate with the skeleton mage, only to find that it, like the other reincarnated undead, would unconditionally obey his commands. Did this imply that undead of hero level and above exhibited some awareness? Would it dare to betray its master? With a surge of curiosity, Lu Zhan observed as the second's dagger was thrust toward him without a hint of hesitation. Stop! The dagger halted mere inches from the second's head. For now, it appeared trustworthy. Subsequently, Lu Zhan resumed his fervent prayers. Great Lord of the Undead, I implore your protection. The undead summoning was initiated once more. A skeletal minion materialized before Lu Zhan, who was filled with anticipation. Curse you, Lord of the Undead! You wretched being! Lu Zhan erupted in furious expletives. 10 minutes later, he finally summoned the 35th undead, an elite-level skeleton knight. This entity appeared quite imposing, mounted upon a skeletal steed, wielding a skeletal greatsword. Among the 35 summoned undead, only the death assassin was of hero level, with 10 elite level, and 24 ordinary level. In truth, his spirit had already surpassed 100, allowing for additional summons. However, this blind box-style summoning was utterly excruciating. Lu Zhan could hardly endure it. With a total of 35 summoned undead alongside 33 reincarnated ones, he commanded 68 undead in total. His strength, constitution, and agility were all nearing the 400 mark, and even his intelligence had reached 100. Finally liberating him from the label of a mere dim-witted mage. He had become a well-rounded six-sided warrior, truly excelling in all aspects. Such power was more than sufficient to dominate the current stage. As for the rest, he could summon more at a leisurely pace. One day, he would replace all his undead with hero-level beings. At that time, he would be invincible. Filled with anticipation for the future, Lu Zhan bellowed, "Let the trials continue." With a resounding boom, the entrance to the 10th level of the trial tower finally opened. Lu Zhan summoned the undead tiger demon once more. A thought crossed his mind, and he activated the skill, Undead EYE. In an instant, his consciousness seemed to merge with that of the undead tiger demon. This sensation was peculiar, akin to controlling two bodies simultaneously, quite an adjustment. However, with enough practice, he might even attempt to gain perspectives from multiple undead, such as the four griffins. It was akin to having a full map cheat, rendering reconnaissance utterly invincible. The undead tiger demon ascended the stairs. Stepping through the doorway, before Lu Zhan's eyes lay an expansive desert. The center of the desert, a colossal monster reigned supreme. This creature resembled a gigantic scorpion, its body adorned with scales, yet its head bore a resemblance to that of a T-Rex. The name of this beast flashed into Lu Zhan's mind instantaneously, Desert Dragon Scorpion. It was said to possess draconic blood, thus deserving the title of subdragon. Most crucially, this creature was merely an ordinary monster. Yet the pressure it exerted upon Lu Zhan was far greater than that of 10 hero-level monsters combined. He had once heard that every 10 levels of the Trial Tower housed a boss-level monster. To his astonishment, this turned out to be true. Had he entered before advancing to become the master of the undead, he might have met his demise here. Taking a deep breath, Lu Zhan retracted the undead eye and stepped into the desert himself. The desert dragon scorpion, with its noble draconic lineage, naturally looked down upon such underhanded tactics as ambushes. Once Lu Zhan made his appearance, the beast let out a thunderous roar in an instant. This roar manifested into a violent sandstorm that swept toward Lu Zhan. What a fierce opening move! Bring it on! Lu Zhan summoned all his undead back into the undead space, drawing forth his sword as he charged directly into the sandstorm. Dodge? Not a chance. A man should face challenges head-on. In an instant, Lu Zhan plunged into the heart of the sandstorm. The raging sand felt like countless blades scraping against his body, yet it inflicted no harm whatsoever. The next second, Lu Zhan emerged from the storm. Charging straight toward the desert dragon scorpion, Chapter 81. Enduring humiliation, the speed of Lu Zhan was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before the desert scorpion, and with a swift stroke of his sword, it shattered with a resounding crack. The scorpion's venomous tail lunged towards him with ferocity. Even with Lu Zhan's formidable physique, a mere sting would be far from pleasant. Discarding the broken sword, Lu Zhan leapt onto the scorpion's back. Delivering a powerful punch, the scorpion shuddered violently, its tail once again launching an assault at Lu Zhan. Just as he took flight to evade the strike, a massive claw was already upon him. With no option but to dodge, he narrowly escaped, only to find the other claw barreling towards him. The two enormous pincers, coupled with the tail, unleashed a relentless barrage against Lu Zhan, their speed creating afterimages in the air. Yet, for all its swiftness, Lu Zhan was even faster. He deftly maneuvered on the scorpion's back, evading its attacks with ease. After 5 seconds, the desert scorpion, growing impatient, trembled with fury, letting out a roar that echoed across the sands. From the surrounding desert emerged hundreds of small scorpions, climbing onto their leader's back and surging towards Lu Zhan. "Is that all you can muster? Calling forth your little minions?" Lu Zhan scoffed coldly. Initially, he had wished to personally vanquish this creature, but since it had chosen to forsake honorable combat, he would resort to a brawl. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned 34 elite and ordinary undead, all of whom were mere conjurations and of little value. Should they perish, it mattered not. The undead clashed with the scorpions atop their leader's back, but upon contact, the ordinary undead fell in droves. Each of the little scorpions summoned by the desert scorpion possessed elite-level strength, over 100 elite foes. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, any ordinary individual would have been paralyzed with fear. Yet who was Lu Zhan? The more adversaries he faced, the more exhilarated he became. This was a perfect opportunity to refine his undead. Leaping off the scorpion's back, he summoned Generals 1 and 2, wielding the blazing demon axe. General 1 charged forward, leaping high to deliver a devastating blow to the scorpion's back, sparks flying. The explosive damage resulted in nearly 10 of the small scorpions perishing on the spot. Enraged, the desert scorpion swung its pincers at General 1. However, in the next moment, it felt a sharp pain in its rear, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Unbeknownst to the scorpion, General 2 had stealthily positioned himself behind, stabbing with his dagger in a surprise attack. Lu Zhan's eyes lit up. That skill was astonishingly lethal. Just moments ago, even he had barely perceived General 2's movement as he appeared behind the scorpion. Now, the scorpion was overwhelmed, unable to attend to Lu Zhan amidst fending off 2 valiant undead. Taking advantage of the situation, Lu Zhan seated himself on the sand, ready to summon more undead. The first was a skeleton soldier. "Go forth and perish for me." The second, another skeleton soldier. The third, yet another skeleton soldier. "By the heavens!" Lu Zhan, unable to bear the humiliation, stood up in a fit of rage. He pulled out his phone and, at a premium, purchased a blue sword, charging towards the desert scorpion. "Oh, you think you're a desert scorpion? Do you?" With a swing of his sword against its back, he hurled a torrent of curses. "My luck is so wretched, and I blame it all on you. Why must you grow so large and hideous? Just because you have dragon in your name, does that make you superior? I will slay you." His fury was palpable. It was one thing to send ordinary undead against him, but to summon the weakest of skeleton soldiers was an affront. Lu Zhan felt unfulfilled with just a mere strike, so he promptly acquired the battle roar skill, unleashing a bellow. Additionally, he activated the werewolf necklace's skill, bestowing buffs upon his undead minions. He then commanded General 1, "Go berserk and annihilate it." In an instant, General 1 went berserk, swinging his axe with increased ferocity and speed. As for General 2, he required no orders. Each of his strikes was executed with precision, evading the scorpion's counterattacks flawlessly. The desert scorpion writhed in desperation, utilizing every tactic at its disposal, yet it was all in vain. The agility of these three was unparalleled, enhanced by an array of buffs, allowing them to evade the scorpion's grasp effortlessly. Roar. This was the initial roar of the desert scorpion. Whimper. This was its mournful cry 10 seconds later. Thud. This was the sound of the desert scorpion collapsing to the ground, promptly followed by the system's announcement. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the 10th level challenge. Please hold on. The system will now issue your most suitable reward. Most suitable reward. What is that? Lu Zhan pondered, surprised by the nature of the 10th level's reward. What could be the most fitting reward for him? To be honest, he was uncertain about what he truly needed. After a brief wait, the system's voice resonated again. Congratulations, you have obtained a shard of the Wings of Death. Due to insufficient level, you cannot continue the trial. Please prepare yourself. You will be leaving the trial tower. We welcome your next visit. 3 consecutive system notifications rang out. However, for Lu Zhan, these were hardly good tidings. He had never anticipated that the reward would be something so trivial, a shard of the Wings of Death. Was this item valuable? It must be exceedingly precious, for the Wings of Death appeared to be among the highest tier of golden divine equipment. Yet, receiving merely a shard was of little use. Most importantly, the trial tower had abruptly ceased to allow him further participation. Had he not been constrained by his current level, he could have ascended several more tiers. Ever since his transition to the Undead Master, his fortune had plummeted to new lows. Was it possible that the heavens sensed his overwhelming strength and conspired against him? This was not mere fanciful thinking. It was feasible that some extraordinary force was maintaining a balance. Otherwise, why hadn't those powerful royal-grade magical beasts descended at the onset of the apocalypse to eliminate everyone? If such entities could regulate the demonic forces, it would not be unreasonable for them to restrain him as well. As Lu Zhan delved into these thoughts, he was suddenly plunged into darkness. Upon regaining his sight, he found himself outside, with no trace of the trial tower remaining. "Lu, brother Lu, you finally emerged," Zhang Tianfu exclaimed, nearly shedding tears upon seeing Lu Zhan. There lay Bei Laohai on the ground, while Zhang Tianfu and Wang Yi flanked him, massaging and grooming his fur. This situation had persisted for nearly an hour. Zhang Tianfu's hands were nearly numb. They had waited anxiously, even as the entrance to the dungeon vanished, wondering if brother Lu had perished. Yet, they dared not move while Bei Laohai remained silent, continuing their ministrations in silence. After a lengthy wait, Lu Zhan finally appeared. However, upon witnessing Lu Zhan's expression, Zhang Tianfu felt a chill of fear wash over him. That moment, he seemed to glimpse death itself. Chapter 82. Regaining Honor. Woof 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 woof. You finally emerged. I was about to run out of battery waiting for you, Bei Laohai remarked with boredom. He had even finished off the unpalatable remains of the black-skinned dog corpses out of sheer idleness. Old black dog, are you daring enough to confront that grand tiger and reclaim our honor? Lu Zhan felt a surge of resentment within him. In his previous life, he had been weak and cautious, living in utter frustration. Now reborn with immense strength, he still felt as though the world conspired against him. From the initial elven curse to the night monarch, the sacred curse, and now, it seemed even fortune itself was aligned against him. If that was the case, he would unleash his fury and see what else could conspire against him. That grand tiger. Bei Laohai sprang to his feet, filled with battle fervor. Woof 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 woof. Let us go. Let us slay it. Very well, let us depart. Lu Zhan mounted the dog, giving it a pat on the rear. First, they would return to the town. He was not reckless enough to seek out the grand tiger at this moment. During this time, his strength had surged remarkably. However, the Thunder Tiger God was no pushover and was undoubtedly a far cry from its former self. To confront such a formidable foe, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. Although he had emerged from the trial tower unscathed, the energy expended was considerable, and he needed to recuperate his mental state. The following morning, just outside Shaowang town, Lu Zhan rode upon Beilao Hai, gradually distancing himself from the town, with Zhang Tianfu accompanying him. "Brother Lu, can't you stay?" Zhao Ling mustered the courage to shout from behind Lu Zhan. Beside her, Wang Ming and his son had developed an air of strength compared to their former selves. Zhao Ling had become the undisputed leader of the town, her prestige unmatched. All of this was thanks to Lu Zhan. Behind her stood all the surviving townsfolk, grateful to Lu Zhan while also wishing for him to remain. Though Lu Zhan often vanished mysteriously, there were times they had to rely on their own strength to safeguard the village. However, having such a powerful ally nearby instilled a sense of security. Moreover, Wang Yi occasionally returned with valuable treasures, items that were mere scraps to Lu Zhan, yet invaluable to them. Strive with all your might, everyone. In this apocalyptic world, no one can be relied upon but oneself. Only strength is the foundation of survival, Lu Zhan, without hesitation, declared. The journey through the martial world is long. It is a fortunate encounter to meet you, and perhaps fate will allow us to meet again. With that, he commanded Bei Lao He to seize Zhang Tianfu and dash away. Given his current streak of misfortune, he could not afford to let this divine general, Tianfu, escape. Although uncertain of the outcome, it was at least a means to mitigate the situation. In Donghai City, the transformation since the onset of the apocalypse has been profound, with some semblance of pre-apocalyptic human order restored. Surrounding the city are towering walls, patrolled 24 hours a day. There exists but a single grand entrance through which all humans must enter and exit. Donghai City resembles not a modern metropolis but rather an ancient fortress. This modification is, of course, aimed at enhancing defenses against the monstrous entities. Considering the vast expanse of the city, it is impractical to deploy large forces in every direction. These walls serve at least as a buffer. Were it not for the profession of architects, such rapid transformation of a city would have been inconceivable prior to the apocalypse. Now, various vocational skills have begun to be recognized and developed. At this moment, not far away, a large truck speeds towards Donghai City, its rear laden with the corpses of monsters, including 2 formidable warrior-class beasts. Inside the vehicle sits a quartet. "Teacher Lu, will these 2 trucks suffice for the brothers' protection fees for a week?" A young man in the driver's seat exclaimed excitedly. Although some time has passed since the apocalypse, he still refers to the leader as Teacher Lu. "That should be sufficient. Let's take a good rest over the next few days." "Everyone has worked hard," Lu Yong replied from the back seat. Compared to the time before parting ways with Lu Zhan, his demeanor had noticeably matured and stabilized. His strength has also undergone a remarkable transformation. Having successfully advanced to the berserker class, beside him, the former priest, Xiao Yao, nestled against his shoulder, radiating happiness and sweetness. Indeed, Lu Yong not only persuaded this young girl to become the team's dedicated medic, but also won her heart in a more intimate sense. "Lu Gu, let us have a child." Xiao Yao suddenly gazed at Lu Yong, her face filled with longing. Since falling in love with him, she yearned to experience everything by his side. Lu Yong shook his head. "In this apocalypse, death lurks at every corner. We have no right to seek parenthood. Isn't it precisely because of the constant threat of death that we should seize the moment and have a child? That way, we won't have any regrets." "Xiao Yao, that is rather selfish. Have you considered the future child's fate? To be born into this apocalypse, will they truly find happiness?" At that moment, the 2 students in the front seat began to persuade him. "Teacher Lu, why not have one? With your strength, you can protect them, right? Besides, we are here too." Indeed, a child symbolizes new beginnings, a beautiful omen. Perhaps this apocalypse will soon come to an end, ushering in a new era. Lu Yong frowned and declared sternly, "Stop speaking of this." His authoritative presence silenced any further protest. Just then, someone sighed. "I wonder how Lu Gu is faring." The moment those words were spoken, the truck fell silent. Their current strength is largely owed to Lu Zhan. "Who is Lu Gu? Surely he is faring better than us," Lu Yong remarked with a smile. Though worry lingered in his eyes, Lu Zhan is indeed formidable. Yet the power of that giant tiger is terrifying. Even Lu Yong, despite his current prowess, cannot help but feel fear in its presence. However, worrying does no good. Lu Yong redirected the conversation. "All right, we are nearing the city. I will take care of the protection fees. You all take those two elite corpses back and ask the chef to prepare something good. And no sooner had he finished speaking than the truck abruptly slammed to a halt, causing Xiao Yao, sitting beside Lu Yong, to nearly fly forward, only to be caught by him. Xiao Zhou, what are you doing? And no, Teacher Lu, you must see that person. The driver, Xiao Zhou, pointed ahead, seemingly witnessing a ghost. It's the city gate. Lu Gu, I never expected such a transformation in just a few days, Zhang Tianfu remarked, gazing incredulously at the towering walls. This phenomenon defies scientific explanation. Liu Zhan remained silent, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Everything felt reminiscent of his previous life. There was even a time when he served as a guard at this very gate. While the true strong should venture forth to slay monsters and earn gold coins, those like him, deemed weaker, could only settle for security work to scrape together a meager living. The apocalypse has indeed altered much, yet many aspects remain unchanged, such as the societal hierarchy among humans. Although Lu Zhan now finds it quite easy to earn gold, often in thousands, for most, even acquiring a single coin proves to be a formidable challenge. Woof woof woof. Why must I be made so small? I refuse to accept this. Beside Lu Zhan, a small dog barked several times, Bei Lao Hei. Ever since consuming the heart of a troll, it gained the ability to change size at will. Naturally, Bei Lao Hei preferred being larger but despised being small. Yet at this moment, Lu Zhan insisted it shrink, leading to its evident displeasure. Isn't being small rather cute? Lu Zhan dismissed its complaints and continued towards the city gate, with Zhang Tianfu hastily following. In returning to Donghai, Lu Zhan sought not only to confront that ferocious tiger, but also to settle some scores. In his previous life, there were several who had bullied him, though those individuals may not even recognize him now. It mattered little. The grievances of the past would find resolution in this life. With his current strength, Lu Zhan was no longer content merely to survive. He desired to live freely and exuberantly. Stop. Please present your identification to enter the city. Just then, two guards at the city gate barred their way. No identification, Lu Zhan replied coolly. Without identification, a protection fee of 100 gold coins is required to enter the city. After entering, please promptly apply for identification, one guard said, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. 100 gold coins? Wasn't it 50? Lu Zhan furrowed his brow. He had once held this position. If memory served correctly, the protection fee for entering the city had always been 50 gold coins, a standard set by the major factions within. Enough with the nonsense. I say it's 100, so it's 100. If you have no gold, then be gone. The guard spoke bluntly and without courtesy. In the next instant, a flash of blood illuminated the air, and the guard fell silent forever. Had the others simply collected the 50 gold coins, Lu Zhan would not have troubled them. He would have paid and moved on. Yet, it was unacceptable for them to attempt to extort him. This was tantamount to courting death. Zhang Tianfu remained unfazed. Well aware of Lu Ji's temperament, killing someone was merely a trivial matter. The other guard, witnessing the scene, stood frozen in shock. The most alarming part was that he could not even discern how the attack had transpired, indicating that Lu Zhan's strength far exceeded his comprehension. Do you also require 100 gold coins? Lu Zhan inquired, his tone flat. No need. Please, you may enter, the guard stammered, trembling. He wished to shout for reinforcements, but dared not. Given Lu Zhan's recent speed, by the time he called for help, he would already be meeting his end below. Liu Gu. It truly is you. Just then, an exceedingly joyful voice rang out from not far away. Lu Zhan's brow arched. Just from the sound, he could tell who it was. Upon turning, he was greeted by Lu Yong, and a smile broke across his face. Lu Yong, how have you been lately? In this apocalypse, he could claim to have no friends. Zhang Tianfu played more of a talisman role. If pressed to name one, Lu Yong would truly fit the bill. On the truck, Lu Yong and his companions leapt down, their expressions brimming with excitement as they rushed towards him. Old boss. Xiao Yao's face flushed crimson. Upon seeing Zhang Tianfu, she felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal, as if she had sold her very body. Xiao Yao, it seems you are doing quite well, Zhang Tianfu noted, instantly recognizing the subtle relationship between her and Lu Yong. Liu Gu, you have returned. Lu Yong stood before Lu Zhan, his face flushed, excitement nearly overwhelming him. From the dormitory to the dungeons, It was Lu Zhan who had guided him every step of the way. Calling him a reborn parent would not be an exaggeration. Lu Degu, I was wrong. All of this was Zhang Han's idea. I did nothing. Suddenly, one of the guards dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. Lu Yong furrowed his brow, only then noticing the corpse lying on the ground. Quickly realizing what had transpired. Clearly, this guard had offended Lu Zhan. Heh, this guy wanted to charge 100 gold coins to enter the city. Zhang Tianfu chuckled. Such matters should not be addressed by Lu Zhan directly. It would be beneath his dignity to it was his duty as a subordinate to bring it up. The standard fee is set at 30. You charge 100? Quite ambitious, Lu Yong scoffed, decisively cutting off the guard's arm. The guard clenched his teeth, but in a bid to save his own life, resolutely severed one of his arms with a knife. Thank you, Big Lu, for sparing my life. Get lost. Take your own hand and this corpse away, and bring in a fresh batch of people. The guard bit down on his severed arm with his teeth, while using his other hand to drag the body away, hurrying to leave. Lu Yong, filled with immense guilt, said, Brother Lu, I'm sorry for embarrassing you upon my return. Heh, it's nothing, Lu Zhan replied, clearly unfazed by the incident. You're doing quite well, having become Big Lu now. It seems his presence has indeed brought about some changes in this future. Take the city entrance protection fee, for instance. In my previous life, it was 50, but now Lu Yong claims it is 30, likely due to his existence. This fellow has always had a heart of gold. And collecting less aligns perfectly with his style. However, the fact that he can influence the collection of this protection fee indicates that Lu Yong's standing in the city is evidently extraordinary. Not at all, Brother Lu. Just call me Little Lu, Lu Yong replied. Let us go, Brother Lu, into the city. We just killed a courageous grade monster. Let us celebrate your return. Teacher Lu, that is point one of his students quickly interjected. No worries, we can hunt a few more in a few days. Lu Yong waved his hand, saying, Little Zhou, you drive the car back to the base first. We'll walk back and accompany Brother Lu to explore. All right then, Teacher Lu. Little Zhou nodded helplessly and hopped into the car. It's easy to say they would hunt a few more. Each time they ventured out, they prepared for the possibility of death. As Lu Zhan walked through the city gate, everything inside appeared much the same as in his previous life, steeped in the atmosphere of a post-apocalyptic wasteland. What factions currently hold sway in this city? Lu Zhan asked directly, without any preamble. Oh, Brother Lu, how do you know all this? Lu Yong was somewhat surprised but quickly responded, there are mainly 4 human factions, each controlling one of the 4 cardinal positions in the city. Our Mutual Aid Society is located in the south. Chapter 84. Conflict. The Mutual Aid Society? Lu Zhan was taken aback. The name was indeed exceedingly plain. Well, yes, it's all about mutual assistance. I'm just a physical education teacher. Lacking in cultural refinement, Lu Yong showed no signs of embarrassment. The name had been mocked countless times, and he had long since grown accustomed to it. Many had urged him to change it, but Lu Yong stubbornly refused, for he was the leader. Additionally, there's the Black Dragon Society in the north, the Big Knife Gang in the west, and the War God Hall in the east. As Lu Yong walked towards his territory, he continued, currently, these 4 factions jointly manage Donghai, maintaining order and such. Lu Zhan nodded. The other 3 factions were exactly as they had been in his previous life, indicating that Lu Yong's Mutual Aid Society had replaced another faction. He then asked directly, and what about the central area? The central area. Lu Yong hesitated as if finding it hard to speak, but ultimately said, the center belongs to the mutated beasts. Brother Lu, to be honest, while it seems that our 4 factions manage this city, we are not the true masters. The real rulers are those mutated beasts. We merely exist under their roof. Without those mutated beasts, we would have long been overrun by the monsters. Especially the tiger god. That enormous tiger is terrifying. The last time nearly 10 courageous grade monsters attacked the city, that tiger eliminated them all in an instant. As he spoke, Lu Yong covertly glanced at Lu Zhan. The reason Lu Zhan had left this place was precisely because he had been chased away by that great tiger. After hearing this, Lu Zhan fell silent. Everything was just as it had been in his previous life. The Thunder Tiger God was the true master of this city. It allowed humans to exist here merely because they were not worth eating. Furthermore, this great tiger had established certain rules, such as humans could not enter the central area without permission. Humans had to provide a substantial amount of monster food weekly, and whenever it was bored, It might capture a few humans to play with. It would even occasionally unleash electricity, indifferent to whether unfortunate souls might be electrocuted. Once upon a time, these animals were confined in zoos for human amusement. Now, however, humans found themselves groveling beneath these creatures. The disparity was palpable, but there was no alternative. At least this city was a relatively safe place. It bore some resemblance to ancient dynasties, except the emperor was a tiger. And a rather brutal tyrant at that, of course. Lu Zhan merely mused. He had no interest in overthrowing the tyrant. The ones you just dragged back are intended as tributes for that great tiger. Right? Indeed, Brother Lu, that great tiger mandated that each faction must provide 2 corpses of courageous grade monsters weekly. All right, then I will return one to you later, Liu Zhan remarked nonchalantly. A single courageous grade monster was of no consequence in his eyes. Big Lu, what a grand display of authority. Just then, a particularly arrogant voice echoed from a distance. A large group of individuals approached, each wielding weapons, clearly not here with good intentions. At the forefront was a burly man. Bare-chested, showcasing his formidable muscles, he held a person aloft, as if carrying a mere chick. The individual he held was drenched in blood, limp and motionless, and it was unclear whether he was alive or dead. Xiao Jiang, beside Lu Yong, Xiao Yao exclaimed in alarm. Among the 3 students Lu Yong had rescued from the city defense mission, only 3 had survived, all core members of the Mutual Aid Society. Each time Lu Yong ventured out, he would leave one behind to oversee matters. The bloodied figure was none other than Jiang Cheng, one of them. Lu Yong clenched his fists, staring intently at the intruder, and said, Han Jiang, what do you want? The newcomer was none other than the leader of the Black Dragon Society in the north, named Han Jiang. He had always been at odds with Lu Yong. There was no escaping the fact that Han Jiang was a nouveau riche, having good fortune in the apocalypse and acquiring a hidden profession, gradually climbing to his current position. He was intent on asserting his dominance. Having implemented a series of outrageous regulations, for instance, girls under 20 had to undergo his personal inspection to enter the city, and every resident was required to pay an additional daily fee of 10 gold coins, or be expelled from the city. The only difference between him and the Great Tiger was his lack of strength. But who was Lu Yong? A quintessential altruist, he could never permit such regulations to be enforced in the city. Coupled with his formidable strength, he directly suppressed Han Jiang. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that Han Jiang harbored deep-seated resentment, and this time he sought to eliminate Lu Yong. He threw Jiang Cheng to the ground. His face contorted with rage as he said, "Humph, Big Lu. How do you manage your subordinates? This fellow is audacious enough to come to my turf and harass my woman. I caught him red-handed. So what should we do about it? Give me a ruling on the ground." Upon hearing this, Jiang Cheng struggled momentarily, opening his mouth but unable to produce any sound. A closer examination revealed that his tongue had been entirely severed. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yong felt his heart wrench. For the first time, this compassionate figure felt an overwhelming urge to kill someone. "You're talking nonsense," shouted Su Chong, one of the 3 students, who was well aware of Jiang Cheng's character. How could he possibly harass a woman, especially the leader of an opposing faction's woman? To be honest, the absurdity of the accusation was so blatant that even Lu Zhan found it hard to bear. Lu Yong's face turned ashen. In an instant, he comprehended much and called out loudly, "Su Dong, Deng Mingliang, are you 2 not coming out? If you don't, I will take action against Han Jiang." Su Dong and Deng Mingliang were the leaders of the Big Knife Gang and War God Hall, respectively. Without their support, Han Jiang would not dare to be so brazen in causing trouble for him. "Ha ha, Big Lu, Han Jiang summoned us to uphold justice." Not far away, 2 more groups emerged from the shadows. They had initially intended to wait until the fighting commenced to spring forth and catch Lu Yong off guard. But now that Lu Yong had already called them out, hiding would have appeared shameless. There was no alternative. A person like Lu Yong, who was excessively altruistic, would inevitably obstruct the interests of many in this apocalypse. Among the 4 factions in Donghai, the other 3 had long harbored dissatisfaction with the Mutual Aid Society. Mutual assistance? In this apocalyptic society, the strong should enjoy more, while the weak ought to submit unconditionally. To promote the idea of equality was utterly foolish. The 3 leaders had tried to confront Lu Yong countless times, but he remained steadfast in his resolve to be this so-called altruist. Since that was the case, they decided to oust him. After all, The great tiger wouldn't care who managed the city. Chapter 85. Past grudges, present retribution. Come on, the three of you. Let us go. Lu Yong brandished his massive sword, stating he no longer wished to engage in any debate. Once these three had decided to kill him, they could concoct 1,000 reasons. Given that, let battle commence. Big Lu, I'm not here to fight you, but to seek justice, Han Jiang retorted directly. He dared not confront Lu Yong in combat. It may appear to be a mere game of 3 against 1. Yet those two individuals harbor ulterior motives. Lu Yong is undoubtedly fixated on his desire for vengeance. It is quite possible that he and Lu Yong will perish together, while the other two reap the benefits. How about this, Boss Lu? I shall not press you too hard. Why not take your men and vacate Donghai City? After all, his sole intention is to oust Lu Yong from the fray, without hindering his ability to wield power and influence. Whether or not he takes a life is of little concern to him. Return Jiangqing to me, and I shall depart. This moment, Lu Yong felt an overwhelming sense of despair wash over him. He had taken it upon himself to save the world. He could slay demons and eradicate mutated beasts, yet he remained utterly lost when it came to salvaging the human spirit. Very well. Let your woman come forth and escort the others back, Han Jiang remarked. You are courting death. Lu Yong's entire being radiated fury, and the massive sword in his grasp emanated a ghastly crimson glow. Let Xiao Yao come over. That would merely be sending another hostage. Han Jiang sneered. Your little brother disrespected my woman, so let her come to me for a moment. Surely that would make us even. With a lewd gesture, he added, rest assured, I promise to only touch her, nothing more. Before Han Jiang could finish, he suddenly found himself confronted by an unexpected figure. The face before him bore a mocking expression, as if gazing upon a jester. You dare. Han Jiang began to curse, only to feel his vision plummet downward, followed by a sharp pain striking his head. In the next instant, a foot firmly pressed against his skull, accompanied by a cold voice. You soiled my shoe. Clean it. Liu Zhan regarded the furious, panicked, and humiliated face beneath his foot, reveling in the sweet taste of revenge. In a previous life, their roles had been reversed. He had been the one trampled underfoot, all because he had hastened a pace too quickly and splashed water onto Han Jiang's shoes. That feeling of humiliation remained etched in his memory. This face, he would never forget. It must be said, there was a certain exhilaration in placing this face beneath his heel. The scene unfolded in a manner that left all present utterly astounded, rendering them speechless and uncertain of how to respond. Han Jiang's complexion shifted from crimson to pallid. He wished to resist but discovered that the foot upon his head felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, rendering him immobile. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the true extent of the power possessed by this foot's owner. Trembling, he stammered, You big brother. If you do not release me, how can I clean it? In his struggle for survival, he was willing to abandon all dignity. Yet, before he could complete his plea, Lu Zhan exerted his strength. With a resounding crack, Han Jiang's head exploded beneath that foot, and blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Lu Zhan raised an eyebrow. Moments prior, he had received a notification from the system. He had gained 100,000 gold coins. In an instant, his desire for vengeance intensified. He had several enemies, and their faces were etched in his mind. The scene was rife with chaos, as Han Jiang's subordinates stood frozen in shock. What had just transpired? Had their leader truly perished? Lu Yong rushed over, lifting Jiang Cheng into his arms, and expressed his profound gratitude to Lu Zhan, saying, Thank you, brother Lu. He was blissfully unaware that Lu Zhan had slain Han Jiang solely for the sake of revenge. Suddenly, someone broke the silence with a piercing scream. Han Jiang's subordinates scattered in panic, completely devoid of any desire for retribution. Su Dong and Deng Mingliang, both leaders, were far too preoccupied with fleeing to contemplate sharing in the spoils. The display of power exhibited by Lu Zhan was so terrifying that they had no inclination to engage. Lu Zhan remained silent, summoning his two minions. With a mere thought, they surged forward into the panicked crowd. The speed of these undead creatures was akin to teleportation in the eyes of the fleeing individuals. Escape was futile. Moments later, one unfortunate soul was flung towards Lu Zhan, landing at his feet, followed by another, then a third, and so on. Within 3 minutes, a pile of over a dozen individuals had accumulated at Lu Zhan's feet. including Su Dong and Deng Mingliang. Crouched on the ground, they dared not move. Han Zhang's headless corpse lay nearby, and none wished to share its fate. Meanwhile, Lu Yong and Xiao Yao had already cast several healing spells, ensuring that Jiang Cheng's life was preserved and further recovery would pose no issue. "Brother Lu, you are incredible," Su Cheng exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "Heh, this is nothing. Brother Lu's strength hasn't even scratched the surface." Zhang Tianfu chimed in, brimming with pride as Lu Zhan's sworn first subordinate. "Boss, what transpired during your absence? Please, regale us with the tales." Xiao Yao gazed at him with eager anticipation. "There is much to tell. Let me start with the tale of Brother Lu's battle against the rampaging gorilla." Zhang Tianfu began to recount the story with enthusiasm. Once the two minions returned to Lu Zhan's side, he addressed the assembled crowd. "All of you, kneel in a line." The onlookers exchanged glances, first at the imposing figure of the second minion clad in black, then at the armored first minion, and finally at Lu Zhan, whose feet were stained with brain matter. They hastily complied, forming a line, totaling 15 individuals. "Do you recognize me?" Lu Zhan inquired, surveying them like a sovereign surveying his subjects. The 15 exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion. None could recall ever having seen Lu Zhan before, let alone recognize him, leaving them feeling utterly aggrieved. With so many people around, why had they been singled out? "It matters not whether you recognize me. I am well acquainted with each of you. You, Hu Wei, once stole a green piece of equipment from me." Liu Zhan scrutinized the faces that had once filled him with rage. Systematically condemning each one for their past transgressions, Liu Zhan was a man of reason. He would not engage in indiscriminate slaughter without just cause. If he were to take a life, he would ensure that the individual understood the rationale behind it. Among the crowd were those who had stolen from him, insulted his character, harmed him, or deceived him. He remembered each slight with clarity. He bore a grudge, and he was unyielding in his pursuit of justice. As the 15 listened to Lu Zhan's accusations, confusion reigned in their hearts. Yet, the overwhelming strength of their adversary silenced any thoughts of rebuttal. They felt a profound sense of injustice, as if trapped with no avenue for redress. Chapter 86. "You are the one true boss." Lu Zhan spoke for a full 3 minutes, detailing each instance of mistreatment he had endured. Among them, only the leader of the War God Hall, Deng Mingliang, seemed to have no connection to Lu Zhan's grievances. However, since this individual sought to harm the benevolent Lu Yong, Lu Zhan had no qualms about addressing him as well. "Be brother, I doubt I did not commit the acts you accuse me of." One individual finally summoned the courage to protest. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than his head fell from his shoulders. "You dare question me?" Lu Zhan coldly replied, wiping the blood from his blade. This action sent the remaining 14 into a state of terror, their faces paling as they dared not utter a sound. Once again, Lu Zhan swung his sword, and another head rolled. "How dare none of you refute me? Do you look down on me?" Realizing that resistance was futile, the remaining individuals contemplated fighting back. "Damn it!" Deng Mingliang roared, his clothing tearing apart as dark fur rapidly erupted from his skin. His class was a hidden profession, druid. The skill bear transformation would allow him to become a hulking beast, and he was determined to fight back. Yet the next moment, an axe cleaved downward, resulting in a thunderous explosion as Deng Mingliang perished before he could fully transform, splattering his companions with gore and sending 2 nearby into unconsciousness from shock. How utterly dull! Liu Zhan waved his hand, and the remaining individuals were swiftly engulfed in the carnage wrought by his minions. Having relished the moment, he saw no need to squander more time on these insignificant foes. Zhang Tianfu, still animatedly recounting tales of Lu Zhan's exploits, noticed the approach of his leader. He hastily quieted down. "From this day forth, you shall be the sole boss of Donghai." Liu Zhan paid no heed to Zhang Tianfu, instead placing a hand on Lu Yong's shoulder and saying, "Consider this carefully." Lu Yong hesitated. Though he was compassionate, he was not foolish. The brutality displayed by Lu Zhan unsettled him, yet he was more grateful than anything. In his eyes, Lu Zhan's actions were solely to clear obstacles from his path. However, following this ordeal, Lu Yong began to question whether he was truly suited to be a leader. He contemplated leaving with Xiao Yao and a few brothers, wandering the land to slay demons and save souls. Free from the burdens of leadership. In essence, He felt he was better suited to be a chivalrous savior than a ruler of the city. Liu Zhan perceived Lu Yong's indecision but did not press him further. Take your time to think it over. Teacher Lu, as your student, allow me to offer you this advice. In times of chaos, benevolence cannot save the world. With that, he departed alongside his minions, heading toward the central area of the city. Meanwhile, Bei Laohong's form continued to swell in size beside him. Zhang Tianfu hurried to keep up, and upon realizing Lu Zhan's destination, Lu Yong snapped from his reverie, urgently calling out, "Brother Lu, you must not go there. That is the territory of the great tiger." In the midst of the tumult, Lu Zhan, unwavering and resolute, declared, "As I have stated, from this moment forth in Donghai, you shall be the sole sovereign. Await my return at home. For I shall treat you to a feast of tiger meat upon my arrival. I have tasted it, and it is remarkably nourishing." It was only at this juncture that Lu Yong grasped the true intent of Lu Zhan's return. Vengeance against that formidable tiger. The mere thought of the beast sent tumultuous waves of dread coursing through him. How powerful could Lu Gu truly be? Teacher Lu, is Lu Gu truly planning to slay that great tiger? Let us join forces, Su Chang exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm. The prospect of participating in the hunt for the tiger invigorated him, and he finally understood the thrill of the heroic exploits depicted in novels. Yet, Lu Yong swiftly rebuked him with a slap to the forehead, chastising, "Assist? You would only be a hindrance. With our current abilities, we would merely be offering ourselves as sacrifices." As Lu Zhan strode purposefully toward the heart of the city, a post erupted on the forum, quickly gaining traction. "Attention all hidden class elves. A powerful curse-bearer has emerged in Donghai. Assemble swiftly." The post detailed the nature of the curse and the immense rewards for slaying the curse-bearer. It concluded with an alarming warning. This curse-bearer was exceptionally strong, at least level 14, and had advanced in their profession. Those of lesser strength should refrain from seeking their demise. Initially, the post garnered little attention, as few had encountered such curses outside of system prompts. However, responses soon flooded in. "Donghai, you say? I just received a system alert as well, but that individual is truly terrifying. Otherwise, I would have engaged. I did not receive the elven curse, but I did receive a holy curse. Surely, they cannot be the same person. Isn't that fellow accompanied by a dog? Indeed, could it be the same individual? A holy curse coupled with an elven curse. What a terrifying combination. Slaying them would yield all the experience. If they are indeed at least level 14, I would ascend to the top of the rankings, relegating Huang Shengren to second place. Regardless of its veracity, I am quite close to Donghai. I shall arrive post-haste. I will offer 10,000 gold coins to detain them and ensure they do not escape. Should we succeed in slaying them, I shall reward you with 100,000 gold coins. Before long, the news of a dual cursed elf and holy bearer spread like wildfire across the forum. The allure of the rewards was simply too enticing. The experience alone was enough to incite madness among the masses. Moreover, such a powerful individual would undoubtedly possess ample gold, equipment, and skill points, a veritable treasure trove. Lu Gu, why does this place feel so peculiar? Zhang Tianfu murmured, shrinking back. The deeper they ventured into the city center, the more intense the eerie sensation became. Humph, can one expect anything less from a den of beasts? Lu Zhan replied nonchalantly. This area, which should have constituted the city's core, had transformed into a primitive forest. Hiss, halt. Humans and magical beasts are forbidden entry here. Suddenly, a massive python descended from the trees, hissing at Lu Zhan and his companions. Hiss. If you wish to pay tribute, simply place it on the ground, and I will retrieve it. These mutated creatures permitted human existence within the city, but forbade them from encroaching upon their territory. Just as Lu Zhan prepared to retort, a formidable bolt of lightning shot forth from the large black dog beside him. Boom! The terrifying lightning struck the python, causing it to convulse violently before plummeting from the tree, lifeless. Woof, woof, woof. My lightning has been aching for action. Bei Laohai stood tall, his eyes gleaming with the spirit of battle. Chapter 87. Historically, those who engage to the left are destined to lose. In the very heart of the city, a great tiger lay sprawled on its back, basking in the sunlight. Since the onset of the apocalypse, its life had grown increasingly comfortable. No longer needing to hunt for magical beasts, food was brought to it. This cannot continue. I risk becoming a mere shell of my former self. A flicker of apprehension ignited within the king's heart. I cannot allow myself to degenerate further. I have grand ambitions of conquering the world. With that thought, the king rolled over and sprang to its feet, a surge of terrifying electrical energy coursing through its body, causing the very air to crackle. Deity could scarcely remember how many magical beasts it had consumed, but each day was filled with feasting. Suddenly, the king's expression shifted, and it let out a mighty roar. As the self-proclaimed god of lightning, it was intimately familiar with the power of electricity. Just moments ago, it had sensed a formidable surge of lightning. In an instant, the king's eyes ignited with fierce determination. It had not unleashed its power in far too long. In the next heartbeat, the king transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling forward. Beneath the tree, Liu Zhan found himself beset by a throbbing headache. The cacophony around him overwhelming. Woof, woof, woof. Roar. Gaw, gaw, gaw. Moo, moo, moo. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A cacophony of animal calls erupted as a multitude of creatures converged, spurred by the commotion following Bei Laohai's confrontation with the python. These beasts, having gained intelligence through mutation, recognized the threat posed by the newcomer and refrained from direct confrontation, instead engaging in a war of words while awaiting their leader's arrival. Roar. At that moment, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Almost immediately, a massive aura descended, and a figure emerged from the distance. The mutated beasts fell silent, parting to create a path. The king's gaze fell upon the large black dog. If there were two entities that occupied its thoughts, they were this formidable dog and that detestable human. Surprised to see the black dog, it exclaimed, "Roar! Have you finally come to your senses? Are you here to pledge your allegiance to me?" Yet, before it could finish, its eyes landed on that loathsome human. Without a moment's hesitation, a bolt of lightning surged forth. Liu Zhan easily evaded the strike, chuckling as he said, "Ha ha, big cat, long time no see. Roar! You dare to return here?" The king's eyes narrowed, a hint of wariness surfacing. This individual had grown significantly stronger in the days since their last encounter. "I did not seek you out. Rather, my subordinate, who was humiliated by you, has come to reclaim their honor." With a powerful leap, Liu Zhan ascended to the branches of a nearby tree. He intended to refrain from intervening in this battle, as it was Bei Laohai's request. Though Bei Laohai often appeared lackadaisical, its pride was formidable. As a fellow lightning-type mutated beast, it would not permit any outsiders to interfere in their duel. Moreover, Liu Zhan was eager to ascertain just how much stronger Bei Laohai had become since joining him. He had never witnessed the great tiger unleash its full might. "Roar? You wish to challenge me?" The king's eyes glinted with disdain as it regarded Bei Laohai. The disparity between dog and tiger had always been insurmountable, and in the wake of the apocalypse, that gap had only widened. The only reason it had ever considered this dog was due to its electrical affinity. Woof, woof, woof. Today, I shall show you who the true king of lightning is. Bei Laohai stood proudly, crackling with energy. The king, enraged, lunged forward, closing the distance to Bei Laohai in an instant, growling, "Roar! If that is the case, this battle will determine not only the victor but also our very lives." This phrase, learned from humans, had always resonated with it, and it had longed for the opportunity to employ it. Surrounding them, the mutated beasts scattered, showing no inclination to rally in support of their leader. The survival code among mutated beasts was simple: might makes right. The strong are revered as kings. Should the king fall to Bei Laohai, they would instantaneously recognize Bei Laohai as their new leader. In the clearing, only the tiger and the dog stood face to face. The tension palpable as battle loomed imminent. In the next moment, both mutated beasts unleashed their lightning simultaneously. With a resounding crash, the two bolts collided mid-air, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of energy that sent shockwaves outward. The surrounding beasts staggered back, trembling in fear at the sheer magnitude of the power displayed. They were well aware of their leader's strength, yet the origins of this black dog remained shrouded in mystery. As it too demonstrated remarkable prowess, amidst the fray, the first clash of lightning resulted in a stalemate, leaving the king somewhat astonished. Yet, it was merely a test. Boom! A thicker, more potent bolt of lightning surged forth from its body. Unfazed, Bei Laohai responded in kind. If the king wished to engage in a battle of lightning, it would oblige. Boom! Boom, boom. The sky crackled with the incessant clash of lightning, the tiger and dog functioning as twin generators, each striving to outdo the other. Perched in the tree, Lu Zhan shook his head in disbelief. Bei Laohai, in its eagerness to engage, had failed to choose a suitable position for their duel, as the saying goes. Historically, those who engage to the left are destined to lose, and indeed, this proved to be the case. The explosion has drawn ever closer to Bei Laohai, evidently indicating that the formidable strength of the Great King is far superior. Indeed, after nearly 8 strikes, the lightning unleashed by the Great King overwhelmed Bei Laohai's own, forcefully shattering it and striking directly at Bei Laohai's body. Bei Laohai's entire coat of black fur stood on end, and after a violent convulsion, he collapsed to the ground. Howl! Is that all? Who gave you such audacity? Liang Jingru. The Great King scoffed disdainfully, oblivious to who Liang Jingru was. Since gaining intelligence, the Great King had developed an increasing fondness for human language, finding it quite intriguing. Although the prowess of this large black dog was indeed beyond its expectations, it remained unfazed, for everything was still under its control. Moreover, the previous strike had only utilized 60 of its power. Just as it was about to charge forward to deal with this ungrateful opponent in one swift motion, it suddenly observed that the large black dog had sprung back to its feet, its body gradually enlarging until, in a short span, it became even larger than the Great King itself. Upon unleashing the power of the troll, Bei Laohai radiated an overwhelming aura, with arcs of lightning flickering around its 4 legs. Resembling a being treading upon storm clouds, exuding an air of dominance. Woof, 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 woof. That was merely a warm-up. Now the real battle begins. Chapter 88. Ascension. Witnessing this spectacle, the Great King's expression shifted instantaneously. It felt a sense of threat. Since the onset of the apocalypse, this was the first time it had sensed such a peril. It had encountered numerous entities, monsters, mutated beasts, and humans alike, slaying many and devouring even more. Yet, never had it experienced a moment that instinctively triggered its body to tense up. However, rather than instilling fear, this sensation ignited excitement within it, causing it to tremble and roar. Howl! This is intriguing. Now you warrant my full power. As it bellowed, the character for King emblazoned upon its forehead erupted with a surge of purple lightning, unleashing a terrifying aura that exploded forth. Even the Great King itself was unaware of the extent of its terrifying strength when fully unleashed. Moments later, the entire body of the Great Tiger transformed into a tempest of lightning, and it ascended into the air. On the ground, Bei Laohai was equally undeterred, its body enveloped in lightning, propelling itself skyward. Perched upon a tree, Lu Zhan abruptly stood, his face etched with gravity. The might of that great tiger was formidable enough, but now even Bei Laohai's unleashed power left him utterly astonished. How powerful! So powerful that it even unnerved him somewhat, though forcibly fly using the power of lightning. This was verging on the realm of immortality. Lu Zhan bellowed, exerting himself vigorously, only to find himself turning red-faced. Realizing he could not ascend. Never mind. He would rely on his wings. Of course, if it truly came to a confrontation, Lu Zhan did not believe he would be unable to contend with this dog and tiger. The two seemed to represent entirely different cultivation systems. In his view, mutated beasts possessed a semblance of nature-based superpowers, evolving various abilities: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, and so forth. They did not ascend by their own volition, but rather through these elemental attributes. In contrast, the human profession system was entirely distinct, characterized by skills and equipment, akin to the mechanics of an online game. Bei Laohai and the Great King, at such levels of power, resembled hidden classes among humans, rare and formidable. It was difficult to ascertain which system was superior. In the sky, the dog and tiger had soared to a height of several dozen meters, appearing as 2 spheres of lightning when viewed from below. Not only Lu Zhan, but people throughout Donghai City gazed skyward in sheer terror, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. What is that? So terrifying. Why is this happening? Is another apocalypse upon us? No, look, in the center of one lightning sphere is the tiger god. What is that other one? A monster. It looks like a dog to me. A dog. Are you out of your mind? How could such a powerful dog exist? In an instant, the entire city was abuzz with discussion. Some were panicked, others exhilarated, and some despondent. The dog that follows Lu Gu? Lu Yong stood nearby, with Xiao Yao staring vacantly at the sky. It's that dog. No doubt about it. I've seen it unleash electricity before. Su Chang's eyes brimmed with shock and fear. If Lu Ji's dog is this strong, how powerful must Lu Gu himself be? That is a height beyond our comprehension. Lu Yong gazed at the heavens. His eyes filled with astonishment and longing. If only he could possess such strength, perhaps he could realize his grand ambitions. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated throughout Donghai. The two lightning spheres in the sky collided for the first time. Bei Laohai and the Great King had no intention of employing any combat techniques. True strength should confront strength head-on. Just as they had previously exchanged lightning strikes, they now barreled into each other with their immense electric power. After the first collision, the two spheres rapidly separated. In the next moment, they closed the distance once more, resulting in a second impact. Howl. Delightful. I'll give you another chance. Be my subordinate, and together we shall dominate the world. Woof woof woof. I will not betray my master, but if you wish, you may follow my master. Howl. Fool. How can you acknowledge a human as your master? That is treachery. Woof woof woof. Who said my master is human? The dog and tiger, transformed into lightning spheres, continued to clash in the air while vociferously exchanging taunts. It was truly a battle of words, and might in no time. The two mutated beasts had collided over a dozen times, appearing evenly matched. However, Lu Zhan observed keenly from below. In terms of sheer power, Bei Laohai was still at a disadvantage. With each collision, he could see Bei Laohai sustaining some damage, while the great tiger seemed to only show signs of injury after 4 or 5 strikes. Yet, Bei Laohai had inherited the immense regenerative ability of the troll werewolf, allowing its wounds to heal rapidly after each impact. Thus, unless the great tiger could deliver a powerful blow that incapacitated Bei Laohai in an instant, the outcome of this battle remained uncertain. The Great King evidently recognized this unfavorable dynamic, and with a furious roar, it abandoned the strategy of mutual destruction. If that was the case, it would unleash a full-force strike to bring down this ungrateful black dog. In the next moment, the character for King on its forehead once again erupted with a burst of lightning, and in an instant, all of its electrical energy coalesced above its head, forming a true lightning sphere. Within the sphere, hints of purple were visible, indicating its immense power. The Great King flung the lightning sphere with great force, sending it hurtling toward Bei Laohai at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, having lost the support of the lightning, it plummeted to the ground, crashing into the earth and creating a deep crater in the air. The lightning sphere was too swift for Bei Laohai to evade, striking it squarely. Boom. The Great King's lightning sphere began to devour Bei Laohai inch by inch. Surrounding Bei Laohai, its own lightning energy seemed to struggle in resistance. The two forces clashed and tugged against one another, unleashing terrifying energy that even affected Lu Zhan below. Several weaker mutated beasts began to emit smoke, ultimately turning to ash amid their anguished cries. In the end, Bei Laohai could not withstand the full brunt of the Great King's concentrated electric power and was entirely engulfed. Boom. A colossal explosion resounded, shaking the very sky of Donghai. After the explosion, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing down near the Great King and creating another deep pit. It was Bei Laohai. Moments later, the Great King leapt from the crater, emitting a victorious roar. This great tiger had lost its earlier imposing demeanor, now radiating an aura of weakness. Clearly, that final strike had taken a tremendous toll on it, and it would take time to recover. Nevertheless, it had emerged victorious. Lu Zhan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the other deep pit where Bei Laohai lay motionless, seemingly devoid of life. It couldn't be that it was truly dead. Could it? After nurturing it for so long, Lu Zhan felt a deep attachment. Chapter 89. As friends, is it too much to ride for a while? Lu Zhan leapt down from the tree. The Great King shuddered, retreating a few steps before feigning composure, letting out a fierce roar as various thoughts raced through its mind. Oh no, I hit too hard. I completely forgot about this fellow, who is now quite weakened. This creature appears strong, but it might not be able to fight back. How despicable! Taking advantage of a tiger in peril. Should I make a run for it? But wouldn't that be too shameful? Yet, if my life is at stake, what need is there for pride? No, with so many younger brothers watching, fleeing would tarnish my reputation. Damn it! If it dares to approach, I'll swat it down with a single paw. Though I may be out of electricity, my tiger's paw is no trifling matter. Liu Zhan ignored the great king and walked straight to the edge of the pit. Peering down, he found Bei Laohai's body blasted to bits, torn apart in a manner that made it difficult to discern what kind of creature it was. However, just with that one glance, Liu Zhan felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, it was not dead. He could clearly see the flesh on Bei Laohai's body still writhing and healing, albeit at a slower pace. If he fed it some monsters, it wouldn't be long before it could bounce back to full vigor. Liu Zhan was not surprised by this outcome. The Thunder Tiger God. This was a being destined to stand atop the world in the future. Even the human emperor would find it hard to compare. In terms of biological endowment, it is undoubtedly far superior to the great tiger. The only reason the great tiger has survived until now is due to its troll lineage. Otherwise, it would have long since faded into obscurity. Subsequently, Liu Zhan turned his gaze toward the great king, contemplating how to handle this creature. If he could subdue it, that would be ideal. Then both thunder gods would become his loyal subordinates. In the morning, he could ride a dog, in the afternoon a tiger, and in the evening a beautiful woman. What a delightful life that would be! Unfortunately, this great tiger was evidently one who would rather die than submit, making it a challenging task to tame. Should he kill it? With no experience, no equipment drops, and not even any gold, it would be more cost-effective to simply slay another foe. Even if he were to reincarnate it as an undead, that would hardly be a viable solution. After all, without the power of lightning, the great tiger's strength would undoubtedly be significantly diminished, perhaps even weaker than the tiger demons dwelling in the realm of the undead. Roar, human, what do you intend to do? This is my territory. The great king seemed to sense Liu Zhan's ill intentions and issued a warning as it stepped back. Liu Zhan paid no heed to the warning. Instead, he calmly replied, "Great cat, give me a reason not to kill you." With that, he unsheathed his sword and advanced toward the great tiger step by step. Although killing it would yield no benefits, the memory of being chased to the brink of despair by this creature was enough to warrant a death sentence. Had it been the Liu Zhan of his reincarnation's infancy, he might have hesitated and weighed his options. But now, he had completely unshackled his heart, acting with unbridled freedom and a desire for swift retribution. Consequences, he would face them when the time came. Roar. I, the great king, swear that if you release me, you shall gain the friendship of our mutated beasts. The great king appeared somewhat panicked. In its prime, it would have had no fear. However, now, with the power of lightning drained, it could not possibly defeat this foe relying solely on its physical prowess. The great king did not wish to perish, yet surrender was not an option. In a moment of inspiration, it proposed a compromise. Most importantly, this creature was indeed powerful and the leader of that large black dog, thus deserving of friendship. Friendship? Liu Zhan truly pondered this notion. If the opponent were a mere human, he would have certainly struck without hesitation, for the words of humans are only trustworthy to the extent of 50%. However, these words came from the great tiger, which made them worthy of consideration. Creatures such as mutated beasts are often bound by their word, and it would not be an exaggeration to claim that they honor their promises. Just like the great black dog, who had declared allegiance to the first number as its leader and would never renege, even when faced with the great tiger, it stood resolutely defiant. Thus, the words of the great tiger now bore a 99% credibility, and it would not retract them. In the future world, 3 factions would vie for dominance: humans, magical beasts, and mutated beasts. The magical beast would undoubtedly hold the strongest position. Some have speculated that the reason these magical beasts have not exterminated humanity completely is due to the existence of rivalries and tensions among different species of magical beasts. The relationships among these powerful top-tier species are exceedingly delicate, often resulting in grand conflicts. It is precisely this dynamic that has afforded humanity and mutated beasts a chance to survive. As for the comparison between humans and mutated beasts, in terms of individual strength, mutated beasts undeniably surpass humans. Yet, due to their sheer numbers, humanity can barely maintain a 50-50 balance. The myriad experiences along this journey have imbued Liu Zhan with a sense of being at odds with the entire world. This was not his intention, but it seemed as though unseen hands were pushing him forward. In such circumstances, winning the friendship of mutated beasts would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for him. Given the future status of this great tiger, It could certainly represent the entire clan of mutated beasts. With this thought in mind, Lu Zhan sheathed his sword, extended his hand, and smiled, saying, "My name is Lu Zhan. Let us shake hands as good friends." The great king, filled with vigilance, cautiously extended its paw. Though it was sincere, humans are notoriously treacherous, harboring malicious intentions and weaving a web of deceit that should not be easily trusted. Ultimately, their paws and hands clasped together, symbolizing the formal establishment of their friendship. "Roar, I am called the Great King, Lu Zhan, my friend." The Great King was quite pleased within. This human was astute enough to submit to its might. What is this called? In human parlance, it is akin to winning a battle without fighting. "Greetings, brother Great King," Lu Zhan responded. This was his first time learning the name of this thunder tiger god. It sounded like a moniker bestowed by a zookeeper from the past. Then, a sudden smile spread across Lu Zhan's face as he said, "Brother Great King, I'm feeling a bit weary standing here. As friends, your back appears quite soft and comfortable. Might I take a seat? As a good friend, you wouldn't mind, would you?" Upon hearing this, the Great King's forehead bore the character for king, which instantly bristled with indignation. "Damn it! I knew this human would not have good intentions. He dares to seek to ride me, and now he wants to turn against me. No, no. I have already promised to be his friend. How can I turn on him just like that? I am a tiger of reputation. Moreover, should I turn against him, I would surely be outmatched and face dire consequences." In truth, he wasn't entirely wrong. As friends, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to offer a seat. After all, friends should help one another without distinction. It's just a matter of a back. Allowing him to sit wouldn't cost me anything, and it would only deepen our friendship. After a fierce internal struggle, the Great King finally roared, "Roar, good friend. What are you saying? What is mine is yours. If you wish to sit, then sit." With that, the Great King promptly lay down. Chapter 90. The Little Brother of a Little Brother. Lu Zhan's heart soared with joy. He had merely suggested it, and to his surprise, the great tiger genuinely agreed. Ha ha. Riding a tiger is far more exhilarating than riding a dog. In the pit, the great black dog suddenly trembled, as if sensing he was being cuckolded before his eyes. Lu Zhan reached out, stroking the tiger's head, teasing it on the brink of rage, and then swung himself onto the tiger's back. The sensation was indescribably exhilarating, not just physically, but psychologically as well. Riding the thunder tiger god, whether in his past life or this one, he was undoubtedly the only one to achieve such a feat. Even the 8 emperors or those supreme magical beast species would be incapable of such an accomplishment. As Lu Zhan caressed the tiger's fur, he inquired, "Brother Great King, you must have the corpses of magical beasts here, right? My dog is gravely injured. As friends, you wouldn't turn a blind eye, would you?" "Roar. Rest assured, brother Lu Zhan." Now that he had been mounted, the Great King had completely relinquished its self-restraint and declared, "Roar, your little brother is now my little brother." With that, the great tiger bellowed toward its onlooking subordinates. Moments later, several corpses of magical beasts were presented, including 3 of heroic caliber. The Great King was about to feast upon a few, as it was in dire need of sustenance to replenish its drained power of lightning. But Lu Zhan interrupted, stating, "Brother Great King, would you mind if my little brother eats first? He is on the brink of death." While he had faith in the integrity of the thunder tiger god, one must always remain cautious. If this creature were to turn against him, it would be wise to rescue the great black dog first, and then they could easily subdue the great tiger together. "Roar. No problem, good brother. Let's save your little brother first." The Great King showed no hesitation, promptly tossing down the 3 corpses of heroic magical beasts into the pit while it itself began devouring the elite-level corpses. Witnessing this scene nearly brought tears to Lu Zhan's eyes. How foolish of him to underestimate the noble character of a tiger. In the pit, the great black dog's instincts kicked in, and it immediately began to gnaw on the corpses. Taking a bite, in an instant, it felt rejuvenated. Its left ear sprouted back at an astonishing speed, soon followed by its left leg, tail. It already possessed rapid healing abilities, and after consuming the heroic magical beast's corpse, its recovery accelerated exponentially. Above, the Great King had devoured all the magical beast corpses in mere seconds, though these corpses were too low in rank, and consuming them only restored about 1/10 of its strength. far from its peak condition. Roar, Brother Lu, how are you faring? Can you come down now? Although the great king had come to terms with being ridden, with so many subordinates watching, it still felt a bit of embarrassment. Brother great king, may our friendship last forever. Liu Zhan, undeterred, leaped down from the tiger's back. Such matters should not be rushed. It is essential to take gradual steps. Now that the first ride had occurred, there would surely be a second, a third point one day. The great tiger would accept Liu Zhan as its steed. Roar, may our friendship last forever. The great king was quite pleased with Liu Zhan's actions and bellowed. At that moment, a figure leaped from the pit. None other than the great black dog, now restored to its former glory, gazing at the great tiger with fierce determination. Woof, 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 woof. I, Dog Han San, have returned. Woof, 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 woof. Great tiger, come on, let us fight again. Though it had only regained about half of its strength, that was sufficient. It could sense that the great tiger was considerably weakened. A perfect opportunity to strike a fallen foe. Roar, dog little brother. I have become good friends with Brother Lu. As you are his little brother, you are mine as well. Rest assured, I will treat you to good food and drink in the future. The great king then casually draped a paw over Liu Zhan's shoulder, appearing quite intimate. The same applies to Liu Zhan, who placed his hand on the tiger's head and remarked, Indeed, old He, from now on, we are all comrades, and there is no need for shouting and killing. Bei Lao He's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind blank, filled only with questions. Who am I? Where am I? What just transpired? After a full half-minute, Bei Lao He finally regained his composure and, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, barked, Woof, 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 woof. Who is your little brother? This exclamation was directed not at the king, but at Liu Zhan. The king, puzzled, looked at Liu Zhan, clearly inquiring, Isn't it your little brother? Liu Zhan chuckled and replied, He is indeed not my little brother. He is my little brother's little brother. This foolish dog insisted on belittling himself. As expected, upon hearing this, the king appeared enlightened. Woof, woof, woof. So he is the little brother, then? Woof, 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 little brother. Please forgive me for being a bit too harsh as the big brother just now. Woe betide Bei Lao He, who longed to cry yet found no tears. He jumped back into the deep pit, pretending he had never emerged. Liu Zhan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Reveling in this rare moment of joy, compared to humans, he preferred making friends with these mutated beasts, simple and direct, unlike humans with their convoluted thoughts and endless complexities. Thus far, the only person Liu Zhan considered a half-friend among humanity was Liu Yong. The king joyfully exclaimed, Woof, 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 good brother, wait here. I will have the humans outside send some food in. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, his expression suddenly froze, and the character for king on his forehead furrowed. Liu Zhan's demeanor also turned serious as he gazed at the massive tiger. Just moments ago, he sensed several terrifying auras approaching from this direction. With a resounding boom, the old dog in the pit leaped out as well. At the city gate, all the guards on the walls stood motionless, staring blankly ahead, oblivious to the weapons dropping from their hands. Generally, when faced with danger, people instinctively flee. Yet, under extreme fear, their bodies become paralyzed and unresponsive. Such was the case for these guards, who could only watch as countless monsters charged towards East Sea City. From the ground to the sky, it was as if a dark cloud loomed ominously. At the forefront of this monstrous horde flew a colossal crimson dragon. Monsters are attacking the city. A guard finally broke through his inner terror and shouted towards the city. Chapter 91. The Dragon. Monsters attack the city. Anyone who has played large-scale online games would find this scenario familiar. If this were truly a game, the people in East Sea at this moment would undoubtedly be filled with adrenaline, prepared to showcase their skills. After all, in a game, one could respawn upon death. But this was not a game. It was reality. Death here was irrevocable. As the overwhelming tide of monstrous forces approached, panic enveloped East Sea City. Is that a dragon? Do dragons truly exist? Run, quick, run. We cannot possibly fight this. Where do we escape to? Perhaps surrendering will spare our lives. Are you dreaming? We are merely food for the monsters. They will devour us. What should we do? Mommy, I don't want to die. Grandpa, I don't want to die either. Some wept in terror, others descended into madness, and many stood like statues, yet none thought to resist. Faced with this swarm of monsters, including many terrifying creatures that could only be found in myths and legends. No one felt the spark of combat within them, not even knowing where to flee. Just as despair consumed everyone, a figure leaped onto the city wall, brandishing a massive sword towards the oncoming horde of monsters. It was Lu Yong. The original 4 major factions within the city had all but perished. And at this moment, he stood as the most esteemed among them. How could he not step forward? Have we not even begun to fight, yet you declare defeat? Lu Yong cursed in frustration. Grab your weapons. And let these beasts witness our courage. Even if we die, we shall die standing. It is merely a dragon. Just think of the experience and treasures we could gain from slaying it. However, before Lu Yong could finish, several voices from below filled with despair interrupted him. It's useless, Lu Lauda. We cannot win. We truly cannot. Lu Lauda, why don't you lead us and escape? There may still be a glimmer of hope. Since you wish to fight, why not stay behind to hold off these monsters while we escape? Yes, if we manage to flee, we promise to honor you as a great hero of humanity. That's a good idea. Lu Lauda, sacrifice yourself for our sake. Lu Lauda, we implore you, hold the monsters back for just a minute. Lu Yong listened dumbfounded to his compatriot's pleas, feeling as if his very convictions were crumbling. Why is this happening? He had thought that with a rallying cry, he might at least earn the support of a few. Yet, why was there not a single voice in agreement? Even his students shook their heads in despair at this moment. Where was the fighting spirit of humanity? Why had it been replaced by selfishness and cowardice? Lu. Teacher Lu, it's not that we don't want to fight, but they are just too strong. Strong enough to instill despair, Su Chong said with a bitter smile. If there had been even a faint hope, he would not have spoken thus. Lu Yong opened his mouth, realizing he had no counterargument. Among those monsters were not only the terrifying dragon but also many unfamiliar races. A glance revealed that there were no fewer than 100 warrior-level beings. Defeating even one required perfect cooperation from their entire team. Over 100, how could they possibly fight? Teacher Lu, do you still not understand? In this apocalyptic world, you can never save a human heart. Just then, a voice rang out. Following that, a figure soared from the very center of the city. Behind him were a pair of golden wings, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. A truly dazzling sight. Liu Zhan's expression was solemn, gazing down like a deity. This was the feeling of flying, which could only be described with one word: exhilarating. However, the cost of this exhilaration was steep, as his gold coins dwindled at a rapid pace, diminishing by 10 every second. This meant that flying for a minute cost a staggering 600 gold coins, a truly extravagant expenditure. Fortunately, after defeating those 3 so-called gang leaders, his gold reserves had reached a terrifying sum of over 100,000, enough to sustain him for a while. He orchestrated this spectacle not for any other reason but to show off. It must be said that Lu Zhan was a rather vain individual. Observing the astonished expressions of those below, his vanity was significantly gratified, if his sole aim upon reincarnating was to survive. Now Lu Zhan had begun to yearn for greater aspirations. As he emerged into the sky, a thunderous roar echoed, and a multitude of mutated beasts surged from the heart of the city. Led by the king and Bei Lao He, they had initially wished to fly but found themselves lacking the lightning to do so, resorting instead to running. As they passed by the crowd, many mutated beasts even scoffed derisively. If humans dared not fight, then they, the mutated beasts, would take up the challenge. Before long, Lu Zhan reached the city wall, retracting his wings and gently landing beside Lu Yong. Brother Lu. Lu Yong opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Liu Zhan waved his hand, silencing him. Though Lu Yong was strong, he was still far from being a human emperor, perhaps even failing to reach the status of a divine general. To become a great and successful savior, one must possess formidable strength to back it up. Clearly, Lu Yong was not yet there. If he continued down this path, he would one day meet a tragic end. Rather than that, it would be better for him to awaken sooner. After all, Lu Zhan genuinely hoped this teacher Lu could survive. Ignoring Lu Yong, Lu Zhan turned his gaze forward and couldn't help but exclaim. What a grand spectacle, from the mightiest and most renowned dragon race to its subspecies, the Earth Dragon, as well as yakshas, gargoyles, cyclopes, and other superior races. The sky was also filled with griffins and dragon eagles. Although the various monster races were often at odds, even hostile, they would obediently follow the lead of the elder brother, the dragon race. This assault was evidently initiated by the colossal red dragon. Lu Zhan furrowed his brow. In his memories, this assault had never occurred in his previous life. Such a super species as dragons should not have appeared so early in the world. To use gaming terminology, it would disrupt the balance far too much. Thus, for a long time during the early apocalypse, unless one foolishly wandered into dragon territory, it was virtually impossible to encounter such creatures. Even during the era of the 8 Emperors, it was difficult to see a dragon-level super race intervene personally. Could it be that his presence had triggered a butterfly effect? It was certainly a possibility. Forget it. No need to ponder so much. Since they had come, they must fight. Of course, Lu Zhan was not fighting to save the humans behind him. To him, these monsters were merely experience points and corpses for reincarnation. Especially that dragon. It was simply too tempting. The understanding of the dragon clan eludes Lu Zhan, and thus he remains unaware of the true caliber of this magnificent dragon. Nevertheless, it is certain that it cannot surpass the rank of a hero. This implies that by slaying it, he would attain the means for rebirth. Just imagine, being reborn as a colossal dragon undead. The mere thought sends a rush of exhilaration coursing through his veins. Chapter 92. Life and Death. Roar, roar, roar. That large creature appears quite delectable, Brother Lu. I long to partake of it. The great king leapt lightly and landed beside Lu Zhan, gazing hungrily at the dragon. Saliva dripping from its maw. Its mutated beast minions had also assembled at the city gates, poised for battle. To them, the magical creatures represented an abundant source of energy and nourishment, and although the food before them had multiplied exponentially in strength, what did it matter? The minds of the mutated beasts were rather simplistic, lacking in convoluted thoughts. As for the humans, they ought to retreat and cower in fear. Woof, woof, woof. That is mine, mine, mine. Bei Laohong was constantly at odds with the great tiger. Spare me your words. This dragon is mine. With a sweeping gesture, Lu Zhan began to allocate the spoils. See that earth dragon? That one goes to my good brother, the great king S for you. Laohong, you shall feast upon that cyclops. Its abundance of flesh will fill your belly. Lu Yong, listening from the sidelines, felt a chill run down his spine. Was this truly the conversation he was privy to? In the city, a group of desperate humans found a flicker of hope ignited within them, for the recent battle above the city, involving 2 thunderous orbs, was still fresh in their minds, truly formidable. Perhaps they could slay the dragon after all, but of course, sending them to engage in battle was out of the question. At most, they could wave a flag from the backlands to rally their spirits. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, the army of magical creatures finally arrived at the grand gates of the city. The massive dragon extended its claws slightly, and the charging magical creatures abruptly halted, silent as a well-trained army. The oppressive aura of the dragon demanded respect, regardless of the race. Beneath that overwhelming presence, even the mutated beasts dared not utter a sound, retreating a few steps in trepidation. As for the humans within the city, they were utterly shattered. Nearly half of them had fallen to their knees, unable to bear the sight of the dragon. Only Lu Zhan and the 2 mutated beasts beside him remained unfazed, their gazes fixed upon the dragon. Roar! You little brats, stand at attention. It's merely a large worm. The great king bellowed in response, though a flicker of fear danced within its heart. Regardless, it could not afford to lose face. The dragon, however, disregarded the great king's roar, its immense eyes locking directly onto Lu Zhan. Death should not grace this world. In an instant, Lu Zhan's pupils constricted, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. Death should not grace this world. What could this possibly mean? No wonder this spectacle had never unfolded in his previous life. All of this was directed at him. Death. Who else could embody it but he? The necromancer? Prior to this moment, Lu Zhan had held some doubts, perhaps merely attributing it to his ill fortune. Yet in this moment, he was 100% certain that this world was targeting him. Or rather, certain powerful figures controlling this world were aiming for him. Initially, they may have utilized a series of unforeseen events to unwittingly orchestrate his demise, but alas, they had failed. The emergence of the trial tower, coupled with his ascension as the master of the undead, had alerted those powerful figures to his immense potential, prompting them to cease their subterfuge and confront him directly. They had even dispatched a dragon now. Why? Because he represented death. Life and death are inherently opposing forces, be it humans, magical creatures, or mutated beasts, they all embody life. He, on the other hand, represents death. Therefore, he should not exist in this world. Nonsense. If there are those who wish for his demise, he shall strive to live, not merely to survive, but to thrive ever more robustly and powerfully. If death should not appear in this realm, then he shall ensure that death permeates this world entirely. A surge of uncontrollable fury welled within Lu Zhan, and to put it succinctly, my fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens, targeted by the entire world. What need is there for fear? Why do these powerful figures not strike him down directly? Perhaps it is because they too are bound by some overarching rules. Thus, this dragon must be the most formidable weapon they can wield. If he can withstand this trial, there is little left for him to fear. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Lu Zhan took a deep breath, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed up at the dragon in the sky. What is this? You can speak the tongue of humans? What is your name? To slay the dragon and subsequently transform it into an undead creature. He couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement, though he needed to maintain his composure. I am Ingreles. We, the Dragon Clan, can effortlessly comprehend any language in an instant. The moment the dragon Ingreles spoke, it felt as if the entire city had ignited, the temperature soaring several degrees. It believed victory was assured and was inclined to indulge in further conversation. After all, it was no small feat to venture out, and it wished to savor the moment. If it were to complete its task too swiftly, it would soon return to that desolate peak. A place far too dreary. Reflecting on this, Ingreles couldn't help but curse. Curse that accursed treaty of all races. Ingreles, what is your mother's name? Lu Zhan nodded, pressing further, why esteemed mother is named. Just as Ingreles was about to respond, it suddenly realized something was amiss. What was this? It was a mighty dragon. How could it be compelled to answer every inquiry? Anger surged within it. Harbinger of death, do you choose to perish on your own accord? Or shall I be the one to end you? Roar, roar, roar. Big worm, why waste breath? Do you wish to fight? I am ready to feast. At that moment, the great king could no longer restrain itself. Bellowing in response, so much food lay before them, tantalizing and irresistible, especially given its dire state of hunger. Yet the pressure from the big worm was overwhelming. With the dragon unmoving, it dared not act recklessly. Woof, woof, woof. Exactly. Bei Laohong echoed eagerly. Ingreles did not take offense. Rather, it suddenly conceived a more entertaining strategy. It had heard that humans were inherently selfish, their hearts tainted with darkness, and it was curious to see just how self-serving they could be. Thus, Ingreles bypassed Lu Zhan and addressed the humans within the city. You foolish and ignorant humans, this individual is the embodiment of death in this realm. He must not be spared. Recognizing your ignorance, I present you with an opportunity. Slay him, and not only shall you escape death, but you shall also obtain a treasure from my dragon clan. Upon delivering this proclamation, Ingreles felt a surge of self-satisfaction. This strategy, as per the elders of its clan, was a masterful manipulation of human nature. Inciting violence was merely a lowbrow tactic. To manipulate the hearts of men was the true high art. Within the city, upon hearing these words, the expressions of the crowd were varied yet captivating. Without exception, they all turned their gazes towards Lu Zhan atop the city wall. Their minds were consumed by a singular thought. By killing this man, not only could they save themselves, but they could also reap significant rewards. Were it not for Lu Zhan's imposing entrance moments ago, coupled with the presence of a dog and a tiger, they would have rushed forward in a frenzy to claim his head. Moments later, someone finally spoke up. Lu Lauda, kill him, quickly kill him, and we shall be saved. With one voice igniting another, the calls grew louder. Yes? Lu Lauda, the dragon declared him to be the harbinger of death. He should not exist among the living. Let us all unite and take him down. Lu Lauda, you lead the charge. We shall present his head to you. Listening to these voices, Lu Zhan's expression remained unchanged, his heart devoid of turmoil. Such trivial matters were familiar to him from his previous life. What say you, Lu Lauda? Will you take action? Lu Zhan inquired of Lu Yong. His tone casual. Lu Yong, feeling as though his very beliefs had been shattered, bore an expression of disbelief. It was not until Lu Zhan's question reached his ears that he regained some semblance of composure. Lu Gu? How could I possibly raise a hand against you? He cast a direct gaze upon the crowd below, as if engaged in a final struggle. Esteemed ones, the words of this monstrous being cannot be trusted. It seeks to sow discord among us. Let us unite in battle, for under Brother Lu's leadership, we may yet triumph over these fiends. Just as his words echoed, the colossal dragon in the sky unexpectedly sneezed, unleashing twin streams of fire that shot forth from its nostrils. In the next instant, an overwhelming wave of searing heat enveloped the entire city. A multitude of individuals trembled in fear, realizing that even a mere sneeze could spell their doom. Fight? What a ridiculous notion! At that moment, one individual, seizing the opportunity, captured the unsuspecting Xiao Yao, brandishing a sword against her throat, and menacingly declared, "Lu Laoda, do not blame me. If you do not slay him, prepare to collect your woman's remains." Truly, this had become an addictive game. Lu Zhan's fury ignited, and he summoned his second-in-command. The figure of number 2 scarcely lingered beside Lu Zhan before swiftly appearing behind the assailant, silently drawing a dagger across the man's throat. Yet this was merely the beginning. With a flicker of thought, number 2 darted through the crowd. Those who had just boasted the loudest fell lifeless to the ground, offering no chance for resistance. Did you believe that only the monsters could bring about your demise? Lu Zhan coldly addressed the onlookers. The great Wyrm speaks truth. I am indeed the harbinger of death. Now I ask you, do you fear this great dragon, or do you fear death? Silence enveloped them. The shadowy figure returned to Lu Zhan's side, its dagger stained a deep crimson, a testament to the blood it had spilled. To further instill dread in these foolish humans, Lu Zhan brandished his sword with a sweeping gesture. All the reanimated and summoned undead materialized before him. He pointed his sword at the dragon, exuding an air of authority as he proclaimed, "Great Wyrm, cease your prattling. Today, I shall ensure you join the ranks of the deceased." Angrily, Ingreles merely waved a clawed eye. In the next moment, the waiting monsters charged forward once more. Indeed, time was of the essence. Delay any longer, and the elders of his clan would surely erupt in wrath. With a thunderous crash, the Cyclopean giant struck the city wall with a mighty fist. In an instant, the wall crumbled, failing to withstand even a moment of pressure. The first line of defense against the monsters shattered. The battle had finally commenced. Woof, 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 woof. This hefty beast is mine. I am about to feast. Bei Laohong leaped into action, charging directly at the Cyclopean giant. Roar, 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 roar. Brothers, let us dig in. Eat with all your might. Roar, 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 roar. I'll have a little snack first. Save that earth dragon for me. The king was equally unyielding, plunging into the throng of monsters. This clever creature targeted the elite monsters, akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep. With each bite, it devoured its prey with sheer delight. The mutated beasts it commanded followed closely in their leader's wake, engaging in fierce combat against the multitude of monsters. There were over 100 of these mutated beasts, each formidable in strength, more than capable of handling the ordinary elite monsters. The strongest among them could even take on brave-level foes single-handedly. Lu Zhan's undead were equally fearless, and after several rounds of enhancement, his reanimated legion rivaled the attributes of brave-level monsters, their only weakness being the absence of skills. Yet the undead thrived on their fearlessness, tireless and relentless. A perfect war machine. Is this all you rely on? In the sky, Ingreles refrained from intervening. After all, killing a mere human was a task it could accomplish with ease, even as a singular dragon. The reason for bringing along so many monster minions was purely for the sake of appearances. As the leader, it was only fitting not to engage in battle from the outset. Perhaps it need not even enter the fray. The combined forces of mutated beasts and undead numbered merely 400 to 500. While the monsters it commanded totaled a staggering 3,000, with nearly a tenfold numerical advantage. How could they possibly be defeated? However, before it could finish its thoughts, it sensed something amiss on the battlefield below. How could the mutated beasts and undead be so resilient? Aside from the brave-level monsters, the attacks from the other creatures seemed to inflict no harm upon them. If only one or two strong beings exhibited such resilience, it would be understandable. but the entire contingent of mutated beasts and undead displayed this uncanny toughness. How could this be? A smirk crept across Lu Zhan's lips as he caught a glimpse of a figure lurking in the shadows. His audacity to engage in battle stemmed from a profound sense of confidence. Otherwise, he would have fled long ago. Chapter 94. 2 points within the city, Zhang Tianfu concealed himself near the city wall. Observing the battlefield with keen eyes, at this moment, all 10 of his fingers adorned with rings, his neck draped with 2 strands of necklaces, and his wrists encircled by bracelets, each a piece of equipment designed for mana recovery. All procured at great expense by Brother Lu. Although not the most exquisite items, collectively they bestowed upon him an astonishing rate of mana restoration. This was all due to his skill, powerful aid. Indeed, he was currently activating this skill, which now seemed almost divine. Under Brother Lu's directives, he had allocated all his skill points to this ability, and just recently, Brother Lu had granted him 5 additional points, elevating this skill to its maximum level of 10. At maximum level, while other aspects remained unchanged, 2 points had indeed transformed. First, the effective range expanded to 1,000 meters. Just this enhancement alone was terrifying. For standing where he was, he could include all of Lu Zhan's undead and mutated beasts within his team's scope, totaling a staggering 560 entities. What does this mean? Prior to this, Lu Zhan, even with the augmentation from so many undead, had only reached a physical constitution of slightly over 300. Adding in those 560 points meant that even the most basic skeletal minion under Lu Zhan's command could be deemed practically indestructible. As for the second point, it entailed a side effect. The rate of mana consumption, 50 points per second, a truly terrifying figure. To manage this, Lu Zhan had spent nearly all his gold on more than a dozen pieces of mana recovery gear, finally allowing Zhang Tianfu's mana to remain at a relatively stable level. Truthfully, upon witnessing the colossal dragon and the multitude of monsters, Zhang Tianfu felt an overwhelming sense of panic. When he learned that Brother Lu intended to engage in direct combat and wanted him to accompany, he nearly lost control of his faculties. Fortunately, Brother Lu only required him to remain hidden and maintain powerful aid, not to participate in the frontline battle. On the city wall, Lu Zhan withdrew his gaze. Surveying the battlefield, he regarded Zhang Tianfu as the primary element for victory in this battle. The second crucial element was number 1. It was not that Lu Zhan underestimated himself. With his current strength, slaying even the most ordinary of dragons remained an impossibility. Dragons possessed not only immense destructive power but also formidable defensive capabilities. Their scales acted like impenetrable armor, leaving no vulnerabilities. Even if Lu Zhan's physical constitution reached dizzying heights, without the means to deal damage, his efforts would be for naught, and he would eventually tire out before managing to slay the dragon. Thus, to slay a dragon, reliance on number 1 was imperative. The ability to grow stronger with each battle fought is a terrifying talent without limits. As long as the accumulation is sufficient, not only would slaying dragons become feasible, but even gods would fall before them. The combination of Zhang Tianfu's powerful aid and number 1's unyielding strength formed the foundation of Lu Zhan's confidence in this dragon-slaying endeavor. At this moment, number 1 was already engaged in combat among the monsters. Yet it held back its full power, maintaining a state of equilibrium, not too strong, not too weak. The dragon's intelligence was considerable. It could not be allowed to perceive any anomalies, as long as it remained in combat. Taking its time was the key. However, all of this hinged on the absence of unforeseen circumstances. The battlefield was ever-changing, and Lu Zhan dared not assure victory. Casting an eye over the conflict, he observed Bei Laohong engaged in fierce combat with the Cyclopean giant, while the king, having consumed several monsters, regained full vigor, launching itself toward its next meal, the Earth Dragon. The inherent prowess of these 2 creatures was undoubtedly inferior to that of their foes. Yet, with the enhancement of powerful aid, they bore an additional layer of protection, allowing them to engage in battle without fear. Let us see. Lu Zhan's thoughts crystallized as he retrieved the purple dagger, Loser's Edge, officially entrusting it to the shadowy figure. Number 2. In the next instant, number 2 vanished from sight, reappearing behind a brave level monster. The dagger struck out in silence. The brave level monster collapsed, lifeless. The assassination skill, Backstab, combined with Loser's Edge's Windwalker ability, triggered a 200 critical damage effect, resulting in a single lethal blow. armed with Lozer's edge and bolstered by the physical enhancement from powerful aid. Number 2 transformed into a lethal warrior upon the battlefield. After dispatching one brave level monster, Number 2 swiftly darted toward the next target. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up as the first brave monster fell. The familiar sound of system leveling resonated in Lu Zhan's mind. With a flick of his wrist, 2 recently slain brave level monsters rose once more, joining the ranks of the undead army. Zhang Tianfu, keenly observing from the shadows, promptly included these 2 in the range of allies. Liu Zhan remained steadfast upon the city wall, adhering to the principle of remaining motionless while the dragon did. However, he did not remain idle, continuously casting the spell for summoning the undead. Although, due to certain peculiar circumstances, the majority of those summoned were ordinary-level undead. Under the fortification of powerful aid, even these basic undead could serve as effective shields, capable of stalling the monsters, if not eliminating them entirely. Suddenly, a menacing aura permeated the air, and just as Lu Zhan was about to make a move, a dagger unexpectedly shot forth from his shadow, piercing his body directly. With a resounding clang, the dagger struck Lu Zhan's flesh, yet it failed to break the skin. Without even glancing back, Lu Zhan thrust his sword towards the shadow with astonishing speed, unleashing a barrage of 10 strikes in a single second, showcasing the pinnacle of his years of solitude. Ah! From within the shadow came a pitiful shriek, and soon after, a figure clad entirely in black tumbled forth from the depths of darkness. The Shadow Demon, a rare and peculiar creature capable of lurking within the shadows of its target. In his previous life, Lu Zhan had only heard tales of such beings, known for their scarcity. So few in number, this race struggled to survive independently, often serving as assassins for the elite species. He had never anticipated that this dragon would harbor a shadow demon. Had it not been for the formidable support of Zhang Tianfu, that strike might have truly ended him. However, Lu Zhan's physique had ascended to an astonishing 999, merely a hair's breadth away from breaking 1,000, rendering the title of invincible body quite fitting. The shadow demon was at most of heroic rank. To think it could eliminate him was nothing short of delusional. Intriguing. You are far more tenacious than I had imagined. In the sky, the dragon Angreles gazed down with a mixture of sorrow and feigned composure. The shadow demon was a rare entity, and even among the entire dragon clan, only a few hundred existed. It had expended considerable resources to acquire this creature from its ancestors and had nurtured it as a secret weapon from infancy. To think that on its very first assassination mission, it would meet such a fate. How lamentable. This man truly deserves death. Chapter 95. One-on-one, what say you? Are you unable to resist entering the fray yourself? Lu Zhan looked skyward, transforming the fallen shadow demon into a wraith. This act was purely skill-based, and the strength of the transformed wraith would likely be negligible. Thus, this transformation served as a blatant mockery. Very well, the game has been entertaining enough. Angreles felt a twinge of anger. It had believed itself to be in complete control, embarking on this journey merely for leisure, never expecting to lift a finger. Yet, the hundreds of wraiths and mutated beasts had indeed managed to hold its vast army of thousands at bay. These creatures were remarkably resilient, only requiring full force to confront heroic rank demons. While completely disregarding those below that level, at that moment, it felt like a mere jester. If that is the case, let us bring this to a decisive end. It could not fathom that these creatures could withstand its dragon's fury. With a deafening roar, Angreles opened its maw to unleash a torrent of dragon fire. In an instant, Lu Zhan spread his wings and soared into the sky, sword pointed at the dragon, declaring, "You great beast! Do you dare to face me in single combat?" This creature's damage output was exceedingly high, and Lu Zhan could not ascertain whether his first ally could endure the onslaught. Should his ally fall, even if he vanquished the remaining demons below, defeat would be certain. In this critical moment, Lu Zhan had no choice but to step forth and buy time for his ally. Roar. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dragon's roar reverberated through the air. In that moment, Lu Zhan felt a sharp pain erupt in his mind. Had his mental fortitude not been robust, that roar might have killed him outright. This was no ordinary roar. It was the dragon's fury. While Lu Zhan survived the onslaught, he found himself momentarily stunned. The next instant, a fiery dragon's tail lashed out, sending him hurtling away. Yet, this was not the end. Angreles opened its maw, unleashing a terrifying stream of dragon fire aimed at the airborne Lu Zhan, immediately engulfing him in flames. From Ingreely's nostrils, wisps of fire emerged. It was over. How utterly mundane that it had anticipated that this young man might offer some surprises. However, as the flames dissipated, the young man had not been reduced to ashes. Truly, this dragon was formidable. In that moment, Lu Zhan was in a pitiful state. His garments had been incinerated, leaving not a single thread intact, and even his hair was entirely gone. Even his sword and the blue equipment he possessed began to melt away, a testament to the ferocity of the dragon fire. Indeed, one of the mightiest races. But so what? As long as he had not been slain, there remained a glimmer of hope. Lu Zhan swiftly retrieved a new sword from his storage ring. Disregarding his attire, for what was lost, he then quickly flapped his wings and charged towards the dragon. Even a creature as powerful as a dragon must experience cooldowns between utilizing its dragon roar. It could not sustain such a bellow indefinitely. If Lu Zhan was to engage in battle, it had to be during these moments of vulnerability. Humph, a stubborn little mouse. Ingreely's, though somewhat taken aback, felt only mild irritation. With a flick of its massive tail, it aimed to strike Lu Zhan down. In an instant, Lu Zhan halted his wings, plummeting rapidly to evade the dragon's tail, only to soar upward once more. Positioning himself beneath the great beast and thrusting his sword. With a resounding clang, Lu Zhan's sword shattered without fail. Should he manage to slay this dragon, his foremost task would be to craft the blood requiem. This incessant shattering of swords was intolerable. Lu Zhan discarded the hilt, grasping a scale from the dragon with all his might. Though his strength may not rival his physical fortitude, he still boasted over 300 points. A veritable powerhouse with a mighty tug, the scale showed signs of loosening. With a few more pulls, he might just succeed in tearing it away. Yet, Ingreely's would not grant him such an opportunity. Its enormous claws lunged forward in an instant. Dragons were true hexagonal warriors. Despite their colossal size, their speed was equally remarkable. Their movements were so swift that even Lu Zhan, with his agility, had to exert himself fully to evade them. He relinquished the dragon scale and flapped his wings to narrowly escape the impending strike. However, the next moment, a dragon's tail swung towards him, striking him forcefully. If he were hurled away, he would likely face another bout of dragon fire. In that critical moment, Lu Zhan suppressed the excruciating pain and, with both hands, seized the dragon's tail. Ingreely's felt the grip on its tail and retaliated violently, attempting to shake off its unwanted passenger. Yet, Lu Zhan would not yield. His grip was akin to that of a vice, unwavering in its hold. After a futile struggle, Ingreely's, realizing it could not dislodge him, took to the skies. Once at a sufficient altitude, it swung its tail downward with tremendous force. Damn! Lu Zhan's expression shifted. Should he fall? He would surely be crushed into a pulp. Yet, he did not release his hold. Instead, he twisted his body, flipping onto the dragon's tail and racing towards its head. As he dashed forward, he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. How had he, a necromancer, descended to the level of grappling with a dragon? Roar. Ingreely's was infuriated. This audacious creature dared to tread upon its back, and worse, it sought to ascend to its head. The pride of dragons would never allow any being to surpass them. The fire dragon's ultimate skill, Dragonfire Cataclysm, was unleashed in an instant. Ingreely's entire form appeared to ignite, unleashing an overwhelming heat that vaporized the surrounding air, transforming it into a true dragon of flames. Damn! Lu Zhan was caught off guard by this transformation. The temperature was exorbitant, and upon contact, he felt his body beginning to ignite. With no room for hesitation, he summoned the power of the necromancer's ring, invoking the skill, necromantic binding. In that moment, the colossal fire dragon vanished from sight, leaving only the lingering heat that continued to permeate the air. This was one of his trump cards, originally reserved for a critical moment, yet it had come into play far sooner than anticipated. Even a dragon could not escape the clutches of the necromantic binding. This dragon was indeed astonishingly powerful, and with Lu Zhan lacking any prior knowledge of its capabilities, every tactic he employed was met with unforeseen challenges. It was evident that he could not withstand this terrifying dragon alone. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Zhan glanced down at the battlefield and swiftly made a decision, flapping his wings and charging toward the earth dragon. He had 1 minute to make a move. Otherwise, by the time the dragon emerged, the buffs on his ally would likely be insufficient. If that were the case, he would first eliminate the Earth Dragon and the Cyclops. Liberating the king and Bei Laohong. 3 heroes against this dragon, Lu Zhan was determined not to falter. Within the realm of the undead, Angreely's fiery dragon form had completely dissipated. Now, it lay prone on the ground,